Chapter 1. The Recruitment of Disciples at the Chaotic Sacred Land. In the Nine Heavens continent lies the chaotic sacred land. Once the most formidable of sanctuaries, it began its gradual decline following the ascension of the chaotic emperor to immortality. Today marks the day of recruitment for new disciples at the chaotic sacred land. Noble families and kingdoms from near and far have dispatched their prodigies to seek apprenticeship. Despite its waning glory, the chaotic sacred land remains one of the most prestigious forces across the entire Nine Heavens continent. Consequently, throngs of eager individuals converge upon its gates. At long last, I have entered the chaotic sacred land. I have finally accomplished the first task set forth by the system. With considerable effort, Xiao Yun managed to push through the crowd and enter the expansive plaza of the chaotic sacred land. Ignoring the surrounding murmurs, he promptly closed his eyes to examine the system within him. Insight System. Function. Bestows enlightenment upon the host. Enlightenment instances. One can be activated at any time with a silent incantation. Task. Enter the chaotic sacred land completed. New task imminent. Upon seeing the task status change to completed, Xiao Yun was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. After 16 arduous years in this world, he had finally fulfilled the first task issued by the system. It must be said, this task was exceptionally challenging. Despite its decline, the chaotic sacred land is still a revered sanctuary, not easily accessible to just anyone. Xiao Yun hailed from a noble family in a small kingdom, and their resources were insufficient to secure his early admission to the chaotic sacred land. Thus, he had waited for 16 long years until the day of recruitment finally arrived, allowing him to gain entry and complete the system's first task. Beep. New task. Join the chaotic sacred land. Reward. 3 instances of enlightenment. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. He promptly comprehended that his second task had arrived, and the rewards were significantly more generous, offering the opportunity for enlightenment 3 times. It is essential to note that enlightenment occurs when a cultivator unexpectedly resonates with the great Tao during their comprehension, entering a profound state of understanding. The likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. Even prodigies may experience it only once in their lifetime. Even those extraordinary talents might only achieve enlightenment 2 or 3 times throughout their existence. This illustrates the preciousness of such an opportunity. Hence, despite the system possessing only this singular function, Xiao Yun felt no disdain. To join the chaotic sacred land? He mused, a smile breaking across his face. Very well, since I have arrived at the chaotic sacred land, I shall certainly join. Although the chaotic sacred land had seen better days, the metaphorical skinny camel is still larger than the horse. Moreover, it remains one of the most powerful forces within. This realm. To cultivate within the chaotic sacred land is undoubtedly a path to enhancing his prospects of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. With this thought, Xiao Yun maneuvered through the crowd, directing his gaze toward the elevated platform ahead. On the platform, a kindly old man sat cross-legged, donned in a gray robe. His eyes possessed an unfathomable depth, akin to the vastness of the cosmos, rendering it difficult to gaze directly into them. I am the Elder of Guidance, responsible for welcoming you to the assessment. The elderly man in gray robes spoke with a cheerful smile, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. This time, he wondered if a few prodigies or perhaps celestial seedlings might emerge. At the very least, it would be splendid to witness the birth of several super talents. Having pondered this, the elder continued in a resonant voice. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. In our chaos sacred land, we have no rigid protocols. Our disciple selection consists of but a single challenge ringing the chaos bell. As he spoke, the elder flicked his fingers, and a massive rift tore open in the fabric of space before him. Instantly, a radiant golden light erupted, and an ancient gray bell soared forth from the fissure, landing resoundingly upon the square. Boom! As the bell descended, it emitted a deafening sound, akin to divine chant and angelic song, causing the souls of all present to tremble. This is the Chaos Bell, the legendary weapon of the emperors. It is said that long ago, the Chaos Emperor wielded this bell, conquering the heavens and the earth, sweeping through all realms with unmatched prowess. Even among all the Emperor's weapons, this bell would undoubtedly rank among the top 3, The square buzzed with murmurs. Those gathered for the assessment were, at the very least, scions of noble families from small kingdoms, each possessing extraordinary experiences. Hidden among the crowd, Xiao Yun gazed enviously at the chaos bell not far away. If only he could possess such a treasure, there would be no place in the world he could not traverse. Alas, this artifact belonged to the realm of emperors, far beyond his current grasp. Form a line, one after another, and place your palms upon the chaos bell. If you can make it resonate, you will become a disciple of our chaos sacred land, the elder reiterated. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to queue, each taking their turn to touch the bell. However, rather than ringing, the chaos bell emitted a golden light, transporting those who touched it away. A wave of panic swept through the assembly. The elder's voice rang out, "Do not panic, the Emperor's weapons possess their own spirit. Should you fail to ring the chaos bell, it will simply send you back home, thus sparing you the return journey." Reassured by the elder's words, the crowd regained their composure and continued to approach the chaos bell in turn. Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "I never anticipated the chaos bell would possess such a feature. Even if I fail the assessment, I could still receive a complimentary ticket home." Nevertheless, Xiao Yun had no desire to be sent back. He was determined to join the chaos sacred land. Yet, he remained uncertain how to make the chaos bell resonate. He observed the young men and women approaching the chaos bell, but after watching for a while, he discerned no pattern. Each individual who touched the bell closed their eyes and was then enveloped by golden light, disappearing from sight. It was evident that those who were transported away were all failures. As such, the assessment progressed swiftly. Time trickled by, and still, no one succeeded in ringing the chaos bell, causing a growing sense of worry among the onlookers. At that moment, the chaos bell finally tolled, its resounding chime echoing throughout the entire chaos sacred land. The crowd was instantly invigorated, their gazes drawn towards the distant bell. There stood a young lad before the chaos bell, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. On the platform, Elder Jean spoke in a measured tone. "With a single chime, one barely qualifies to join our chaos sacred land and may only become an outer disciple. Where's the outer sect attendant? Take him to the outer sect." "Yes, Elder." A man clad in black suddenly soared from the sky, seizing the boy beside the chaos bell and whisking him away. The announcement that the boy was only deemed worthy of being an outer disciple left the onlookers momentarily stunned. In their eyes, merely being able to strike the chaos bell was an extraordinary feat. Yet, to be relegated to the status of an outer disciple seemed excessively stringent for the standards of the chaos sacred land. That a voice broke the silence, asking, "Elder Jean, how many times can one strike the chaos bell? And how does the number of chimes relate to the status one receives upon joining the chaos sacred land?" This was a pivotal inquiry. The crowd collectively turned their attention to Elder Jean on the platform. With a slight smile, he replied, "The chaos bell tolls 9 times. A single chime grants one the status of an outer disciple. 2 chimes elevate one to an inner disciple. 3 chimes confer the title of a true disciple. 4 chimes designate one as an elder disciple. 5 chimes bestow the honor of a grand elder disciple. 6 chimes grant the distinction of a holy son of our chaos sacred land. As for 7, 8, or 9 chimes, it has been many years since such occurrences. Should they arise, the individual shall instantly be recognized as a divine child of our chaos sacred land." Upon hearing Elder Jean's words, a wave of yearning swept through the crowd. The assessment continued, and as time passed, the number of participants dwindled. To Xiao Yun's astonishment, even after testing hundreds of thousands, only a few hundred had gained entry into the chaos sacred land, a dismally low probability. Among those few hundred, the highest number of chimes recorded was merely 3. Xiao Yun discerned that Elder Jean's expression had darkened, losing the benevolence it once held, replaced by a countenance of gloom. Clearly, the absence of any prodigies had left the elder profoundly disappointed. Each generation seems weaker than the last. Our chaos sacred land truly destined for decline? Elder Jean lamented as he gazed at the youths undergoing testing below, sighing deeply. Yet he understood the underlying reasons. Any genuine talent would typically exhibit their formidable gifts early on, securing recruitment from the other 5 great sacred lands. However, the Chaos Sacred Land adhered to an archaic and peculiar rule, one that had been passed down through the ages. To join the Chaos Sacred Land, one must not practice any techniques prior to the assessment. Thus, the youths participating in the examination were, in truth, untrained mortals. Meanwhile, those true prodigies had already embarked on their cultivation journey, leaving no opportunity to join the Chaos Sacred Land. Regrettably, this was an edict established by their ancestors, one that no one dared to alter. At last, it is my turn. In the throng, Xiao Yun beheld the Chaos Bell so close, his face brimming with anticipation as he eagerly approached. After waiting for so long, it was finally his moment. I wonder if I can strike the Chaos Bell? Xiao Yun extended his palm. Moving towards the ancient clock face before him, a resounding boom echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. Suddenly, a cascade of golden characters emerged within his consciousness, depicting the evolution of all things and elucidating the path of chaos. In that moment, Xiao Yun comprehended the means to strike the Chaos Bell. It was revealed that one must decipher these golden texts by merely grasping the fundamentals. One could ring the bell. The more profound the understanding, the more resonant the bell would sound. With this realization, Xiao Yun felt a surge of determination and silently declared, "System, initiate a moment of enlightenment." Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated in his mind, and his thoughts became increasingly lucid, with flashes of inspiration arising within him. The golden characters before him transformed into symbols, penetrating his gaze that he discerned that this scripture was titled the Chaos Induction. Once mastered, it would allow him to harness the power of the Chaos Bell. The stronger his prowess, the greater the power he could wield should he reach the saintly realm. He could then refine the Chaos Bell itself. Immersed in the profound realm of enlightenment, Xiao Yun grasped the essence of this scripture. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world had already erupted in excitement due to his test. Chapter 2. 9 Resonances, the Divine Sun emerges. Clang! Just as Xiao Yun initiated his moment of enlightenment, the Chaos Bell resonated. Instantly, the youths in the square who had yet to take the test cast envious glances at Xiao Yun's figure. It was evident that they recognized he had passed the assessment. Even a single chime was sufficient for him to join the Chaos Sanctuary. Upon the platform, the elder in charge of the test glanced at Xiao Yun and shook his head lightly, unable to discern any remarkable qualities in him. Clearly not a prodigy, he surmised that Xiao Yun could only manage a single chime. However, at that moment, clang! Another chime rang out, and the Chaos Bell trembled, releasing waves of golden light. The onlookers in the square, witnessing Xiao Yun, were now filled with jealousy. 2 chimes were enough to qualify him as an inner disciple. The elder on the platform regarded Xiao Yun with some surprise. He had not anticipated this seemingly ordinary youth could elicit 2 chimes from the Chaos Bell, leading him to misjudge the boy's potential. Clang! The 3rd chime resonated. Now, not only were the youths in the square astonished, but even the elder displayed a look of amazement. What is happening? He appears to possess no extraordinary constitution and lacks sufficient spiritual energy. Elicit a single chime is already astonishing. How could he possibly sound it 3 times? The elder was perplexed. In truth, at his level, the Chaos Bell test was unnecessary. His keen insight would suffice to discern the talents of a mere mortal. Indeed, he had accurately predicted the capabilities of the youths who had tested before. He could foresee who would ring the Chaos Bell and how many chimes they would produce. Yet, this seemingly ordinary boy had defied his calculations. Logically, this child should not even be able to ring the Chaos Bell once. How could he possibly ring it thrice? The elder of guidance wore a look of perplexity. Just then, the 4th chime echoed through the air. A wave of astonishment swept across the entire square, leaving everyone utterly stunned on the platform. The elder's expression shifted slightly, and his gaze toward Xiao Yun grew increasingly solemn. With the 4th chime, according to protocol, one could already be deemed a disciple of the elders. Such an individual could undoubtedly be considered a super genius. Yet, what puzzled the elder was that he could discern no trace of the extraordinary within Xiao Yun. What is happening? Has my discerning eye been dulled through overuse? The elder could not help but channel his spiritual energy to cleanse his gaze, and as he did, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he scrutinized Xiao Yun anew. However, to his eyes, Xiao Yun still appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of the traits of a super genius. With the fifth chime resonating, the crowd was left in a state of shock, almost numb to the unfolding events. The elder could no longer maintain his composure. He rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fervent light, fixating intently on Xiao Yun. Simultaneously, within the depths of the chaos sacred land, powerful divine senses began to traverse the void, drawn forth by the commotion. Clearly, the five chimes of the chaos bell had stirred the attention of several formidable figures within the sacred realm. As the sixth chime rang out, Xiao Yun, standing beside the chaos bell, began to levitate. His formerly unremarkable form gradually emanated waves of soft golden light. This is a blessing. The chaos bell has granted him a boon. How is this possible? Powerful divine senses from the chaos sacred land scrutinized the scene, ancient whispers reverberating through the void. Evidently, the six chimes had thoroughly captivated the attention of the chaos sacred land. According to established protocols, such a talent was already worthy of becoming a saint child of the chaos sacred land. With favorable fortune, he might even ascend to become the master of the chaos sacred land, commanding one of the six great powers. How wrong I was, truly mistaken. I never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary youth could cause the chaos bell to resonate 6 times. The elder of guidance gazed at Xiao Yun beside the chaos bell, an expression of astonishment etched on his face, his heart brimming with excitement. With 6 chimes, Xiao Yun's potential was akin to that of a prodigy. Even if no further talents emerged, the elder would not be disheartened. After all, one prodigy could outweigh a multitude of talents. However, before the elder could fully relish his joy, the 7th chime resounded. In an instant, the elder's expression changed dramatically. The chaos bell suddenly unleashed beams of golden light, illuminating the entire realm. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged beside the chaos bell, eyes closed, as the golden radiance washed over him. A colossal white shield gradually enveloped him, rendering him akin to an infant in the womb. Wash the marrow and refine the sinews, to return to the womb. This the elder of guidance fixated on Xiao Yun, his face a portrait of shock. The 7th chime, the chaos bell, was autonomously assisting this youth in purifying his essence, cleansing away the influences of the mundane world, returning to a state reminiscent of an unborn infant within the maternal womb. Could it be the washing of tendons and marrow? The chaotic bell has tolled 7 times. It has been an eternity since our chaotic sacred land has witnessed such a prodigy. Truly, heaven has favored our chaotic sacred land. Just as I emerge from my seclusion, such a remarkable talent has pledged allegiance to our chaotic sacred land. This young lad is destined to be mine. None shall dare contest him with me. Indestructible ancestor, if you wish to claim my thunder ancestor's disciple, you have yet to reach that level. Do you fear me? In the void, with the 7th toll of the chaotic bell, formidable divine thoughts swept forth from the chaotic sacred land. Among them, 2 terrifying presences surged forth, akin to ancient behemoths awakening, exuding a tremendous might that shattered the clouds above the firmament. The space above the chaotic sacred land disintegrated as a black fist collided with a streak of purple lightning, splintering like shards of glass. Hiss! Even the long-slumbering, indestructible ancestor and thunder ancestor have been stirred. Upon the high platform, Elder Jin, sensing those 2 formidable auras, was profoundly shaken. Those ancestors were superlative beings from the ancient era, now having slumbered for a millennium, yet they were roused. This illustrates the rarity of the 7 tolls of the chaotic bell. Quickly investigate what is this young man's name, and whence does he hail? Elder Jin inquired, casting a glance at the distant Xiao Yun, while sending a message to the attendants below. Bang! The 8th toll of the chaotic bell resonated. Elder Jin trembled, gazing at Xiao Yun with incredulity, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The 8th toll had sounded. It had been countless years since the chaotic bell had rung 8 times consecutively. It had been ages since their chaotic sacred land had witnessed such a prodigy. Now, those ancient figures shall emerge to vie for disciples. Elder Jin murmured, yes, if affirming Elder Jin's words. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the chaotic sacred land, the lids of numerous coffins were blasted open, and withered, pallid hands emerged from the pitch-black coffins. The fossilized beings of the chaotic sacred land crawled from their coffins, summoning battle souls from the abyss of darkness, unleashing formidable waves of spiritual energy. This is my disciple who dares to seize him? I shall suppress him beneath the latrine for 10,000 years. A commanding voice resounded throughout the heavens, causing myriad pathways to tremble in response to his proclamation. Chapter 3. On par with the divine Lord, the coffin lid could no longer contain the overwhelming force within. Waves of terrifying divine consciousness swept forth from the depths of the forbidden land within the chaos sacred ground, carrying an awe-inspiring presence. Numerous forgotten fossilized bones awakened from their slumber, turning their gaze toward Xiao Yun. Not far in the void, powerful figures emerged, standing like deities, dominating the heavens and instilling dread across the 9 skies. These were the formidable beings of the chaos sacred ground. As the 9th bell of the chaos bell resonated, the entire chaos sacred ground erupted in fervor. On the square, the youths yet to partake in the assessment stood in astonishment. The elder of reception could no longer maintain his composure. He descended swiftly to stand beside the chaos bell, his countenance alight with excitement as he gazed at Xiao Yun. With the 9th chime, a divine sun rises. At last, the chaos sacred ground was to witness the emergence of a divine sun. In the chaos sacred ground, the status of a divine son was comparable to that of the divine lord, even surpassing that of the elders, and ranked higher than the supreme elders. Thus, the elder of reception was compelled to stand respectfully beside Xiao Yun, acting as his protector. Even though such protection was unnecessary in the presence of the esteemed ancestors and supreme elders, along with the fossilized bones concealed within the void, no one could harm Xiao Yun here. Yet, the elder of reception maintained his dignified demeanor, and witnessing Xiao Yun before him filled him with unreserved joy. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that under my stewardship, a divine son would emerge? If this divine son ascends to the imperial throne, my name shall be etched in the annals of our chaos sacred ground, immortalized for eternity. The elder of reception felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was a divine son, even more formidable than the prodigies, capable of rivaling the offspring of emperors, with a significant chance of reaching the realm of the emperor. If another emperor were to rise from the chaos sacred ground, it would ascend to greatness, no longer languishing at the bottom among the 6 sacred grounds. After countless years, this day had finally arrived. The elder of reception gazed at Xiao Yun, his aged face trembling with excitement, eyes moist with tears, nearly spilling over. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the chaos sacred ground was in complete upheaval. Countless powerful beings soared into the heavens, gazing down towards the square. Whether they were the long-buried fossilized bones, the ancestors who had slumbered for millennia, the supreme elders in seclusion, or the influential elders and the divine sons of the chaos sacred ground, all turned their attention toward the chaos bell. Xiao Yun, standing beside the chaos bell, became the focal point of all eyes. However, Xiao Yun remained blissfully unaware of this attention, enveloped in a golden divine light, appearing transcendent, as if he had achieved sanctity. With the 9th chime, a divine sun rises. At last, the chaos sacred ground has revealed a divine sun. It is truly astonishing. To resonate the chaos bell 9 times, one must fully comprehend the chaos induction, a feat unattainable even by seasoned cultivators. Yet, this mere mortal has achieved it in such a brief span. What remarkable insight he possesses. For years, the other 5 sacred lands have boasted their chosen ones, while our chaos sacred land remained without a divine offspring. Now, that has changed, and we shall rise. I never expected to witness the birth of a divine progeny in my lifetime. I can depart this world without regret. It is said that once our chaos sacred land gives birth to a chosen one, they shall be invincible in their era, poised to ascend to the imperial throne. This child already possesses the potential of an emperor. Above the chaos sacred land, discussions erupted. The elders were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. The younger generation gazed curiously at Xiao Yun, uncertain of how this seemingly ordinary individual could provoke such an uproar. It is known that some chosen ones glow with an otherworldly light even in their mundane state, radiating an aura that distinguishes them as extraordinary. Yet, Xiao Yun appeared remarkably unremarkable. Nevertheless, it was this ordinary individual who caused the chaos bell to toll 9 times, instantly elevating him to the status of the chosen one of the chaos sacred land, which piqued everyone's curiosity. How delightful it feels, akin to indulging in a grand rejuvenation. Simultaneously, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, stretching his body with a sense of comfort. He felt remarkably light, as if all his previous ailments had vanished. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He sensed many gazes fixed upon him. He instinctively glanced around and spotted the elder of guidance nearby, along with formidable figures in the distant sky. What is happening? Why are they all staring at me? The intensity of their scrutiny made Xiao Yun uneasy, particularly the gaze of the Elder of Guidance, which felt almost scorching, leading him to wonder if the Elder had ulterior motives. The Elder of Guidance addressed him. Xiao Yun, congratulations on joining our Chaos Sacred Land. You have caused the Chaos Bell to resonate 9 times, thus you are now our divine progeny. The Elder's eyes were filled with fervor, akin to gazing upon a priceless treasure. Xiao Yun was taken aback. 9 tolls? A divine progeny? This news was truly staggering. He had anticipated ringing the Chaos Bell, but never imagined it would resonate 9 times. This is simply incredible. Xiao Yun's heart surged with excitement. Even a fool would recognize the myriad benefits of being the chosen one of the Chaos Sacred Land. It was evident that he would receive focused nurturing, destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Just then, a crack in the space beside him opened, and a golden figure emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura that inspired reverence and awe. Upon seeing this individual, the Elder of Guidance promptly bowed and saluted, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting the Holy Master." To his astonishment, it was none other than the Holy Master of the Chaotic Sacred Land. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, intending to pay his respects, when the Holy Master of the Chaotic Sacred Land addressed him, saying, "Xiao Yun, there is no need for you to bow. You have already ascended to the status of our Chaotic Sacred Land's divine son, a position equivalent to mine." I have the honor of meeting the Holy Master," Xiao Yun stammered, feeling bewildered. To be regarded as equal to the Holy Master felt akin to suddenly being crowned an emperor, leaving him somewhat disoriented. The Holy Master of the Chaotic Sacred Land smiled faintly and then turned to the Elder of Guidance, stating, "Elder of Guidance, I shall take the divine son with me for now. The ancestors and the fossilized beings are awaiting their disciples. Farewell, Holy Master. Farewell, divine son." The Elder of Guidance hastily bowed in reverence. The Holy Master of the Chaotic Sacred Land waved his hand, and a magnificent golden pathway unfurled before him, leading into the depths of the Chaotic Sacred Land. "Divine son, please." The Holy Master cast a glance at Xiao Yun, extending an inviting hand. "Holy Master, please." Xiao Yun replied courteously, and together they stepped onto the resplendent golden pathway, entering the Chaotic Sacred Land side by side. Chapter 4. The chaotic entity standing upon the golden pathway. Xiao Yun was filled with astonishment, for this phenomenon resembled the conveyor belts he once encountered at the airport. As long as one stood still, it would whisk them forward at an astonishing speed. In no time, the two individuals ventured deep into the heart of the Chaotic Sacred Land. Positioned on the Golden Avenue, Xiao Yun could distinctly observe countless celestial dwellings and exquisite palaces flanking him, where many formidable figures reverently bowed in his direction, as well as to the Sacred Lord. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. He initially believed that joining the Chaotic Sacred Land would require him to start from the bottom. But unexpectedly, he had ascended to the status of a divine son, equating his position to that of the Sacred Lord. What a thrill! Divine son! The Sacred Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land suddenly spoke. "Our next destination is the Chaotic Great Hall, where numerous ancestors and fossilized beings await you. They are eager to take you as their disciple, but the ultimate choice rests solely with you. We shall not impose." "Indeed." Xiao Yun nodded, though curiosity prompted him to inquire, "Are the ancestors and fossilized beings formidable? How do they compare to the Supreme Elders?" Haha. The Sacred Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land chuckled softly, aware that Xiao Yun was still a mere mortal with limited experience. He elucidated, "The Supreme Elders are merely of the transcendent realm, not even comparable to me, while the ancestors are all, at least, saints. As for the fossilized beings, they are even more terrifying. They belong to a bygone era's powerhouses, having long since reached the great saint realm, with some having even ascended to the threshold of emperor." At that moment, the two arrived before the entrance of the Chaotic Great Hall. An ancient voice unexpectedly emanated from within. The Sacred Lord jests, "We, the Ancient Ones, are but a cohort of failures on the path to becoming emperors." Upon hearing the Sacred Lord's words, Xiao Yun was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that the formidable beings within were all saints, although they humbly referred to themselves as failed aspirants on the path to empire. The strength of those who could contest with emperors, even in failure, was unimaginable. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiao Yun followed the Sacred Lord into the Chaotic Great Hall. Instantly, numerous gazes turned toward him. The Sacred Lord stood respectfully to the side. Despite his status as the leader of the Chaotic Sacred Land, He was merely a junior in this esteemed gathering, possessing little authority. Xiao Yun curiously surveyed the figures shrouded in ethereal mist along the hall's sides, unable to discern their true appearances. Who among them possessed the greatest strength? Xiao Yun pondered, knowing that if he were to take a master, it would undoubtedly be the most powerful among them. After all, a master of great prowess would possess formidable cultivation techniques. And with such a powerful backing, he could navigate his future with ease. Strangely, the divine son appeared quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary physique. Nor did he seem to be a reincarnation of a significant being. His physical form was unremarkable, and his soul only slightly stronger than that of an average person, seemingly inferior even to some outer disciples. The chaotic bell does not detect errors. Perhaps it is our inadequacy that prevents us from discerning the divine child. After all, throughout the history of our chaotic sacred land, only the chaotic body has been capable of summoning the bell to resonate 9 times. While Xiao Yun scrutinized these formidable figures, they, in turn, were examining him. Each of them was a sage, having long since awakened their sacred eyes, rendering Xiao Yun as exposed as if he were unclothed, with even the minutest cells within him laid bare before their gaze. However, despite their formidable prowess, they could not perceive the enlightenment system residing within Xiao Yun. Consequently, he appeared quite ordinary to them, lacking even a modicum of talent. Had he not rung the chaotic bell, he would not have qualified to join the chaotic sacred land. After much deliberation among the powerful in the hall, the last figure, the Thunder Ancestor, stepped forth, addressing Xiao Yun. Once my Thunder God technique is cultivated to perfection, it can summon heavenly tribulations to strike down foes, wielding immeasurable power. Would you be willing to take me as your master? As soon as the Thunder Ancestor's words fell, another figure approached. I am the immortal ancestor. Once my undying demonic art reaches full fruition, my physical form shall be impervious to death. I am the Blade Ancestor. By cultivating my overbearing blade, one can sweep away all adversaries. I am the Fist Ancestor. With my divine dragon fist, one can transform into a dragon and soar through the void. In the hall, each powerhouse introduced themselves, eager to take Xiao Yun as their disciple. Yet, the fossilized beings remained silent, unable to discern what was extraordinary about Xiao Yun. Thus, they exercised caution. Given their limited lifespans, these fossilized beings typically slumbered within coffins, having little time to mentor disciples. Choosing a disciple lacking in talent would be tantamount to squandering their lives. Therefore, they remained composed, refraining from accepting a disciple until they recognized something remarkable in Xiao Yun. These individuals all sounded formidable. Whom should he choose as a mentor? At this moment, Xiao Yun found himself in a state of indecision, uncertain of whom to follow. Indeed, each of them was powerful, making it difficult to discern who among them was superior. The Lord of the chaotic sacred land stood nearby, observing with an expression of tranquility. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he stepped forward to address the assembled masters, esteemed ancestors, the fossilized beings, and Elder Dition seek an audience. Dition, is he still alive? What business does a mere transcendent have here? Does he wish to take the divine child as his disciple? Let him in. After a brief discussion among the assembly, they permitted Elder Dition to enter. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair and a frail appearance shuffled into the hall. He truly appeared ancient, walking with a tremor as if a gust of wind could topple him. Xiao Yun gazed at the elder with astonishment. Was this the esteemed elder? He seemed younger than the other ancestors and fossilized beings, yet appeared as if he were on the brink of death. At that moment, the esteemed elder, Dition, bowed respectfully to the gathered ancestors and the fossilized beings, then turned with a warm smile towards Xiao Yun, saying, Divine Son, although my cultivation is lacking, the Chaos Sutra I have mastered is the supreme scripture of our chaos sacred land. Once cultivated to perfection, it can forge the unparalleled sacred body of the myriad realms, the chaos body. At that point, attaining the imperial path will be within reach. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The chaos body. Even in his ignorance, he understood that such a physique was invincible throughout the world. Once perfected, it would undoubtedly lead to the ascendance of an emperor. Moreover, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of his own ordinary potential without cultivating a formidable physique. He feared he would never become a true powerhouse. However, with the chaos body, all obstacles could be surmounted. Chapter 5. The persistence in cultivating the chaos scripture in a fleeting moment. Xiao Yun resolved to take Dition as his master. Perhaps this individual's cultivation and status could not begin to compare with the esteemed ancestors within the Grand Hall. Yet, With the possession of the chaos body, would Xiao Yun ever have to worry about his strength again? Moreover, as a divine son, his station was already equivalent to that of a sovereign. However, despite Xiao Yun's contemplations, the esteemed ancestors and the fossilized beings in the hall were evidently opposed. How absurd! A cold snort resonated through the hall. The Thunder Ancestor, with a mocking smile, remarked, Tion, are you truly unaware of the formidable challenges inherent in cultivating the Chaos Scripture? Since time immemorial, aside from the great Chaos Emperor who created this scripture, has anyone ever succeeded in attaining its consummate realm? Without reaching perfection in this practice, one cannot forge the Chaos body. You are squandering the Divine Son's talents and time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was struck with enlightenment. So this technique was indeed difficult to master. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for he possessed the boon of sudden realization. What technique could he not cultivate? The challenge seemed daunting. A single moment of enlightenment could suffice. If one instance was insufficient, he could always have 2, 10, or even 100. Xiao Yun had ample opportunities for enlightenment. Speaking of enlightenment, he could not help but check his system. Enlightenment system, function, bestows moments of realization upon the host. Enlightenment opportunities, 3, can be invoked at any time through silent contemplation. Task, join the Chaos Holy Land completed. Task will soon refresh. Upon reviewing the system, Xiao Yun could not suppress a smile. He had successfully completed the task of joining the Chaos Holy Land and had gained 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Just as he reveled in his accomplishment, Tion raised his gaze towards the distant Thunder Ancestor, his expression solemn, and spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. Esteemed Thunder Ancestor, it is precisely due to the Divine Son's extraordinary talent that I believe he is most suited to cultivate the Chaos Scripture. Perhaps the 9 tolls of the Chaos Bell are a reminder that the Divine Son is indeed the rightful master of this scripture. The esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings in the hall began to murmur amongst themselves. Though no one had managed to cultivate the Chaos Scripture for many years, the allure of the Chaos body was undeniably overwhelming. Should Xiao Yun truly succeed in forging such a body, the rise of the Chaos Holy Land would be imminent. A sovereign, particularly one who attained enlightenment through the Chaos body, would be an unparalleled figure, ranking among the very best in the annals of history. This temptation was indeed extraordinary. Yet, the daunting difficulty of mastering the Chaos Scripture left the ancestors and fossilized beings hesitant, observing their prolonged deliberation without resolution. Xiao Yun took the initiative to speak. Esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings, I wish to take Elder Tion as my master to cultivate the Chaos Scripture. His declaration drew the attention of the esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings within the hall. The Thunder Ancestor furrowed his brow and remarked, Divine Son, you are but a mortal at present. You may not yet comprehend the challenges associated with cultivating the Chaos Scripture. Throughout the illustrious history of our chaotic sacred land, countless prodigies have emerged, including those remarkable sons of the divine who have summoned the chaotic bell to toll 7, 8, or even 9 times. Yet, without exception, none have succeeded in mastering the chaotic scripture to its utmost perfection. Xiao Yun solemnly declared, I am willing to give it a try. At this moment, the immortal ancestor interjected, Divine Son, you may not yet be aware of the esteemed background of the elder Emperor Tion beside you. His innate talent is formidable. He once caused the chaotic bell to sound 6 times, becoming the strongest divine son of our chaotic sacred land in his generation. Alas, due to his cultivation of the chaotic scripture, he has been rendered incapable of mastering other techniques, thus squandering his time and energy, and remains ensnared in the realm of the extraordinary, with little hope of ascending to the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, his contemporaries have long since attained sainthood. Hearing this, Xiao Yun turned to the elder Emperor Tion beside him, astonished to learn that this individual was indeed the most powerful divine son of an era in the chaotic sacred land. Divine Son, Elder Emperor Tion, with a serious countenance, explained, my inability to master the chaotic scripture does not imply that you cannot. Moreover, although my cultivation may falter, I remain invincible within the same realm. Should you cultivate the chaotic scripture, you too could achieve invincibility among your peers. Nearby, the Thunder Ancestor snorted derisively, what a farce. What use is invincibility in the same realm? Others have attained sainthood while you remain trapped in the extraordinary realm. Remember, beneath the sage, all are but ants. The immortal ancestor concurred, if one cannot elevate their cultivation, then being invincible in the same realm is merely a jest. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement, yet he persisted. Esteemed ancestors, revered fossils, I still wish to give it a try. The assembly within the grand hall fell into a moment of silence at Xiao Yun's unwavering resolve to cultivate the chaotic scripture. This was soon followed by a flurry of discussions. The divine son, with his extraordinary talent and the recognition of the chaotic bell, might indeed warrant a trial. It is too risky, some murmured. Our chaotic sacred land has not seen a divine son in ages, especially one who has caused the chaotic bell to toll 9 times. He is a genius with a considerable chance of attaining the status of an emperor. Such potential should not be squandered. Indeed, others echoed, if we miss this divine son, it may be ages before our chaotic sacred land can rise again. But what if the divine son can forge the chaotic body? Would we not be the transgressors of the chaotic sacred land? I still believe it is too perilous. The difficulty of cultivating the chaotic scripture is well known. We cannot take such a risk. The chaotic body, once forged, it renders one invincible across the globe. As the discussions escalated from initial murmurs to fervent debates, Xiao Yun found himself at a loss for words. Why did they not believe in him? Unbeknownst to him, his physical endowment was so ordinary that it failed to inspire any confidence in these elders and fossils. Nevertheless, he possessed a system. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Yun turned to the ever-watchful sovereign of the chaotic sacred land and stated, "Sovereign, I have made my decision to take Elder Emperor Tian as my master. I implore your support in this endeavor." The master of the chaos sacred land furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was tempted to express that, despite his esteemed title, he wielded no authority within the grand hall of chaos. Just then, the venerable lay ancestor bellowed, "I unequivocally forbid the Son of God from practicing the Chaos Sutra. For should our son fail to attain sanctity, the entire chaos sacred land would become the subject of ridicule. Indeed, it would be a source of mockery if the illustrious son could not ascend to holiness." The ancient ancestor solemnly concurred. As Xiao Yun prepared to voice his thoughts, a voice resonated within his mind, announcing the latest task: abandon the identity of the Son of God. Reward: 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Listening to the disembodied words, Xiao Yun felt utterly speechless. How absurd. I have only just assumed the role of the son, and now I am being asked to renounce it? This is preposterous. However, the reward for this task was undeniably alluring. 10 chances for enlightenment, igniting a spark of envy within Xiao Yun. Reluctantly, he resolved, very well, if I must relinquish my title, then so be it. System, you are the ultimate authority. With this thought in mind, he lifted his gaze to the venerable ancestors and the petrified figures, his determination unwavering, and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed ancestors and honored petrified beings, I shall persist in my cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. For this, I am willing to forsake my identity as the Son of God and become an ordinary disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land. In doing so, even if I fail to forge the Chaos Body, I shall not bring shame upon our sacred domain." Chapter 6. The Master and the Emperor. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, the assembly within the Grand Hall, including Emperor Tian and the Sovereign of the Chaos Holy Land, were all taken aback. Their expressions a tapestry of astonishment as they turned to gaze at Xiao Yun. Even the Thunder Ancestor wore a face of disbelief as he addressed Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "Son of God, what are you saying? Are you aware of what your identity as the Son of God represents? It signifies the most formidable legacy of our Chaos Holy Land, ensuring you the utmost cultivation resources and focused nurturing. How can you even consider relinquishing such a position?" The immortal ancestor spoke in a grave tone, "Son of God, you must deliberate carefully. With the title of Son of God, you shall possess the most abundant training resources from our Chaos Holy Land. However, should you forsake this identity, you would merely become an ordinary elder disciple, with benefits far inferior to those of the Son of God. You must think this through. Do not act impulsively." Beside them, the Sovereign of the Chaos Holy Land wore a serious expression, offering a solemn reminder. Emperor Tian was at a loss for words. His only desire was for the Son of God to cultivate the Chaos Sutra and forge the chaotic body. Yet, the price of abandoning the Son of God title seemed too steep. After all, he was the Son of God, a coveted status for countless disciples. Only a fool would forsake such an identity. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yun did not wish to relinquish his title either, but for the sake of the 10 opportunities for enlightenment, he felt compelled to make the sacrifice. Resolutely, he proclaimed, "Esteemed ancestors, revered elders, I am willing to abandon the title of Son of God. If I can successfully cultivate the Chaos Sutra and forge the chaotic body, it would not be long before I can reclaim the title of Son of God. Conversely, if I fail to forge the chaotic body, I shall not be worthy of the title." The assembly was left in stunned silence, captivated by Xiao Yun's boldness. To renounce the position of Son of God only to aspire to reclaim it demanded a level of courage and tenacity that likely could not be found across the myriad realms. Unconsciously, the elders in the hall gazed at Xiao Yun with newfound respect. Even the fossilized elders regarded him with admiration and praise. After a brief silence, one of the fossilized elders spoke slowly. Since the Son of God possesses such audacity and resolve, how could we not support your decision? Let it be as you have declared. Upon hearing this, there were no objections from the assembly. One by one, the fossilized elders and the ancestors sighed and turned to leave. In the grand hall, only the sovereign of the Chaos Holy Land, Emperor Tian, and Xiao Yun remained. The sovereign cast a complex gaze upon Xiao Yun and then sighed softly, saying, Xiao Yun, since this is your choice, we shall honor it. From this day forth, you shall be the disciple of Elder Tian, holding a status equivalent to that of the other elder disciples. Thank you, sovereign. Xiao Yun replied with a respectful bow. The sovereign nodded and then turned to depart. Disciple Xiao Yun pays respects to master. Xiao Yun then bowed reverently to Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian smiled wryly. I never anticipated you would relinquish your identity as the Son of God. In truth, it is I who have wronged you. There is no need for such sentiments, master. It is my resolve to cultivate the Chaos Sutra that has led to this decision, and it is unrelated to you. Xiao Yun spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Tian's expression changed, and he replied in a deep voice, if that is the case, I assure you, within the remaining century of my life, I shall devote myself entirely to your cultivation without any reservations. Xiao Yun was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, Master, how can you only have a century left to live? This is unacceptable. I've just become your disciple, and now you're saying you're going to die. After your passing, who will I turn to for support? Regret flooded Xiao Yun's heart. Had he known this, he would not have relinquished his identity as the Son of God. Alas, this troublesome system, he lamented. My dear disciple, you may not be aware, but in our extraordinary realm, one is granted merely a millennium of life. I have already reached the age of 900, leaving me with only a century remaining. Tian sighed. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and asked, Master, how can one extend their lifespan? Tian shook his head and replied, only by breaking through to the heavenly realm can one increase their lifespan to 2,000 years. However, as I cultivate the Chaos Sutra, each advancement is fraught with difficulty. Thus, a breakthrough to the heavenly realm may prove exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly understood and inquired, Master, I am entirely ignorant of cultivation. What realms do practitioners traverse? Haha, as your master, it is my duty to enlighten you on this matter. Yet, first, let us depart and journey to my secluded abode, Tian responded. With that, he summoned a white cloud, which carried Xiao Yun into the distance. During their flight, Tian gradually elaborated. There are a total of 14 realms in cultivation, ascending from the lowest to the highest: body refinement, chi gathering, spirit bridge, cave heaven, spirit offering, awakening, out of body, nirvana, transcendence, heavenly realm, sage, great sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Xiao Yun was struck by the sheer number of realms. It was no wonder that his esteemed master, after years of cultivation, had only reached the transcendence realm. The scenery within the Chaos Sacred Land was breathtaking. As a supreme elder, Tian's dwelling was, naturally, a sight to behold. Here, waterfalls cascaded from great heights, and myriad rare birds filled the air. The mountain peaks basked in golden sunlight, exuding an ethereal aura, a testament to their celestial majesty. On a peak rich in spiritual energy and breathtaking beauty, Tian and Xiao Yun descended upon a white cloud. Disciple, this is D Peak, my cultivation abode, where you shall train from now on, Tian introduced. Xiao Yun gazed upon the towering mountain, adorned with exquisite palaces that hinted at a once thriving splendor. Strangely, the palaces appeared devoid of inhabitants, rendering the entire mountain eerily silent and lifeless. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun refrained from questioning further and dutifully followed Tian toward the grandest palace among them. This palace, named the Heavenly Hall, was the most exquisite, luxurious, and largest structure on the peak. This was once my residence, and now I bestow it upon you, Tian said as he led Xiao Yun into the grand hall. Xiao Yun hurriedly responded, disciple would never dare to impose. Tian waved his hand and chuckled, saying, my dear disciple, I have long since departed from this place. Currently, I am at the riverbank contemplating the principles of the universe. This area has been vacant for quite some time and is perfectly suited for your residence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun did not hesitate. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair approached, respectfully bowing to both of them and greetings, master. Greetings, young master. Tian gestured toward the old man and introduced him to Xiao Yun. This is my loyal follower. You may call him Uncle Fu. He will guide you to become acquainted with Feng. When the night falls and the starlight intensifies, I shall impart the Chaos Sutra to you, aiding you in your journey of cultivation. Yes, master. Xiao Yun nodded, watching as Tian departed. Chapter 7. The first layer of the chaotic scripture. Uncle Fu. Xiao Yun greeted the elderly man with white hair before him, bowing respectfully. Uncle Fu quickly stepped aside with a wry smile, saying, Young master, please do not humble an old servant like me. Xiao Yun felt somewhat helpless. After all, he was a well-mannered youth who respected the elderly and cherished the young. Given the man's age, he could very well be his ancestor, deserving of his utmost respect. However, in the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy was undeniably strict. Xiao Yun could only adapt as best as he could, and thus he spoke, I would appreciate it if you could help me familiarize myself with this imperial peak. This was to be his residence henceforth, and it was essential to know his surroundings. Otherwise, he might find himself at a loss even when nature called. It would be quite improper to relieve himself by the roadside in such a beautiful place, lacking in public decorum. There is no need for formality, young master. This is the old servant's duty, Uncle Fu replied with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze towards Xiao Yun brimming with joy. After all these years, the old master had finally taken on a disciple, and it was said to be the divine son of their chaotic sacred land, a truly unparalleled talent. Thus, Uncle Fu respectfully guided Xiao Yun on a tour of the entire imperial peak. As they walked, Xiao Yun noticed the palaces were all empty, and his curiosity got the better of him. He inquired, Uncle Fu, why are there so many palaces built here, yet no one resides in them? Uncle Fu sighed deeply, filled with nostalgia as he replied, in the past, the old master was hailed as the strongest holy son of the chaotic sacred land, attracting countless followers. Naturally, numerous palaces were constructed. However, over the years, those followers have either passed away or departed from their master, leaving only this old servant behind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly understood. Given that Tian was already 900 years old, it was likely that his followers had all succumbed to old age. Those who had not were probably far beyond Tian's cultivation level and could not possibly continue to follow him. Continuing to explore the imperial peak with Uncle Fu, Xiao Yun also encountered several celestial birds and spiritual beasts, as well as fields of golden rice, which added a vibrant touch to the imperial peak. Uncle Fu explained, Young master, you have yet to begin fasting. These celestial birds and spiritual beasts, along with the spiritual rice, will be your sustenance in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a pang of desire. These were indeed rare treasures. It must be said that joining the chaotic sacred land was truly marvelous. It was well known that such extraordinary delicacies were hard to come by in the outside world. Moreover, despite the seemingly docile nature of these celestial birds and spiritual beasts, their strength was formidable. 100 of the current Xiao Yun would not stand a chance against them. Thus, he had not indulged in such delicacies for years. But now the opportunity had finally arrived. The imperial peak was vast, and by evening, Xiao Yun had finally completed his tour. He then followed Uncle Fu back to the heavenly hall. Upon entering, he spotted his esteemed master, Tian, engrossed in manipulating a bronze cauldron that stood as tall as 3 men. At that moment, Tian was unleashing 3 flavors of true fire to refine the cauldron. A delightful aroma wafted from within, invigorating Xiao Yun's senses. Disciple. As Emperor Tian observed Xiao Yun's return, he could not help but smile and said, This is the foundational elixir I have prepared for you, containing the rarest treasures I have accumulated over the years, including the blood of a dragon. It will undoubtedly empower you to forge a formidable body. Beside them, Uncle Fu explained to Xiao Yun, Young master, the first realm of cultivation is body refinement. For us cultivators, the physical form holds immense significance. Only with a robust physique can one navigate the paths of cultivation with ease. Xiao Yun nodded, partially grasping the concept. Emperor Tian then spoke with a grave demeanor, Disciple, as the saying goes, a towering building must have a solid foundation. Thus, the foundation of our cultivation is paramount. This first realm of body refinement is when we fortify that foundation. The more solid your base, the greater your future accomplishments will be. Understanding this deeply, Xiao Yun nodded thoughtfully. He realized that a building with an unstable foundation could easily collapse at the slightest tremor, underscoring the importance of a strong base. Ah Fu, come assist me with the ritual. Emperor Tian beckoned Uncle Fu, who then took on the task of preparing the ritual. While Emperor Tian settled down cross-legged on a nearby mat with Xiao Yun, the sky had completely darkened, with countless stars shimmering in the heavens, casting a beautiful and ethereal glow over the entire Emperor Peak. Emperor Tian looked intently at Xiao Yun and said solemnly, "Disciple, I shall now impart to you the chaos scripture. However, you must first swear an oath that, without the permission of the Saint Lord, you shall never divulge this scripture." Xiao Yun nodded, fully aware that this technique was the highest treasure of the Chaos Holy Land and must remain confidential. He then solemnly took his oath. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun's vow, Emperor Tian smiled faintly and pointed to Xiao Yun's forehead, instructing, "Disciple, focus your mind and earnestly comprehend the chaos scripture." Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes, feeling apprehensive about his talent and aptitude, and decided to invoke a moment of enlightenment. Universal truths are elusive to the senses. All things are not what they seem, yet we are one with them. The verses of the chaos scripture vividly materialized in Xiao Yun's mind, reminiscent of his previous insights into the chaos induction. Moreover, upon entering this state of enlightenment, his thoughts became exceptionally lucid, and as he contemplated the chaos scripture, inspiration surged within him. Whenever he encountered a challenge, a sense of clarity would follow, illuminating his path. In this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun found an extraordinary harmony with the principles of chaos, making the comprehension of the chaos scripture feel as effortless as eating and drinking. Nearby, Emperor Tian observed Xiao Yun's tranquil expression with a smile, while Uncle Fu, who was refining the cauldron, watched Xiao Yun with a hint of anxiety. Do not worry, given Xiao Yun's aptitude, he should grasp the first layer of the chaos scripture in no more than 3 days. Emperor Tian reassured Uncle Fu, who whispered, "Master, you took 7 days to comprehend the first layer of the chaos scripture, which was already the fastest record. If the young master cannot surpass this record, then he will forever remain unable to surpass you in the future." Tian confidently declared, "Rest assured, Xiao Yun has the capability to resonate the chaos bell 9 times, and he will undoubtedly grasp the first layer of the Chaos Sutra within 3 days." However, at that very moment, the spiritual energy of the surrounding world surged violently, converging towards the meditating Xiao Yun like mighty rivers rushing towards the sea. In an instant, Xiao Yun was enveloped by the spiritual energy, his body floating gracefully in midair, emanating beams of radiant white light. How is this possible? Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun in astonishment. Beside him, Uncle Fu gasped in shock, his face a portrait of incredulity as he murmured, "The spiritual energy is entering his body. Has the young master truly comprehended the first layer of the Chaos Sutra? My heavens, how little time has passed. It has barely been a quarter of an hour. Such extraordinary talent is indeed rare." Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixated on Xiao Yun, as if beholding an extraordinary treasure. Chapter 8, 9 Layers in a Day, a celestial phenomenon. Is the cultivation of the chaos scripture exceedingly difficult? Indeed, it is. However, after Xiao Yun experienced sudden enlightenment, he effortlessly mastered the first layer of the chaos scripture. A rich essence of heaven and earth converged from all directions, infusing Xiao Yun's body, rendering him increasingly divine, and augmenting his physical strength. Witnessing this, Emperor Tian exclaimed with fervor, "In but a brief moment, he has already achieved the first layer of the chaos scripture. My calculations prove correct. Xiao Yun is indeed the most suited individual for its cultivation. In the future, he shall undoubtedly forge the chaos body." Old Fu looked on with eager anticipation, saying, "The chaos body, an invincible sacred physique. If I could witness the day our young master achieves the chaos body, I would die without regret." Emperor Tian nodded in agreement, as this had once been his greatest aspiration, now entrusted to Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained immersed in the comprehension of the chaos scripture. However, the time for enlightenment was limited. Once he grasped the first layer, the moment of clarity passed. The difficulty of cultivating the chaos scripture was indeed extraordinary. Even the chaos induction had only required 1 instance of enlightenment for complete comprehension. Yet, the first layer of the chaos scripture had consumed 1 opportunity for enlightenment. Xiao Yun mused to himself. What astonished Xiao Yun even more was that the chaos scripture comprised a total of 108 layers. And only through fully understanding all 108 layers could one forge the chaos body. If the first layer was so arduous, how could one possibly comprehend all 108 layers? It was no wonder that throughout the years, No one had ever succeeded in forging the chaos body. Indeed, such an extraordinary constitution as the chaos body could not be easily attained. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. Nevertheless, this did not pose a significant obstacle for him. If one instance of enlightenment was insufficient, then 100 would suffice. If that too failed, then 1,000 would do. With the system at his disposal, he would have ample opportunities for enlightenment in the future. At that moment, Xiao Yun resolved silently. Let us continue with enlightenment. After all, he still had 12 opportunities remaining. Initially, upon completing the task to join the Chaos Sacred Land, he had earned 3 opportunities for enlightenment. After relinquishing his identity as the Son of God, he had gained an additional 10. Thus, subtracting the 1 opportunity just utilized, Xiao Yun could still pursue enlightenment 12 more times. In his quest to grow stronger swiftly, Xiao Yun proceeded to utilize enlightenment once more, delving into the second layer of the chaos scripture. Outside, the infusion of spiritual energy continued unabated, and the surrounding essence was gathering in ever-increasing quantities. In the sky, countless star energies were drawn downwards, converging upon Xiao Yun. Old Fu gazed in astonishment at Xiao Yun, suspended in midair, and questioned, "What is happening?" The young master is still engaged in comprehension. Does he intend to seize this opportunity to grasp the second layer as well? Emperor Tian was equally astonished, unable to believe. It took me an entire year to comprehend the second layer of the chaos scripture. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and the entire imperial peak shook. What is happening? Both Emperor Tian and Old Fu were startled. This was the chaos sacred land. Who dared to intrude? However, they soon realized their misjudgment. For a multitude of golden lotuses began to rise from the ground, radiating a brilliant light. Countless petals danced through the air, swirling around Xiao Yun. The atmosphere was thick with spiritual energy, cascading from the heavens like a flood that had burst its banks, pouring down upon Xiao Yun as if it were free of cost. Additionally, the innumerable stars in the cosmic expanse erupted in dazzling brilliance, with thick pillars of stellar power descending from the sky, enveloping Xiao Yun entirely. The series of extraordinary phenomena left both Di Tian and Fu Bo utterly astonished. Fu Bo, taken aback, murmured, "This is the Earth Emergence Golden Lotus." Di Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, and the stellar force body refinement. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and incredulity. Such a phenomenon signified that Xiao Yun had comprehended the 9th layer of the Chaos Sutra, stepping into the realm of initial enlightenment. My heavens! What kind of monster is this? Observing Xiao Yun suspended in midair, Fu Bo could not restrain his exclamations of awe. Di Tian, equally entranced, stared at Xiao Yun, murmuring, "It took me 30 years to grasp the 9th layer of the Chaos Sutra, and that had already shattered previous records." Both were thoroughly astonished by Xiao Yun. While Di Tian spent 3 decades to achieve the 9th layer, Xiao Yun accomplished it in mere moments. The disparity was monumental. Truly, he is the prodigy that caused the chaos bell to toll 9 times. Master, you have indeed placed your faith in the right treasure, perhaps in our lifetimes. We shall witness the birth of an invincible chaos body. Fu Bo gazed at Xiao Yun in the air, his face alight with excitement. Di Tian, upon hearing this, was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "If this child does not become a chaos body, it would defy the natural order. Our chaos sacred ground finally has the prospect of rising." Meanwhile, the extraordinary occurrences atop D Peak attracted the attention of numerous cultivators within the chaos sacred ground, their gazes converging upon the summit. However, due to the protective formations laid by Di Tian, none could perceive the events within. All they could witness was the Earth Emergence Golden Lotus and the endless stellar energy descending upon D Peak. What could be happening atop D Peak? Isn't that the abode of Elder Di Tian? It is said he has taken on a divine disciple. What divine disciple? I heard that lad has relinquished his title and is now merely a disciple of the Elder. That fellow is truly foolish to forsake his divine status. The disciples of the chaos sacred ground buzzed with gossip. Within just a day, the news of Xiao Yun abandoning his divine status to become Di Tian's disciple had spread throughout the entire chaos sacred ground. Initially envious of Xiao Yun, the disciples now mocked him. Such is the nature of humanity. Witnessing someone who once stood above them suddenly fall, they all felt a sense of schadenfreude. Earth Emergence Golden Lotus. Stellar Force Body Refinement. Upon a majestic peak, the sovereign of the chaotic sacred land gazed contemplatively towards the direction of the imperial summit. A profound sigh escaping his lips. Di Tian, he mused. Who would have thought you would expend such immense energy to forge an unparalleled foundation for this child? Is it truly worth the sacrifice? In doing so, your own ascension to the celestial realm becomes even more elusive. The sovereign perceived the extraordinary phenomena as the handiwork of Tian, for after all, Xiao Yun remained merely a mortal, even with exceptional talent. He could hardly conjure such monumental upheaval. The others within the chaotic sacred land shared this sentiment, recognizing the substantial investment Tian had made. The cultivation of the chaotic scripture is notoriously arduous, they lamented. Tian is squandering his efforts and time on this seemingly futile path. It is a pity that we have finally birthed a divine child, only for him to embark upon a journey fraught with impossibility. One by one, the prominent figures of the chaotic sacred land cast their gazes towards the imperial summit, their expressions heavy with deep-seated regret. Chapter 9. Beyond the Limits. The realm of the divine. Soon after, countless stars vanished from the night sky, and the horizon was tinged with a pale light, marking the swift passage of a night. At the imperial peak, within the celestial palace, Xiao Yun floated in midair, enveloped by a radiant golden light that rendered him akin to a gilded statue, shimmering with brilliance. Tian gazed at Xiao Yun before him, his expression one of astonishment. The golden light of the physical body. This signifies the attainment of the pinnacle of body refinement. Beside him, Fu Bo, who had been refining a bronze cauldron, was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in disbelief, "So, does this mean that the young master has established an unparalleled foundation and no longer requires the foundational liquid?" Tian nodded, his face alight with wonder. To ascend 9 levels in a single day, what extraordinary talent! Merely through the infusion of the world's spiritual energy and the refinement of stellar power. His physical form has already reached the apex of body refinement, thus rendering the foundational liquid unnecessary. Fu Bo could not help but cast a disheartened glance at the bronze cauldron before him, lamenting, "So, all my efforts last night were in vain? After all the time spent harnessing the 3 flavors true fire, it appears to have been for naught." Tian smiled gently. How could the foundational liquid compare to the supreme foundation forged by the power of the cosmos? With such a foundation, Xiao Yun's future is unimaginable. Fu Bo, regarding the now completed foundational liquid with a bittersweet smile, remarked, "The rare materials within were painstakingly gathered by you over a century. They are truly priceless. Is it sensible to let them go to waste? Regardless, they serve no purpose now." Tian replied nonchalantly. Then, with a glint in his eye, he added, "I shall gift it to you. Your lifespan is limited. Why not take on a disciple, one who can accompany Xiao Yun?" Fu Bo, moved by these words, recognized that he, like Tian, had reached the limits of his lifespan and had indeed contemplated taking on an apprentice. It is a common desire among cultivators, especially as they approach death, to pass on their lifelong knowledge, finding solace in their legacy. Very well, Fu Bo pondered for a moment, considering how regrettable it would be to squander such exceptional foundational liquid. He then nodded. As it happens, the Chaos Sacred Land is currently recruiting new disciples. I shall select one. Tian acknowledged with a nod, and Fu Bo soon departed from the imperial peak on his cloud. At that moment, Xiao Yun opened his eyes, observing Fu Bo's departure with curiosity. "Master, why has Fu Bo left?" Tian, beaming with joy as he looked at Xiao Yun, replied, "My disciple, you have managed to cultivate the chaos scripture to the 9th layer in merely 1 day's time, directly utilizing the power of the cosmos to reach the ultimate realm of body refinement. Thus, the foundational liquid is no longer needed." Fu Bo, feeling the loss of the foundational liquid was too great, decided to seek out a new disciple from the recently recruited students, ensuring that his extensive knowledge would endure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was struck with realization. Yet as he glanced down at his own form, he felt a sense of disbelief. Had he truly reached the limits of the body refinement realm? According to the words of my master, once one reaches the pinnacle of physical cultivation, one can possess a strength of 100,000 pounds. Do I truly possess such formidable power? Xiao Yun could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. It was as if he could transform into a superhuman in a single day. At that moment, he indeed sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him, his entire being brimming with vitality. Tian, unaware of Xiao Yun's fanciful thoughts, continued, "Disciple, you have now attained the extreme realm of physical cultivation. The next step is to comprehend the 10th layer of the chaos scripture and begin to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Progressing into the next realm of cultivation, the gathering chi realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun smiled faintly and confidently declared, "Master, do not worry. Within 3 days, I shall grasp the 10th layer of the chaos scripture." He still had 4 opportunities for enlightenment remaining, sufficient to elevate the chaos scripture to the 13th layer. Dition, observing the confident demeanor of Xiao Yun, felt a sense of helplessness. It had taken him 50 years to cultivate the chaos scripture to the 10th layer. Yet his disciple believed he could accomplish it in just 3 days. Nevertheless, having witnessed Xiao Yun ascend 9 layers in a single day, Dition could not help but believe in his disciple's confidence. However, he shook his head and, with a serious expression, advised Xiao Yun, "Disciple, you have misunderstood. I wish for you to temper your cultivation and not rush into comprehending the 10th layer of the chaos scripture." Master, may I ask why?" Xiao Yun inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "Should not a cultivator be bold and aggressive?" Dition replied with a wry smile. "Such words are meant for those of lesser talent to encourage their diligent training. However, you are different. As a prodigy, your cultivation speed is remarkably swift. Thus, to establish a more solid foundation, you must frequently temper your cultivation, ensuring that each realm you reach attains its theoretical limit." Xiao Yun suddenly understood. It was indeed to build a solid foundation. He nodded and said, "Master, I comprehend now. I shall refrain from breaking through for the time being." Dition, feeling somewhat speechless, recognized his disciple's unwavering confidence. Truly, comparing people can be disheartening. He continued to advise Xiao Yun, "Disciple, although you will temporarily suppress your cultivation, you may still practice some combat techniques to further explore the potential of your physical body, thereby transcending the extreme realm and entering the fabled realm of taboos." Transcending the extreme realm? The realm of taboos? Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Master, is not the extreme of the physical cultivation realm already the limit? Can one truly surpass it? What is this realm of taboos?" Dition explained. 100,000 pounds of strength is merely the theoretical limit of the extreme realm of physical cultivation, achievable only by exceptional geniuses. However, some individuals with unique physiques can indeed surpass this limit, attaining strengths of 110,000 pounds, 120,000 pounds, or even greater. This is the realm of taboos. Xiao Yun, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master, throughout the history of the cultivation world, what has been the maximum strength achievable at the extreme of physical cultivation?" Dition smiled slightly and replied, 100,000 at the extreme, doubled becomes the taboo. Each taboo doubles that limit, and 9 taboos elevate one to the divine. The ancestral figure of our chaotic sanctuary, the chaotic emperor, once achieved a formidable strength of 100,000 pounds in the realm of body refinement, entering the domain of the 9 bands. A realm also known as the divine band, signifying a territory accessible only to the divine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt somewhat speechless, realizing that the realm of body refinement could indeed reach such an extraordinary level, while he had merely attained 1/10 of that, far from the pinnacle. What he failed to comprehend was that an ordinary person could reach a strength of 70 to 80,000 pounds to enter the chi-gathering realm. And even the most exceptional geniuses only manage to achieve a maximum of 100,000 pounds. It is only those with extraordinary constitutions, the prodigies, who can glimpse the forbidden realms. Furthermore, the realm of body refinement is merely the initial stage of a cultivator's journey. Few are inclined to squander excessive time within this domain. Nevertheless, now that Xiao Yun was aware of this, he was resolute in his determination to reach the apex of body refinement. With unwavering determination, he gazed at Emperor Tian and declared, "Master, since our ancestral figure, the chaotic body, was able to accomplish this, so too can I. However, what should my next steps be to further enhance my strength?" Emperor Tian smiled gently, pleased with Xiao Yun's ambition. Although he did not believe Xiao Yun could reach the heights of the chaotic emperor, surpassing the extreme realm should not pose a problem. Thus, Emperor Tian replied with a smile, "To continue enhancing your physical strength, relying solely on cultivation methods will not suffice. You have already reached the extreme realm. Only through practicing battle techniques can you further unearth your potential. Moreover, the strength you possess now is merely raw power. It is through battle techniques that you can transform this strength into combat prowess." Chapter 10, The Quirky Junior Sister. What about combat skills? Xiao Yun inquired, gazing at the esteemed Dition before him. Dition shook his head with a smile and replied, "Combat skills cannot be learned indiscriminately. They must be tailored to suit each individual's innate talent and physique. In our chaos sacred land, there exists a celestial pavilion, which houses all of our combat techniques. Once you enter, the pavilion will automatically select the right skills for you. Is it truly that marvelous? Xiao Yun expressed his astonishment, quickly adding, "Then please, master, take me there at once." Tian chuckled gently. "My dear disciple, you are rather impatient. Bear in mind that haste makes waste. You have only just embarked on your cultivation journey for a day. There is no need to rush. Moreover, your Uncle Fu will be returning shortly, and his disciple will also select combat skills, allowing you to go together." That sounds good. Xiao Yun felt his heart settle as he resumed contemplating his own situation, striving to acclimate to the sudden surge of power within him. After all, his strength had increased dramatically, and he was still adjusting. Were he in the mortal realm, he might have already shattered the ground beneath him. Fortunately, the protective array of the heavenly hall safeguarded against his formidable might. Whoosh! Before long, Uncle Fu returned riding on a cloud. Behind him trailed a quirky little girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, clad in a green dress and sporting 2 playful braids, exuding an air of cuteness and grace. "Young master, congratulations on establishing an unparalleled foundation." Uncle Fu beamed as he noticed Xiao Yun had awakened from his meditation. The little girl behind him regarded Xiao Yun with curiosity. She had recognized him from the previous day when he struck the chaos bell in the square, as he had been the center of attention, shining brightly. "Uncle Fu, no need for such formalities. By the way, is this your disciple?" Xiao Yun asked, intrigued by the little girl following Uncle Fu. With a gentle smile, Uncle Fu introduced the girl. "Xiaoya, you should greet your senior brother." Lin Xiaoya blinked her large, expressive eyes, her curiosity palpable as she stared at Xiao Yun. With a playful grin, she chirped, "Lin Xiaoya meets her senior brother. I heard you relinquished your identity as the son of God. Is it true?" Uncle Fu's expression shifted, and he hastily reprimanded her. "Be quiet. Do not speak nonsense." Startled, Lin Xiaoya pouted, her big eyes brimming with tears, appearing pitiful and aggrieved. Xiao Yun smiled warmly and waved his hand. "Uncle Fu, there is no need for such severity. I voluntarily relinquished my identity as the son of God. How could I be angered by others discussing it? Furthermore, one day, I shall reclaim that position myself." Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu recalled Xiao Yun's astonishing talent displayed the night before and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, with your extraordinary gifts, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the position of the Son of God once more." Afterward, Uncle Fu led Lin Xiaoyu to pay their respects to Tian. Tian appraised Lin Xiaoyu with a mild smile and asked, "You possess considerable talent. You must have caused the chaos bell to ring 3 times yesterday, correct?" "Indeed." Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently. Tian then turned to Uncle Fu and remarked with a smile, "With such talent, combined with the foundation-building elixir I have prepared over the years, it should be no challenge for her to reach the realm of body refinement in the future. This girl is indeed fortunate." Uncle Fu chuckled. Lin Xiaoya blinked her large eyes, somewhat puzzled. Was it true that her future achievement in reaching the realm of body refinement was not solely due to her innate talent, but rather a stroke of luck? Seemingly perceiving Lin Xiaoya's confusion, Uncle Fu pointed to the bronze cauldron before them and said with a grin, "This is the foundation-building elixir that the master has meticulously prepared for the young master over many years. It is infused with various rare herbs and treasures, on par with those used by previous saints. Unfortunately, the young master has already entered the realm of body refinement and has no need for this elixir. So it is your good fortune now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya looked in shock at Xiao Yun beside her, her round, glistening eyes wide open as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Senior brother has entered the realm of body refinement? Didn't he just join the chaos sacred land with me yesterday? How could he have cultivated so quickly in just one night?" Uncle Fu, filled with pride, responded, "Your senior brother possesses unparalleled talent. Yesterday, while practicing the Chaos Sutra, he broke through 9 levels in a single day, directly allowing the power of heaven and earth to forge an unparalleled foundation for him and step into the realm of body refinement. This is far superior to entering the realm with the elixir, breaking through 9 levels in a single day." Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Coming from a prestigious family herself, she understood the immense difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra. She was astounded that Xiao Yun could achieve such a feat. His talent was truly extraordinary. Uncle Fu praised him, to which Xiao Yun humbly replied. Uncle Fu then playfully tapped Lin Xiaoya on the head and exclaimed, "Enough wasting time. Enter the cauldron immediately and practice the technique I have taught you. The young master is waiting to accompany you to the Star Pavilion to select combat techniques. Do not keep him waiting." "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded in response, and with a wave of Uncle Fu's hand, Her body involuntarily soared above the bronze cauldron before slowly descending into it. Xiao Yun observed curiously from the side. As the power of heaven and earth had assisted him in establishing his foundation, sparing him from the need for the elixir. Once Lin Xiaoya entered the cauldron, she immediately cried out, "Wow, it's so hot. Master, are you trying to cook me?" Uncle Fu's expression darkened as he reprimanded her. "If you cannot endure this little pain, how can you hope to cultivate the great Tao? Enough chatter, quickly operate the technique and diligently absorb the elixir. These medicinal liquids are invaluable treasures. Wasting even a drop would cost your entire family dearly. But it's really so hot." Lin Xiaoya continued to wail. Xiao Yun watched with trepidation, relieved that he had the advantage of enlightenment, for otherwise, he would be enduring the same ordeal. As for Lin Xiaoya, she remained in the cauldron for 3 full hours, until noon, when Uncle Fu finally retrieved her. Uncle Fu waved his hand, drying Lin Xiaoya's clothes in an instant. Though she had cried out in distress for the entirety of the morning, she now appeared more invigorated than ever, her face alight with curiosity as she examined her body. Her round, twinkling eyes sparkled with excitement. What tremendous power! I must have attained the pinnacle of body refinement, possessing at least 50,000 pounds of strength. Uncle Fu could not help but admonish her. What is there to boast about? Your senior brother, without the aid of these foundational liquids, already possesses a strength of 100,000 pounds. You still have a long way to go. My senior brother is a freak. I cannot possibly compare myself to him. Lin Xiaoya retorted with a pout. Beside them, Xiao Yun's expression darkened. All right, Ah Fu, please escort them to the Starry Pavilion to select their combat techniques. Di Tian remarked with a smile. Uncle Fu nodded in agreement and summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya as they soared away from Emperor Peak. Chapter 11. Testing Combat Strength. The Starry Pavilion is located in the outer sect area, a considerable distance from the inner sect region where the Imperial Peak resides. Even with Uncle Fu leading Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya in flight, it takes an hour to reach their destination. Nevertheless, throughout the journey, neither Xiao Yun nor Lin Xiaoya exhibited the slightest impatience, for the scenery within the chaos sacred land is nothing short of breathtaking. The mountains below, shrouded in mist, are suffused with an ethereal aura, presenting a picturesque landscape that embodies the essence of heaven and earth. Wow, this place is truly magnificent. When I am able to fly, I shall explore our chaos sacred land thoroughly, Lin Xiaoya chirped excitedly, akin to a joyful lark. Uncle Fu smiled and remarked, once you enter the third realm of cultivation, the divine bridge realm, you will be able to condense your spirit and fly with your sword. As they conversed, they had already entered the outer sect area, where masters were few and far between. Unlike Uncle Fu, who could soar through the clouds, the others, as he had mentioned, flew on their swords, weaving through the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of sword light crisscrossed the heavens and earth freely, exuding an air of elegance. Lin Xiaoya watched with envy, her bright, sparkling eyes filled with yearning. Xiao Yun, too, wore a look of longing. It must be said that witnessing the disciples of the chaos sacred land, hands behind their backs, riding their swords and soaring through the sky, was a sight of pure delight. Suddenly, the clouds ahead parted to reveal a vast plaza in their sight. Xiao Yun noted a grand pavilion within the plaza, suffused with celestial light, towering into the clouds, magnificent and imposing. This is the Starry Pavilion. Uncle Fu exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he descended with Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya onto the plaza. The plaza was bustling with activity, with thousands of individuals queuing to enter the Starry Pavilion. Uncle Fu frowned and shook his head, saying, "It is uncommon for so many to visit the Starry Pavilion. This influx is due to the recruitment of numerous new disciples yesterday, hence the crowd here to select combat techniques. Let us wait in line." "I am not in a hurry," Xiao Yun remarked with a smile. Uncle Fu nodded in agreement. At that moment, a lively commotion arose from the front. He possesses 5,000 gene of strength, having reached the perfected state of body refinement. This disciple only joined yesterday and has achieved such mastery in a single day. With such talent, he is bound to become a potential holy son. An envious voice echoed from the crowd. Lin Xiaoya's eyes lit up at once, her love for excitement evident as she exclaimed, "Master, senior brother, let us hurry over to have a look. It seems someone is testing their combat strength." Uncle Fu smiled faintly. There is a stone tablet before the Starry Pavilion designated for testing the combat strength of new disciples in the body refinement stage. However, with the young master's prowess, such a test is unnecessary. "Master, senior brother doesn't need a test, but I would like to." Lin Xiaoya pouted. And without waiting for a response, she tugged at Xiao Yun and dashed forward. Uncle Fu could only shake his head helplessly and follow after them. Before long, the trio beheld a magnificent stone tablet, resplendent with radiant colors and adorned with swirling runes, resembling an ancient behemoth standing tall beside the star pavilion. Beneath the stone tablet stood a young man, his face alight with pride, for inscribed upon the tablet was the impressive figure of 50,000. The onlookers gasped in awe, showering praises upon the youth beneath the tablet, which only served to inflate his ego further. Lin Xiaoya, however, merely curled her lip, her countenance betraying her disdain as she muttered, "Is it merely 50,000? What is so remarkable about that? I can do it too." A middle-aged man nearby, overhearing her words, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiaoya and chuckled, "Little girl, do not speak so foolishly. A strength of 50,000 signifies mastery at the body refinement stage. Only a select few geniuses possess such power immediately after foundation establishment. Indeed, you seem to lack understanding. Refrain from making such remarks. Where did this naive girl come from, devoid of insight? Truly, she is all hair and no wisdom." The surrounding crowd echoed similar sentiments. Lin Xiaoya, her face flushed with indignation, bared her teeth in a snarl, her adorable little fangs peeking out, yet her charming appearance offered no intimidation. The young man beneath the tablet, now alerted, turned to Lin Xiaoya with a mocking grin, saying, "I recognize you, Lin Xiaoya. Yesterday, you struck the chaos bell 3 times, while I managed 4. Your talent pales in comparison to mine. How dare you boast before me? Utterly ignorant and exceedingly arrogant." Lin Xiaoya was not one to endure insults quietly. She could no longer contain her fury as she strode up to the young man, exclaiming, "Is it merely 50,000? What is so impressive about that? Allow me to demonstrate." "Please." The young man extended his palm, graciously clearing the way, yet his face was a mask of derision, clearly doubting that Lin Xiaoya could surpass the 50,000 mark. "Humph, keep your eyes wide open." Lin Xiaoya retorted angrily, then approached the stone tablet, swinging her petite fists and striking the surface with great force. The crowd watched with curiosity as the moment her fist made contact, a cascade of silver light enveloped the entire tablet. Silver light? How is that possible? Only a strike exceeding 50,000 would invoke such illumination. Could this little girl have reached the pinnacle of body refinement? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, faces etched with disbelief. The young man beside her now wore a look of shock and incredulity. He had witnessed Lin Xiaoya sound the chaos bell only 3 times. Surely her talent could not rival his, and yet, how could she achieve such mastery after foundation establishment? As the young man grappled with his confusion, the silver light faded, revealing a sequence of numbers, 58,000. Though still within the 50,000 range, it surpassed the previous young man's score by a remarkable 7,000 pounds. The crowd erupted in exclamations of wonder, showering Lin Xiaoya with accolades, bringing her immense joy. As for the young man, upon glimpsing the numbers inscribed on the stone tablet, he had already scurried away into the crowd, seeking refuge in his embarrassment. Lin Xiaoya returned with an air of pride, playfully smiling at Uncle Fu. "Master, I hope I haven't brought you shame." Uncle Fu reprimanded sternly, "As cultivators, we must not harbor a spirit of arrogance. Such imprudence warrants that upon your return, you shall write the character for steadiness say 1,000 times. "Oh," Lin Xiaoya pouted in displeasure. At that moment, as the crowd turned their gaze toward her, they also noticed Xiao Yun nearby, which elicited a chorus of astonished gasps. "It is the divine son." "What divine son?" "It is Xiao Yun. He is no longer the divine son. Has he truly relinquished that title? He appears quite ordinary. Could it be that the holy master discerned his mediocrity and thus expelled him from his position? Indeed, one could not dismiss such a possibility. A figure of such stature could hardly abandon his role so easily. It is likely that he resorted to deceit during yesterday's trial, which triggered the 9 tolls of the chaos bell, only to be discovered by the holy master. He has arrived as well, presumably having established his foundation. One wonders how much power he possesses. I doubt he has even reached 10,000 pounds, as the cultivation of the Chaos Sutra is notoriously arduous. It is said that even the first layer requires a month of dedication. As the murmurs swirled around him, Xiao Yun felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, some filled with curiosity, others tinged with mockery. Chapter 12. Questioned by others listening to the mocking remarks. Xiao Yun remained silent, yet Lin Xiaoya, standing beside him, could no longer contain her displeasure. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "Silence. My senior brother willingly relinquished his identity as the son. He did not cheat. Little girl, do you comprehend the privileges that come with being a son? Any person of sound mind would never forfeit such an esteemed position. Are you suggesting that your senior brother is a fool? One individual mocked. Lin Xiaoya glared at him defiantly. My senior brother is certainly no fool. Then why did he abandon his status as the son? In my opinion, he must have resorted to cheating to ring the chaotic bell, which led to his expulsion from that position by the Saint Master. The man retorted with a cold smirk. Xiao Yun fixed a chilling gaze upon him. This individual had persistently targeted him, unlike the others who merely expressed a fleeting sense of schadenfreude. It was evident that he was deliberately antagonizing him. Master, this person was once a follower of our master, but was expelled for his improper conduct. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for our master, and has since allied himself with one of our master's adversaries. Suddenly, the voice of Uncle Fu echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. Realization dawned upon Xiao Yun. This was clearly an enemy of his master, which explained the relentless hostility directed at him. Just then, Uncle Fu stepped forward. Casting a cold glance at the man opposite him, he declared, Zhu Ping. The Saint Master has already issued a decree affirming that the young master voluntarily relinquished his position as the son. Your slanderous remarks are tantamount to questioning the Saint Master's decree. Zhu Ping scoffed. What a grand accusation. I cannot bear such a heavy title. However, I cannot be bothered to concern myself with a cheater, unlike my young master, who possesses genuine innate talent. Ringing the chaotic bell 5 times and attaining the consummate state of body refinement, he now exudes the presence of a son. As he spoke, Zhu Ping moved aside, allowing a richly dressed youth to emerge. He appeared youthful, yet his deep-set eyes shimmered with a brilliance akin to lightning, radiating an extraordinary aura. It was Chu Jingxiao, the only other super genius besides Xiao Yun who had rung the chaotic bell 5 times yesterday. Rumor had it that he had become a disciple of the esteemed Elder Tianyi, the second-ranked elder within their sect, and was on the verge of entering the heavenly realm. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Jingxiao had already reached the consummate state of body refinement. It seemed that within a few months, he would attain the pinnacle of body refinement and inevitably ascend to the position of son. The crowd marveled in awe. Xiao Yun cast a casual glance at Chu Jingxiao. He did not recognize this individual. Moreover, there had been no one who rang the chaotic bell 5 times before him yesterday, indicating that this person had tested after him. Chu Jingxiao, in turn, scrutinized Xiao Yun, his eyes flickering with jealousy and resentment. Yesterday, he had rung the chaotic bell 5 times and should have rightfully claimed the top rank among his peers, thereby achieving fame and recognition. However, due to Xiao Yun's 9 rings resonating prior, all attention had shifted to him, leaving even this 5-ring super genius overshadowed. Thus, Chu Jingxiao harbored a sense of animosity towards Xiao Yun, tempered with a greater pang of jealousy. After observing Xiao Yun for a moment, Chu Jingxiao suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He turned to Zhu Ping beside him and smiled gently. Your praise is unwarranted, Steward Zhu. My master has remarked that senior brother Xiao possesses extraordinary talent. Had he not cultivated the chaos scripture, he would undoubtedly have reached the pinnacle in a single day. I still have a long way to go. Despite his modest words, Chu Jingxiao then approached the stone monument. The onlookers understood that he was about to test his combat prowess and turned their attention intently towards him. With a commanding stride, Chu Jingxiao swiftly reached the stone tablet and delivered a powerful punch. A resounding explosion echoed as a brilliant silver light erupted forth, cascading like the Milky Way from the heavens, dazzling in its brilliance. The crowd gasped in awe, realizing that such intense silver radiance indicated that Chu Jingxiao's combat strength was indeed formidable, far surpassing the threshold of 50,000. As anticipated, when the silver light dissipated, the number 90,000 appeared upon the stone tablet. Instantly, a chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. 90,000 in combat strength. He had perfected the physical cultivation realm. To reach such a level in a single day is a testament to his exceptional gifts. The spectators marveled, their expressions a blend of disbelief and admiration. Standing beneath the stone tablet, Chu Jingxiao's eyes glimmered with a hint of pride. He was still young, and despite his measured demeanor, he could not suppress his desire to showcase his triumph. However, it was clear that Chu Jingxiao possessed considerable astuteness. As he listened to the accolades, he waved his hand modestly, shaking his head in humility. You flatter me, esteemed guests. I merely struck the chaos bell 5 times, far inferior to senior brother Xiao, who has struck it 9 times. Let us turn our attention to his performance. With that, Chu Jingxiao withdrew from the stone tablet and returned to Zhu Ping's side, wearing a beaming smile as he regarded Xiao Yun. In light of Chu Jingshao's remarks, the other attendees redirected their gazes toward Xiao Yun. Fu Bo transmitted a message to Xiao Yun. Young master, this boy, despite his youth, is adept at swaying public sentiment and possesses a profound depth. We must remain vigilant of him. Fu Bo, having lived for several centuries, had witnessed more than Chu Jingshao could fathom and immediately discerned his intentions. This was a calculated move to compel Xiao Yun into testing his combat strength. Should Xiao Yun hesitate, it could leave an impression of timidity and weakness among the crowd. However, Fu Bo was untroubled, for he held unwavering confidence in Xiao Yun. After all, Xiao Yun was on the 9th level of his cultivation. A celestial force at the pinnacle, who could rival him? Chu Jingshao and Zhu Ping believed that Xiao Yun, having practiced the chaos scripture, would be unable to comprehend it in a single day and thus would not possess considerable combat strength. Regrettably for them, they gravely underestimated Xiao Yun's innate abilities. Brother, go show these narrow-minded individuals what you are truly capable of, Lin Xiaoya urged from the sidelines, feeling a sense of frustration. Her brother was undeniably formidable, yet these people dared to question his talent. They were truly ignorant. Xiao Yun smiled lightly, preparing to step forward and test his strength when a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. New task. Astonish those around you, creating a sensation. Reward. 3 instances of sudden enlightenment. Note, this task can be infinitely stacked. At last, the task had arrived. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Xiao Yun's heart surged with excitement. His moments of enlightenment had become scarce, and the timing of this task from the system was simply exquisite. Moreover, this task was astonishingly capable of being stacked without limit, allowing him the opportunity to accumulate numerous moments of insight. Xiao Yun couldn't help but cast another glance at the system's latest task, to astonish the crowd and create a sensation. Wasn't this essentially compelling him to flaunt? In concise terms, showboating. The upcoming test of strength presented an excellent opportunity. A smile crept onto Xiao Yun's face as he silently expressed gratitude to the system for its thoughtfulness. He had fortuitously stumbled upon a chance for enlightenment. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yun approached the stone tablet. The chaotic scripture was universally acknowledged as the most difficult cultivation method in the realm. Within a mere day, he had scarcely grasped the first layer, likely lacking even 1,000 pounds of strength. Not far off, Zhu Ping scoffed derisively. Chu Jingshao replied with a slight smile, Zhu Steward, your words are misguided. While others may struggle to comprehend the chaotic scripture in a single day, Brother Xiao is a prodigious talent, having summoned the chaotic bell to toll 9 times. I firmly believe he can achieve it. Fu Bo cast a cold glance at the two, one belittling and the other extolling. Their synergy was indeed remarkable. Yet, they woefully underestimated the young master's innate talent. This time, they would be left utterly astonished. Boom. Just then, Xiao Yun delivered a powerful punch to the stone tablet. Ouch. My hand hurts, he exclaimed, feigning pain as he rubbed his fist. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Chu Jingshao and Zhu Ping wore mocking smiles, but their expressions soon froze. For the stone tablet suddenly burst forth with blinding golden light, akin to a sun rising abruptly, its radiance fierce and dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. It was golden light. Such brilliance could only manifest upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. How could this be? He had achieved the pinnacle of body refinement in just 1 day. My heavens! What extraordinary talent is this? A reincarnation of an ancient sage? The square erupted in gasps of astonishment, a wave of commotion enveloping the scene. Chapter 13. The apex of power beside the starry pavilion. The stone tablet erupted in a radiant golden light, enveloping the entire square in a resplendent glow. Onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, gasping in disbelief at the spectacle before them. During the assessment, the appearance of golden light signified that the individual had entered the realm of body refinement. Indeed, as the golden light gradually dissipated, a staggering number revealed itself upon the stone tablet. 100,000. 100,000 pounds of strength, unmistakably indicative of the body refinement pinnacle. Heavens! Xiao Yun had merely just established his foundation, yet he had already reached the apex of body refinement. Such talent was undoubtedly that of a holy son. What holy son? He is a divine son who has willingly relinquished that identity. Truly, he is deserving of the 9 chimes of the chaos bell, a peerless prodigy. The crowd erupted in exclamations, their gazes towards Xiao Yun devoid of mockery, replaced instead by awe and astonishment. Achieving the body refinement pinnacle immediately after foundation establishment is a rarity, even within the chaos sacred land. accomplished only by a select few holy sons. Thus, Xiao Yun's innate talent was beyond question. No one dared to doubt it any longer. Damn it, how could this happen? Nearby, Zhu Ping gazed up at the astonishing number on the stone tablet, his expression dark and incredulous. Beside him, Chu Jingxiao stared blankly at the digits. Having merely jested about Xiao Yun earlier, only to find that Xiao Yun truly achieved one day to the pinnacle, a bitter irony for him. He. I knew my senior brother was the strongest. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with delight upon seeing the number on the tablet, hands on her hips, pointing at Zhu Ping and Chu Jingxiao, mocking, didn't you dare belittle my senior brother? Now you've witnessed his prowess. Let us go. Chu Jingxiao's face flushed crimson as he felt the weight of the crowd's stares. He wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Utterly embarrassed, Zhu Ping, too, scurried away alongside Chu Jingxiao. Ha ha ha, senior brother, look at how they flee in disgrace. Lin Xiaoya felt a surge of satisfaction, shaking Xiao Yun's arm in excitement. Xiao Yun smiled gently. As he was currently reviewing his system, he had successfully elicited gasps from those around him, causing a commotion that fulfilled his system's task, granting him 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At this moment, he had a total of 7 opportunities remaining. Still insufficient, he mused. The number of insights required for cultivating the chaos scripture was excessively high, and he needed to continue accumulating them. Fortunately, he would not lack tasks in the future. He merely had to continue showing off. Each display would grant him 3 opportunities for enlightenment, an exhilarating prospect. However, this meant he could no longer practice modestly. He must consistently seek opportunities to showcase his prowess. The purpose of showing off was to elicit admiration, and thus, he could not afford to practice in obscurity. He needed to stand at the forefront of the cultivation world, riding the wave of recognition. Fortunately, Xiao Yun harbored no aversion to this situation. After all, he had caused the chaos bell to toll 9 times, thus earning a formidable reputation within the chaos holy land. Even if he wished to maintain a low profile, it was a feat beyond his grasp. He felt an urgent need to break through to the extreme realm and step into the forbidden domain, which would undoubtedly continue to evoke astonishment from those around him. Xiao Yun had already begun contemplating how to cultivate a more impressive persona, as such displays would grant him moments of enlightenment, a necessity he reluctantly accepted. Senior brother, it's our turn. Let us swiftly enter the Star Pavilion and select our battle techniques. Suddenly, the voice of Lin Xiaoya rang out beside him. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze and noticed that their group had arrived at the entrance of the Star Pavilion. The grand doors of the Star Pavilion were expansive, accommodating more than 10 individuals at once, thus facilitating a swift queue. Without delay, Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya entered the Star Pavilion. Wow! As they stepped inside, Lin Xiaoya gasped in awe. Xiao Yun too was taken aback, for the Star Pavilion encompassed a myriad of spatial wonders. Above them, stars shimmered brilliantly, and towering pillars reached towards the heavens, evoking the sensation of being at the edge of the universe, a truly magnificent sight. Even more astonishing was the fact that the stars above were in constant motion, occasionally falling and landing in the hands of those nearby, revealing ancient tomes. Close your eyes and concentrate, awaiting the Star Pavilion to select your battle techniques. A resonant voice echoed among the gathered crowd. Xiao Yun recognized this as the voice of a powerful guardian of the Chaos Holy Land overseeing the Star Pavilion, prompting him to promptly shut his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yun remained unaware that his display of mastery and body refinement had attracted considerable attention from numerous formidable beings within the Chaos Holy Land, including his own master, the esteemed Elder Ditian. A distinguished elder turned to Ditian with a smile, saying, Ditian, given Xiao Yun's extraordinary talent, he is likely to be bestowed with a supreme battle technique by the Star Pavilion. Ditian smiled faintly, replying, that should indeed be the case. After all, to cause the chaos bell to toll 9 times, the Star Pavilion ought to categorize him among the elite. Humph! A chilling voice resonated from a distance, as a hazy figure sat cross-legged amidst the void, enveloped by a sea of mist, exuding an intimidating aura. Ditian cast a sidelong glance at the figure, sneering. Tiani, were you not in seclusion striving for the heavenly realm? What brings you out? Have you failed? Boom. As Ditian finished speaking, the hazy figure erupted with a formidable presence, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. It was a half-step into the heavenly realm. Clearly, Tian was on the brink of entering that exalted state. The assembly of elders and esteemed figures marveled at this display. Ditian's expression grew solemn. The figure known as Tian scoffed, Ditian, While your combat prowess is remarkable, you ultimately remain unable to step into the heavenly realm. In 100 years, you will merely be dust. Your disciple, Xiao Yun, is no different. No matter how unparalleled his gifts, he will end up as nothing more than a fleeting meteor. Conversely, my disciple, Chu Jingxiao, will follow in my footsteps, reaching the heavenly realm, and may even aspire to glimpse the realm of saints. Di Tian's expression darkened as he retorted with scorn, "No matter how you put it, you are merely my defeated subordinate. And your disciple will inevitably be a subordinate of my disciple as well. A momentary defeat signifies nothing. I shall ascend to the realm of the heavens, extending my lifespan by another 1,000 years, while you will be reduced to ashes. In the future, the world shall recognize me, Tian Yi, as a formidable being of the celestial realm, and you, Di Tian, shall fade from memory." Tian Yi spoke coldly, witnessing the heated exchange between the two. The elder and the senior elders urged, "Why must you two be at odds? We all belong to the same sect and should unite in purpose." At that moment, within the star pavilion below, a dim star fell into Xiao Yun's hands. The crowd, taken aback by this scene, stared in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. "Is this a third-rate combat technique?" One elder murmured, his expression one of astonishment. After all, this was a prodigy that had caused the chaos bell to toll 9 times. How could it be bestowed with the lowest tier of combat techniques by the Star Pavilion? Chapter 14. Mediocre Combat Techniques. It was utterly astonishing that the esteemed elders and senior members of the sect had not anticipated that the Starry Pavilion would bestow upon Xiao Yun the most inferior combat technique. Did the Starry Pavilion perceive Xiao Yun's talent as merely mediocre? Such a notion was preposterous. How could a prodigy capable of awakening the chaotic bell 9 times be considered ordinary? What was happening? Di Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Has the Starry Pavilion made an error? How could Xiao Yun be granted the lowest tier of combat techniques?" Not far away, Tian Yi felt a sense of surprise. Yet he seized the opportunity to mock Di Tian. "Ha ha ha, it seems my disciple was right. This lad must have relied on deceit to deceive the chaotic bell into ringing 9 times. His true talent is likely quite ordinary." Di Tian retorted coldly, "Tian Yi, do you truly understand what the chaotic bell represents? It is a divine weapon of the emperor. Even a sage would struggle to deceive it. Unless Xiao Yun is backed by a quasi-emperor, which could potentially explain the bell's response. Who knows?" Tian Yi replied with a gleeful smirk. "You and I are both aware that Xiao Yun's talent is quite mundane, and the ancestors and fossilized beings share this belief. Now, the Starry Pavilion seems to concur as well. Perhaps there is something else extraordinary about him that caused the chaotic bell to resonate 9 times, rather than his innate talent." The assembly of esteemed elders and senior members nodded in agreement, finding this reasoning more persuasive. After all, the chaotic bell could not be easily deceived. Perhaps, as Tian Yi suggested, Xiao Yun's ability to invoke the bell's response was not due to his own talent, but rather some other factor. "Impossible," Di Tian exclaimed sharply. "Such utter nonsense. Tian Yi, my disciple Xiao Yun possesses unparalleled talent. Last night, he comprehended the chaotic scripture and reached the 9th level in a single day. Drawing the essence of heaven and earth into his body and refining his star power, directly stepping into the ultimate realm, forging an unparalleled foundation. How could he possibly be an ordinary individual? What? The 9th level in a single day? That is the chaotic scripture, the most challenging cultivation technique in existence." The gathered elders gasped in astonishment. Tian Yi's heart raced momentarily, but he quickly responded with a derisive smile. "Di Tian, this is merely your one-sided assertion. Perhaps yesterday you exhausted your own energy to assist Xiao Yun in achieving the 9th level in a day. Otherwise, how could someone attain the 9th level in a single day with a technique as elite as the chaotic scripture? If memory serves, it took you 30 years to reach the 9th level, which already shattered previous records." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast doubtful glances toward Di Tian. Indeed, achieving the 9th level in a single day was astonishing. Di Tian had spent 30 years mastering the 9th level of the chaotic scripture, which had already stirred commotion within the chaotic Holy Land. However, the prospect of achieving it in just 1 day was simply too shocking to be believed. Di Tian himself was deeply astonished. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it difficult to accept. Thus he fully understood the skepticism surrounding him. However, he could not allow anyone to question his disciple. He bellowed at the crowd, "I, Emperor Tian, swear by the great Tao that what I just said is the absolute truth." The crowd was taken aback, Swearing by the great Tao was no trivial matter. To violate such an oath would render the comprehension of the Tao exceedingly difficult, leaving no possibility for further advancement in cultivation. Could it be that Xiao Yun truly possessed the extraordinary potential of the ninth layer, aided by the heavens? This revelation was rather shocking. Not far away, Tian, upon witnessing Emperor Tian's oath, could not help but sneer, "Emperor Tian, you have but a century of life left. And the prospect of entering the celestial realm is already beyond you. Even if you were to lie and break your oath, the consequences would be negligible." The crowd glanced at Emperor Tian with skepticism, for Tian's words bore a semblance of truth. "Fool!" Emperor Tian, enraged, glared at Tian and coldly replied, "Since you do not believe, I shall not waste my breath. My disciple will prove his strength in due time. He has already proven himself." Tian scoffed, casting his gaze down at the starry pavilion, taunting, "Third-rate combat technique TSK, such rudimentary skills. It appears that in the eyes of the starry pavilion, his talent is deemed the most inferior, relegating him to the ranks of the ordinary." Emperor Tian's expression darkened, yet he found himself unable to refute, for indeed, the starry pavilion had conferred upon Xiao Yun a third-rate combat technique. Simultaneously, confusion brewed in his heart. Meanwhile, within the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun stared in bewilderment at the mountain-cleaving fist in his hand, alongside the insignia indicating it was a third-rate combat technique. Third-rate combat technique? Does the starry pavilion truly hold me in such low regard? Have they deemed my talent worthy only of such meager skills? Xiao Yun was deeply displeased, exceedingly so. Prior to his arrival, his master, Emperor Tian, had informed him that combat techniques were classified into 6 tiers: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top-tier, super, and ultimate. The third-rate was the lowest, reserved for those of ordinary talent and the most commonplace aptitude. Xiao Yun could not help but glance at Lin Xiaya beside him, who held a resplendent ancient tome, revealing a first-rate combat technique, Thousand Shadows Whip. Xiao Yun's lips twitched. His junior sister had acquired a first-rate technique, while he was relegated to a third-rate one. This was profoundly embarrassing. "Senior brother, what combat technique did you obtain? Surely it must be a super technique?" At that moment, Lin Xiaya opened her eyes, quickly looking toward Xiao Yun. Upon seeing the third-rate technique in his hand, she gasped. "How is this possible? Senior brother, you received only a third-rate technique? This is absolutely inconceivable." "What? Xiao Yun obtained a third-rate technique? My heavens! Has the starry pavilion made an error? With his talent, he ought to have received a super technique. What could this possibly mean? How could Xiao Yun be bestowed a third-rate technique by the starry pavilion?" The onlookers, having heard Lin Xiaya's exclamation, turned their attention towards them. And soon gasps filled the air. The fact that Xiao Yun had been granted a third-rate combat technique was astonishingly unexpected for them. According to Xiao Yun's exceptional talents, he ought to have been bestowed with a superlative combat skill, or at the very least, a top-tier technique. Suddenly, the host elicited yet another wave of astonishment, creating a sensation, and was rewarded with 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in irritation. This reward was rather displeasing. However, upon examining the system, he discovered that he possessed an astonishing total of 13 enlightenment opportunities, which left him perplexed. It is worth noting that prior to entering the starry pavilion, he had only 7 opportunities. Now, with the addition of 3, he should have merely 10. How could it have escalated to 13? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, the esteemed elders above the starry pavilion had already exclaimed in admiration for him once, which had been accounted for by the system. Chapter 15. Cultivating in public. Standing within the star pavilion, holding the third-rate combat technique, the mountain-breaking fist, Xiao Yun wore a visage of discontent. The peculiar gazes from those around him further exacerbated his irritation. Lin Xiaya, standing beside him, offered words of consolation. "Senior brother, do not be upset. Perhaps there has been a mistake on the part of the star pavilion." A nearby individual chuckled, "Lin Xiaya, the star pavilion has existed for countless ages and has never erred before." Lin Xiaya shot him a glare and retorted, "My senior brother has reached the one-day peak. Do you truly believe his talent to be lacking?" At this, the man fell silent. This was indeed a source of confusion for all present. How could one who attained the one-day peak possibly possess ordinary qualifications? The mystery was profound. Sighing internally, Xiao Yun alone understood that his ability to resonate the chaos bell 9 times and reach the one-day peak was solely due to the system that enabled him to enter a state of epiphany. His talent. There was no point in dwelling on it. Speaking further would only lead to tears. Regardless, with the system at his disposal, what did it matter if his talent was mediocre? He would rise nonetheless. Regaining his composure, he glared at the star pavilion before him, feeling a surge of anger. Star pavilion, heed my words. My talent is not for you to judge. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. The techniques I wield are my own to choose. Bring forth your strongest techniques so that I may select. Xiao Yun proclaimed, his voice echoing into the sky. Lin Xiaoya gazed at her senior brother in awe. Her cheeks flushed and her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Senior brother, you are simply too magnificent. Above the star pavilion, the esteemed elders and grand elders could not help but smile at Xiao Yun's words. This young man was certainly not one to back down. It was only natural for one at the one-day peak to be confident in their abilities. The curiosity regarding the decision of the grand elder guarding the star pavilion was palpable. As discussions ensued, within the star pavilion, stars twinkled, and among them, the most radiant of several dozen celestial bodies suddenly fell, appearing before Xiao Yun. Clearly, the grand elder had decided to allow Xiao Yun to choose his combat techniques himself. The star pavilion truly permitted him to select his techniques. Those present widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief, as they turned their gazes toward the light of the stars before Xiao Yun. At that moment, the celestial lights gradually dissipated, revealing dozens of ancient tomes. The ninefold overlord fist, the supreme Tai Chi palm, the god-slaying scatter hand, the divine might of the nine heavens, the Bagua universe palm, the divine wind step, the sea of blades, the sword that crosses time, the heaven-slaying sword style. Each of these dozens of techniques was a supreme combat skill, leaving the onlookers in awe, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Yet, while they could only admire from a distance, they would not dare to choose, for the higher the rank of a technique, the greater the difficulty of mastering it. The body refinement realm represents merely the initial stage for cultivators who do not wish to squander excessive time in this phase, as it proves to be quite impractical. Even if one were to dominate the body refinement realm, a master at the divine bridge realm could effortlessly eliminate them. Only those with prodigious talent, who cultivate at an extraordinary pace and envision boundless prospects for the future, would delve deeply into the body refinement realm to unearth their potential and establish a formidable foundation. Ordinary individuals would not undertake such endeavors. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun gazed at the plethora of superlative martial techniques before him, and could not help but inquire, Starry Pavilion, why do you only offer superlative martial techniques? Are there no ultimate techniques? The crowd, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. One would think that being dissatisfied with superlative techniques was audacious. The Starry Pavilion seemed taken aback by Xiao Yun's question and fell into a momentary silence. At that moment, the esteemed elders above the pavilion could only chuckle and shake their heads. This lad is evidently unaware of the true essence of ultimate techniques, teased one senior elder, jesting towards Tian. As a master, you are rather remiss. Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at Xiao Yun and felt compelled to clarify. Disciple, ultimate techniques are those that one creates oneself, tailored to their own cultivation, capable of unleashing their utmost strength, hence they are deemed ultimate. The superlative techniques before you are, in fact, ultimate for their creators. In your hands, they can only manifest as superlative techniques, unless you can innovate upon their foundations to forge techniques of a higher caliber, which would then rightfully be your ultimate techniques. Within the Starry Pavilion, upon hearing Tian's voice, Xiao Yun's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Master, how did you come to be here? Tian urged, select your techniques swiftly. Do not be greedy or indecisive. Choose just one. The body refinement realm is merely the first stage for cultivators. There is no need to delay excessively. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, became indignant. He proclaimed loudly, as a disciple, I wish to demonstrate my talent to the Starry Pavilion. With that, he grasped all 6 superlative techniques before him: 9 turns overbearing fist, Taiji divine palm, Godslayer's scatterhand, divine wind step, 10,000 blades convergence, and heaven-slaying sword technique. The onlookers in the Starry Pavilion were left in utter disbelief, regarding Xiao Yun as though he were a lunatic. To cultivate 6 superlative techniques, do you intend to linger in the body refinement realm for centuries? This is sheer folly. Tian observed Xiao Yun's actions with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. The elder Tian across from him scoffed. Tian, regardless of this child's innate talent, one must question his intellect. He appears to be quite daft. You will need to provide him with ample guidance. Cultivating 6 superlative techniques would take even a sane over a century. Tian's expression darkened considerably. Within the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun cast a glance at the crowd, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Did they truly believe him to be a fool? His actions were merely a means to incite their astonishment, creating a sensation that would yield rewards from the system. Indeed, while Xiao Yun was examining the system, he discovered that his moments of enlightenment had increased to 19, a remarkable rise of 6. It was evident that his earlier demand for the starry pavilion to reveal the supreme combat techniques had left the onlookers astounded. Subsequently, he had selected 6 supreme combat techniques in one go, further astonishing the crowd, thus completing 2 system tasks. The ease with which he acquired these moments of enlightenment was astonishing. Now, how could he continue to elicit their astonishment? An idea sparked in his mind. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up as he thought of a plan. He promptly retrieved the 9 turns Overlord Fist from his pocket and opened it with a swish. As he opened the 9 turns Overlord Fist, golden characters leapt forth, rushing into Xiao Yun's mind. Instantly, the cultivation methods of the 9 turns Overlord Fist manifested within his consciousness. System, I wish to utilize a moment of enlightenment. Xiao Yun silently intoned, preparing to cultivate this technique to perfection before the gathered spectators, aiming once again to astonish them. Meanwhile, those around him, including the esteemed elders hovering above the starry pavilion, watched Xiao Yun's actions with curiosity. What was he attempting? Why had he closed his eyes? Was he intending to practice a combat technique here? It was absurd. The difficulty of mastering a supreme combat technique was immense. Even a holy son would find it challenging to succeed without years of dedication. Was this young man truly attempting to practice a supreme technique in public? Such a display seemed merely an act for attention. Mastering a technique of this caliber could hardly be accomplished in mere moments. The onlookers, along with the elders above the starry pavilion, shook their heads in skepticism regarding Xiao Yun's endeavors. However, Tian's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on Xiao Yun below. He had witnessed Xiao Yun ascend 9 levels in a single day, effortlessly mastering even the arduous Chaos Sutra. Was it not a trivial task for him to cultivate these supreme combat techniques? Tian's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 16. The 9 Transformations of Body Refinement Within the Starry Pavilion. Xiao Yun sat with his eyes firmly shut, immersing himself in the comprehension of the formidable martial art. The 9 Transformations Overbearing Fist. Upon entering a state of profound enlightenment, his mind became remarkably clear, inspiration surged within him, and he resonated harmoniously with the principles of the universe. What was once an obscure and intricate technique now appeared astonishingly simple to him, akin to transforming a university examination into a mere elementary school test. The complexity diminished to its most basic form. How enlightening! Lost in this epiphany, Xiao Yun swiftly grasped the essence of the 9 Transformations Overbearing Fist. He then opened his eyes and began to execute this extraordinary combat technique. Whoosh! As his eyes fluttered open, 2 beams of golden light erupted from his dark pupils, which subtly reflected the workings of the Grand Tao and scenes of the cosmic stars. He moved. Had he truly mastered such a powerful technique so swiftly? It seemed utterly implausible. Around him, onlookers fixated on Xiao Yun, while the elders hovering above the starry pavilion also scrutinized him intently, eager to discern whether this youth possessed genuine prowess or was merely seeking attention. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Yun unleashed a punch, an awe-inspiring force tearing through the space around him, emitting a piercing whistle that caused the air itself to resonate. Concurrently, a golden radiance enveloped him, emanating a formidable aura. This golden light signified the successful completion of the first transformation of the 9 Transformations Overbearing Fist. How could this be? Just how much time had passed? He had already achieved the first transformation. This was an extraordinary martial art. Even those esteemed disciples required a year to master its initial phase. My heavens, is this his innate talent? Such comprehension is simply terrifying. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. Witnessing Xiao Yun accomplish the first transformation of the 9 Transformations Overbearing Fist in mere moments left them in a state of disbelief. Their astonishment was beyond imagination. Even the venerable elders above the starry pavilion were equally awestruck, rendered speechless by Xiao Yun's remarkable display. This was merely the first transformation. It was indeed formidable. One elder could only click his tongue in amazement. Such insight! I am beginning to believe what Tian said earlier. Perhaps he truly could master the chaos scripture in a single day? Another elder murmured softly. Not far away, Di Tian stroked his beard with a smile, clearly pleased. Xiao Yun had not disappointed him. In stark contrast, the elder Tian Yi's demeanor darkened considerably as he gazed at Xiao Yun below, a twinge of regret stirring within him. Had he known Di Tian would succeed, he would have ventured to the Chaos Hall to secure this prodigy as his disciple. Within the Starry Pavilion, having completed the first transformation of the 9 transformations overbearing fist, Xiao Yun continued his pursuit of the second transformation. In this state of enlightenment, his practice flowed effortlessly, as natural as the act of eating and drinking, a seamless progression. Boom. Soon, Xiao Yun successfully cultivated the second transformation. As he unleashed his fist, it reverberated like a thunderclap, causing the void to tremble repeatedly, and the air before him erupted in a series of explosive bursts, exuding an overwhelming aura. Those around him were once again left in awe. With the passage of time, Xiao Yun had perfected the 9 transformations Overlord Fist to its ultimate realm. He swung his fist, and an endless radiance of golden light converged, rendering his fist as brilliant as a sun. This time, unlike before, when Xiao Yun executed the 9th transformation, his body suddenly emanated a searing flame, divine brilliance rising, flames dazzling and radiant, colorful clouds swirling and transforming into golden symbols. Surging into his being, the onlookers were utterly astonished. The elders above the Starry Pavilion exhibited expressions of profound shock. He had indeed mastered the 9 transformations Overlord Fist to perfection. This represented the pinnacle of bodily refinement. It was said that upon achieving perfection in the 9 transformations Overlord Fist, one could forge one's flesh into steel, reshaping their very form. Having already entered the extreme realm of bodily refinement, it was likely that he would soon step into the forbidden domain. Such innate talent was truly terrifying. One could only wonder how many realms he might ultimately ascend to. It was rumored that the true dragon nest was about to open, and our chaotic sacred land had long refrained from sending disciples within. Perhaps this time Xiao Yun could venture forth and showcase the might of our chaotic sacred land. Amidst the astonished murmurs, within the Starry Pavilion, Xiao Yun's fist force grew increasingly fierce and domineering, virtually invincible, embodying an overwhelming momentum that seemed to contend against the heavens and sweep across the realms. At that moment, his body resembled an eternal divine furnace, emanating scorching flames that tempered his flesh and nourished his bloodline. Xiao Yun's pores expanded, and within him, every cell and drop of blood bore golden symbols, exhaling divine light, as if numerous deities were chanting. With the cultivation of the 9 transformations of bodily refinement, Xiao Yun's physical form grew ever stronger, bursting forth with divine radiance, a dazzling glow enveloping him, with countless golden symbols adhering to his body, transforming into strands of golden flames that began to refine his flesh. The elders above the Starry Pavilion watched with wide-eyed wonder, for they could clearly see the white light emanating from each of Xiao Yun's bones, and his flesh had turned to gold. This was the golden skin and jade bones. He had indeed stepped into the forbidden realm. One elder expressed profound sentiment, reflecting on how long it had been since their chaotic sacred land had witnessed such a level of genius. Di Tian was even more elated, for such an extraordinary talent was his disciple, a source of immense pride. Boom. Inside the Starry Pavilion, Xiao Yun began to slowly retract his fist, yet within his body, it was as if divine drummers were beating celestial drums, causing his flesh to resonate with a thunderous sound, erupting in a cascade of radiant brilliance. However, when the drumbeats ceased, all the golden symbols surged into Xiao Yun's body, transforming into the most resplendent divine light, illuminating the entire Starry Pavilion. The onlookers could not help but shield their eyes with their hands, for the radiance was overwhelmingly dazzling. Only after the golden light dissipated did they lower their palms, at which point they discovered that Xiao Yun had returned to his original state. The sole distinction was that his aura had transformed. It had become more domineering than before. His obsidian eyes shimmered with a hint of golden light, exuding a fierce gaze that was both aggressive and intimidating, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze directly. Additionally, Xiao Yun's physique had become even more exquisite, his entire being radiating an enhanced charm. "Senior brother, you seem to have become more handsome," exclaimed Lin Xiaoya, her eyes fixated on Xiao Yun, resembling an infatuated fan entranced by a star. Xiao Yun smiled gently, yet at that moment, he felt as though a dormant volcano within him had been awakened, an immense power surging forth within his being. "I wonder how much stronger I have become." Xiao Yun contemplated, intending to test his newfound strength against the stone tablet outside the Starry Pavilion. Chapter 17. Stepping into Forbidden Realms within the Starry Pavilion. Xiao Yun was preparing to depart when a sudden thought crossed his mind. Upon reaching the threshold, he lifted his gaze to the vast expanse of stars above and proclaimed, "Next time I return, there is no need for you to make a selection. Simply present me with the strongest." The crowd, taken aback, stared at him in disbelief. Was he daring to threaten the Starry Pavilion? Such audacity was utterly unprecedented. However, what left them even more astounded was the sight above. A colossal character formed from countless stars appeared, spelling out the word yes. Instantly, the onlookers were left speechless. It was their first encounter with someone who dared to threaten the Starry Pavilion and emerge victorious. Xiao Yun, satisfied, nodded in affirmation as he garnered yet another 3 opportunities for enlightenment, walking out of the Starry Pavilion with a sense of joy. Naturally, he was also intent on continuing his display of bravado. As he exited, he muttered to himself, "I should venture into the Forbidden Realms and test my capabilities." The moment his words fell, the crowd within the Starry Pavilion trembled, and they surged out in unison, eager to witness Xiao Yun's performance. Their curiosity was piqued regarding the extent of his powers after mastering the ultimate combat skill. The frenzied exodus also stirred intrigue among those outside the pavilion, but as explanations flowed, the entire plaza was set ablaze with excitement. Soon, throngs of people rushed in, encircling the stone tablet adjacent to the Starry Pavilion multiple times. Standing beneath the tablet, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he unleashed the 9-turn Overlord Fist, delivering a powerful strike to the tablet before him. As his punch soared forth, 9 spectral fists materialized around his arm, converging into his own fist, erupting in a dazzling golden light. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. As Xiao Yun executed this punch, the ground beneath him trembled, and an overwhelming force erupted like a volcano, the atmosphere crackling with explosive sounds. The stone tablet struck by his punch radiated an even more resplendent golden glow, akin to a sun ablaze, illuminating the night and causing the stars to pale in comparison. What magnitude would it reach? Surely, it would surpass 100,000. In the Forbidden Realms, exceeding 100,000 constituted a threshold. Around him, everyone fixated intently on the tablet, while the esteemed elders above the Starry Pavilion also directed their attention toward it. Under the collective gaze of the multitude, a sequence of numbers finally materialized on the tablet. 200,000. Such a figure was profoundly astonishing, eliciting gasps of awe from the assembly. Indeed, he had stepped into the Forbidden Realms. This was a threshold that only the Holy Sun could attain, indicating that Xiao Yun had qualified to be regarded as one. Xiao Yun was, after all, a divine offspring. Having willingly relinquished that title, with his innate talent, ascending to the position of Holy Sun was a mere formality. Perhaps, in the future, he would once again reclaim his status as the divine progeny. The crowd marveled incessantly. Xiao Yun's expression reflected joy as he realized that his strength had surged to 200,000 pounds, effectively doubling his previous power, signifying his entry into a forbidden domain. He pondered in silence whether, after mastering his second super combat skill, his strength would increase by another 100,000 pounds. However, he decided against continuing his training of the super combat skill here. After all, excessive displays of prowess could lead others to perceive him as a monster, potentially attracting the attention of certain formidable individuals who might wish to dissect him for study. Xiao Yun felt it prudent to wait a while before returning to this place for further testing, as he had already accumulated sufficient instances of enlightenment and was not in a rush to show off. At that moment, he checked his system. Enlightenment system. Function: bestow enlightenment upon the host. Enlightenment instances, 24, can be used at any time by silently recalling them. Missions: 1. Latest mission, refreshing soon. 2. Unlimited mission, cause astonishment among those nearby to earn a reward of 3 instances of enlightenment. Upon reviewing the system, Xiao Yun could not help but feel amused, thinking perhaps it would be better to rename it the show-off system. Haha, disciple, it is time for us to return. Just as Xiao Yun was examining the system, Di Tian descended from the heavens and, along with Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu, departed back to D Peak. Although they had left, the series of events involving Xiao Yun at the Starry Pavilion quickly spread throughout the entire chaotic sacred land, with his name resonating far and wide. No one dared to question Xiao Yun's talent any longer, and his decision to relinquish his identity as the Son of God was no longer viewed as foolishness. Rather, It was seen as a display of courage and determination, earning him deep respect. At D Peak, within the heavenly hall, Uncle Fu was roasting a massive spiritual beast. The golden fat exuding an enticing aroma that made Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoyu drool. They had not yet entered a fasting state and still required sustenance. Xiao Yun felt exceedingly hungry, as if he could devour 10 oxen. He turned to Di Tian with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Master, why has my appetite increased along with my strength?" Di Tian smiled gently in response. An increase in strength signifies that your physical body has also become more robust, thus necessitating the absorption of more nourishment. With your current strength of 200,000 pounds, equivalent to that of 20 elephants, your appetite should naturally match that of 20 elephants. Xiao Yun could only smile wryly. Doesn't that make me a glutton? Being able to eat well is a good thing. It indicates that your physical body is growing stronger, Di Tian remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu, who was busy with the roasting, chuckled reassuringly, "Young master, do not worry. You need not consume that much. The spiritual beasts here contain immense energy. 1 per day will suffice for your needs." Xiao Yun gazed at the beast before him, which was as large as a small mountain, and helplessly asked, "Master, at what cultivation level can practitioners begin to fast?" He certainly did not wish to remain a glutton. Di Tian replied with a smile, "To fast, one must reach the 4th realm of cultivation, the cave heaven realm. Upon reaching this realm, one can unlock the celestial world, continuously absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, sufficiently nourishing one's formidable physique, thus rendering the consumption of food for sustenance unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun exhaled in relief. The 4th realm should not pose a significant challenge for him. In fact, he had already amassed 24 opportunities for enlightenment. And if he so desired, it would be a simple matter to break through into the Qi-gathering realm, ascending to the 3rd realm of the divine bridge. However, Xiao Yun aspired to emulate the Chaos Emperor, achieving a strength of 1 million pounds within the body refinement realm, thereby reaching the ultimate limit of this domain. Contemplating this, Xiao Yun could not help but seek the counsel of his master, Di Tian. "Master, during my training at the Star Pavilion, I cultivated a supreme combat technique that augmented my strength by 100,000 pounds. Does this imply that if I master 8 additional supreme techniques, I could enhance my strength by 800,000 pounds, ultimately reaching the limit of 1 million pounds? Beside him, Lin Xiaoyu gazed at Xiao Yun with wide, sparkling eyes, filled with wonder. Truly, he was her senior brother, aspiring to master 9 supreme techniques. Such talent was unparalleled. Di Tian and Fu Bo exchanged incredulous glances at Xiao Yun's ambition. Did he presume that mastering supreme techniques was a trivial endeavor? Yet, to Xiao Yun, it indeed seemed effortless. After all, they had witnessed him perfect a supreme technique in mere moments at the Star Pavilion. With this thought, they shared a knowing glance, both unable to suppress a wry smile. Then, Di Tian turned to Xiao Yun, shaking his head with a sigh, "Disciple, relying solely on the cultivation of supreme techniques will not suffice to achieve a strength of 1 million pounds. For such techniques can only facilitate the physical transformation 3 times. In other words, while you may enhance your strength by an additional 200,000 pounds through supreme techniques, any further cultivation of these techniques will not yield additional strength." Chapter 18. The True Dragon's Nest. The dragon raising plan. Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, Xiao Yun could not help but inquire further, "Master, how can I continue to enhance my strength?" Emperor Tian elucidated, "By cultivating 3 supreme combat techniques, your strength can increase by 300,000 pounds. Furthermore, if you elevate these 3 techniques to the ultimate combat technique realm, you shall gain an additional 300,000 pounds of strength." Xiao Yun contemplated this in silence for a moment before looking up at Emperor Tian once more and responding, "Master, even so, that would only grant me 700,000 pounds of strength. How shall I acquire the remaining 300,000 pounds? Emperor Tian fell silent for a brief interlude before he sighed and replied, "This is already the pinnacle achievable by a mundane physique. Even the Chaos Emperor could only attain this level. The reason he possesses 1 million pounds of strength is that an additional 300,000 pounds stem from his chaotic body." Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Then does that mean I cannot reach 1 million pounds of strength in the body-refining realm? I possess no extraordinary physique. I am merely an ordinary body." Emperor Tian smiled gently and said, "If you can achieve 700,000 pounds of strength, it will suffice. There is no need to be fixated on the 1 million pounds. In truth, even within the entire cultivation world, It is rare for those with special physiques to exceed 500,000 pounds in the body refining realm, and 700,000 pounds is exceedingly scarce. Emperor Tian's words were indeed accurate. After all, not everyone possesses the innate ability to attain enlightenment at every moment like Xiao Yun. Even the exceptionally gifted individuals, despite being able to cultivate supreme combat techniques, often require several years or even decades to master a single one. Therefore, they can at most cultivate one supreme combat technique. And even with their innate special physiques, such as the legendary ancient saint body that rivals the chaotic body, they may only achieve 50 to 60,000 pounds of strength in the body refining realm when enhanced by a single technique. However, Xiao Yun was not content with merely 700,000 pounds of strength. He gazed resolutely at Emperor Tian and asked, "Master, is there truly no other method to further enhance my strength?" Emperor Tian remained silent for a moment, knowing that his exceptionally gifted disciple would inevitably strive for the utmost limits. Convincing him to abandon this pursuit would likely prove arduous. After pondering for a while, Emperor Tian slowly addressed Xiao Yun. "There is indeed a way. The deficiency between mundane bodies and special physiques lies in the innate foundation. By compensating for this innate foundation, a mundane body can catch up to a special physique. How can one compensate for the innate foundation?" Xiao Yun urgently pressed for an answer. Emperor Tian sighed. "This is no simple task. To remedy the innate foundation, one must consume exceedingly rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If you were still a divine child, our chaos sacred land would spare no effort in acquiring these treasures for you, but you are no longer a divine child." At this juncture, Emperor Tian expressed his remorse. "Ultimately, it is my own inadequacy. If I possessed the strength of a saint, I could venture into perilous realms to procure these heavenly materials and earthly treasures for you. Master, please do not say such things. The path of cultivation you have imparted to your disciple has already bestowed upon me immense grace," Xiao Yun promptly replied. However, Di Tian still felt a tinge of remorse. At that moment, Fu Bo, who was nearby, suddenly recalled something and addressed Di Tian. "Master, isn't the true dragon nest set to open in a year? Perhaps we could allow the young master to enter and give it a try." Di Tian's eyes brightened at the mention of this. "Indeed, I almost forgot about the true dragon nest. In the past, our chaos sacred land refrained from sending anyone to the true dragon nest, as very few among us could tread into the forbidden realms of the body refinement stage. Entering the true dragon nest would merely be a journey to death. However, you are different, disciple." With palpable excitement, Di Tian continued to gaze at Xiao Yun. "If you can attain a strength of 700,000 pounds within a year, you would undoubtedly be a formidable presence within the true dragon nest. At that juncture, you could leverage your own power to acquire those rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures." Xiao Yun, puzzled, inquired, "Master, what exactly is the true dragon nest?" With a gentle smile, Di Tian elucidated. "The true dragon nest is a secret realm that opens once every century, accessible only to cultivators of the body refinement stage. It is precisely for this reason that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the true dragon nest have not been plundered by the multitude of cultivators. Thus, if you can enter, disciple, you will have the opportunity to seize those treasures that can aid in rectifying your innate foundation." As he spoke, Di Tian produced a book and handed it to Xiao Yun. Observing the cover, which bore the title Secrets of the True Dragon Nest in large characters, Xiao Yun's curiosity piqued, and he eagerly opened it. Upon reading, he was enlightened. The book detailed the origins of the true dragon nest. According to legend, a true dragon once inhabited this realm before ascending to a higher plane. However, prior to its ascension, it sealed the true dragon nest, permitting only cultivators of the body refinement stage to enter. Throughout countless ages, many cultivators have sought to uncover the secrets of the true dragon nest. Yet the dragon's seal prevented even the mightiest from entry. Those at the body refinement stage, possessing insufficient strength, could not unravel much about the nest's mysteries. Nevertheless, one secret had been uncovered: the dragon rearing project. This project was presumably orchestrated by the ascending dragon, which left behind numerous progeny within the true dragon nest. Every century, 10 of these progeny would be reborn. Although these beings possessed great power, they required rigorous training to evolve into true dragons. How is such training accomplished? Naturally, through battle. Only through bloodshed and the trials of combat can one surpass their limits, elevate the essence of their being, and forge a true dragon form. However, the true dragon nest lacks real dangers, failing to provide the necessary conditions for these progeny to engage in combat. If released into the outside world, without the dragon's protection, these still weak beings would undoubtedly be captured by powerful cultivators, forced into master-servant contracts, and reduced to mere slaves. Thus, the dragon devised the true dragon seal, allowing only cultivators of the body refinement stage to enter. Thus, the newly arrived practitioners find themselves on the same plane as those of the ancient lineage. Their encounters are purely determined by innate talent. The true dragon seeks to refine its progeny using the geniuses of the cultivation realm, a strategy known as the dragon nurturing plan. The cultivation world is in full support of this initiative. Every century, when the true dragon's nest opens, various sects send forth their prodigies to engage in combat with the true dragon's progeny. This undertaking offers numerous advantages. Firstly, the true dragon's nest is abundant with rare treasures that can facilitate the evolution of these gifted individuals, who may also extract these treasures to enrich their sections. Secondly, battling the true dragon's progeny and bathing in their blood will further catalyze the evolution of these talents, enabling them to surpass their inherent limits. The true dragon aims to hone its progeny with the talents of the cultivation realm, while the major sects aspire to refine their own geniuses through these progeny. Lastly, each progeny possesses immense potential, rivaling that of those with extraordinary physiques. Capturing one and establishing a master-servant contract would mean acquiring a formidable ally. It is precisely due to these myriad benefits that each opening of the true dragon's nest is a momentous event in the cultivation world. With only a year remaining until the next opening, anticipation is palpable. Chapter 19. The Selfish Tianyi. Upon finishing the tome Secrets of the True Dragon Nest, Xiao Yun turned to Emperor Tian with an expression brimming with excitement, declaring, "Master, I have made up my mind. I shall venture to the True Dragon Nest in 1 year." Emperor Tian pondered thoughtfully, cautioning, "The True Dragon Nest is fraught with peril. One must possess at least 500,000 pounds of strength to ensure safety. Should you fail to meet this threshold, I will not permit your entry." With unwavering confidence, Xiao Yun replied, "Rest assured, Master. Before entering the True Dragon Nest, I will undoubtedly attain a strength of 700,000 pounds." Emperor Tian chuckled at this. "If that is the case, I shall not hinder your ambition. Focus on your cultivation, and should you encounter any uncertainty, feel free to consult with Uncle Fu or myself." "Understood." Xiao Yun nodded, contentedly indulging in the meat of spirit beasts nearby. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya lifted her gaze towards Uncle Fu and inquired, "Master, may I also go to the True Dragon Nest?" "Impossible." Uncle Fu responded without hesitation, shaking his head. "With your current strength, you would likely meet your demise within days of entering the True Dragon Nest. Do you truly believe that the dangers within are limited to those 10 remnants? In the pursuit of rare treasures, practitioners from various sects would turn against one another. With your present capabilities, you are far from qualified to enter the True Dragon Nest." Emperor Tian concurred, adding, "Indeed, each time the True Dragon Nest opens, countless prodigies enter. Among them, those who have reached the extreme body refinement stage are ubiquitous. Furthermore, many have ventured into the Forbidden Realm, and those at the ordinary body refinement stage merely serve as cannon fodder, destined for death." Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing this, cast a pitiful glance at Xiao Yun and said with hopeful anticipation, "But my senior brother is here, right? Senior brother, you will definitely protect Xiaoya, won't you?" Just as Xiao Yun was about to affirm, Uncle Fu interjected sternly, "Silence. The young master enters to surpass his limits. Should you accompany him, you will only become a burden, endangering him further." Lin Xiaoya pouted but refrained from arguing further. Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Uncle Fu, it would be permissible for Xiaoya to enter. If we are merely confronted by practitioners at the body refinement stage, I am confident in my ability to protect her." Uncle Fu shook his head. "Carrying such a burden will ultimately hinder you, and it is too risky. She is not a burden." Lin Xiaoya murmured under her breath, but fell silent upon receiving a stern glare from Uncle Fu. Xiao Yun chuckled, "Uncle Fu, do you not trust in my strength? According to Master, even those with the most formidable special physiques possess only 400,000 pounds of strength upon reaching the extreme stage. Even if they cultivate a supreme battle technique, they would only achieve 500,000 pounds. With mastery of 2 such techniques, they might reach 600,000 pounds. Yet I possess a combat strength of 700,000 pounds. While I may not be able to sweep them aside, I can certainly ensure my own safety." Uncle Fu hesitated. contemplating the potential benefits of allowing Lin Xiaoya into the true dragon nest. After all, following closely behind Xiao Yun always allows one to acquire rare treasures. While it may not guarantee access to forbidden realms, achieving the pinnacle of body refinement should pose no issue. However, Uncle Fu was acutely aware that Emperor Tian had invested significantly in Xiao Yun and could not afford to let him face even the slightest danger. At that moment, Emperor Tian, with a smile, proposed, "How about this? If Xiao Yun can truly possess 700,000 gene of strength before entering the true dragon's nest, then let Xiao Yu accompany him." Upon hearing Emperor Tian speak, Uncle Fu naturally refrained from further objections. "Hooray!" exclaimed Lin Xiaoyu beside them, her face alight with joy as she bowed to Emperor Tian, saying, "Thank you, Elder, for your kind consideration." Emperor Tian smiled gently. Uncle Fu, however, cautioned, "Do not celebrate too soon, since you wish to enter the true dragon's nest, to ensure you do not hinder the young master. I shall rigorously train you for the next year to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible." Lin Xiaoya immediately drooped her head. A look of worry etched on her face, knowing how arduous the coming year would be. Seeing her pitiable expression, both Xiao Yun and Emperor Tian burst into hearty laughter. In the chaotic Holy Land, atop Tian-E Peak, lies the abode of Elder Tian-E. At this moment, within a grand hall on Tian-E Peak, Elder Tian-E was refining a pill furnace, flames roaring as radiant light emanated from within, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Beside him, Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping stood respectfully attending to him. In due time, Elder Tian-E successfully completed the refinement, opening the furnace to reveal 3 golden pills that floated gracefully into his hand. Chu Jingxiao gazed eagerly at the 3 golden pills held by Elder Tian-E. With a smile, Elder Tian-E addressed him, "Disciple, these are the insight pills crafted from countless rare resources, which can assist you in reaching the pinnacle of body refinement within a month and entering a forbidden realm within a year." Saying this, Elder Tian-E handed the 3 golden pills to Chu Jingxiao. Receiving the pills, Chu Jingxiao expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Once I enter the true dragon's nest, I shall procure a holy herb for you, aiding your future ascension to sanctity." Pleased, Elder Tian-E nodded and replied, "You may go and cultivate now. I will continue to refine your battle armor and sword to enhance your combat prowess." "Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. Please do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest well," Chu Jingxiao said, filled with gratitude, before respectfully exiting the hall. As he departed, the smile on Elder Tian-Yi's face faded. Zhu Ping hesitantly remarked, "Master, the young master's aptitude is limited. Even if he enters a forbidden realm, he may not hold an advantage within the true dragon's nest. What if?" Elder Tian-E interjected with a cold snort, "If he dies, then so be it. A disciple lost can always be replaced. However, if he can bring me back a holy herb, the return on that investment would be 1,000-fold. After all, the elixir of enlightenment concocted for Chu Jingxiao merely required the expenditure of some inferior heavenly materials and earthly treasures, a stark contrast to the sanctified medicines." In Tian-Yi's perspective, his disciples and subordinates are indistinguishable. Both merely serve as pawns to augment his own interests, easily expendable at any moment. In his heart, he believes that his own strength holds the utmost significance. To be invincible is the essence. With a cold smirk, Tian-E scornfully remarked, "That fool, Tian, with only a century of life remaining, fails to seize the opportunity to seclude himself for cultivation and instead chooses to accept disciples. It is nothing short of self-destruction. What does it matter how formidable his disciples may be? After a century, they too will be reduced to dust. What advantage does the prowess of a disciple confer upon him? Merely a pleasant reputation in the annals of history." Chapter 20. Is it not merely the extreme body refinement? 3 days later, beside a spiritual lake at D Peak, Xiao Yun reclined languidly in a chair, a fishing rod in hand, gazing contentedly at the tranquil surface of the water, awaiting the catch of fish. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "Ah, brother, save me." It was Lin Xiaoya, her cry echoing with despair not far away. Xiao Yun casually glanced in her direction, a shiver running down his spine. There stood Lin Xiaoya, being mercilessly whipped by Uncle Fu. Each lash left her skin raw and bleeding, a sight both shocking and painful, as her cries of agony filled the air. However, Uncle Fu's actions were not punitive. Rather, he was aiding Lin Xiaoya in her physical training. His strikes were not arbitrary but executed with a particular technique. Prior to this, he had administered some spiritual elixirs to her, and now he was merely assisting in the refinement of their potency, hastening the stimulation of her body to strengthen her physique. After all, if Lin Xiaoyao were to rely solely on her own efforts to assimilate these essences, it would take an inordinate amount of time, hindering her rapid enhancement. Thus, Uncle Fu was indeed doing this for Lin Xiaoyao's benefit. Enough. Xiao Yun could not suppress a gasp, swiftly turning away to take advantage of a moment of enlightenment. He had no desire to be subjected to such treatment by Tian. Boom. As Xiao Yun entered a state of comprehension, he immediately commenced his training in the second super martial art, the Taiji Divine Palm. Within this meditative state, he swiftly grasped the essence of the technique. Subsequently, he began to demonstrate the Taiji Divine Palm by the lakeside. As his arms danced, two yin-yang fish, formed from the congealed spiritual energy of heaven and earth, began to swirl around him, creating a magnificent Taiji diagram. This extraordinary spectacle drew the attention of both Uncle Fu and Lin Xiaoya, who, despite her pain, couldn't help but inquire, "What is brother doing?" Uncle Fu's pupils contracted in astonishment as he declared, "The young master is cultivating the second super martial art, the Taiji Divine Palm. Observe the Taiji diagram enveloping him. It signifies that he has perfected this super technique." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against the ground. Here she was, enduring such torment at the hands of her master, suffering immensely, yet she had yet to attain the extreme body refinement, while her brother effortlessly mastered a super martial art, augmenting his strength by 100,000 pounds. The comparison was utterly infuriating. Xiaoya, this exemplifies the distinction between mortals and geniuses. If you wish to keep pace with the young master, you must persist in your hardships, Uncle Fu remarked, raising his whip towards Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya could only respond with exasperation. Moments later, her cries of anguish resounded once more, evoking sympathy from all who heard. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Xiao Yun had gradually concluded his practice and resumed his leisurely fishing. The second super martial technique has been mastered, and I now possess a remarkable strength of 300,000 pounds. It is imperative that I find an occasion to test this at the stone tablet, to evoke astonishment and create a sensation, thus securing 3 opportunities for insightful rewards. Xiao Yun reclined on a chair, contemplating to himself. Oh, having a system makes all the difference. Cultivating has become so effortless, and life is truly comfortable. Help, senior brother. I do not wish to venture into the true dragon's nest. Master, please cease. Ah, in the distance, Lin Xiaoya's voice grew increasingly plaintive. Xiao Yun shook his head. This is the fate of those without a system. A month swiftly passed. On this day, Lin Xiaoya came rushing to find Xiao Yun, her face alight with excitement as she proclaimed, "Senior brother, I have refined the medicinal power, and I should now have reached the extreme body refinement realm. Let us hasten to the starry pavilion to test it." Xiao Yun, eager to showcase his prowess, smiled and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two, guided by Uncle Fu, made their way to the starry pavilion. However, upon their arrival, they found the stone tablet surrounded by a throng of people, punctuated by exclamations of astonishment. It seemed another prodigy was testing their abilities here. Lin Xiaoya, brimming with anticipation, was eager to demonstrate her newfound prowess after enduring numerous trials over the past month. Youngsters are often eager to showcase their progress, and Lin Xiaoya certainly wished to bask in the glory of her hard-earned achievements. Uncle Fu, aware of Lin Xiaoya's pent-up frustrations, did not deter her and led her to the test. As the trio approached, they spotted a familiar figure standing by the stone tablet, Chu Jingxiao, the disciple of the esteemed Elder Tianyi. At that moment, Chu Jingxiao radiated confidence, his face adorned with a smug expression. For the stone tablet displayed the number 100,000, indicating that he had indeed entered the extreme body refinement realm. Beside him, the sycophant Zhu Ping grinned smugly, remarking, "Young master." As expected of one with divine talent, achieving the extreme body refinement realm in just a month, becoming the Holy Sun is surely within reach. The surrounding crowd erupted in admiration, showering praise upon Chu Jingxiao, which filled him with elation. However, Chu Jingxiao's smile quickly faltered upon spotting an individual who irked him greatly, Xiao Yun. In the distance, Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu approached, and the crowd, recognizing them, parted to create a pathway. Lin Xiaoya regarded the number on the stone tablet with disdain, asserting, "It is merely entering the extreme body refinement realm. What is there to be proud of?" My senior brother achieved the first threshold a month ago. Chu Jingxiao's expression darkened. His fists clenched in frustration, unable to refute her claim. Despite having reached the extreme body refinement realm in just 1 month, a remarkable feat within the chaos sacred land. Placing him as the second among his peers, he was perpetually overshadowed by Xiao Yun. Beside him, Zhu Ping's demeanor soured as well. He glared at Lin Xiaoya and retorted coldly. No matter how formidable Xiao Yun may be, what does that concern you, little girl? How much strength do you possess? 60,000? Or perhaps 70,000? Upon finishing her words, Zhu Ping directed her gaze towards Fu Bo, who stood behind Lin Xiaoya, and mockingly remarked, "Ah Fu, perhaps it is best to escort your apprentice home swiftly, lest she embarrass herself further here." Fu Bo, crossing his arms, chose to disregard Zhu Ping's taunts and merely regarded him with a look of scorn. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, scoffing, "Is it merely the body refinement realm? What significance does it hold? I have attained the body refinement realm as well." With that, she approached the stone tablet and delivered a powerful punch against its surface. Instantly, the tablet erupted with resplendent golden light, revealing a sequence of numbers, 100,000. The body refinement realm. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xiaoya had also reached the body refinement realm. When did it become so effortless to attain such a level? The emergence of multiple achievers in succession. Could it be that our chaotic sacred land is on the verge of rising? The crowd erupted in exclamations of surprise. Lin Xiaoya, brimming with pride, cast a derisive glance at Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping, asking, "What do you think?" Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping wore dark expressions, taken aback by Lin Xiaoya's achievement, which decidedly displeased them. "Senior brother, it is your turn to shine." Lin Xiaoya disregarded their discontent and called out to Xiao Yun. The assembly turned their eager eyes towards Xiao Yun, filled with anticipation. How much stronger had he become in the past month? Xiao Yun smiled slightly and approached the stone tablet, delivering a resounding punch. 300,000. As the vibrant golden light dissipated, a staggering number emerged upon the tablet, leaving the crowd in awe once more. Chapter 21. The dark iron blade with a staggering strength of 300,000 pounds. One has indeed stepped into the realm of the second taboo, truly deserving of the title of one who voluntarily relinquished the position of the chosen one in just a month. They have once again broken through into a higher forbidden domain. In the entire cultivation world, such a prodigy is unparalleled. With Xiao Yun in our chaotic holy land, we are destined to rise anew, reclaiming our place at the pinnacle among the 6 great holy lands. Given Xiao Yun's extraordinary talent, he will undoubtedly ascend to the position of chosen one once more. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Yun in awe, showering him with praise. While Chu Jingxiao had long been forgotten, for in the realm of cultivation, people only remember the first, disregarding the second. Moreover, when compared to Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao's achievements paled in insignificance. As he watched the crowd extolling Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao clenched his fists and, through gritted teeth, spoke to Zhu Ping. "Let us depart." Zhu Ping's expression was equally grim. Unwilling to endure further mockery from Fu Bo, he promptly led Chu Jingxiao away in a dejected retreat. At the primordial holy land, a magnificent and grand temple soared into the clouds, exuding an ancient and profound aura, as if an emperor were seated within, with spiritual energy permeating the air and divine light shimmering, accompanied by countless auspicious beasts paying homage. Inside the hall, terrifying figures were shrouded in mist, their indistinct forms revealing the presence of the esteemed elders of the primordial holy land. Additionally, a golden figure sat upon the throne above. This was the master of the primordial holy land. At that moment, an elder spoke up to report, "Your Excellency, we have received word from the chaotic holy land that their chaotic bell has sounded 9 times. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into spirited discussion. The master of the primordial holy land pondered. Not long ago, it should have been the day for the chaotic holy land to accept disciples. To cause the chaotic bell to resonate 9 times, could it be that an extraordinary prodigy has emerged? It has been many years since we have witnessed the bell sound 9 times. It appears the chaotic holy land has acquired a superlative talent. This individual will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for our primordial holy land. We must remain vigilant." Within the hall, the esteemed elders continued their discourse. After a moment of contemplation, the master of the primordial holy land spoke aloud. "Let us first send someone to probe the situation. Under the pretense that we have heard they have gathered a group of unparalleled talents and wish to engage in a friendly exchange. We shall ascertain what remarkable qualities the one who has caused the chaotic bell to sound 9 times possesses, before making further plans. Yes, we shall comply with your command. An elder nodded in agreement. In the chaotic Holy Land, at the Imperial Peak, after returning from the Starry Pavilion, Lin Xiaoya continued to endure Fu Bo's rigorous training, while Xiao Yun began to prepare for the cultivation of other superlative combat techniques. However, upon realizing that only 3 superlative techniques would effectively enhance his power, Xiao Yun hesitated to pursue additional techniques, as it would squander his opportunity for enlightenment. Nevertheless, when it came time to select his 3rd combat technique, he found himself perplexed, uncertain which technique to choose for his training. Fortunately, he still had a master. Thus, Xiao Yun sought counsel from Emperor Tian. After contemplating Xiao Yun's current martial techniques, the 9 transformations overbearing fist and the Taiji divine palm, Emperor Tian finally spoke, saying, "Disciple, your 9 transformations overbearing fist leans towards offensive prowess, while the Taiji divine palm focuses on defense. When these 2 techniques are combined, you merely require a technique to enhance your speed." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yun felt as if he had been enlightened, his mind suddenly clear. He promptly nodded and replied, "Master is correct. With offense supplemented by defense and combined with speed, one becomes invincible." He had already contemplated which technique to cultivate next, the Divine Wind Steps. This extraordinary technique was designed to augment speed, and once mastered to perfection, one could move as swiftly as teleportation. "Disciple," Emperor Tian continued, "as the saying goes, bare hands cannot contend with the might of weapons. If possible, you should certainly cultivate an offensive weapon-based technique." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement and responded, "I understand, Master. I shall further cultivate both the Divine Wind Steps and the 10,000 blades returning to the sea." Hearing this, Emperor Tian smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, these 2 extraordinary techniques are well suited for you. By the way, I happen to have a blade that I shall bestow upon you for the cultivation of 10,000 blades returning to the sea." With that, Emperor Tian waved his hand, and an ancient black blade materialized before Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun gazed intently at the black blade, which measured approximately 1 meter in length, broad and weighty, adorned with mysterious runes that hinted at its exceptional nature. However, he found it perplexing that the blade's edge was remarkably blunt, as if it had yet to be sharpened. He could not help but raise his head and inquire of Emperor Tian, "Master, this blade is not sharp at all. Can it truly kill?" Emperor Tian chuckled softly, replying, "Who says a blade must be sharp to take a life? Are fists sharp? With your 9 transformations overbearing fist, a single punch can fell an ordinary cultivator of the body refinement realm. Therefore, a blade need only be sturdy. It is not the edge that kills, but your strength. As long as your power is formidable, you can unleash the true potential of this black blade." Xiao Yun nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed, and then asked, "So, this blade is indeed very sturdy?" Emperor Tian smiled. "Why not pick it up and see for yourself?" Xiao Yun nodded in agreement, grasping the hilt of the black blade and attempting to lift it. However, Xiao Yun suddenly furrowed his brow, astonished as he gazed at Emperor Tian, questioning, "Master, why is it so heavy?" It was known that he currently possessed the strength of 300,000 pounds, theoretically enabling him to lift objects of that weight. Yet, he could not lift this black blade, indicating that its weight exceeded 300,000 pounds, which left Xiao Yun utterly astounded. Emperor Tian, laughing, remarked, "Disciple, this black blade is forged from a millennium of mysterious iron, not only immensely sturdy, but also weighing 36,000 pounds. It served as my weapon during the Qi Gathering and Divine Bridge realms." Xiao Yun was left in a state of shock upon realizing that this black blade weighed an astonishing 36,000 pounds, a truly formidable revelation. Should one wield it, a single stroke could vanquish a practitioner at the extreme realm of body refinement. However, the heft of this blade renders its use a formidable task, one that is currently beyond Xiao Yun's capabilities. After all, this weapon was wielded by Di Tian in the realms of Qi, Gathering, and Divine Bridge, while Xiao Yun, still in the body refinement stage, would find it exceedingly challenging to handle. "My apprentice, you are not yet ready to wield this black blade. Once you possess a strength of 700,000 pounds, you should be able to manage it with some effort," Di Tian remarked with a smile. Xiao Yun nodded, gazing at the black blade before him, silently resolving to enhance his strength post-haste. Chapter 22. The arrival of the primordial being at the peak of the empire, within the celestial hall, upon returning from his master. Xiao Yun commenced his training in the formidable techniques of divine wind steps and 10,000 blades returning to the sea. Prior to his training, Xiao Yun inspected his system and discovered that he still had 26 instances of enlightenment remaining. This increase was attributed to his previous excursion with Lin Xiaoya to the Starry Pavilion, where he tested his strength and completed a show-off act, thus earning 3 rewards of enlightenment. With 26 instances of enlightenment at his disposal, Xiao Yun deemed it sufficient for his immediate needs. He promptly utilized 1 instance of enlightenment, entering a state of profound understanding as he began to practice the divine wind steps. In a short while, the hall was filled with his residual shadows, indicating that he had perfected this technique to its utmost realm. Upon completing the divine wind steps, Xiao Yun expended another instance of enlightenment to embark on the training of 10,000 blades returning to the sea. Shortly thereafter, wielding his palm as a blade, he executed a singular strike. Countless blade shadows converged into a magnificent divine blade, cleaving through the air and severing the stone pillars of the hall in twain, showcasing an astonishing display of power. Undoubtedly, he had also mastered 10,000 blades returning to the sea to its fullest potential. Remarkably, within just a day's time, Xiao Yun had perfected 2 superlative combat techniques. Were this news to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land. With 24 instances of enlightenment remaining, he contemplated testing his combat prowess at the Starry Pavilion once more to earn an additional 3 instances of enlightenment. After refining the 2 formidable techniques, Xiao Yun assessed his system and mused silently. However, he chose not to rush to the Starry Pavilion immediately. He resolved to wait a month before doing so. After all, having just completed a grand display of skill, he felt it prudent to take a respite. Moreover, achieving mastery in 2 superlative techniques within a single day was indeed staggering, and he preferred to avoid drawing undue attention that might lead to dissection and scrutiny. A month later, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at the Chaos Sacred Land. They included an elderly man in a gray robe with a youthful visage, a maiden clad in a crimson dress, and a young man in a white robe. The gray-robed elder surveyed the entrance of the Chaos Sacred Land with a slight smile and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The primordial sacred land, Wanyanghui, comes on the decree of the Holy Master to pay a visit to the Chaos Sacred Land." With a thunderous sound, the void parted, and a figure resembling a deity descended, addressing Wanyanghui. "Ah, it is my esteemed friend Wan. It has been many years. Your presence remains as striking as ever." The newcomer was none other than the esteemed Elder Tian Yi. The reason for dispatching this second-ranking elder to receive guests was due to the Holy Master of the Chaos Sacred Land recognizing Wanyanghui's formidable strength, which had reached the heavenly realm. It was deemed that sending anyone else might tarnish the Chaos Sacred Land's reputation. Only Tian Yi, a half-step into the heavenly realm, could maintain a semblance of dignity for the Chaos Sacred Land. As expected, upon seeing Elder Tian Yi, Wanyanghui could not help but smile. "Ah, it is my friend Tian Yi. Observing your might, I surmise you have nearly attained the half-step heavenly realm and shall soon step into the heavenly realm. Truly, congratulations are in order. You are indeed deserving of your status as the second-ranking elder of the Chaos Sacred Land." Tian Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and he humbly replied, "Your praise is unwarranted, my friend. Compared to fellow Taoist Wan, I am still far from worthy." At that moment, a maiden in a red dress murmured behind Wanyanghui, "The second-ranked elder is merely on the cusp of the heavenly realm, unable to even secure a place among the top 10 in our Taichu Sacred Land. Indeed, the chaotic sacred land has fallen into decline." Though her voice was soft, the formidable Tian Yi and Wanyanghui immediately caught her words. Instantly, Tian Yi's expression darkened, shadowed by a deep frown. Wanyanghui, feigning authority, admonished, "Silence." The girl in red immediately lowered her head. Wanyanghui, glancing at the sullen Tian Yi, offered an apologetic expression, saying, "Taoist Tian, my young disciple is still inexperienced. I hope you will not take offense." Such innocent words. Tian Yi replied coolly, yet internally he felt a swell of frustration, vowing to retreat into seclusion upon his return, not to emerge until he reached the heavenly realm. "Taoist Wan, please, allow me to escort you to meet the sacred lord." Tian Yi promptly took the lead, his interest in conversing with Wanyanghui waning. Upon entering the chaotic sacred land, they soon arrived at a grand hall. Inside, the sacred lord of the chaotic sacred land awaited, accompanied by several esteemed elders, already in discussion. The elders were conversing with the sacred lord, puzzled by the unexpected visit from the Taichu sacred land. Surely, They come with ill intentions, perhaps to invite us to the impending opening of the true dragon nest. One elder speculated. In the past, we lacked disciples qualified to enter the true dragon nest, yet this time, we have Xiao Yun. It is said he recently demonstrated a strength of 300,000 pounds at the Starry Pavilion, stepping into the second forbidden realm, undoubtedly qualified for entry. Yet, the second forbidden realm is still somewhat lacking. Unlike other sects, our actions as one of the sacred lands draw the attention of all cultivators. Should Xiao Yun enter the true dragon nest, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of those top-tier prodigies. Merely being in the second forbidden realm pales in comparison to them. The discussions within the hall grew animated. Suddenly, the sacred lord of the chaotic sacred land spoke. Silence, they have arrived. As he finished, Tian Yi entered to announce their presence. Following him, Wan Yonghui, accompanied by two young individuals, entered the grand hall and bowed respectfully to the sacred lord, stating, Wan Yonghui pays his respects to the sacred lord of the chaotic sacred land. May the sacred lord ascend to the sacred throne soon. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the hall soured. While such words might elicit joy and smiles from the elders, they took on a different weight when directed at the sacred lord of the chaotic sacred land. It was well known that the lords of the other 5 sacred lands had already ascended to the saint realm, while the sacred lord of the chaotic sacred land remained ensnared in the heavenly realm. Thus, this seemingly flattering remark subtly underscored the sacred lord's shortcomings compared to his counterparts, leaving the members of the chaotic sacred land with a sense of humiliation. Nevertheless, despite their indignation, the lord of the chaos sacred land and several esteemed elders managed to temper their anger, for they recognized the flattery in the words of the visitor. To dwell excessively on the underlying implications would be rather petty. The lord of the chaos sacred land gazed upon the visitor, Wan Yonghui, and with a faint smile remarked, Friend Wan, there is no need for excessive formalities. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Wan Yonghui clasped his fists in respect and replied, I come bearing the edict of my sovereign, inviting the chaos sacred land to partake in next year's true dragon nest agreement. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the chaos sacred land exchanged knowing glances, their hearts filled with a cold amusement, for their suspicions had proven correct. At this juncture, Wan Yonghui continued, Furthermore, I have brought along 2 young disciples from our primordial sacred land, who wish to engage in friendly exchanges and sparring with the esteemed disciples of the chaos sacred land, allowing them to broaden their horizons. As Wan Yonghui spoke, the attention of the gathered assembly shifted towards the pair of youths standing behind him. Upon closer inspection, their expressions darkened, for their discerning eyes revealed the exceptional talents of these young individuals. It was evident that within the same realm, there were scarcely a few from the chaos sacred land who could rival them. After a moment of contemplation, the lord of the chaos sacred land instructed, Send for Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya. The elders within the hall nodded in agreement. Among the disciples of the chaos sacred land, these 3 had ascended to the pinnacle of the physical cultivation realm. Summoning them would ensure that, even if victory were elusive, they could at least retain their dignity. Moreover, with Xiao Yun present, there was a reasonable expectation of securing at least one victory, thus avoiding an embarrassing defeat. Chapter 23. Exchange of Insights in the Grand Hall. Di Feng, Di Tian, Xiao Yun, Fu Bo, and Lin Xiaoya stood together, watching an elder depart. This elder had been dispatched by the lord of the chaos sacred land to summon Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya for an exchange with the disciples of the primordial sacred land. As the elder's figure receded from sight, Xiao Yun inquired, Master, why has the primordial sacred land sent someone to engage in an exchange with us out of the blue? Before Di Tian could respond, Fu Bo interjected with a huff. Every time before the dragon's nest opens, they send someone to us. On the surface, they extend an invitation to join them at the dragon's nest, but in reality, they are mocking us for being unable to send our own disciples. Di Tian turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun and spoke solemnly. The relationships among the 6 major sacred lands are not as amicable as they appear. There is constant competition beneath the surface. Especially with the primordial sacred land, the rivalry with our chaos sacred land is particularly fierce. You must exercise extreme caution if you encounter anyone from the primordial sacred land in the future. Xiao Yun nodded, realizing that the primordial sacred land was indeed an adversarial force to their own. Very well, let us not keep the Lord waiting. Fu Bo, please escort them there now. Di Tian instructed. Fu Bo acknowledged with a nod and led Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoyu away on a cloud. Di Tian watched them depart. a cold smile gracing his lips. The dragon's nest has yet to open, and already the primordial sacred land seeks to probe us. However, this time, we of the chaos sacred land shall not allow you to succeed. Let us see how my disciple deals with the many prodigies of the primordial sacred land. Within the magnificent hall, Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya entered and first paid their respects to the lord of the chaos sacred land and several esteemed elders. Only then did they turn their attention to the trio from the primordial sacred land. The lord of the chaos sacred land gestured towards Xiao Yun and his companions. Introducing them, esteemed friends, these three are Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya, distinguished practitioners of the refining body realm from our chaos sacred land. Wan Yonghui had already been observing Xiao Yun and the others. He merely glanced over Chu Jingxiao and Lin Xiaoya, for with his keen insight, he immediately discerned that they were merely ordinary practitioners at the peak of the refining body realm. However, the youth named Xiao Yun, though seemingly of average talent, had already cultivated his physique to the level of golden skin and jade bones, stepping into a forbidden domain. Yet, despite this, Wan Yonghui remained confident in his two disciples standing behind him. With a smile, he remarked, "Truly, these are exceptional talents from the chaos sacred land. Yulong, Miaotong, do not hesitate to greet these esteemed practitioners." At his beckoning, a young man clad in a white robe stepped forward. Addressing Xiao Yun and his companions with a calm demeanor, "I am Jie Yulong, ranked 9th in the refining body realm of the primordial sacred land." A young woman in a red dress, exhibiting an air of haughtiness, looked at Xiao Yun and the others with disdain, proclaiming, "I am Fu Miaotong, merely ranked 10th in the refining body realm of the primordial sacred land." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the lord of the chaos sacred land and several esteemed elders darkened. They were not angered by the two young men's poor demeanor. After all, having lived for centuries, they saw little merit in quarreling with two mere teenagers. What soured their mood was the realization that these seemingly formidable youths ranked only 9th and 10th in the body refinement realm of the primordial sacred land. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun and his companions had already secured positions among the top 3 prodigies within their own chaos sacred land. The absence of comparison breeds no pain. Yet this juxtaposition starkly illustrated the inferiority of their chaos sacred land compared to the primordial sacred land, leaving their expressions rather grim. However, as the dialogue was currently dominated by the younger generation, they, as elders, refrained from interjecting, allowing the 5 juniors to command the arena. Xiao Yun cast a glance at the 2 prodigies from the primordial sacred land, remaining silent. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya, noticing Fu Miaotong's haughty attitude, could not contain her indignation and retorted sarcastically, "Only ranking 10th, yet so arrogant. One might think you were first." Fu Miaotong turned to Lin Xiaoya, proclaiming with pride, "Though I may be ranked 10th in the body refinement realm of the primordial sacred land, in your chaos sacred land, I would undoubtedly claim the first position." At this, Lin Xiaoya could scarcely contain her fury, and she exclaimed, "Such audacity! Allow me to test your mettle and see if your skills match your boastful tongue. Since you've sought humiliation, I shall oblige." Fu Miaotong remained supremely confident, tilting her head back to reveal her alabaster neck, and disdainfully beckoned Lin Xiaoya with her finger. Enraged, Lin Xiaoya brandished a fiery red whip and hurled it towards Fu Miaotong. Nearby, Xiao Yun shook his head subtly, thinking that his junior sister was still too inexperienced, easily provoked by a few words. Nevertheless, he chose not to intervene. Sometimes, a setback serves as a blessing, and should Lin Xiaoya encounter a challenge, it would foster her growth. Moreover, they were in their own chaos sacred land, where Lin Xiaoya's safety was assured, and she would only face minor hardships. Thus, Xiao Yun attentively watched the unfolding battle, eager to observe the prowess of the primordial sacred land's talents. Chu Jingxiao beside him was equally focused, aware that he too would soon take the stage and was unwilling to face defeat. "Thousand shadows," Lin Xiaoya shouted, her whip transforming into a dense web that enveloped Fu Miaotong completely. This was a premier martial technique she had perfected after only 2 or 3 months of trainings, showcasing her extraordinary talent. The gathered crowd within the hall nodded in appreciation. Indeed, such accomplishments in such a brief period were remarkable. However, the disciple named Fu Miaotong appeared to possess a greater strength. With a precious sword in hand, she navigated through Lin Xiaoya's web as effortlessly as a fish in water. Simultaneously, her sword energy radiated outward, causing Lin Xiaoya's net to falter under the pressure. One sword across the ages. Suddenly, Fu Miaodong called out, launching her sword with velocity akin to lightning, aimed directly at Lin Xiaoya's throat. Lin Xiaoya's hand, which wielded the whip, abruptly halted in midair as she glanced down at the sword that pressed against her throat. Her fair complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow. Should the blade advance a mere half-inch further, her demise would be inevitable. It was evident that she had lost. However, Lin Xiaoya was not one to accept defeat lightly. Gritting her silver teeth, she cast a defiant gaze at Fu Miaodong, declaring, "I may have lost, but you are certainly no match for my senior brother." Fu Miaodong, sheathing her sword, turned her attention to the figures of Xiao Yun and Chu Jingxiao behind Lin Xiaoya, scoffing, "Which one of them is your senior brother? Let him come forth, and I shall defeat him as well." Fury ignited within Lin Xiaoya as she hastily implored Xiao Yun, "Senior brother, you must teach her a lesson. You were too hasty earlier. Otherwise, you would not have suffered such a swift defeat." Xiao Yun offered a brief admonition to Lin Xiaoya before stepping forward, as it was only fitting for a senior brother to defend his junior sister. Gazing at Fu Miaodong, Xiao Yun spoke calmly, "I shall not take advantage of you. Should you succeed in compelling me to retreat a step, I shall concede your victory." What audacity! Fu Miaodong, akin to Lin Xiaoya moments before, was incensed by his words. In an instant, she brandished her sharp sword, thrusting it toward Xiao Yun. The blade shimmered ominously, its edge exuding a chilling aura. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, Xiao Yun merely extended a hand. A colossal taiji diagram materialized, following the momentum of his palm, sending Fu Miaodong staggering backward. The taiji divine palm. Not far away, the esteemed elder of the Taichu Holy Land, Wan Yonghui, narrowed his eyes, regarding Xiao Yun with newfound seriousness. Chapter 24. The Lightning Entity Boom. In the Grand Hall, Xiao Yun wielded the Tai Chi divine palm, effortlessly neutralizing every attack from Fu Miaodong. His Tai Chi diagram manifested an impeccable and absolute defense. No matter how fiercely Fu Miaodong struck, she could not breach Xiao Yun's defenses. Nor could she even approach his form, let alone force him back a single step. Beside them, the young man in white robes, Jie Yulong, observed with a serious expression and remarked to Fu Miaodong, junior sister Fu. He has perfected the super battle technique Tai Chi divine palm and has stepped into the realm of the forbidden. Your one sword through time remains at the great completion stage. You are no match for him. Fu Miaodong, unwilling to accept this, shouted across to Xiao Yun, "Today, I shall defeat him despite the odds. Perhaps this will allow my one sword through time to reach perfection." With that declaration, she cast aside all distractions, her mind solely focused on the way of the sword, her eyes igniting with a terrifying sword intent. "I am the sword, and the sword is me." In that moment, Fu Miaodong subtly reached the state of unity between herself and her sword. She thrust her sword forward, as if severing the heavens from the earth, shattering the void. Jie Yulong's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, as expected of junior sister Fu, "She has truly transcended her limits, breaking through in battle and entering the forbidden realm." Wan Yonghui, standing nearby, also wore a satisfied smile. At this instant, a golden radiance enveloped Fu Miaodong. Armed with her sword, she embodied the oneness of human and sword, resembling a divine sword of golden light piercing through the mists, hurtling toward Xiao Yun. The high-ranking members of the Chaos Sacred Land in the Grand Hall wore grim expressions. Fu Miaodong had genuinely surpassed her limits, stepping into the forbidden realm. Such talent was nearly unparalleled within their Chaos Sacred Land, second only to Xiao Yun himself. Yet, in the Taichu Sacred Land, Fu Miaodong was merely ranked 10th in the body refinement stage. Had the gap between their two sacred lands grown so vast? Concern filled the eyes of the Chaos Sacred Land's leader as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his heart brimming with hope. May this young man truly elevate our Chaos Sacred Land. Boom. At the same time, in her state of unity with her sword, Fu Miaodong unleashed a formidable force, thrusting her sword fiercely at Xiao Yun. Yet, he remained unyielding, striking forward with a palm, the Tai Chi diagram emerging to reveal its terrifying defensive power. Rumbling. Fu Miaodong's strike was immensely powerful, reaching a force of 200,000 pounds. Yet it could not penetrate Xiao Yun's Tai Chi defense. Instead, she was sent flying back from the impact. "Junior sister Fu, you should withdraw. He has likely entered the second forbidden realm," Jie Yulong said, his tone growing more serious as he fixated on Xiao Yun, still unwilling to concede. Fu Miaodong raised her proud head, her beautiful face flushed with indignation as she glared at Xiao Yun and declared, Do the people of the Chaos Sacred Land only know how to defend? If you have the ability, defeat me. Otherwise, I shall not surrender. Xiao Yun replied calmly. Very well. As the word good resonated in the air, Xiao Yun's legs moved like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. His true form already appearing before Fu Miaodong. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist. His punch imbued with an overwhelming intent that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, exuding an aura of invincibility that sent Fu Miaodong flying. She landed on the ground, spitting blood, her delicate face pale. Junior sister Fu, Jie Yulong exclaimed, rushing to help her up and assessing her injuries, his expression darkening as he glared at Xiao Yun. It was merely a sparring match. Your attack was excessively ruthless. Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, if I do not strike. She claims that we disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land only know how to defend. When I retaliate, you accuse me of being brutal. Is this the way you of the primordial Sacred Land conduct yourselves? Truly impressive, how you managed to twist reason to suit your needs. You, Jie Yulong was rendered speechless. It was indeed Fu Miaodong who had forced Xiao Yun's hand, so her injury was of her own making. At this moment, Wan Yonghui interjected sternly, enough. Our primordial Sacred Land does not shy away from losses. You must understand that there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. Do not let pride lead you astray. Yes, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong lowered their heads in acknowledgement. However, Jie Yulong soon raised his gaze to Xiao Yun. Speaking in a serious tone, Senior Brother Xiao, your strength is formidable. I, Jie Yulong, seek your guidance. Xiao Yun replied coolly, I have just fought and am weary. I shall rest for a moment. Surely, your primordial Sacred Land does not resort to such despicable tactics as a wheeled battle? The onlookers in the hall were left speechless. Weary? You clearly won with ease. Despite this, Jie Yulong could not force Xiao Yun into a wheel battle and turned to the bystanding Chu Jingxiao, declaring, in that case, I shall first seek to learn from Senior Brother Chu's esteemed techniques. Why me? Chu Jingxiao retorted. It was Xiao Yun who injured your junior sister. What does that have to do with me? He was not foolish. He recognized he was no match for Fu Miaodong, let alone the stronger Jie Yulong. Yet, with the high-ranking members of the Chaos Sacred Land present, he could not refuse to fight, fearing it would be perceived as cowardice, tarnishing his reputation. Damn Xiao Yun. This must be deliberate. Chu Jingxiao cursed inwardly, reluctantly stepping forward to engage in combat with Jie Yulong. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun watched the two with a smile. Lin Xiaoyao leaned in and whispered, Senior Brother, you are quite cunning, deliberately ensnaring Chu Jingxiao. It is evident that Jie Yulong is seething with frustration and will undoubtedly vent his anger on Chu Jingxiao. This time, he is likely to face misfortune. Xiao Yun murmured. Do you see the wisdom in your senior brother's strategy now? I merely used Chu Jingxiao to probe Jie Yulong's strength. Therefore, remember to employ your intellect rather than rush headlong into every situation. Yes, yes. Senior brother is indeed wise. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Xiaoya nodded eagerly. Within the grand hall, the crowd was once again rendered speechless. Given their prowess, they could hear the hushed voices of Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoyao with clarity. Beside them, the esteemed elder Tiani ground his teeth in frustration, his expression dark and brooding. The master of the Chaos Sacred Land wore a smile, contemplating that this was indeed advantageous. A son of destiny possessing both wisdom and cunning was far more worthy of cultivation. In the arena, Chu Jingxiao regarded his opponent, Jie Yulong, with the gravitas of one facing a formidable adversary. Conversely, Jie Yulong appeared remarkably composed, gazing coolly at Chu Jingxiao as he remarked, You may strike first, otherwise, should I choose to act, you shall find yourself deprived of the opportunity to retaliate. Such arrogance. Chu Jingxiao acknowledged that he was no match for Jie Yulong. Yet the latter's brazen words ignited a flame of indignation within him. He promptly unleashed his combat skills against Jie Yulong. Jie Yulong's eyes narrowed, and a surge of searing lightning erupted from his being, enabling him to strike first with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, sending Chu Jingxiao hurtling backward. It was indeed the lightning body. He possessed a rare and extraordinary physique, which explained his formidable strength. This young man had not only mastered the lightning body, but had also perfected a powerful combat technique to its zenith, undoubtedly stepping into the realm of the second restriction. Within the hall, the esteemed elders of the Chaos Sacred Land were left in utter shock, their expressions dramatically transformed. Chapter 25. The 10 Supreme Bodies with a Sudden Impact. Chu Jingxiao was sent flying by a single punch from Jie Yulong, landing heavily on the ground, gravely injured and spitting blood. His condition evidently more severe than that of Fu Miaodong before him. He cast a fierce glance at Jie Yulong, yet his heart was filled with despair. The latter possessed a unique physique and had perfected a formidable battle technique, making it unlikely for him to catch up in the realm of body, refining no matter how hard he tried. Useless. Inside the hall, the esteemed Elder Tian grimaced at Chu Jingxiao's defeat in a single move, waving his hand to have him escorted out of the hall. Outside, Zhu Ping, who had been waiting, swiftly scooped up the injured Chu Jingxiao and fled in a hurry. Nearby, Uncle Fu couldn't help but wear a look of schadenfreude at the sight. Within the hall, the master of the chaotic sacred land gazed upon Jie Yulong below and remarked, "It is said that the lightning body can naturally manipulate lightning, exhibiting remarkable speed and formidable attack power. Coupled with your sacred land's unique lightning fist, its might is indeed extraordinary." Wang Yangwei stroked his beard and humbly replied, "The lightning body is merely a royal body. It does not signify exceptional talent within our sacred land. We have produced several divine bodies in our generation, along with one supreme body. In comparison, the lightning body pales significantly." Such words stirred a dark atmosphere among the high-ranking members of the chaotic sacred land, for their generation had not produced a single unique physique, while others dismissed even the royal bodies like the lightning body. This stark contrast was undeniable. However, upon hearing that the primordial sacred land had indeed produced a supreme body, the leaders of the chaotic sacred land were visibly moved. The master of the chaotic sacred land could not help but inquire, "Oh, a supreme body? I wonder which supreme body has emerged from your primordial sacred land." Wang Yangwei, brimming with pride, declared, "It is the fourth-ranked body on the supreme list, the time-space body. Indeed, the legendary time-space body. It was said that one possessing this physique could manipulate time and space, unleashing boundless power from any divine ability wielded." The emergence of such a unique physique in this generation was truly terrifying. Instantly, the hall resonated with gasps of astonishment. The elders of the chaotic sacred land were consumed with envy, lamenting that such a powerful genius had become a disciple of the primordial sacred land. It was evident that, years hence, this individual would undoubtedly become a formidable foe for their chaotic sacred land. Below the hall, Xiao Yun listened intently to the discussions of the prominent figures, his heart equally astonished. As far as he understood, unique physiques were categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier comprised royal bodies, such as the lightning body, the ice body, and the lesser yang body, which were considered lower-tier special physiques. The second tier consisted of divine bodies, including the renowned lunar divine body, solar divine body, and others like the berserk divine body and the 5 elements divine body. The first tier, the most formidable of special physiques, was known as the 10 supreme bodies. The 10 supreme bodies are ranked as follows: the chaos body, the devouring sky demon body, the innate sacred body Tao, the time-space body, the indestructible Shenwang body, the 10,000 Buddhas body, the ancient sacred body, the sovereign body of heaven, the divine king body, and the immortal king body. It is important to note that this ranking is not definitive, as the differences among these supreme bodies are exceedingly minimal. Thus, even one possessing the 7th-ranked 10,000 Buddhas body may triumph over the 4th-ranked time-space body. Ultimately, a special physique is merely that, a physique. An individual's strength is not solely reliant on a unique constitution. It also hinges on their subsequent efforts and the myriad opportunities that arise. Therefore, any one of these 10 supreme bodies may be regarded as the mightiest of all. Whosoever is fortunate enough to attain any of them can indeed stand above the masses and dominate an era. Why does Xiao Yun willingly relinquish the position of the Chaos Sacred Land's divine son? Is it not for the sake of forging the Chaos body, the number 1 supreme body? Moreover, with the decline of the Chaos Sacred Land, once he accomplishes the Chaos body, it is unquestionable that the Chaos Bell will be entrusted to him. At that point, wielding the Chaos body and the Chaos Bell, he shall undoubtedly be invincible. This encapsulates the desire that resides within Xiao Yun's heart. Brother Xiao, I wonder if you have fully recovered? At this moment, the voice of Jie Yulong reached him from across the way. Xiao Yun turned to face Jie Yulong and smiled gently. So, it appears that junior brother Jie possesses the lightning body. As a mere mortal physique, I fear I may not be your match. I kindly ask you to show mercy. Jie Yulong, with a look of exasperation, thought to himself, calling you brother was merely a polite gesture. Did you truly take me for your junior? Nevertheless, as a disciple of the sacred land, Jie Yulong retained a semblance of composure. He replied nonchalantly, "Brother Xiao is being modest. There are indeed instances in the cultivation world where a mortal body has triumphed over special physiques. Our unique physiques only grant us a slight advantage in innate talent. An individual's true achievements are contingent upon their future efforts." Xiao Yun smiled slightly. "I share your sentiments." Jie Yulong's lips twitched, and his expression darkened, filled with a desire to strike Xiao Yun for his insufferable remarks. Xiao Yun, with a grin, encouraged, "Very well, junior brother Jie, please proceed. Let us conclude this battle swiftly, as I have a meal to return to." "All right." Jie Yulong refrained from further banter. Unable to suppress his urge to teach Xiao Yun a lesson, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Xiao Yun. With a crackle, Jie Yulong, a prodigy of special physique, unleashed a terrifying might. Brilliant lightning flickered around him, and his formidable fist erupted with blinding arcs of electricity. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave. This punch not only contained immense power, but also carried the added peril of lightning damage, compelling him to remain vigilant. Thus, he invoked the Tai Chi Divine Palm, reinforcing his absolute defense to withstand Jie Yulong's assault. Boom, boom, boom. Jie Yulong's fist struck against the Tai Chi diagram before Xiao Yun, generating thunderous roars akin to a tempest, while the fearsome lightning continued to batter against the defenses of the Tai Chi diagram. In but a fleeting moment, Xiao Yun observed a delicate fissure appearing upon his Tai Chi diagram, suggesting that it could endure no longer. Truly, a genius with a unique constitution is formidable indeed. Xiao Yun marveled internally as he executed the divine wind step beneath his feet, transforming into a series of lightning strikes, commencing his counterattack against Jie Yulong. He understood that persisting in defense would undoubtedly lead to his own defeat at the hands of Jie Yulong. This is precisely how it should be. Talents of our caliber ought to confront challenges head-on, transcending through the crucible of battle. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun relinquish his defense to launch a counteroffensive, Jie Yulong erupted into laughter, his face alight with anticipation. He yearned to achieve a breakthrough in combat, much like Fu Miaodo. 9 turns overbearing fist. Xiao Yun bellowed, unleashing this formidable offensive technique. Instantly, his entire demeanor transformed, his gaze becoming overwhelmingly domineering, akin to an unparalleled sovereign, exuding an invincible aura as he swept across the battlefield. Chapter 26. Defeating the Lightning Body. For Forbidden Realms, the 9 Transformations Overlord Fist truly lives up to its reputation as the most formidable supermartial technique. Each time Xiao Yun employs this technique, his demeanor transforms into one of unparalleled dominance. The aura of invincibility, as if he could swallow mountains and rivers, sends a tremor through his opponent, Jie Yulong. With a fierce resolve, Xiao Yun strides forward, exuding an extraordinary presence. He thrusts his fist ahead, a multitude of luminous fists converging into one, unleashing a terrifying force that causes the very air before him to explode. Sensing an immense threat, Jie Yulong does not retreat. Instead, he advances. His ebony eyes ignite with a fierce divine light, as if bolts of lightning were surging forth, radiating an overwhelming might. Subsequently, Jie Yulong unleashes the lightning fist, utilizing his incredible speed to strike first, colliding fiercely with Xiao Yun's fist. The impact reverberates like the clash of 2 colossal mountains, as their formidable physical strengths release waves of terrifying power, producing a thunderous roar throughout the grand hall. A golden aura envelopes Xiao Yun, a radiant glow emanating from his body, reminiscent of a flickering golden flame. His immense physical strength distorts the very fabric of space around him. The 9 Transformations Overlord Fist reaches its zenith, as Xiao Yun relentlessly bombards Jie Yulong with a series of punches. Countless luminous fists amalgamate, morphing into myriad golden runes that coalesce on Xiao Yun's fists, elevating his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Jie Yulong, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, remains resolute. With unwavering focus, he maximizes the potential of his lightning body, pushing the lightning fist to its limits, engaging Xiao Yun head-on without a hint of evasion. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 combatants stand their ground, locked in a fierce struggle within the grand hall, each collision echoing with the visceral sound of flesh meeting flesh, showcasing the raw power of their formidable physiques. The onlookers are left in awe. Such incredible physical prowess. Both warriors have stepped into the second forbidden realm, each possessing a strength of 300,000 pounds. Truly, the lightning body is remarkable, not only for its immense power, but also for its incredible speed. Were it not for Xiao Yun's mastery of the supermartial technique, the God Wind Step, he might not have the upper hand. Yet, it seems that Xiao Yun possesses a slight edge. one can discern that he is beginning to dominate the fray. Within the Grand Hall, the high-ranking members of the chaotic Holy Land observe the battle intently. Their expressions are grave. After all, Xiao Yun is the foremost figure in physical cultivation within their ranks. To be defeated by the ninth-ranked opponent from the primordial Holy Land would be a significant disgrace. Fortunately, Xiao Yun does not bring shame upon the chaotic Holy Land. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun's gaze intensifies, ignited like twin divine lanterns. The aura emanating from his body induces waves of trepidation among many, instilling a sense of fear. With a powerful resolve, Xiao Yun strides forward, his might soaring as his golden aura surges, reminiscent of a raging inferno, radiating a blinding golden light, akin to a sun erupting, rendering him utterly resplendent. The 9 transformations, Overlord Fist. Xiao Yun unleashed the full might of this extraordinary combat technique, his fist surging with terrifying divine light, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed to dominate the heavens and earth. The lightning fist. Xiao Yun also roared, his hair dancing wildly as he bathed in the fierce lightning, charging forward with unrestrained vigor, as if no one could rival him. He resembled a formidable demonic king, his body radiating resplendent electric light, with an array of purple runes intertwining around him, forming a dense electric net encasing Xiao Yun. The might of the lightning body lived up to its name. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash once more, the battle reaching a fever pitch as they both tapped into their full potential without any reservations. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly let out a long howl, his eyes erupting with boundless fervent light. The intensity of his fist grew ever more blazing, and the power he unleashed became increasingly formidable. What? Jie Yulong's expression changed as he sensed that the Xiao Yun, who was previously his equal, had suddenly gained an immense surge of strength, overpowering him decisively. You thought I was merely in the second realm? Xiao Yun gazed at Jie Yulong, his fist glowing with an ever more intense radiance, the brilliance emanating from him becoming increasingly dazzling. Jie Yulong felt an immense pressure, being forced to retreat step by step under Xiao Yun's onslaught. My apologies. I have already stepped into the third realm. Xiao Yun bellowed, his momentum soaring like a rainbow, divine light shooting from his eyes as he swung his blazing fist forward with devastating force. Poof! Jie Yulong coughed up blood, sent flying like a kite severed from its string amidst the searing glow of Xiao Yun's fist. Jie Shixiang. Nearby, Fu Miaodong gasped, her expression shifting in disbelief. Jie Yulong had actually been injured. However, Jie Yulong swiftly stabilized himself, and with the incredible speed of his lightning body, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting through the void toward Xiao Yun's back. Your strength indeed surpasses mine, but your speed cannot match my swiftness. Combat is not solely about power, Jie Yulong declared. Truly worthy of being Jie Shixiang, Fu Miaodong thought, her spirits lifted with anticipation. Yet, what followed from Xiao Yun shattered her expectations. Taiji Divine Palm. Sensing the threat approaching from behind, Xiao Yun immediately executed the Taiji Divine Palm, and a colossal Taiji diagram materialized behind him, blocking Jie Yulong's lightning-fast punch. Boom. The blazing electric fist struck fiercely against Xiao Yun's Taiji diagram. Yet this time, the diagram remained remarkably steadfast, successfully absorbing Jie Yulong's electric assault. The two Taiji yin-yang fish seemed to come to life, continually rotating on the Taiji diagram, devouring the force of the incoming electric fist, thereby significantly diminishing Jie Yulong's attack power. What? Jie Yulong's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Boom. Xiao Yun seized the opportunity without hesitation, turning to deliver a punch that sent Jie Yulong reeling, blood spewing forth. This time, the power unleashed by Xiao Yun was even more formidable. He shattered the lightning runes on Jie Yulong, rendering him devoid of combat capability. With a cough, Jie Yulong collapsed onto the ground nearby, blood spurting from his mouth once more. Senior brother Jie, Fu Miaodong exclaimed, rushing to assist Jie Yulong. Wan Yonghui cast a discerning glance and quickly assessed that Jie Yulong's injuries were not severe. He had merely temporarily lost his fighting ability. Thus, he restrained the urge to approach and investigate further. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed intently at Xiao Yun in the distance, marveling at his prowess. Truly, he is a distinguished disciple of the chaotic sacred land. At such a tender age, he has mastered 3 supreme combat techniques, and has even elevated the Tai Chi Divine Palm to the ultimate realm of battle skills, stepping into the realm of the 4 bands. Such comprehension is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood again. Did you not mention the realm of the 3 bands? Now it's the realm of the 4 bands, with an additional 200,000 pounds of strength. How am I supposed to fight? Chapter 27. Confidence within the Grand Hall. The senior members of the Chaos Sacred Land beheld the remarkable triumph of Xiao Yun over Xiao Yun, and their faces illuminated with satisfaction. Particularly, upon witnessing Xiao Yun's current prowess, their smiles deepened considerably. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land remarked with a grin, "My friend Wan, you flatter him. Xiao Yun merely possesses a modicum of insight. Compared to your esteemed sect's time-space body, he still falls short. I trust that during this expedition to the true dragon nest, your Taichu sacred land will undoubtedly emerge victorious. I kindly ask that your disciple show some mercy." In response, Wan Yanghui congenially stated, "Rest assured, Lord, as we are all part of the 6 great sacred lands, it is only natural for us to stand united, hand in hand against external threats." The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land narrowed his eyes slightly, skeptical of Wan Yanghui's words. Historically, it was the Taichu Sacred Land that had been the most ruthless against their disciples when they entered the true dragon nest. Among the 6 sacred lands, the animosity between Taichu Sacred Land and Chaos Sacred Land was undeniable, although they maintained a facade of cordiality. Mindful of their esteemed statuses and reluctant to sever ties openly, "Lord, I shall take my leave," Wan Yanghui declared after a tedious exchange of pleasantries, departing the Chaos Sacred Land alongside Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong. Once they had exited, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land turned to Xiao Yun, smiling as he said, "Xiao Yun, your performance has been commendable. You have brought honor to our Chaos Sacred Land." Surrounding elders regarded Xiao Yun with admiration, offering their praises. Xiao Yun humbly replied, "Your grace is overly generous, Lord. As a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land, it is my duty to uphold our dignity." The Lord and the esteemed elders nodded in approval, appreciating Xiao Yun's awareness. "Xiao Yun, has your master, Emperor Tian, ever mentioned the true dragon nest to you?" the Lord inquired. With utmost respect, Xiao Yun responded, "Reporting to you, Lord, my master has indeed spoken of the true dragon nest, and I am preparing to enter it next year." Upon hearing this, the Lord's expression grew serious. He stated, "For many years, our Chaos Sacred Land has not produced any prodigies in the realm of physical refinement, resulting in our absence from the true dragon nest and inviting ridicule from the outside world, which has tarnished our reputation. Now that you possess such strength, it is indeed time for you to venture into the true dragon nest. However, as you have observed today, the Taichu Sacred Land and our Chaos Sacred Land are at odds. Once you enter the true dragon nest, you must be wary of the Taichu disciples. They will show you no mercy." Xiao Yun nodded confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, Lord, I will ensure the defeat of the Taichu disciples within the true dragon nest." The Lord and the esteemed elders exchanged glances, left speechless by his audacity. The Lord then chuckled wryly, "There is no need for such bravado. Once you enter the true dragon nest, your priority should be the search for rare materials. If the Taichu disciples do not provoke you, you ought not to instigate them. Moreover, within their generation has emerged a being of temporal and spatial essence, one of the 10 supreme embodiments. Should you encounter him, do not hesitate for a moment, flee at once. At present, you have yet to forge a chaotic body and cannot compete with other supreme entities of the same realm." Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun, though somewhat dismissive in his heart, believed that his own strength was ample to contend with the being of temporal and spatial essence. However, as a commendable disciple, he understood the importance of refraining from retorting against the Lord. Thus, Xiao Yun nodded and assured, "Rest assured, my Lord. I shall inevitably slay that being of temporal and spatial essence, causing substantial losses to the Taichu Holy Land." Clearly, Xiao Yun was not merely an excellent disciple. He was an extraordinarily exceptional one, unafraid to challenge the Lord's words. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and the esteemed elders were once again rendered speechless. They regarded Xiao Yun as a commendable disciple, yet his overwhelming self-confidence was quite disconcerting. A mere mortal body daring to dismiss a being of temporal and spatial essence was truly. "Very well, you may return to your cultivation," the Lord finally said. Unable to continue the discourse with Xiao Yun, and gestured for him to take his leave. "Rest assured, my Lord, upon my return, I shall diligently practice. And next year I will certainly slay that being of temporal and spatial essence from the Taichu Holy Land." Xiao Yun nodded, then, taking Lin Xiaoyao by the hand, swaggered out of the grand hall. Within the hall, the esteemed elders gazed at his departing figure with amusement. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land shook his head and sighed. The Chaos Scripture not only presents a formidable challenge for cultivation, but also influences one's character. In the past, Emperor Tian, after delving into the Chaos Scripture, was equally brimming with pride and confidence, much like Xiao Yun. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. One of the esteemed elders chuckled and remarked, "My lord, there is no need for concern. I believe Xiao Yun may surprise us." We all witnessed how he perfected 3 super battle techniques in merely 2 to 3 months. Furthermore, he has elevated the Tai Chi Divine Palm to the ultimate realm of battle techniques. With such profound comprehension, he may indeed succeed in cultivating the Chaos Scripture and forge an unparalleled chaotic body. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied, "If he truly manages to forge a chaotic body, then our Chaos Holy Land may indeed rise to greatness." Outside the gates of the Chaos Holy Land, Wan Yonghui, Xie Yulong, and Fu Miaodong departed upon clouds. In the clouds, Xie Yulong and Fu Miaodong hung their heads in shame. "Elder, we have brought disgrace upon the Taichu Holy Land. Please punish us," they implored. Wan Yonghui waved his hand and pondered, "This is not a matter of blame. That Xiao Yun has already stepped into the realm of the Four Forbidden, possessing a strength of 500,000 pounds, which is beyond your current capability to contend with." Xie Yulong's expression grew grave as he remarked, "This individual is truly formidable. Despite being a mere mortal body, he has managed to enter the realm of the Four Forbidden, not only perfecting 3 super techniques, but also advancing one of them to the ultimate realm." Wan Yonghui's expression revealed a trace of disdain as he coldly remarked, "You are still too inexperienced. Little do you know that one's comprehension can also be enhanced, albeit with certain side effects. For instance, utilizing the Enlightenment pill once at each realm incurs no adverse consequences. However, should one consume it more than thrice, significant repercussions will ensue. That Xiao Yun has only been in the Chaos Sacred Land for a mere 2 to 3 months. How could he possibly master 3 supreme combat techniques? He must have repeatedly used the Enlightenment pill." Jie Yulong, taken aback, responded, "How could the Chaos Sacred Land allow such actions? Is this not tantamount to annihilating a prodigy?" "Prodigy?" Wan Yonghui scoffed dismissively. "He is merely an ordinary body. I see through him with clarity. He possesses no innate talent whatsoever. Perhaps just a slight gift in comprehension. Thus, the Chaos Sacred Land employs the Enlightenment pill to transform him into a so-called prodigy, merely to facilitate their search for rare treasures within the true dragon nest. In any case, should there be any adverse effects, they would lose only an ordinary body, incurring minimal loss." Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong suddenly grasped the situation. It must be said, without the resounding 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell, no expert witnessing Xiao Yun would regard him as a genius, considering his abysmal talent. Yet, since Wan Yonghui had not witnessed the 9 chimes himself, he naturally harbored doubts, suspecting that this might be a ploy by the Chaos Sacred Land to inflate their reputation. Continuing with a cold laugh, Wan Yonghui stated, "To step into the realm of the Four Forbidden is already the limit of an ordinary body. No matter how frequently he uses the Enlightenment pill, he will not grow stronger. With such meager prowess, he cannot even rank among the top 3 in our Taichu Sacred Land's physical refinement domain. Once he enters the true dragon nest, we shall eradicate him, thwarting the plans of the Chaos Sacred Land." Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong nodded in agreement, for they had witnessed the formidable prodigies within their sect, particularly the unrivaled being of the temporal spatial body, who was simply an invincible force. Xiao Yun would undoubtedly be no match for him. Chapter 28. How to confront the time-space body. Upon returning, Xiao Yun began to examine his enlightenment system. Originally, he had 23 opportunities for enlightenment, but after defeating 2 prodigies from the Taichu Sacred Land and showcasing his prowess once again, he gained an additional 3 opportunities. Thus, he now possessed a total of 26 opportunities for enlightenment. He thought to himself that it was time to elevate the other 3 supreme combat techniques to the ultimate realm as well. With such a plethora of enlightenment opportunities at his disposal, he felt it sufficient for the moment. Therefore, he planned to further develop the remaining techniques, the 9 transformations Overlord Fist, the Divine Wind Steps, and the 10,000 Blades Returning to the Sea, into the ultimate combat techniques. By doing so, he would augment his strength by an additional 200,000 gene, reaching a formidable total of 700,000 gene. This represented his current limit, and any further breakthroughs would necessitate his ventures into the true dragon nest. Just as Xiao Yun was preparing to refine his combat techniques, Tian arrived. Xiao Yun promptly stood to greet him as he entered. Once seated, Tian looked across at Xiao Yun and inquired with a smile, "What are your thoughts after encountering the prodigies of the Taichu sacred land?" Xiao Yun pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, the prodigies from the Taichu sacred land surpass us in strength. Even those ranked 9th and 10th in their physical refinement could easily overwhelm our disciples from the chaos sacred land. Only I managed to defeat them. Chu Jingxiao and my junior sister were no match for them. That is to be expected. I have heard that they also brought along a lightning body, which, while merely a king body, is significantly stronger than an ordinary physique," Tian remarked with a hint of admiration. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and replied, "Master, regardless of their strength, they are still beneath me." Tian regarded Xiao Yun with a look of approval but then grew serious as he recalled something. "I have heard that the Holy Lord mentioned a time-space body has emerged among this generation of the Taichu sacred land. This is a supreme body, and you must exercise caution when you enter the true dragon nest." Xiao Yun confidently patted his chest and declared, "Master, do you not have faith in me? Before long, I shall possess 700,000 gene of strength. Even if he is a supreme body, I am confident I can defeat him." Tian shook his head, cautioning, "You underestimate the capabilities of a supreme body. It not only signifies immense talent, but also the unique abilities conferred by such a physique. Much like the lightning body you encountered, you should have felt its formidable power." Xiao Yun's expression turned slightly grave as he replied, "Indeed, that Jie Yulong's lightning body was quite formidable. Each of his moves carried an additional lightning strike, and his speed was astonishing. Had he not possessed only 300,000 gene of strength, while I had 500,000 gene, defeating him would not have been so effortless." Tian nodded solemnly and continued, "Precisely. That Jie Yulong is merely a lightning body. The time-space body, however, is far more powerful. As far as I know, those who possess a time-space body inherently command the forces of time and space. What do time and space truly represent? Surely, my disciple, you are aware that before him, the speed of the lightning entity is but a jest. His swiftness far surpasses yours. Moreover, he possesses the ability to manipulate time, thereby decelerating your movements." Tian regarded Xiao Yun with a grave expression and spoke solemnly. Xiao Yun was taken aback, and then incredulously replied, "Even if he possesses the body of time and space, he is still merely at the realm of physical cultivation. It is impossible for him to wield the powers of time and space, is it not? Time and space are formidable laws of power, accessible only to saints. I cannot fathom how a cultivator at the physical realm could master such forces." It appears you remain unaware of the supreme body," Tian remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile. "The supreme body is so named due to its terrifying nature. Those who possess it are inherently capable of wielding some dreadful abilities. Of course, the one from the primordial sacred land, despite being a body of time and space, cannot yet command significant powers of time and space. However, even a modicum of mastery over these forces is sufficient for him to sweep away all adversaries at the physical realm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun fell silent for a moment, contemplating the unfathomable power of time and space. There is an adage that states space is king, while time is emperor. Moreover, the body of time and space embodies both of these forces, rendering it virtually invincible. "Master, what should I do? Is there any method to withstand his powers of time and space?" After a while, Xiao Yun lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he sought guidance from Tian. He believed that Tian had not come merely to intimidate him, but would undoubtedly impart knowledge on how to counter the supreme body. Indeed, Tian smiled and said, "To contend against a body of time and space is challenging, yet he is presently confined to the physical realm, and the powers of time and space he can wield are undoubtedly limited. This presents us with a potential means of resistance." "Oh, please enlighten me, Master." Xiao Yun's eyes brightened with anticipation. Tian continued, "Time comprises 3 fundamental abilities: acceleration, deceleration, and stasis. However, I surmise that he can barely manage acceleration, and even that is solely applicable to himself. Nevertheless, when combined with his innate talent in space, it bestows upon him a most formidable speed. Therefore, to contend with him, you must first restrict his velocity." Xiao Yun nodded, finding merit in Tian's words, yet he expressed his confusion. "Restricting his speed? But Master, I have already mastered the divine wind steps. Even if I elevate it to the ultimate martial technique, my speed would merely rival that of the lightning entity. and would still fall short compared to the body of time and space. It is not merely a matter of being comparable. The disparity is vast. Tian shook his head. In the same realm, the speed of a body of time and space exceeds that of a lightning entity by 100-fold. Gasped. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. The difference is that significant? How can one possibly compete? I have already witnessed the speed of the Jade Dragon lightning entity. If it is 100 times faster than that, then I would not even be able to catch a glimpse of its shadow. It is akin to teleportation. How can one possibly contend with that? I fear that by then, he will possess no means to retaliate, relegated to a state of passive defense. After all, how else could one be deemed a supreme body? Tian sighed, stating, whether it is the acceleration of time or the compression of space, both serve to enhance speed. The amalgamation of these forces bestows upon the time-space body an unparalleled velocity, rendering him nearly unbeatable within the same realm. Xiao Yun, looking utterly speechless, replied, then how am I to fight him? How can I restrict him? Tian smiled gently, my disciple, do not be anxious. Since I have mentioned a solution, there indeed exists one. There are numerous methods to curtail his speed. The first involves ranged attacks. By augmenting your long-range offensive capabilities, you can strike him before he approaches, preventing him from closing the distance. The second method is to bolster your defenses. If your defensive prowess is heightened, you can temporarily withstand his assaults, granting you the opportunity to create distance and employ ranged attacks against him. The third approach entails employing formations, utilizing spirit stones to establish various formations, be they offensive, defensive, or containment types, all of which can effectively restrict the velocity of the time-space body. However, formations possess a drawback. They must be set up in advance. So take heed of this. Lastly, there is sonic wave assault. This technique combines sound and force to intimidate and impact the enemy, causing their spirits to tremble and their strength to diminish, thus naturally reducing their speed. Upon concluding, Tian gazed at Xiao Yun, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, and chuckled. As long as you acquire these methods, you shall be capable of opposing that time-space body. Xiao Yun, with a wry smile, remarked, this seems rather overwhelming. Perhaps you could simply tell me what to do. Tian let out a hearty laugh, then gestured with his hand, producing several tomes. I have long prepared these for you, he said, comprising 3 superlative combat techniques and 3 types of formations. Should you possess the capability to master them all, you will indeed be able to confront the time-space body. Xiao Yun immediately directed his gaze towards the 6 books laid before him. Chapter 29. The Hidden Dragon ranking. Tian bestowed upon Xiao Yun 3 formidable combat techniques, the literally flying dagger, the golden bell shield, and dragon's might. As for the remaining 3 formations, they were the chaotic void formation, the dragon lock formation, and the 8 gates locking formation. After reviewing them, Xiao Yun nodded, confident that mastering these 3 exceptional combat techniques and 3 formations within a year would pose no insurmountable challenge, thanks to his keen insight. My disciple, were it not for your astounding comprehension, I would never have dared to recommend that you pursue such a plethora of advanced techniques and formations. Tian remarked with a wry smile. In truth, these skills are primarily advantageous during the body refinement stage. Once you reach the Qi gathering and divine bridge stages, they become obsolete. Thus, most individuals refrain from studying extensively during the body refinement phase. Xiao Yun replied with a reassuring smile, rest assured, master. With my innate understanding, I can undoubtedly master these techniques within a year without significant time loss. Tian nodded, well aware of Xiao Yun's extraordinary talent. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted him with such knowledge. Subsequently, Tian elaborated on the 3 advanced combat techniques. He explained, the literally flying dagger is a technique for utilizing concealed weapons, serving as a means of ranged attack. Regardless of how swift your opponent may be, you can always strike first with your flying daggers. Additionally, the Golden Bell Shield is a magnificent power conceived by a predecessor of our chaotic sacred land after observing the chaotic bell. What I provide you is merely a simplified version. The true Golden Bell Shield is not merely a combat technique, but a grand power of terrifying might. Thus, you must dedicate yourself to mastering this technique before advancing to the complete version. Lastly, he continued, the dragon's might is also a ranged attack. Utilizing sound wave techniques to replicate the roar of a true dragon, unleashing a terrifying sound wave assault capable of subjugating countless beasts and instilling dread in your foes. Upon hearing Tian's introduction to these 3 advanced combat techniques, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The potency of these techniques was undeniably formidable, and their synergy with the techniques he had previously learned would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to new heights. Xiao then introduced the three formations, all designed for confinement, characterized by their simplicity and practicality in deployment. Once this was accomplished, Xiao took his leave. As Xiao Yun watched his master depart, his heart brimmed with gratitude. He recognized that Xiao's concern for his safety had prompted him to go to great lengths to procure these invaluable resources, enabling him to stand a chance against the temporal body of the primordial sacred land. Indeed, having an elder in the household is akin to possessing a treasure. Xiao Yun smiled gently. He then picked up the techniques before him and began his training. In total, he endeavored to elevate the three advanced combat techniques to the ultimate level, expending 6 opportunities for insight in the process. Furthermore, he also advanced the previously prepared techniques, divine wind steps, 9 turns overbearing fist, and 10,000 daggers returning to the sea, to the ultimate level, consuming an additional 3 opportunities for insight. Lastly, he utilized 3 opportunities for insight to master the 3 formations. In this endeavor, Xiao Yun expended a total of 12 opportunities for insight, following his previous training with the chaotic scripture. This day marked the most significant expenditure of insight opportunities he had ever experienced. The following morning, as Xiao Yun opened his eyes, he immediately checked his enlightenment system. At that moment, he found that he had only 14 instances of enlightenment remaining. Fortunately, he did not urgently need to utilize them, so he felt at ease. He decided to commence practical training. After all, mastering combat techniques is one aspect, but truly harnessing their power necessitates real-world practice. It is essential to recognize that combat situations are ever-changing. One cannot merely perform techniques in a methodical manner as if on a stage. The timing of when to employ each technique is a skill honed through numerous battle experiences. Hence, Xiao Yun required more combat engagements to enhance his battle experience and fully assimilate the super techniques he had learned. Ding. New task. Challenge the potential dragon rankings. Achieve a position within the top 50 to earn 1 enlightenment opportunity. Reach the top 10 for 3 opportunities, the top 3 for 5. And securing the first place grants 10 enlightenment opportunities. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. A new task had emerged. His eyes brightened at the prospect of replenishing his recently expended enlightenment instances. However, he pondered what the potential dragon rankings were. Having recently joined the Chaos Sacred Land, his understanding of it was still quite limited. Nonetheless, he recalled his teacher's advice. If one does not understand something, one must inquire. Thus, Xiao Yun promptly rose to seek out Uncle Fu. Such trivial matters were not worthy of troubling Emperor Tian, especially considering that his esteemed master had little time left and needed to focus on breaking through to the heavenly realm. It was best not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Uncle Fu had spent many years in the Chaos Sacred Land. Surely, he would have the answers Xiao Yun sought. In a palace adjacent to the heavenly hall, Uncle Fu was instructing Lin Xiaoya in the practice of the divine wind step. At present, Lin Xiaoya had perfected the Thousand Shadows whip, and to further enhance her strength, she needed to cultivate super techniques. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Fu Miaodong, she was increasingly eager to master super techniques, which prompted Uncle Fu to teach her the divine wind step. With your talent, attempting to cultivate super techniques is rather ambitious. It may take you a decade to reach perfection, which is scarcely a wise use of time. Uncle Fu remarked, observing Lin Xiaoya's execution of the divine wind step with a shake of his head. Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing this, was left speechless. My senior brother learned it in a single day, yet I am expected to spend 10 years? The disparity is too great. Uncle Fu sighed. This is the distinction between genius and the ordinary. You ought to wait in the true dragon nest and gather some heavenly materials to enhance your strength by several tens of thousands of pounds, and then promptly advance to the gathering chi realm. Do not squander time in the body refinement realm. Master, I understand. I certainly will not linger in the body refinement realm too long. Otherwise, I won't even be able to catch up to my senior brother. Lin Xiaoya replied obediently with a nod. At that moment, Xiao Yun approached and smiled. Xiaoya, when did I acquire a tail? Senior brother. Lin Xiaoya, upon seeing Xiao Yun, immediately expressed her joy and said, Senior brother, you have also practiced the divine wind steps. Please come and guide me in mastering them. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement, replying, Very well. After I consult with Uncle Fu about a few matters, I shall assist you with your training in the divine wind steps. His proficiency in the divine wind steps had already reached the ultimate combat skill level. In terms of comprehension of this technique, he certainly did not lag behind Uncle Fu, making him more than capable of guiding Lin Xiaoya. Young master, have you encountered some difficulties? Uncle Fu inquired with a smile from the side. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, I would like to inquire about the Dragon Hidden Rankings." The Dragon Hidden Rankings? Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a grin, "It is a list among the outer disciples, comprising only the top 100 strongest. Any outer disciple who makes it onto the Dragon Hidden Rankings will receive focused cultivation from our Chaos Sacred Land, along with access to more cultivation resources than their peers. Can I also challenge this ranking?" Xiao Yun promptly asked. Uncle Fu chuckled softly. Of course, outer disciples are those at the body refinement and chi gathering stages. However, young master, as a disciple of the elder, you already possess more cultivation resources than they do, so there is truly no need to pursue the Dragon Hidden Rankings. Uncle Fu, I require practical combat experience to enhance my skills, Xiao Yun stated. Uncle Fu, suddenly enlightened, pondered, "You are indeed correct, young master. As you are soon to venture into the true dragon nest, it is essential to engage in more practical training, otherwise you will be unable to fully unleash your combat prowess." That sounds fascinating. Master, I too wish to challenge the Dragon Hidden Rankings, Lin Xiaya exclaimed excitedly from the side. Uncle Fu nodded and subsequently summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoyao away from the Imperial Peak. Chapter 30, Sacred Weapon, Illusionary Demon Tower on their journey. Master Fu elaborated on the rules for challenging the potential dragon rankings to Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaya. To challenge the potential dragon rankings, one does not directly confront the disciples listed therein. Rather, one must enter the illusionary demon tower and engage with the illusionary avatars they have left behind. Master Fu explained. Xiao Yun inquired, "Illusionary demon tower? What purpose does it serve?" "I know about it." Lin Xiaoyao promptly raised her hand, beaming as she declared, "Senior brother, the illusionary demon tower is truly marvelous. Inside, it houses the illusionary avatars left by the strongest individuals of the Chaos Sacred Land throughout history. This allows us to spar with those legendary disciples, thereby enhancing our combat experience." Master Fu nodded in agreement. Indeed. The illusionary demon tower can leave your own illusionary avatars from battles fought within. All the strongest disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land have their avatars preserved in the tower. Additionally, the top 100 of the current potential dragon rankings also have their illusionary avatars stored within, which you may challenge directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's understanding deepened, and he smiled. This illusionary demon tower is quite intriguing. So, if I manage to defeat those experts from the potential dragon rankings, my illusionary avatar will remain here as a challenge for future disciples? Precisely, Master Fu affirmed with a smile. However, as long as you do not surpass the gathering chi realm, your illusionary avatar cannot remain permanently. Yet, if you manage to defeat those legendary disciples, your avatar will endure eternally, allowing countless future disciples to behold it. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "This is splendid. It would allow the younger generation to admire my unparalleled grace. Senior brother, is it appropriate to boast about oneself like that?" Lin Xiaya remarked, rolling her eyes. Master Fu smiled gently. "Young master, defeating those historically strongest disciples is no simple feat. Each of them was a dominant figure of their time, a true prodigy. That only adds to the challenge," Xiao Yun declared, his face radiating confidence. Master Fu's speed was remarkable, and within merely half an hour, they arrived at the illusionary demon tower. Xiao Yun gazed ahead, beholding a tower that dwarfed even the starry pavilion, rising majestically atop a peak, shrouded in clouds and mist, with celestial light swirling around it, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. This tower is truly immense. Both Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoyao were left in astonishment. Master Fu beamed with pride. This is a formidable sacred weapon. Even a sage, when personally wielding it, could envelop an entire kingdom. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, was once again struck with awe. Coming from a small kingdom, he understood the vastness of such realms, comprising hundreds of cities and nearly 1 billion inhabitants. No wonder they say that beneath the sage, all are but ants. Xiao Yun's heart swelled with determination. He yearned to attain sagehood, unwilling to remain insignificant. Whoosh! As they conversed, the trio had already descended before the grand entrance of the illusionary demon tower. The area was bustling with disciples, far more lively than the starry pavilion. Resembling a vibrant marketplace, Uncle Fu chuckled and said, "In our Chaos Sacred Land, there exists a rule. Only those who reach the realm of the Divine Bridge may venture out for training. Consequently, external disciples seeking to enhance their combat experience have no choice but to come to the illusory demon tower, which is why this place is bustling with activity." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement, and soon his gaze fell upon 14 enormous black and white stone tablets beside the tower. Curiosity sparked within him as he inquired, "Uncle Fu, what purpose do these tablets serve? Are they akin to the strength-testing tablets at the Starry Pavilion?" Uncle Fu shook his head with a smile. "These tablets are not for measuring strength. Rather, they are meant to record names. The 4 white tablets document the strongest disciples of the contemporary rankings, the potential dragon list, the ascending dragon list, the true dragon list, and the sacred list. The 10 black tablets, on the other hand, chronicle the mightiest individuals from the body refinement realm to the heavenly realm throughout history." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's interest was piqued. "I have heard that my master is the esteemed elder ranked first in the chaos sacred land, renowned for his formidable strength. I wonder what position he holds in the extraordinary realm." With that, Xiao Yun made his way towards one of the black tablets, and Uncle Fu followed suit, still smiling. This particular black tablet contained the names of the top 100 extraordinary beings in the history of the chaos sacred land, each one a luminary of their era. As Xiao Yun gazed at the tablet, the first name that caught his eye was Ancestor. Noticing Xiao Yun's focus, Uncle Fu remarked with a grin, "The Ancestor is a chaos body, sweeping through the realms and unmatched across the world. Thus, he is ranked first on all 10 tablets here. The might of the chaos body is indeed terrifying." Xiao Yun felt a surge of fervor within him. He yearned to forge his own chaos body, aspiring to attain such strength in the future. Continuing to scan the names inscribed beneath, he encountered many unfamiliar ones until he reached the last name, the 100th, where he finally spotted his master's name, Tian. Xiao Yun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "How can this be? Isn't my master ranked first in the chaos sacred land? I have heard he can contend against beings of the heavenly realm. How is it that he is only ranked 100th? Uncle Fu sighed. "This is quite normal. After all, our chaos sacred land has existed for countless ages, giving rise to innumerable talents. The fact that the old master has made it onto this list is already a remarkable achievement at present. He stands alone among the disciples of the chaos sacred land in this regard." Xiao Yun was inwardly astounded to think this was the strongest disciple in history. It was truly daunting. If someone as formidable as Tian could barely make the list, one could only imagine the overwhelming strength of the ancestor ranked first. Could he truly contend against beings 2 levels above, such as saints? "One day, I too shall etch my name upon these tablets," Xiao Yun silently vowed. Uncle Fu interjected, "Young master, it is time to enter the illusory demon tower." Xiao Yun nodded and, accompanied by Lin Xiaoya, stepped into the tower, while Uncle Fu remained outside, intently observing one of the white tablets that recorded the current potential dragon list of disciples. He firmly believed that with Xiao Yun's prowess, he would soon find his place among those ranks. As Xiao Yun stepped into the illusionary demon tower, he was abruptly transported to a vast expanse of black earth. Beneath a stark white sky, surrounded by utter emptiness, his companion, Lin Xiaoya, had vanished without a trace. "Where is this place?" Confusion etched across Xiao Yun's face. Yet he felt no fear. After all, this was the sacred land of chaos, and he had no reason to anticipate danger here. This realm was the illusionary space, a domain one entered upon arrival at the illusionary demon tower. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Xiao Yun's ear. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. "Do not search. I am the spirit of the illusionary demon tower. You may call me Illusion Demon." The cold voice resonated once more. Realization dawned on Xiao Yun as he recalled what Uncle Fu had told him, that the illusionary demon tower was a powerful sacred artifact, naturally possessing a spirit. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun declared, "Illusion Demon, I wish to challenge the potential dragon rankings." "Very well. I shall now summon the phantom of the 100th ranked disciple from the potential dragon rankings. If you can defeat him, you shall take his place as the 100th ranked disciple," Illusion Demon replied with an air of indifference. In the next moment, a flash of light revealed a young man clad in the attire of an outer disciple of the sacred land of chaos. "I am Lin Jia. I welcome your guidance." The young outer disciple cast a brief glance at Xiao Yun before lunging at him with a sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shimmered brilliantly. "Gathering Chi Realm." Xiao Yun squinted, instantly recognizing that Lin Jia was a formidable expert who had entered the Gathering Chi Realm. This was to be expected, as the potential dragon rankings comprised the strongest 100 disciples from both the body refinement and Gathering Chi realms. It was improbable for a body refinement expert to contend with a Gathering Chi master. One must understand that Gathering Chi experts can refine spiritual energy into spiritual power, enhancing their combat techniques to a new level. However, the spiritual power of a Gathering Chi expert is relatively weak. Confident in his own physical strength, Xiao Yun stood resolutely, bracing himself against Lin Jie's sword energy assault. Sizzle! Lin Jie's sword energy struck Xiao Yun, yet it failed to breach his physical defenses, dusting off his garments. Xiao Yun scoffed. Is this the gathering Qi realm? A mere 15,000 in strength? With 70,000 pounds of power at his disposal, his formidable physique allowed him to disregard the impact of 15,000 pounds effortlessly. Boom! Shaking his head, Xiao Yun executed the godly wind step, delivering a single punch that obliterated Lin Jie. This gathering Qi expert was indeed far too weak. Simultaneously, a resounding voice emanated from within the illusionary demon tower, echoing across the entire mountain peak. Congratulations to Elder Taishang's disciple Xiao Yun for ranking 100 in the potential dragon rankings. The proclamation was thunderous, reverberating throughout the mountain and leaving countless disciples who had come to the illusionary demon tower momentarily stunned. It's Xiao Yun. He has actually arrived at the illusionary demon tower. Is he not a disciple of Elder Taishang? He should have no need to challenge the potential dragon rankings. They marveled. Incredible. He has only reached the body refinement realm yet has managed to defeat Lin Jie, who has already reached the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm. It is said that those who venture into forbidden realms possess the ability to vanquish foes beyond their own level, and indeed, this assertion proves to be true. One cannot help but wonder how far Xiao Yun will ascend in the rankings. Outside the illusory demon tower, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. An increasing number of individuals flocked to the stone tablet before Uncle Fu, all eager to discover the rank Xiao Yun could achieve. Chapter 31. Sweeping the hidden dragon rankings that Lin Jie is unexpectedly formidable. Within the illusory demon tower, Lin Xiaoya emerged with a glum expression, approaching Uncle Fu with a face full of shame. Master, I have brought disgrace upon you. I couldn't even make it into the top 100. Uncle Fu smiled gently. The 100th position is already occupied by a disciple at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm. You are one whole realm beneath him, so naturally, you are not his match. It is only by stepping into the forbidden domain that one can surpass their opponents. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya immediately inquired, has senior brother already entered the forbidden domain? He must have defeated that Lin Jie, right? Uncle Fu nodded and then pointed to the stone tablet before them, saying with a smile, the young master has secured the 100th place. Lin Xiaoya glanced at the white stone tablet and instantly spotted the final row, where the name Xiao Yun radiated dazzling golden light. Her face brightened with joy, as expected of senior brother. I wonder how high he can climb this time. Uncle Fu too gazed at the stone tablet with anticipation. At this moment, more and more onlookers gathered, crowding the area. Disciples from the chaotic Holy Land widened their eyes, fixated on the name Xiao Yun on the tablet, all eagerly awaiting to see Xiao Yun's next challenge. Inside the illusory demon tower, after defeating Lin Jie, Xiao Yun could not help but ask, illusory demon, how can a disciple at the Qi gathering realm be so weak? Has he just recently entered this realm? The illusory demon replied nonchalantly, Lin Jie has already reached the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm. Xiao Yun was taken aback and incredulously responded, how can that be? Is the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm so weak? The illusory demon explained, when advancing from the body refinement realm to the Qi gathering realm, each minor breakthrough doubles one's strength. From the early stage to the middle stage, late stage, pinnacle, and perfection, there are 5 stages in total. Lin Jie possesses 30,000 gene of strength in the body refinement realm, so upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, he only has 150,000 gene of strength. 5 times. Xiao Yun exclaimed, astonished and somewhat incredulous. If I currently possess 700,000 gene of strength, then upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, wouldn't I have 500,000 gene? The disparity with those ordinary disciples is simply too vast. The illusory demon stated, the more solid the foundation built in the body refinement realm, the stronger one's power becomes after breaking through to the Qi gathering realm. Xiao Yun pondered. Then why was Lin Jie so eager to break through to the Qi gathering realm with only 30,000 gene of strength? Is he foolish? The illusory demon responded. Lin Jie has limited talent. He has already wasted several years in the body refinement realm. If he continues to delay, his future achievements will be quite limited, which is why he does not wish to squander too much time in the body refinement stage. Xiao Yun realized the truth. No matter how powerful the body refinement realm may be, it cannot compare to the divine bridge realm. Some disciples with inferior talent indeed prefer not to waste excessive time in the body refinement stage. This is the distinction between genius and the ordinary. Xiao Yun contemplated. This time, let me aim for the 50th place. As you wish, the illusory demon replied calmly. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared before Xiao Yun, and a young outer sect disciple materialized. I am Wang Fei. Please offer your guidance. The newcomer nodded towards Xiao Yun, then without further ado, charged at him. Xiao Yun understood that these individuals were merely illusory projections and not their true selves, making conversation impossible. Consequently, he immediately took action. This time, he did not hold back. Instead, he unleashed the 9-turn Overlord Fist, striking decisively. In just 2 or 3 blows, he brought Wang Fei to his demise. This individual had likely reached the peak of body refinement before breaking into the Qi-gathering realm, possessing a mere strength of 250,000 pounds. Observing the vanishing Wang Fei, Xiao Yun remarked. At that moment, however, he was suddenly met with a notification from the system. The host has ascended to the 50th position on the Hidden Dragon rankings, granting 1 opportunity for sudden enlightenment. The host has incited astonishment, resulting in a commotion, and has been rewarded with 3 additional opportunities for sudden enlightenment. Upon reading the system message, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, yet soon found clarity. His swift rise to the 50th rank would undoubtedly cause a stir outside. Indeed, Xiao Yun's intuition was correct. Outside the illusory demon tower, a wave of excitement had already erupted. As soon as the name Xiao Yun vanished from the 100th position, those present began to search for his name. He was gone. Xiao Yun had climbed the ranks. Quickly, they sought to discover his new position. He was neither among the 90th nor the 80th places. Good heavens. How many ranks had he ascended? To the 50th position. My word. To leap to the 50th rank in one go is a testament to extraordinary strength. Those who reach the 100th rank are all peak experts of the Qi-gathering realm. And to be ranked 50th indicates an unparalleled prowess, yet he is still no match for one in the body refinement realm. The onlookers were left in awe. Lin Xiaya, too, wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, Master, brother, this is simply astonishing. Having battled against the 100th ranked Lin Jia, she understood his formidable strength. However, the disparity between Lin Jia and the 50th rank was evidently vast. Uncle Fu smiled gently, explaining, the peak of the Qi-gathering realm only boasts 5 times the strength of the body refinement realm. For instance, if you possess 100,000 pounds of strength, upon reaching the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, you would only have 500,000 pounds of strength. Even then, you would still be no match for the young master. Lin Xiaoya suddenly comprehended. Within the illusory demon tower, Xiao Yun began to select his next opponent, this time opting for the adversary ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon rankings. As a flash of light appeared before him, an imposing young man emerged, looking at Xiao Yun with an air of arrogance. How dare you challenge me, Zhang Yun? You are simply overestimating yourself. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, Illusory demon, does this fellow possess thoughts? Illusory projections lack consciousness. These words are merely left behind after the challenge concludes. After your challenge, you may also leave a remark for your illusory projection, the illusory demon explained calmly. Xiao Yun enlightened, realizing that this Zhang Yun, an outer disciple, was rather presumptuous. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Xiao Yun specialized in remedying all forms of arrogance. At present, Xiao Yun wielded the 9 transformation dominance fist, executing the divine wind step, and mercilessly pummeled Zhang Yun before ultimately dispatching him. The host ascended to the 10th position on the potential dragon ranking, rewarded with 3 opportunities for enlightenment. This caused an uproar, generating a significant commotion, which resulted in yet another 3 chances for enlightenment. The system then relayed further news. Upon inspecting his system, Xiao Yun discovered that he had amassed a total of 6 additional enlightenment opportunities, bringing his total to 24. Such elation coursed through him. He resolved to frequently challenge the illusory demon tower, thereby reaping even more opportunities for enlightenment. Xiao Yun reflected on how truly splendid the illusory demon tower was, with its myriad rankings to conquer. As long as he continued to elevate his standing, he could perpetuate the excitement and, naturally, augment his enlightenment opportunities. It was indeed a remarkable place. Illusory demon, summoned the contender ranked 3rd on the potential dragon list, Xiao Yun proclaimed. The system's task was clear: defeat the 3rd-ranked contender on the potential dragon list, which would yield 5 opportunities for enlightenment. This time, Xiao Yun intended to garner a substantial number of enlightenment chances, as the cultivation of the chaotic scripture and the forging of the chaotic body demanded an exorbitant amount of them. It was a rare opportunity. As you wish, the illusory demon responded coolly. In an instant, a young outer sect disciple materialized before Xiao Yun. "I am Lu Haochu. Please guide me." The youth nodded toward Xiao Yun and immediately launched an attack. Xiao Yun exchanged a few tentative blows and discerned that Lu Haochu possessed a strength of 450,000 pounds, indicating he had broken through to the gathering qi stage at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Such an individual could indeed be deemed a genius. However, in comparison to Xiao Yun, he was still vastly inferior. In no time, Xiao Yun triumphed over him, as the disparity between 700,000 pounds and 450,000 pounds was simply insurmountable. Xiao Yun smoothly ascended to the third position on the potential dragon ranking. Chapter 32. The first place is actually a beauty. Xiao Yun triumphed over the 10th-ranked Zhang Yun. To everyone's astonishment, even the third-ranked Lu Haochu was defeated. Despite possessing an impressive combat strength of 450,000 pounds. Next, Xiao Yun is expected to challenge the second-ranked Zhang Jing, who has advanced from the body refinement realm into the gathering qi realm, boasting a strength of 500,000 pounds. Meanwhile, outside the illusionary demon tower, a throng of spectators had gathered, their gasps of amazement echoing through the air. This was due to the news of Xiao Yun's challenge to the Qianlong rankings, which had circulated throughout the chaos sacred land, drawing many disciples eager to witness the spectacle. Even those disciples who had secured places on the Qianlong rankings had arrived to observe. Among the crowd was Lin Jie, who had originally held the 100th position on the Qianlong rankings but had now slipped to 101. Gazing at the name Xiao Yun inscribed on the stone tablet, he exclaimed in awe, "Truly deserving of the 9 tolls of the Chaos Bell, such a prodigious talent possesses extraordinary combat strength even at the body refinement level." In the crowd, the 10th-ranked Zhang Yun seemed to recall his earlier boastful words left within the illusionary demon tower, and an expression of embarrassment washed over his face. The third-ranked Lu Haochu turned to the second-ranked Zhang Jing and remarked, "Brother Zhang, you possess merely 50,000 pounds more than I do. I fear you may not stand a chance against Brother Xiao." Zhang Jing replied with a calm smile, "Brother Xiao likely will not challenge me. He is certain to seek out the first place." With that, both turned their attention to a young woman in a purple dress not far away. She was Shi Chunyu, the reigning first place on the Qianlong rankings, a figure of remarkable renown among the external disciples. Not only was Shi Chunyu endowed with exceptional talent, but her breathtaking beauty had also made her a celebrated figure within the chaos sacred land. It was said that the number of her admirers could encircle the illusionary demon tower 10 times over. Rumors also circulated that a son of the chaos sacred land had taken a liking to her and was pursuing her. Thus, wherever she went, she became the center of attention. Many turned to glance at Shi Chunyu, then back at the stone tablet, engaging in lively discussions. Xiao Yun was on the verge of challenging Shi Chunyu, leaving the crowd wondering whether he could prevail against her. It seemed unlikely, for it was rumored that Shi Chunyu possessed a combat strength of 750,000 pounds. Unless Xiao Yun entered the realm of the 7 restrictions, he would not stand a chance against her. Should he succeed, it would be a remarkable feat, as achieving first place in the body refinement realm on the Qianlong rankings would be an accomplishment seldom seen in the annals of our chaos sacred land. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, not far away, Shi Chunyu, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her dark hair cascading gracefully, appeared as a mesmerizing enchantress. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixated on the stone tablet displaying the name Xiao Yun. The name was not unfamiliar to her, after all. Xiao Yun's 9 tolls of the Chaos Bell had already made him a legend throughout the Chaos Sacred Land. Moreover, just recently, he had entered the realm of the Forbidden, further solidifying his fame across the entirety of the Chaos Sacred Land. For the young man who voluntarily relinquished his identity as a divine offspring, the disciples of the chaotic sacred land have transformed their perception of Xiao Yun from fool to admiration, and ultimately to adoration. Only such a person is worthy of my allegiance. Li Bufan pales in comparison. Shi Chunyu seemed to recall something, and her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Within the illusory demon tower, after Xiao Yun vanquished the third-ranked Lu Haochu, he began to challenge the top-ranked outer disciple. With a flash of brilliance, a stunning young woman clad in a flowing purple gown appeared before Xiao Yun. He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the top-ranked outer disciple of the hidden dragon list to be a woman, and such a breathtaking one at that. I, Shi Chunyu, have vowed that whoever can defeat my phantom doppelganger shall have me as their follower. The woman spoke slowly, her ebony locks dancing gracefully, her visage akin to jade, and her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression turned to one of astonishment. He could hardly believe that Shi Chunyu had left such a statement within the illusory demon tower. Did she not fear being bested by an unsightly opponent? However, Shi Chunyu had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm and could break through to the divine bridge realm at any moment. Thus, even if someone were to defeat her, she could ascend to the divine bridge realm first, causing her phantom doppelganger to vanish from the tower. This girl is indeed intriguing. Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity towards Shi Chunyu. Moreover, Shi Chunyu's beauty was unparalleled. If his junior sister Lin Xiaya was an 8 out of 10 in beauty, then Shi Chunyu was undoubtedly a perfect 10. Xiao Yun, a man of perfectly normal inclinations, could not deny that such an exquisite beauty would stir his heart. I wonder, upon defeating her, will she truly choose to follow me? A glimmer of anticipation arose within Xiao Yun's heart. At that moment, Shi Chunyu charged toward Xiao Yun. Rain of needles, she exclaimed, and a silver needle, propelled by a crimson thread, shot towards him with lightning speed. It was a concealed weapon, Tai Chi Divine Palm. Startled, Xiao Yun quickly employed the Tai Chi Divine Palm to defend against Shi Chunyu's onslaught. Crack! The silver needle pierced into Xiao Yun's Tai Chi diagram, causing fissures to radiate in all directions. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Such power, 750,000 pounds. This woman has surpassed the extreme limits of the body refinement realm and is on the verge of entering a forbidden domain." At that moment, Xiao Yun could no longer afford to be careless. He hastily activated another defensive supermartial skill, the Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a magnificent golden bell enveloped him, successfully warding off Shi Chunyu's silver needle assault. A gentle drizzle. With her initial attempt thwarted, Shi Chunyu lunged again, her slender fingers gracefully flicking, sending a flurry of silver needles cascading toward Xiao Yun like a spring rain. Little Li's flying dagger. Xiao Yun was acutely aware that he could not afford to adopt a passive defensive stance. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be no match for Shi Chunyu, who possessed an astounding strength of 750,000 gene, 5,000 gene more than his own. Of course, a mere 5,000 gene might seem trivial at their level of mastery, where such disparities were not insurmountable. Nevertheless, it would still grant Shi Chunyu a discernible advantage. However, Xiao Yun had his own strengths, having cultivated multiple ultimate combat techniques, a feat that Shi Chunyu could not hope to rival, as she had only mastered a single superlative technique. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun flung a flying dagger that severed all the Vajra threads before him, effectively thwarting the onslaught of silver needles. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Tai Chi Divine Palm and the Golden Bell Shield to defend against Shi Chunyu's needle barrage. Through the harmonious integration of his ultimate techniques, Xiao Yun managed to withstand Shi Chunyu's relentless assault. It was now his turn to counterattack, not one to relish a passive role. Xiao Yun bellowed as he executed the sonic wave technique, Dragon Might. The roar, akin to that of a true dragon, erupted from his lips, reverberating through the void and sending ripples cascading through the surrounding space. Shi Chunyu, evidently shaken by the ferocious sound wave, momentarily faltered in her advance, causing her silver needles to veer off target. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun, adept at capitalizing on moments in battle, immediately employed the divine wind step, which he had honed to the pinnacle of ultimate techniques, transforming himself into a bolt of lightning, his speed rivaling that of the lightning-bodied Jie Yulong. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Shi Chunyu and, devoid of any hesitation or mercy, unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist, delivering a devastating blow to her jade-like back. After all, it was merely an illusory clone, not her true self. Xiao Yun mused that had it been the real Shi Chunyu, he would have exercised far more restraint. Host ranks first on the Hidden Dragon list. Reward: 10 comprehension opportunities. Host has incited gasps and caused a sensation. Reward: 3 comprehension opportunities. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yun promptly checked his status and discovered that his comprehension opportunities had reached a staggering total of 45. This was exhilarating. These opportunities would undoubtedly amplify his strength upon his return from the True Dragon Nest. Chapter 33. Challenging the Greatest in History. Congratulations to Elder Taishang's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ascending to the pinnacle of the Qianlong rankings. A resounding voice echoed from within the illusory demon tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak. Instantly, those gathered near the stone tablet erupted in excitement. A multitude of astonished gazes turned towards the top of the Qianlong rankings, where the name Xiao Yun gleamed with resplendent golden light. Remarkably, Xiao Yun had directly challenged the #1 spot and emerged victorious. This was utterly astounding. He had defeated Shi Chunyu, whose strength was rumored to have reached a staggering 750,000 gene. How could Xiao Yun possibly prevail? If a formidable expert like Shi Chunyu could be vanquished, it was conceivable that Xiao Yun had already stepped into the realm of the seven restrictions. The seven restrictions. Such news was indeed shocking. Even within the entire cultivation world, such talent was unparalleled, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the scions of the other 5 sacred lands. The crowd continued to exclaim in disbelief, a wave of astonishment washing over them. The outer disciples, upon seeing Xiao Yun's name on the Qianlong rankings, felt utterly deflated. This individual had already defeated the top 100 Qi gathering realm experts among the outer disciples, while still in the body refinement realm. The disparity was simply too vast for them to harbor even a flicker of envy. After all, people often envy those slightly stronger than themselves. But when faced with someone of such overwhelming superiority, they could only offer their admiration. "Master, brother has claimed the first place. How amazing!" Lin Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly to Uncle Fu in front of the Qianlong ranking stone tablet. Uncle Fu, too, was taken aback by Xiao Yun's triumph over Shi Chunyu. Given that Shi Chunyu possessed greater strength than Xiao Yun, and that one was in the Qi gathering realm while the other was in the body refinement realm, which inherently conferred a significant advantage. This clearly demonstrated that Xiao Yun not only possessed rapid cultivation speed, but also formidable combat prowess. He could achieve victory even with comparable strength. Truly, he was the prodigious talent that had caused the chaotic bell to toll 9 times. The old master had undoubtedly made the right choice this time. The young master was destined to forge a chaotic body. Uncle Fu silently nurtured his hopes. At that moment, a sudden burst of laughter resonated from the crowd nearby. How amusing! Brother Xiao has actually defeated Sister Shi. If I recall correctly, Sister Shi, you once declared within the illusory demon tower that whoever could defeat you would earn your allegiance. This statement ignited a fervor within the assembly. The previously subdued crowd erupted once more, and Shi Chunyu, who had already been the center of attention, now found herself under an even more intense spotlight. The revelation that she had made such a declaration in the illusory demon tower stirred a wave of curiosity. Having been bested by Xiao Yun, did this mean Shi Chunyu was indeed bound to follow him? Rumor had it that a scion from our chaos sacred land had taken a liking to Shi Chunyu. How intriguing! The scion wielded unparalleled power and held a lofty status. Xiao Yun was no longer merely a divine offspring. Surely, he would have to bow before the scion should they cross paths. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the midst of the crowd, Shi Chunyu slightly furrowed her delicate brows as she turned to gaze at the speaker, only to discover that it was Xiao Yun, ranked 10th on the Qianlong list. Instantly, her charming face grew cold, and she huffed in disdain. She was well aware of Xiao Yun's reputation for arrogance and bullying among the outer disciples. He had once flirted with a female disciple and had been taught a lesson by her, which had left him harboring resentment. This time, Xiao Yun's attempt to provoke her undoubtedly stemmed from a desire for revenge. However, Shi Chunyu found it beneath her to engage with such a petty fool. After all, she had already resolved to follow Xiao Yun, and it would soon be known, rendering Xiao Yun's antics inconsequential. Xiao Yun, he was being deliberately provocative. In the crowd, Lu Haochu, ranked 3rd on the Qianlong list, cast a look of disdain towards Xiao Yun not far off, snorting coldly. Beside him, Zhang Jing, ranked 2nd, scoffed, remarking that Xiao Yun had always been arrogant and narrow-minded. He had harbored a grudge ever since being reprimanded by Shi Chunyu for his earlier misconduct with a female disciple and was now seeking an opportunity for retribution. Lu Haochu nodded in agreement and then glanced at Shi Chunyu, a fleeting look of admiration crossing his eyes as he mused whether she would honor her promise. He frequently challenged Shi Chunyu in the illusionary magic tower, aware of the words she had left behind there. What young man could resist the allure of a transcendent beauty like Shi Chunyu? Thus, driven by her words, Lu Haochu strived diligently to enhance his strength. Yet he remained no match for her. Witnessing Xiao Yun's recent victory over Shi Chunyu, he could not help but feel a pang of envy. Zhang Jing shared this sentiment, harboring his own admiration for Shi Chunyu. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, stating calmly that a woman of Shi Chunyu's caliber could likely only be matched by senior brother Xiao, and they ought to wish her well. Lu Haochu forced a bitter smile, recognizing the truth in Zhang Jing's words. Yet, he feared the situation would not unfold so easily, for the esteemed Holy Son had long regarded Shi Chunyu as a coveted prize, and given his status, he likely bore no fear of senior brother Xiao. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Haochu voiced his concerns with a hint of worry. Zhang Jing's expression grew serious, his eyes reflecting his apprehension. as he was already well aware of the Holy Sun's notorious arrogance. Before the Qianlong List monument, Lin Xiaoya listened to the surrounding conversations, her face darkening with displeasure. She glanced at Xiao Yun in the distance, jealousy flickering in her round, expressive eyes as she pouted, exclaiming, "How shameless. A young woman making such a vow, it's simply disgraceful. Just look at her seductive demeanor, it's clear she isn't virtuous." For some reason, upon learning that such a stunning beauty as Xiao Yun intended to follow Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. Fu Bo cast a knowing glance at Lin Xiaoya. His vast experience allowed him to discern her burgeoning infatuation with Xiao Yun. Yet, being young and inexperienced in matters of the heart, Lin Xiaoya herself remained unaware of her feelings, only sensing a vague and nebulous stir within her. Unperturbed by the circumstances, Uncle Fu had originally taken Lin Xiaoya under his wing with the intention of providing companionship for Xiao Yun. However, he felt compelled to caution her. "Xiaoya, an unparalleled genius like the young master is destined to attract followers. Currently, it is merely a matter of Xiao Yun, but as the young master's strength grows, he will likely find himself surrounded by admirers across the entirety of the imperial peak." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya wore an expression of resigned understanding. She was acutely aware of her senior brother's exceptional talents, which would undoubtedly draw a multitude of followers in the future. After all, the saints from the Chaos Sacred Land each had their own retinue, with the top 10 among them boasting even greater numbers. Lin Xiaoya recognized that she could not thwart this tide, as these followers would enhance Xiao Yun's influence, ultimately aiding his aspirations of leading the Chaos Sacred Land. Suddenly, a resounding voice reverberated from within the illusionary demon tower, astonishing everyone gathered upon the peak. In the next moment, the name Xiao Yun materialized on a nearby black stone tablet, radiating a dazzling golden light. The onlookers collectively gasped in amazement. Xiao Yun had dared to challenge the historical titans of the body refinement realm and had triumphed. A profound sense of shock coursed through the crowd. Among them, Xiao Yun's hair danced in the wind, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vibrant hues as she fixated intently on the stone tablet not far away. Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing stood agape, their expressions a portrait of astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya and Uncle Fu rushed joyfully towards the black stone tablet. The names etched upon these tablets chronicled the greatest figures in the history of the Chaos Sacred Land. Each name symbolized an extraordinary prodigy. To have one's name inscribed upon this tablet is to secure a legacy that would endure through the ages, earning admiration for countless generations to come. Chapter 34. Historical Ranking 10th. Within the Hall of Illusions, Xiao Yun was indeed challenging the most formidable figure in the history of the body refinement realm. After his victory over Xiao Yun, securing the top position on the potential dragon ranking, the system bestowed upon him a new mission. The latest task, to challenge the strongest historical practitioner of the body refinement realm from the Chaos Sacred Land. The rewards were enticing. Reaching the 100th position would grant 10 opportunities for enlightenment, the 50th, 30 opportunities, the 10th, 50 opportunities, the 3rd, 70 opportunities, and the 1st, a remarkable 100 opportunities. The rewards for this task were far more generous than those for the previous challenge of the potential dragon ranking, igniting an exhilarating thrill within Xiao Yun. If he could successfully complete this task, he might immediately elevate his mastery of the Chaos Scripture to the 108th layer, thus forging the Chaos body. Overflowing with excitement, Xiao Yun declared to the illusionary demon, "Next, I shall challenge the practitioner ranked 50. "As you wish," replied the illusionary demon with a calm demeanor. In the next moment, a young figure radiating an extraordinary aura appeared before Xiao Yun. With his arrival, the temperature in the air plummeted, and a chill enveloped the ground, causing Xiao Yun to shiver involuntarily. It appeared that this opponent possessed a unique physical constitution. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, though he was not taken aback. The previous adversary he had faced, ranked 100, was already a genius with a special physique. It was only natural, for the Chaos Sacred Land had existed for countless ages, producing more than 100 exceptional talents. Hence, it was highly probable that his upcoming opponents would also possess unique physical traits. Boom. While lost in thought, the imposing figure before him unleashed a powerful punch. As the force of the strike surged forth, the surrounding temperature dropped drastically, with frost enveloping Xiao Yun's body in an attempt to freeze him. The Xianbing body. A surge of realization struck Xiao Yun. He understood the nature of this individual's special constitution. A third-tier royal body, the Xianbing body. Although merely a third-tier royal body, This individual had evidently refined it to its utmost potential. Coupled with their innate efforts, they were no less formidable than those with a second-tier divine body. Upon contact, Xiao Yun discerned the strength of this opponent, significantly superior to that of Xiao Yun from the primordial sacred land, who also possessed a third-tier royal body. The power of this individual had reached an astonishing 500,000 pounds. With a single punch, Xiao Yun sent the Xianbing body flying, astonished by the encounter. While both were third-tier royal bodies, Xiao Yulong's lightning body only wielded 300,000 pounds of strength, whereas this opponent boasted 500,000 pounds, an unmistakable disparity in might. Nevertheless, the difference between the opponent's 500,000 pounds and Xiao Yun's own 700,000 pounds was considerable. Without expending much effort, Xiao Yun swiftly vanquished the Xianbing body, ascending to the 50th position in the history of the body refinement realm. A glance at his system revealed that he had gained 30 opportunities for enlightenment, bringing his total to 88. What a thrill! If this continues, I shall master the chaos scripture and forge the chaos body in no time. Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming excitement within, continuing to address the illusion demon. This time, I shall challenge the 10th position. As you wish, replied the illusion demon nonchalantly. In the next moment, a formidable figure materialized before Xiao Yun, exuding a powerful aura that sent tremors throughout the entire illusion demon realm. Xiao Yun's expression turned serious. He sensed immense pressure. This individual was extraordinarily strong. Outside the illusion demon tower, a throng gathered before the black stone tablet of the body refinement realm, all eyes fixated on the name Xiao Yun in the 50th rank. Their faces etched with astonishment. Xiao Yun had triumphed over the formidable adversary ranked 50th, an astonishing feat. This was indeed a historical accomplishment. In the annals of our chaos sacred land, Xiao Yun's prowess could undoubtedly secure him a place among the top 50 in the body refinement realm. Such an individual might truly succeed in mastering the chaos scripture and forging the chaos body in the future. Whispers of admiration filled the air. The younger disciples revered Xiao Yun even more. Some lamented their own lack of talent, wishing they could follow in the footsteps of Shi Chunyu and align themselves with Xiao Yun. Others, who considered themselves quite talented, exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility of following Xiao Yun. After all, aligning oneself with an extraordinary prodigy promised numerous advantages. Firstly, a prodigy's remarkable talent foretold great achievements, and those who followed would inevitably rise alongside him. Furthermore, one must consider the weight of their choices. Aligning with a powerful figure was akin to having a formidable support system. Moreover, the resources for cultivation possessed by such a prodigy were abundant. Even a mere fraction of what slipped through their fingers would suffice to sustain their followers. Moreover, should Xiao Yun ascend to the position of the sovereign of the chaos sacred land in the future, his followers would undoubtedly occupy esteemed positions within the land. Thus, the benefits of following an unparalleled prodigy were indeed plentiful. However, a single flaw in Xiao Yun made these talented individuals hesitate. He practiced the chaos scripture. The difficulty of mastering the chaos scripture was well known, and few believed Xiao Yun could successfully forge the chaos body. His master, Emperor Tian, once hailed as the foremost holy son of the chaos sacred land, was a renowned figure in the entire cultivation world, second only to the holy sons of the other 5 sacred lands. In his prime, Emperor Tian was illustrious, with countless followers. Yet later, he found himself trapped in a transcendent realm, nearing the end of his lifespan, unable to break through to the celestial realm, causing many of his followers to either perish or abandon him. Consequently, these disciples feared that Xiao Yun might become a second Emperor Tian. Congratulations to Elder Taishang's disciple Xiao Yun for securing the 10th position among the strongest in the history of the body refinement realm of the chaos sacred land. Suddenly, a resounding voice emanated from within the illusion demon tower, echoing across the entire mountain. Instantly, exclamations of astonishment erupted, akin to a tempest sweeping through the crowd. 10th place. This was indeed the 10th strongest in history. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the black stone monument before them as Xiao Yun's name ascended to the 10th row. In the first row, prominently displayed, was the name of their esteemed ancestor from the chaos sacred land. This signified that Xiao Yun was merely 8 names away from the revered ancestor. Such proximity to the ancestral figure was nothing short of an immense honor. Moreover, unlike other rankings, the names within the top 10 were rendered in gold, perpetually emanating a gentle golden light, dazzlingly brilliant and impossible to overlook. To be immortalized in history in such a manner was a source of envy and admiration. Amidst the crowd, those who had previously wavered now exhibited a resolute determination in their eyes. They had resolved to follow Xiao Yun. even if Xiao Yun could not forge the chaos body. His current display of talent suggested he would ultimately surpass Tian and become a formidable being in the celestial realm. Such prowess, while not rivaling the exalted saints, was still sufficient to establish him as the sovereign of the chaos sacred land, promising immense benefits for them all. Chapter 35. I shall not allow it. As Xiao Yun ascended to the pinnacle of the hidden dragon ranking and prepared to challenge the most formidable figures in history. The tempest he stirred within the illusionary demon tower had already reverberated throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. At Tianfeng, Elder Tianyi had long since entered seclusion to strive for the heavenly realm. Upon learning of Xiao Yun's exploits in the illusionary demon tower, both Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping wore expressions of deep concern. They had not anticipated that the young man possessed such formidable strength. His entry into the true dragon nest would likely yield significant rewards. A flicker of worry clouded Zhu Ping's eyes as he contemplated the possibility of Xiao Yun acquiring unparalleled treasures within the true dragon nest, which could potentially assist Tian in ascending to the heavenly realm. Over the years, he had often clashed with Tian, leveraging the fact that Tian's lifespan was dwindling, thus posing little threat to him. However, should Tian ascend to the heavenly realm, his lifespan would extend by a millennium, enabling him to regain his youth and once again reach the zenith of his power, or perhaps even surpass it. Tian, lauded as the foremost holy son of the chaotic sacred land, had already forged a half-step chaotic body. Should he attain the heavenly realm, it was conceivable that he could rival saints in the future, or at the very least, attain invincibility within the heavenly realm. The mere thought of such a scenario filled Zhu Ping with trepidation, for at that juncture, even Tianyi could not guarantee his safety. Moreover, given Tianyi's nature, he might very well choose to cast Zhu Ping aside. Humph, let him bask in his glory for now, though it shall not last long, Zhu Ping mused. Suddenly, Chu Jingxiao let out a cold snort, piquing Zhu Ping's curiosity. Oh, young master, what troubles you? Zhu Ping inquired, surprised by Chu Jingxiao's reaction. With a mocking smile, Chu Jingxiao replied, my master has informed me that during every venture into the true dragon nest, the Taichu sacred land invariably targets our disciples from the chaotic sacred land. This generation has birthed an individual with a time-space body. He will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xiao Yun within the true dragon nest. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping's understanding dawned, and he nodded vigorously, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You speak wisely, young master. I nearly overlooked the Taichu sacred land. They would not wish for us to nurture any peerless prodigies, and thus, they will employ every conceivable means to eradicate that brat Xiao Yun. Zhu Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. No matter how strong Xiao Yun might be, could he truly contend with the individual from the Taichu sacred land, the one boasting a supreme body comparable to the chaotic body? It was clear that Xiao Yun was destined to meet his end within the true dragon nest. At Dongyu Peak, the abode of the formidable Dongyu Tang, there resided a disciple named Li Bufan, a holy son of the chaotic sacred land. To attain the status of holy son, one must possess unparalleled talent, ringing the chaotic bell 6 times, and Li Bufan was indeed such a prodigy. Though still young, Li Bufan had already surpassed the divine bridge realm and entered the cave heaven realm, his prowess sweeping through the inner sect, rivaling even the true inheritors. However, at this moment, Li Bufan was in a foul mood, for a follower had delivered him distressing news. Shi Chunyu had chosen to follow Xiao Yun. Li Bufan's gaze darkened. He had pursued Shi Chunyu for so long, only for this ungrateful woman to select that good-for-nothing Xiao Yun. Indeed, in Li Bufan's eyes, Xiao Yun was nothing but a worthless individual. After all, the arduous nature of cultivating the chaos scripture was well known. In his prime, Emperor Tian had been resplendent and dazzling. Yet his pursuit of the chaos scripture had left him ensnared in the transcendent realm, surpassed by his former subordinates, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Li Bufan was convinced that Xiao Yun would follow the same path as Emperor Tian, destined to become a failure. He, Li Bufan, was fated to ascend to the realm of celestial beings, perhaps even to the exalted domain of saints. You insolent wretch, since you are so oblivious to your own insignificance, do not blame me for my lack of civility, he scoffed. Xiao Yun, had you not relinquished your position as the son of God, I might have regarded you with some caution. But now, you are no longer the son. In my eyes, you are no different from an ant. The woman I desire shall be mine alone. With a cold glint in his eyes and a derisive laugh, Li Bufan rose to his feet and ascended into the sky, soaring towards the peak where the illusory demon tower stood. Within the illusory demon tower, Xiao Yun sat on the ground, slightly breathless and drenched in sweat. diligently circulating the chaos scripture to recover his expended strength. Fortunately, the chaos scripture was formidable. In mere moments, Xiao Yun restored his power to its zenith. Shall we continue the challenge? The voice of the illusory demon echoed. Xiao Yun's lips twitched as he quickly waved his hand. Let it be. I exerted tremendous effort to defeat the 10th-ranked opponent, and that was my utmost limit. Indeed, vanquishing the 10th strongest in the history of the body refinement realm was no small feat for Xiao Yun. This adversary possessed a second-tier divine body and had mastered an ultimate combat technique along with a superlative martial skill, boasting a strength of 750,000 pounds, surpassing Xiao Yun by 50,000 pounds, akin to that of Shi Chunyu. However, the strength of this individual far exceeded that of Shi Chunyu, with 750,000 pounds of power. Combined with the second-tier divine body, he was akin to a deity descended upon the earth, exuding an invincible aura. Had Xiao Yun not cultivated 7 ultimate combat techniques, he likely would not have triumphed. Moreover, even in victory, the toll was significant, far more arduous than his battle with Shi Chunyu. Nonetheless, this encounter proved immensely beneficial, allowing Xiao Yun to truly comprehend the terrifying prowess of a second-tier divine body. If such strength could be derived from merely a second-tier divine body, how formidable must the one from the Taichu sacred land, the body of time and space, be? At this moment, Xiao Yun felt a grave sense of urgency, no longer daring to underestimate his circumstances. Clearly, he must continue to strive. Otherwise, he would be unable to contend with those of supreme physiques. However, once he forged the chaos body, he would be invincible across the realms, no longer needing to fear those supreme physiques. The thought of the chaos body filled Xiao Yun with anticipation, prompting him to check his system, where he was elated to discover that his comprehension count had risen to 141. Ha ha ha, with so many insights accumulated, once I return from the true dragon nest, I shall immediately forge the chaos body. Xiao Yun's heart surged with excitement. Had it not been for his journey to the true dragon nest, he might have already commenced his seclusion to cultivate the chaos scripture. However, in order to attain the level of the ancestral master, Xiao Yun felt that it was imperative to forge the most formidable foundation within the realm of body refinement. This entailed elevating his strength to 1 million pounds, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancestral master. Only in this manner could he, like the ancestral master, become the preeminent chaos body. Otherwise, the chaos body would be no different from other supreme bodies, a prospect that Xiao Yun found utterly unacceptable. His ambitions were grand. He believed that since he possessed a chaos body, he must strive to achieve the pinnacle of strength. To rival the ancestral master, or even surpass him, would enable him to sweep through the myriad realms, dominate the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and become invincible across the world. It was time to depart. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yun exited the illusory demon tower. Outside, throngs of people had gathered, all fixated on the tower's interior. As Xiao Yun emerged, he instantly captured the attention of the crowd, with numerous eager eyes trained upon him. A slight frown creased his brow. Being scrutinized by so many made him feel somewhat awkward. However, upon catching sight of a young woman in a purple dress at the forefront of the gathering, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It was Shi Chunyu. Having encountered her illusory avatar within the tower, Xiao Yun recognized her. Yet, seeing her true form revealed her beauty to be far beyond that of her illusion. Her unparalleled visage rendered the breathtaking scenery of the mountain itself dim. As the gentle breeze tousled her hair and the purple dress danced about her, accentuating her exquisite figure, she resembled a celestial being descended from the lunar palace, embodying the essence of heaven and earth's grace. Lin Xiaoya, standing nearby, noticed Xiao Yun gazing at Shi Chunyu and pouted in displeasure, letting out a cold huff. Fu Bo, observing Xiao Yun with a smile, felt a profound sense of admiration. After all, he was the 10th strongest in history, truly a name to be etched in annals. Xiao Xixiao. At that moment, Shi Chunyu gracefully approached, her movements ethereal, her flowing black hair akin to a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. I once vowed that whoever could defeat my illusory avatar, I would follow. Now that you have triumphed over my avatar, I wonder if you would accept me as your follower? Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, captivating in their radiance. It must be said, faced with the favor of such an extraordinary beauty, Xiao Yun found himself at a loss for any reason to decline her offer. To do so would likely incite the wrath of countless readers. Thus, Xiao Yun smiled sincerely and replied, "Thank you, Sister Shi, for your kind regard. In the future, we may encourage one another and together validate the path of greatness. Hearing this, Xiao Yun beamed with relief. She had feared rejection, which would have been quite humiliating. Xiao Yun, I shall not allow you to follow a worthless individual. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed from the heavens, reverberating across the mountain, causing the surrounding trees to sway. In the next instant, a crimson figure descended through the air, carrying an overwhelming aura, enveloping the entire mountain and instilling a profound sense of pressure in everyone present. Everyone turned their heads at once and immediately recognized the identity of this individual. It is the Holy Sun, Li Bufan. Chapter 36. The overbearing Li Bufan, the Holy Sun. It is said that he has been pursuing Xiao Yun. Yet she has chosen to follow Xiao Yun. It seems that Li Bufan is ready to confront this situation head-on. This reaction is quite understandable. The woman he covets is now turning her affections to another, and with Li Bufan's pride, it would be surprising if he were to tolerate such a slight. Xiao Yun is likely to find himself in dire straits, for he no longer possesses the status of a son of God, and in terms of both identity and strength, he pales in comparison to Li Bufan. As the crowd murmured among themselves, they discreetly moved aside, clearing the space for Xiao Yun and Li Bufan. Neither Xiao Yun nor Li Bufan were individuals they dared to provoke. They could only stand by and observe the unfolding drama. Among the crowd, Xiao Yun, ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon list, cast a gleeful glance at Xiao Yun upon seeing Li Bufan's arrival, thinking to himself, "You wretched woman. You dared to teach me a lesson once. Today, I shall relish watching you navigate this encounter with the esteemed Holy Sun." Having been humiliated by Xiao Yun in the past, Xiao Yun felt a sense of vindication at this moment, his spirit soaring with the prospect of revenge. However, a sense of dread washed over Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing as they noticed Li Bufan's swift approach. They had not anticipated his arrival would be so imminent. Now, there was no escape for Xiao Yun. After all, once Xiao Yun and Xiao Yun returned to the Imperial Peak, even a holy son like Li Bufan would think twice before causing a scene. But here, within the illusionary demon tower, the dynamics were entirely different. In this place, Li Bufan would hold no reservations. In the skies, Li Bufan appeared with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes glowing a fiery red. Bathed in scorching flames, he descended like a deity of fire. With a thunderous crash, Li Bufan's feet struck the ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble, his overwhelming presence emanating an aura of unparalleled might. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Li Bufan's aura was extraordinarily potent and domineering, instilling a formidable pressure upon all present. Even Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, for the strength of Li Bufan was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Of course, figures such as Di Tian, Fu Bo, and the master of the chaotic Holy Land were far superior to Li Bufan. Yet they possessed the ability to perfectly restrain their own power, rendering their strength imperceptible to Xiao Yun. In stark contrast, Li Bufan exuded his overwhelming presence without any semblance of restraint, leaving a profound impact on Xiao Yun. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun was a peerless prodigy who had battled against the strongest individuals in history. Merely the force of Li Bufan's aura would not compel him to submit. With a steady gaze fixed upon Li Bufan, he replied coldly, "I, Xiao Yun, do not require your permission to accept followers." Even in the face of the Holy Sun from the chaotic Holy Land, he remained unflinching. After all, he was one who had willingly relinquished the title of Holy Sun. Furthermore, he had the formidable Di Tian as his backing, and many esteemed elders from the chaotic Holy Land held him in high regard. His position was not inferior to that of a Holy Sun. "Xiao Yun, what do you consider yourself to be? Do you think you are worthy of speaking to me in such a manner? Do you still believe yourself to be a son of God?" Li Bufan, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Xiao Yun with a countenance replete with disdain, his eyes betraying an unmistakable scorn. He regarded Xiao Yun as nothing more than an insignificant being, a mere cultivator of the chaotic scripture, unworthy of comparison to his own esteemed self as the Holy Sun. As for Xiao Yun's prowess in the body refinement realm, the body refinement realm is merely the initial stage of cultivation. No matter how formidable Xiao Yun may be within it, Li Bufan was confident he could extinguish him with a single strike. "Who do you think you are? My recruitment of followers is none of your concern. Am I feasting on your family's rice? Or perhaps I am your father, daring to dictate my affairs?" Confronted with the contempt in Li Bufan's gaze, Xiao Yun felt a surge of irritation and let loose a string of expletives. Since entering the chaotic sacred land, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to treat him with such derision. Even Chu Jingxiao had only dared to scheme in secrecy. Yet, This Li Bufan was brazenly arrogant, dismissing him with utter disdain, which was exceedingly vexing. Xiao Yun was not one to tolerate such insolence if he was provoked. He would ensure that Li Bufan felt equally displeased. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's outburst, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Lu Haochu, Zhang Jing, Zhang Yun, and others stared at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Shi Chunyu shot Xiao Yun a peculiar glance, astonished to witness someone so audaciously insult a holy son. An unprecedented sight for them. However, they believed Xiao Yun was doomed, certain that even if he survived, he would suffer severe consequences. Impudent. Indeed, Li Bufan's fury erupted. His pupils dilating dramatically, his gaze piercing like twin swords through the void, exuding a terrifying aura. You are the one being impudent, Xiao Yun retorted coldly, locking his gaze on Li Bufan, unflinching and wholly undeterred by the holy son's presence. You are courting death. Li Bufan's forehead throbbed with veins as he seethed. How could a mere disciple of a grand elder dare to treat him with such contempt? This was an intolerable affront. Did this fool truly believe he was still a divine son? In that instant, Li Bufan radiated an overwhelming brilliance. A formidable aura erupting forth that shook the very fabric of the void. Crack! The space around him fractured, revealing a series of black holes behind him, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy, rendering Li Bufan a figure of terrifying magnitude. There were 7 black holes in total, devouring all the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. As if even the air itself had been siphoned away, instilling a sense of suffocating dread among the onlookers. Everyone was profoundly astonished, their hearts tumultuous with fear. 7 celestial realms. Li Bufan had actually activated 7 celestial realms, an utterly terrifying feat. It was said that opening even a single celestial realm in the celestial realm was sufficient to ascend to the spirit offering realm. To open 3 was to be considered a genius. Yet, here stood Li Bufan, having opened 7. Such depth of potential, once he stepped into the spirit offering realm, would render him an unimaginable force. The onlookers were utterly astonished, gazing at the 7 black holes behind Li Bufan. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with shock. To think that a person could tear apart space, how immensely powerful must one be? This was merely Li Bufan. How formidable must Emperor Tian and the others be? How terrifying would those saints be? At this moment, Xiao Yun's yearning for power intensified. However, the immediate concern remained how to confront Li Bufan. As Li Bufan revealed the 7 realms, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming pressure that compelled him to take a step back. Saint's son, our chaotic sacred land strictly prohibits infighting among brethren. Please cease your actions. Fu Bo's expression shifted, and he hurriedly positioned himself in front of Xiao Yun. Addressing Li Bufan with a solemn tone, he understood that Xiao Yun was not yet a match for Li Bufan, given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Li Bufan had trained for decades, while Xiao Yun had only been practicing for a few months. Such comparisons were futile. Get out of my way. However, Li Bufan paid no heed to Fu Bo, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. You are merely a follower of the elder of Emperor Tian. To put it bluntly, you are but a servant, yet you dare obstruct me, a dignified saint's son? Do you not fear that the enforcers of our chaotic sacred land will annihilate you? Fu Bo's heart quaked at the mention of the enforcers, the most fearsome figures in the chaotic sacred land. Tasked with punishing disciples who committed grave transgressions, a sword of Damocles hanging over all. Master, although I possess greater strength than Li Bufan, he is still a saint's son. I cannot strike against him, otherwise my demise is assured. Master, I will hold him off. You must swiftly enter the illusory demon tower. Once within, Li Bufan will be powerless against you, and when the old master arrives, he will be unable to stir up any trouble. It was at this moment that Xiao Yun heard Fu Bo's voice resonating in his mind, evidently conveying a message telepathically. Soon after, he saw Fu Bo standing before him, continuing to obstruct Li Bufan. He admonished Li Bufan with a grave tone, Saint's son, if you lay hands on a fellow disciple, rest assured that the enforcers will not spare you. Li Bufan chuckled arrogantly, dismissing the warning. Do you think I am unaware of the rules? I am a saint's son. Merely disciplining an ordinary disciple does not equate to killing him. The enforcers will not concern themselves with such trivial matters. Fu Bo's heart sank. This was indeed the case. A saint's son wielded such power and status. If it were a divine son, their authority would be even greater, allowing them to slay a disciple without facing repercussions. Alas, Xiao Yun had long since relinquished the position of divine son, and Fu Bo sighed inwardly. Move aside. I shan't repeat myself. In midair, Li Bufan declared imperiously, advancing with the weight of the 7 realms bearing down upon him, entirely unconcerned that Fu Bo was more powerful. Enveloped in flames, he exuded a terrifying aura. radiating an extraordinary might. Li Bufan, I chose to follow senior brother Xiao. If you are displeased, direct your ire towards me rather than humiliating him. Xiao Yun finally spoke. Feeling responsible for the trouble that had arisen and unwilling to allow Xiao Yun to bear the burden alone. You vile woman, silence yourself. Li Bufan cast a cold glance at Xiao Yun and disdainfully remarked, do you truly believe that I hold any affection for you? In my eyes, there exists only the path of the sage. A woman like you is but a mere plaything. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yun's face turned pale with fury, her entire body trembling. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Li Bufan's arrogance knew no bounds. Did he truly think that Xiao Yun was someone to be trifled with? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaya, standing beside Xiao Yun, gathered her courage and boldly exclaimed at Li Bufan, what nonsense is this about being a sage? You only know how to bully the weak. You have practiced for decades, while my senior brother has only trained for a few months. If he were to cultivate for the same length of time, he could easily crush you with a single finger. Impudent, Li Bufan bellowed, his gaze fierce as it fixed upon Lin Xiaya, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Oh, how amusing. Each of you dares to disregard my status as a sage. Today, I shall make it known that the authority of the sage is not to be trifled with. With that, the 7 celestial realms behind Li Bufan erupted in a blaze of brilliant light. Young master, flee. Fu Bo urgently transmitted, preparing to intervene. Determined to shield Xiao Yun from Li Bufan's tyranny, even if it meant facing execution by the enforcers afterward. Fu Bo, stand aside. I have my own methods to deal with him, Xiao Yun suddenly declared. Fu Bo was taken aback, believing Xiao Yun to be foolish. With his current physical cultivation, how could he possibly contend with Li Bufan of the celestial realm? The disparity between them was insurmountable. Yet, at that moment, Fu Bo witnessed Xiao Yun forming intricate hand seals, murmuring some mysterious yet familiar incantations. Instantly, the spiritual energy surrounding the mountain surged violently, converging above Xiao Yun's head like a fearsome tempest. This spectacle left everyone in utter astonishment. Chapter 37. The chaotic bell displays its might as Xiao Yun manipulated the mysterious seal and recited enigmatic scriptures. The spiritual energy in the surrounding void became utterly tumultuous, continuously converging above his head. Such an extraordinary phenomenon left the onlookers utterly astonished, their gazes fixated on Xiao Yun. What was happening? How could Xiao Yun, merely at the body refinement stage, create such a tremendous commotion? How could he possibly absorb such terrifying spiritual energy? Was he employing some arcane divine power? It seemed implausible. After all, he was still at the body refinement level and had yet to condense his spiritual force, making it impossible for him to wield divine abilities. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. Even Fu Bo and Lin Xiaya, who were familiar with Xiao Yun, gazed at him in bewilderment. When had the young master acquired such a skill? Could it be that the elder master had privately imparted this knowledge? Yet, even if it were some form of divine power, with the young master's current cultivation, it should be beyond his capabilities. Fu Bo's heart swelled with curiosity. Lin Xiaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. She sensed that her senior brother harbored some hidden trump card. Anticipating a momentous eruption that would surely bring down the insufferable so-called saint before them. Not far away, Xiao Yun also regarded Xiao Yun with bright, eager eyes, her heart brimming with expectation. Could it be that senior brother Xiao truly had the ability to contend with Li Bufan? However, the disparity in cultivation between Xiao Yun and Li Bufan was immense. All eyes were riveted on Xiao Yun, awaiting his explosive display, eager to discover whether he could turn the tide. Humph, merely playing tricks, you an insignificant ant at the body refinement stage. Without even a trace of condensed spiritual force, what divine power could you possibly wield? In the skies above, Li Bufan regarded Xiao Yun with disdain, briefly surprised but quickly dismissing the notion of any formidable energy emanating from him. He believed Xiao Yun was merely attempting to intimidate him. The audacity of this insignificant insect to vie for a woman and speak ill of him. Today, he would demonstrate the vast chasm that lay between them. With a cold sneer, Li Bufan remained with his hands clasped behind his back, yet he lifted one foot, descending from the heavens to stomp down upon Xiao Yun. The crowd's expression shifted slightly. Li Bufan was indeed humiliating Xiao Yun in such a manner. This blow may not end Xiao Yun's life, but being trampled underfoot would be an unbearable disgrace, a humiliation that could never be washed away, leaving Xiao Yun unable to hold his head high for eternity. How infuriating! Lin Xiaya clenched her small fists, gritting her teeth in fury. Fu Bo's eyes reddened as he positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Yun, unable to restrain his desire to intervene. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yun completed the final seal, abruptly raising his head. His pupils gleamed with brilliance as a surge of golden light erupted from between his hands. Chaotic bell, come forth. With Xiao Yun's resounding cry, the entire void trembled. Countless golden rays converging with the substantial spiritual energy above his head, gradually coalescing into an ancient, resplendent bell. Upon this immense, ancient bell, golden radiance flows within, and its four walls are inscribed with countless mysterious runes, as if myriad divine entities are chanting within, exuding a terrifying aura. The onlookers gasp in astonishment. The appearance of this grand bell is all too familiar to them, for it is none other than the Chaos Bell. As the Chaos Bell emerges, a resounding voice reverberates throughout the sacred land of chaos, causing countless powerful beings to look up in shock, subsequently releasing their divine consciousness toward the illusionary demon tower. Meanwhile, the colossal Chaos Bell stands before Xiao Yun, thwarting Li Buffan's powerful kick. In the presence of the immense Chaos Bell, Li Buffan feels as insignificant as an ant. His formidable kick not only fails to propel the Chaos Bell, but is met with an even greater backlash, sending him flying away. How is this possible? Suspended in the air, Li Buffan halts, his eyes ablaze with disbelief as he gazes at Xiao Yun, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is not the true Chaos Bell. It is merely a fragment of its power condensed. Yet, as a mere mortal with only the body refinement realm, how could you summon the power of the Chaos Bell? Even your esteemed master, the elder Tian, could not achieve such a feat." Li Buffan is utterly astounded, unable to fathom how Xiao Yun could harness even a sliver of the Chaos Bell's power. Those surrounding them also display expressions of skepticism and shock. The summoning of the Chaos Bell by Xiao Yun has left everyone dumbfounded. After all, this is an imperial weapon, wielded only by saints. For these ordinary disciples, the Chaos Bell is a sight seen only during the grand ceremony of accepting new disciples. Rarely does anyone have the opportunity to behold the Chaos Bell. Now, the fact that Xiao Yun can borrow its power raises the question, could he be the favored child of the Chaos Bell? It is worth noting that he is merely at the body refinement realm. Even the ancient emperors in the body refinement stage could not wield the power of an imperial weapon. This situation is akin to a 3-year-old releasing an atomic bomb. It is nothing short of miraculous. Now it becomes clear. However, there is one who understands the situation, Fu Bo, observing Xiao Yun before him, stroking his beard. He smiles with ease and remarks, "If I am not mistaken, it is the Chaos Invocation. Each time new disciples are accepted, they must comprehend the Chaos Invocation to ring the Chaos Bell. The more one comprehends, the louder the sound they produce." The fact that the young master has caused the Chaos Bell to resonate 9 times indicates he has thoroughly grasped the Chaos Invocation. Thus, as long as he remains within our sacred land of chaos, the young master can summon the power of the Chaos Bell at any time. At this moment, Fu Bo is no longer concerned for Xiao Yun's safety. With the ability to harness the power of the Chaos Bell, how could he possibly falter against a saint of the celestial domain? It is imperative to remember that this is an imperial weapon. Even a fraction of its power, a billionth, would be immensely formidable. It truly is the Chaos Invocation. It is no wonder that the performed by Xiao Yun appeared somewhat familiar to me. It is, in fact, that we once contemplated in our earlier years. I never anticipated that possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Regrettably, apart from the time we joined the sect and struck the Chaos Bell, we have not had the opportunity to further comprehend with Xiao Yun wielding this divine ability, he is virtually invincible within our chaos sacred land. Upon hearing the words of Elder Fu, the onlookers suddenly came to a realization. Their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Xiao Yun with eyes brimming with envy. Although the Chaos Bell resides solely within the sacred land, and thus Xiao Yun can only harness its power within this domain, it is still a source of great admiration. After all, who would dare to bully Xiao Yun in the chaos sacred land in the future? Not far away, Lin Xiaoya, Shi Chunyu, and others all exhaled in relief. It seems Xiao Yun possesses this remarkable technique. No wonder he has remained so composed, able to draw upon the might of the imperial weapon. What tremendous power that entails. Chapter 38. Treading on the Saint Cursed, it is indeed the chaos resonance. At the same time, Li Buffan heard Uncle Fu's words and recalled the time when he comprehended the chaos resonance. He realized that the seal technique Xiao Yun had just executed was precisely the one recorded within the chaos resonance. However, would he simply retreat in despair? He had arrived with unyielding pride and unparalleled dominance, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. If he were to flee in disgrace, terrified by Xiao Yun's Chaos Bell, he would never be able to hold his head high within the chaos sacred land again. With gritted teeth, Li Buffan roared, his eyes ablaze. No matter what, you are merely an ant at the body refinement stage. I refuse to believe that with just a fraction of the Chaos Bell's power, you can defeat me. With that declaration, Li Bufan unleashed his full strength, no longer concerned about the possibility of killing Xiao Yun. After all, with the Chaos Bell's protection, it was impossible for him to be slain. Instead, it was he who would face true humiliation if he were to be defeated by Xiao Yun without going all out. Boom. As Li Bufan erupted with his full force, 7 black holes behind him converged, embodying a tremendous might that bore down upon Xiao Yun. The authority of the saint was unmatched in that moment. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige. Xiao Yun, upon witnessing this, could not help but let out a cold smile. He then continued to perform the seal technique, fully channeling the Chaos Bell hovering above his head. As the Chaos Bell radiated a blinding golden light, it unleashed a terrifying energy akin to monstrous waves surging from the ocean, sweeping towards Li Bufan. Get away from me, Li Bufan bellowed, refusing to retreat, as he summoned all 7 of his heavenly realms, converging in awe-inspiring force to strike down at Xiao Yun. The colossal Chaos Bell collided with Li Bufan's 7 heavenly realms, igniting a spectacular explosion of flames in the sky that engulfed the entire peak, allowing all to feel the earth-shattering power unleashed. Boom. Yet, the energy of the Chaos Bell was too formidable. Its overwhelming might swept through like autumn winds scattering leaves, shattering Li Bufan's 7 heavenly realms and sending him reeling back, blood spewing forth, losing all semblance of the saint's grandeur, appearing utterly disheveled. In contrast, Xiao Yun remained unscathed, the Chaos Bell above him radiating an aura of a celestial deity, exuding unmatched might that was not to be trifled with. Li Bufan, is this truly all the strength you possess? How utterly disappointing. Xiao Yun approached, bearing the weight of the Chaos Bell, looking down at the fallen Li Bufan with disdain. Li Bufan, infuriated, coughed up blood, glaring at Xiao Yun with resentment, shouting, if it weren't for the Chaos Bell, killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Xiao Yun replied with a cold laugh, if I were at the heavenly realm, killing you would be as simple as butchering a dog. So do not speak to me of ifs. You wield your higher realm to oppress me, yet do not allow me to use the Chaos Bell? Li Bufan found himself at a loss for words. He indeed bore the suspicion of bullying the weak with his superior strength. Li Bufan, consumed by resentment, glowered at Xiao Yun, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, very well. When you reach my level of cultivation, I shall grant you the opportunity for a fair duel. With that, Li Bufan rose, ready to depart. Did I permit your departure? Xiao Yun sneered. Just as Li Bufan was about to take flight, Xiao Yun once again summoned the Chaos Bell and hurled it towards him. Li Bufan, caught off guard and filled with rage, could not fathom that Xiao Yun would dare to strike him. In a moment of haste, he failed to defend himself and was struck by the Chaos Bell, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying. This time, Li Bufan was in a more dire state, collapsing to the ground and vomiting blood thrice, staining his garments crimson, his hair disheveled, and his once regal demeanor vanished. Resembling a beggar, Xiao Yun approached Li Bufan with a cold smirk, scoffing, those who bully others will inevitably be bullied in return. Since you dared to attack me, I cannot allow you to escape without consequence. Otherwise, others will think me an easy target. With that, he activated the Chaos Bell once more, aiming it at the fallen Li Bufan. Understanding that Li Bufan was of the Cave Heaven realm and could not be easily defeated in 1 or 2 strikes, Xiao Yun resolved to strike several times, ensuring that Li Bufan would be rendered incapable of rising again. Xiao Yun, you madman, if you kill me, the enforcers will not spare you. Li Bufan roared in desperation, yet faced with the oncoming Chaos Bell, he could only continue to defend himself. However, in his already grievously injured state, he was no match for the Chaos Bell, which sent him sprawling backward, bloodied and battered, akin to a mere punching bag. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What were they witnessing? The son of the Chaos Sacred Land, being treated like a rag doll by a mere lowly cultivator. It was utterly humiliating. If there were a ranking for the most disgraced sons of the Chaos Sacred Land, Li Bufan's performance today would undoubtedly secure the top position. Possibly even the most disgraceful in history. Now you wish to seek the enforcers? Where was your fear of them just moments ago? Xiao Yun continued to unleash the Chaos Bell upon Li Bufan, his demeanor one of cold amusement. Li Bufan, struck by the Chaos Bell and coughing blood, glared at Xiao Yun with gritted teeth, seething with fury. I am the sun, while you are merely an ordinary disciple. The enforcers will surely side with me. Prepare to have your cultivation revoked. Is that so? Then allow me to be the one to revoke your cultivation today. Xiao Yun chuckled coldly, once more summoning the Chaos Bell and sending Li Bufan reeling, bloodied once again. This time, Li Bufan lacked the strength to rise, prostrating himself on the ground. Hurling curses at Xiao Yun, but his injuries had rendered him powerless. Young master, enough. If this continues, he may truly perish, and it will lead to significant trouble. Just as Xiao Yun was poised to strike again, the voice of Fu Bo echoed in his mind. Fu Bo transmitted, "Young master, you are no longer a divine son. You cannot kill Li Bufan. A lesson will suffice. For an ordinary disciple to kill a son is a grave sin, and conflict among peers is utterly unforgivable." Fu Bo was indeed concerned that Xiao Yun was being overly impulsive. However, Xiao Yun was far from rash. He had no intention of perishing alongside the fool Li Bufan. Thus, he nodded and promptly dissipated the chaotic bell hovering above him. With the bell's disappearance, the onlookers around him breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the pressure exerted by the chaotic bell was immense, and even a mere trace of its imperial aura sent shivers through their very souls. "Xiao Yun, you dare to act so recklessly only within the confines of the chaotic sacred land. Once you step outside, I wonder if you can still harness the power of the chaotic bell." At that time, Li Bufan was in the midst of cursing Xiao Yun when he noticed Xiao Yun striding toward him with determination. An unsettling premonition washed over him, and he glared at Xiao Yun, shouting, "Xiao Yun, what do you intend to do? Why, to finish what you could not complete." Xiao Yun retorted with a cold sneer, lifting his foot and forcefully bringing it down upon Li Bufan's cheek. "You dare?" Li Bufan's pupils constricted in shock. If Xiao Yun's foot connected, the humiliation he would endure could never be washed away. However, he was currently incapacitated and gravely injured, unable to evade Xiao Yun's assault. "Just watch if I dare. Today, I shall let you taste the might of my invincible foot." Xiao Yun laughed coldly as his foot crashed down on Li Bufan's face, distorting it and shattering several of his teeth in the process. Ali Bufan was driven to madness, his eyes reddening in fury as he found himself subjected to such a humiliating act. This was a disgrace he could never hope to erase. "I'll make you arrogant. I'll show you what arrogance entails. You want to escape my wrath." Xiao Yun continued to trample on Li Bufan, mercilessly grinding his foot against the latter's face before finally relenting. At that moment, Li Bufan was consumed by rage, collapsing into unconsciousness. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished to witness the usually gentle and refined Xiao Yun reveal such a ferocious side. "Let it be known, I do not provoke others, but should one provoke me, they shall meet their reckoning, no matter the distance." With a frosty snort, Xiao Yun turned and departed. Chapter 39. The mighty East Jade Hall today was undeniably a momentous day in the Chaos Sacred Land, as Xiao Yun swept through the Qianlong ranking, securing his place as the 10th strongest individual in the history of the body refinement realm. He decisively defeated the Holy Son, Li Bufan. With news of these events spreading like wildfire, each revelation more astonishing than the last, the name Xiao Yun resonated throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land, becoming a topic of fervent discussion among the masses. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and his companions had returned to the Imperial Peak, accompanied by a new member, Shi Chunyu. This enchanting celestial maiden had become a devoted follower of Xiao Yun. Tian, pleased with this new addition, recognized not only her beauty but also her remarkable talents, which would undoubtedly benefit Xiao Yun in the future. "Master, I hope my confrontation with Li Bufan has caused you any trouble?" Xiao Yun inquired with concern. Tian, exuding an air of dominance, replied, "If you struck him, then so be it. What is the big deal?" Xiao Yun voiced his apprehensions, "But master, I have heard that Li Bufan is under the tutelage of a formidable heavenly realm expert." With a cold smirk, Tian responded, "I am aware. It is that East Jade Hall fellow who was once defeated by me. Even with his ascension to the heavenly realm, he remains no match for me." Xiao Yun was taken aback, realizing the prowess of his master, who could indeed triumph over heavenly realm experts. Yet, recalling that the adversary also trained in the Chaos Sutra, he felt a sense of relief. It was said that Tian had mastered the half-step Chaos body, which, while not on par with the supreme bodies, was still comparable to the second-order divine bodies. Otherwise, he would not have been lauded as the #1 holy son in the Chaos Sacred Land. Evidently, his esteemed master was indeed formidable. Xiao Yun felt reassured, fearing not the retaliation of the elder generation. Although it was uncommon for the older generation to bully the younger, he sensed that Li Bufan's character suggested his master, East Jade Hall, was likely no better. "When I forge the Chaos body in the future, I shall subdue them all," Xiao Yun mused coldly. Thanks to Li Bufan, Xiao Yun had gained 3 more insights, bringing his total to 144. He eagerly awaited his return from the True Dragon Nest to forge his Chaos body. However, he approached the journey to the True Dragon Nest with utmost seriousness. In the days that followed, Xiao Yun diligently honed his combat skills, frequently engaging in battles with the strongest historical figures within the illusionary demon tower. His combat experience surged, and he witnessed the powerful royal bodies and divine bodies exhibited by those legendary figures. He even dared to challenge the top-ranked ancestor, the embodiment of the chaos body. The outcome was predictable. Before Xiao Yun could strike, he was sent flying, bloodied by a single slap from the ancestor. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the illusionary demon, he might have faced dire consequences. This encounter revealed to Xiao Yun the terrifying might of the chaos body and intensified his yearning to forge it. When the ancestor made his move, the resonance of 3,000 great paths reverberated around him, each casual strike unleashing an overwhelming power that Xiao Yun found impossible to withstand. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. I am resolute in my quest to forge the chaos body, following my confrontation with the ancestral master. This conviction has intensified within Xiao Yun. Time slips away unheeded. At Dongyu Peak, Li Bufan, who had suffered a severe beating at the hands of Xiao Yun, took the better part of 6 months to mend his injuries. Of course, the extent of his wounds was not solely due to Xiao Yun's foot. The true cause of his affliction was the Chaos Bell, which shattered 7 of his heavenly realms, his very foundation. To restore these 7 realms, he expended countless rare treasures and resources. Fortunately, as the scion of the Chaos Sacred Land, he possessed ample cultivation resources. Otherwise, recovering from his injuries would have taken him several years. However, while Li Bufan's physical wounds have healed, the scars upon his spirit remain irreparable. Every time he enters meditation, he is jolted awake by a haunting nightmare. In this dream, Xiao Yun's foot rests upon his face, surrounded by numerous disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land who gaze upon him with mockery and schadenfreude. This engenders profound humiliation within Li Bufan. How could he, a dignified scion, endure such a colossal disgrace? It has become a tormenting specter in his mind. Xiao Yun, I shall not let you escape my wrath. With a furious roar, Li Bufan overturned the gilded table before him, instilling terror in the hearts of his followers, who trembled in apprehension. They dared not utter a word. Acutely aware of the monumental humiliation Li Bufan had endured, to mention it would surely provoke his wrath. Has my master emerged from seclusion? Li Bufan, having vented his frustration, turned to one of his followers and inquired darkly. Given his own strength, avenging himself upon Xiao Yun within the Chaos Sacred Land was utterly impossible, especially with Emperor Tian backing him. Thus, he contemplated seeking the aid of his master. After all, his master was a formidable figure in the celestial realm, undoubtedly more powerful than Emperor Tian. Reporting to the Scion, the Peak Master has remained in seclusion. One follower respectfully replied. Li Bufan furrowed his brow slightly. His master often secluded himself, emerging only once a year to provide guidance, as he aspired to attain saintly status and could not afford to expend all his time on Li Bufan. However, without exacting revenge, Li Bufan found it impossible to concentrate on his cultivation. The humiliation had transformed into a mental demon, rendering him incapable of enduring even a single day in its presence. Let us go. I must summon my master from his retreat. Ultimately, Li Bufan resolved to seek out his master. Even if it meant facing his master's reprimand, he was willing to endure it. Moreover, his master had always treated him with kindness and would undoubtedly not fault him for this. With determination, Li Bufan made his way to the secluded dwelling of his master, Dongyu Hall. Before a resplendent and magnificent palace, Li Bufan respectfully prostrated himself, his countenance marred by tears as he lamented, "Master, I have been wronged. Please, come forth and avenge me." Aware that a child who weeps receives milk, Li Bufan understood the importance of his display of sorrow. He needed to cry profoundly to incite his master's wrath further. In the distance, his followers observed, their lips twitching as they struggled to suppress laughter. "Oh, master." Li Bufan continued to weep, pouring forth all his grievances. Indeed, he felt wronged. For despite his superior strength over Xiao Yun, he had been humiliated, which left him deeply dissatisfied. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, revealing a venerable elder with hair as white as snow. Clad in simple attire, his gaze was piercing, his eyes fathomless, emanating a mysterious radiance accompanied by swirling arcane symbols, exuding an aura of terrifying potency. "Disciple, what troubles you so?" the elder inquired, fixing his gaze upon Li Bufan. Observing the elder, Li Bufan immediately rushed forward, clinging to his leg, eager to recount his grievances. This man was none other than the esteemed Eastern Yutong, a powerful figure of the heavenly realm. Upon hearing Li Bufan's words, a brilliant golden light erupted from Eastern Yutong's eyes, akin to 2 golden suns igniting. casting forth a blazing radiance that reverberated through the air with a thunderous resonance, his gaze commanding and formidable. What audacity, Xiao Yun! A mere disciple of the elder Taishang dares to insult the holy son of the chaos sacred land, an act of insubordination that is utterly unforgivable. Eastern Yutong snorted coldly and addressed Li Bufan, "Come with me, disciple. I shall take you to the imperial peak to settle the score. I will shield you from the chaos bell, allowing you to confront him in a fair battle." "Yes, master." A glint of determination sparked in Li Bufan's eyes. Without the chaos bell, he would easily subdue Xiao Yun, and at that moment, he would trample upon Xiao Yun's face, avenging his prior humiliation. Chapter 40. The young challenging the old on Defeng. Xiao Yun was engaged in a sparring match with Shi Chunyu, yet he found himself perpetually on the defensive, suffering severe defeats at her hands. This was due to Shi Chunyu having transcended to the Divine Bridge realm, a significant leap beyond the Qi-gathering realm. Junior sister Shi. Let us call it a day. After a prolonged struggle, Xiao Yun set down his dark iron blade, a bitter smile adorning his face as he gestured dismissively at Shi Chunyu before him. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Previously, he could best her, but now he was no match for her prowess. "Senior brother Xiao, your strength has undoubtedly increased, although your raw power remains at 700,000 pounds. Your combat effectiveness has magnified 2- or 3-fold, Shi Chunyu remarked, her enchanting gaze shimmering as she regarded Xiao Yun. Having trained alongside him for over half a year, she was acutely aware of the extraordinary talent he possessed. Xiao Yun had mastered 7 superlative battle techniques, all of which he had refined to the ultimate level, a feat unparalleled in the cultivation world. Even their ancestral master of the chaotic Holy Land had only perfected 3 ultimate techniques within the body refinement realm. This was the first time Shi Chunyu had encountered such a formidable practitioner, and she surmised that even the prodigies from the other 5 holy lands would scarcely rival Xiao Yun at this stage. However, no matter how powerful he became, it remained futile against the Divine Bridge realm. Xiao Yun sighed ruefully. Upon entering the Divine Bridge realm, Shi Chunyu had consolidated her mental energy, enabling her to wield flying swords and eliminate foes from a distance, greatly amplifying her combat capabilities. In the face of her aerial assaults, Xiao Yun stood no chance, even without the advantage of her flying swords. For cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm, the consolidation of mental energy allowed the cultivation of divine abilities, which were exponentially more powerful than ultimate techniques. To Xiao Yun, if ultimate techniques represented the pinnacle of mortal capabilities, then divine abilities could be likened to the spells of immortals, transcending the limits of the mundane, each divine ability possessing the terrifying force to upheave mountains and seas. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun remained unperturbed. After all, he was merely in the body refinement realm. Once he ascended to the Divine Bridge realm, he would undoubtedly surpass Shi Chunyu. His foundational skills were exceptionally robust. "Who is Xiao Yun? Step forward, old man." At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from the horizon, akin to a clap of thunder that reverberated through the void, causing the entire Defeng to tremble. Xiao Yun and his companions instinctively looked up to see Li Bufan accompanied by a venerable elder with flowing white hair, traversing the air with ease. This elder was immensely formidable, his entire being pulsating with crimson energy, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes. His golden eyes shone like twin lanterns, exuding an aura of intimidation. As Xiao Yun met the elder's gaze, a chill enveloped him, as if he had plunged into an abyss, leaving no room for resistance in his heart. Such overwhelming strength, he was undoubtedly a formidable ancient being. Xiao Yun glanced at Li Bufan beside the elder, and a realization began to dawn in his heart regarding the elder's identity. Indeed, the nearby Fu Bo transmitted a thought to Xiao Yun, saying, "Young master, this is Dong Yutong, Li Bufan's revered master, a formidable being of the heavenly realm." Xiao Yun felt a wave of shock. Such a powerful entity was indeed a paragon. In a time when no saints emerged, a being of the heavenly realm stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even the sovereign of their chaos sacred land was merely at the heavenly realm. His master was even more extraordinary, existing beyond the heavenly realm. Confronted by such a terrifying powerhouse, Xiao Yun felt diminutive. Even with the power of the chaos bell, I am still unable to contend with him, Xiao Yun mused. His cultivation was still weak, and his ability to harness the power of the chaos bell was exceedingly limited. It was inconceivable that he could vanquish a being like Dong Yutong. Fortunately, they were on the imperial peak. Xiao Yun felt a surge of relief. Had he encountered them outside, misfortune would surely have befallen him. After all, observing Li Bufan, who was glaring at him with a face full of resentment not far away, Xiao Yun knew that these two had come seeking vengeance. Truly, the old follow the young in this ancient adage. Are you Xiao Yun? At that moment, Dong Yutong's gaze had already locked onto Xiao Yun, for in his mental sweep, the entire imperial peak revealed only this one young man, making his identity abundantly clear. Being on the imperial peak, with DT present, Xiao Yun felt no fear towards Dong Yutong. He replied calmly, "Indeed, I am Xiao Yun. May I inquire what guidance the esteemed elder has?" Dong Yutong snorted coldly, presumptuous. "Knowing that I am your elder, you do not prostrate yourself in greeting. Such a lack of decorum. No wonder you dare to offend the son of the chaos sacred land. You are indeed audacious." Xiao Yun ignored Dong Yutong and coldly regarded Li Bufan, saying with a hint of mockery, "When I was a child, I fought with the neighbors' kids. When they couldn't defeat me, they would cry and run to their parents. I never expected to encounter such a situation again in adulthood. Li Bufan, you truly live up to the title of the son of our chaos sacred land." Li Bufan's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly glared at Xiao Yun in indignation, shouting, "Xiao Yun, if you weren't relying on the power of the chaos bell, I could crush you with a single finger. Then have the courage to wait until I reach the cave heaven realm before challenging me." Xiao Yun retorted with derision. Li Bufan, infuriated and humiliated, exclaimed, "By the time you reach the cave heaven realm, I will have already entered the spirit offering realm. Do you expect me to wait for you?" Xiao Yun declared with pride, "Even in the cave heaven realm, I could still defeat you, regardless of level." Such arrogance. Li Bufan scoffed, utterly disbelieving Xiao Yun's bombastic claims. Beside them, Dong Yutong waved his hand, gazing at Xiao Yun with indifference, and said, "In the cultivation world, what fairness exists in battles of equal realms? Since you dare to offend the son of the chaos sacred land, today I shall discipline you on behalf of DT. So you may learn what it means to respect those above you. Dong Yutong, when did it become your place to discipline my disciple from the imperial peak? Do you think there is no one here?" In the distance, DT approached with measured steps. Though his pace was slow, he traversed the distance in an instant. Appearing beside Xiao Yun in the blink of an eye, his cold gaze fixed upon the duo of Dong Yutang. Upon seeing his esteemed master arrive, Xiao Yun felt a surge of relief wash over him. It seemed fair that the old geezers would contend with one another. He, the junior, would deal with the other junior instead. A cold smile crept across Xiao Yun's face as he regarded Li Bufan. Since this fellow had so willingly presented himself, let him remain in bed for another half-year. Li Bufan, seemingly sensing Xiao Yun's gaze, shivered involuntarily and hastily retreated. Not wishing to be struck by the chaos bell again, Dong Yutang shot a disapproving glare at Li Bufan. It was utterly disgraceful that his own disciple was intimidated by a mere body refinement practitioner. However, at that moment, Dong Yutang had no time to address Xiao Yun. His attention fixated on DT. Coldly, he declared, "DT, your timing is impeccable. Years ago, I suffered a narrow defeat at your hands. Today, I shall seek to learn your esteemed techniques once more." DT, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. "What do you mean by narrow defeat? You truly have a knack for embellishing your own failures. Back then, I bested you so thoroughly that you were left in a pitiable state. Nothing more than a vanquished foe." Enraged by DT words, Dong Yutang soared into the air, bellowing down at him, "DT, enough with your nonsense. Come up here at once. Today, I shall avenge my former humiliation. Since you seek your own disgrace, I shall gladly oblige." DT retorted with a cold laugh, leaping into the air like a sharp arrow, ascending swiftly into the heights. Battles of their caliber could only unfold in the skies. Otherwise, the surrounding peaks would surely face annihilation. Chapter 41. The Enforcer strikes above the Imperial Peak. Two formidable presences permeate the skies, their might echoing like divine authority, instilling fear in the hearts of those below. The altitude at which Emperor Tian and his companion are situated renders their battle scene invisible to Xiao Yun's naked eye, leaving him to merely perceive the terrifying thunderous roars that erupt across the horizon. A sense of regret stirs within Xiao Yun, such a splendid conflict. Yet he is unable to witness it firsthand, a most unfortunate circumstance. Nevertheless, another confrontation awaits him. Xiao Yun casts his gaze towards Li Bufan, a smirk curling upon his lips as he turns to his companion, Shi Chunyu. "Junior sister Shi, would you be so kind as to carry me on your flying sword? I intend to confront Li Bufan." He believes in the principle of not instigating conflict unless provoked, and since Li Bufan has come seeking him, Xiao Yun feels compelled to reciprocate. Otherwise, he risks becoming a target for future bullying. "Of course," Shi Chunyu replies, her beautiful eyes blinking in agreement, eager to assist. After all, Li Bufan had frequently troubled her in the past, and she had longed to teach him a lesson. with Xiao Yun's support. She is more than willing to lend her aid. Without delay, Xiao Yun summons a flying sword, and together they ascend into the sky. Whoosh! This is not Xiao Yun's first experience with flight. He remains composed, reassured by Xiao Yun's protective spiritual energy, rendering any fear of falling obsolete. Xiao Yun, not far off. Upon seeing Xiao Yun soaring towards him on the flying sword, Li Bufan's pupils constrict, and he hastily turns to flee. Xiao Yun pursues him relentlessly, bellowing, "Li Bufan, are you not the son of heaven? Why do you shy away from a fair duel with me?" Li Bufan nearly chokes on his indignation at the suggestion of a fair fight. Utilizing the power of the Chaos Bell, who could possibly stand against him? He has no desire to languish in bed for half a year again, so he escapes with great speed. Xiao Yun continues his pursuit, shouting, "Li Bufan, you spineless son of heaven, unable even to face a cultivator of the refinement stage. What right do you have to claim the title of our Chaos Sacred Land's son? If I were you, I would simply find a latrine to jump into and drown myself." Xiao Yun's voice carries loudly, drawing the attention of disciples from the surrounding peaks, all of whom hear his taunts. Instantly, figures rise into the air, gazing towards the unfolding drama. Li Bufan, upon perceiving this, grinds his teeth in fury. For he sees mockery and schadenfreude written on the faces of many. To be pursued by an ordinary disciple, when he himself is a renowned son, is an unparalleled humiliation. Unable to endure such disgrace, Li Bufan roars in fury, disregarding the possibility of contending against Xiao Yun's Chaos Bell, and turns to charge at him. "Xiao Yun, I will kill you." Li Bufan growls, his eyes blazing crimson, his visage twisted with rage, clearly pushed to the brink. Behind him, 7 caverns manifest, unleashing a terrifying power. Chaos Invocation. Xiao Yun gasps in surprise, hastily forming hand seals to harness the strength of the Chaos Bell. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energies surge violently, resembling mighty rivers converging towards Xiao Yun, coalescing into a magnificent golden bell that emanated an overwhelming divine aura of imperial weaponry. As Xiao Yun promptly activated the Chaos Bell, charging it towards Li Bufan, who was rushing from the opposite side. Li Bufan was taken aback and hastily dodged. Yet the might of the Chaos Bell was too formidable. Even the residual force swept through, sending him hurtling backwards, spitting blood. Li Bufan halted midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Xiao Yun, roaring. "What skill is it to rely on the Chaos Bell? If you have the courage, face me in a fair duel." "A fair duel?" Xiao Yun regarded Li Bufan with mockery, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You, a practitioner of the cave heaven realm, expect me, a mere cultivator of the body refinement realm, to engage in a fair fight? Do you believe everyone shares your lack of intelligence?" With that, Xiao Yun continued to wield the Chaos Bell towards Li Bufan. Enough. At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated from the sky, akin to a clap of thunder ringing in their ears. The next instant, an imposing figure appeared beside Li Bufan, effortlessly shattering the Chaos Bell that Xiao Yun controlled with a single palm strike. Xiao Yun was taken aback, hastily retreating. The person who had suddenly appeared was terrifying, undoubtedly an ancient being beyond his current capability to confront. Fortunately, Uncle Fu arrived just in time, shielding Xiao Yun behind him. "Young master, this person is an enforcer," Uncle Fu conveyed gravely to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards the fearsome figure, yet the face remained indistinct, obscuring any clear view of his features. The enforcer coldly fixated on Xiao Yun and declared in an authoritative tone, "Xiao Yun, you possess great audacity to dare offend the Holy Sun." Unfazed, Xiao Yun retorted with a disdainful snort, "They came to my door uninvited. Do you expect me to refrain from self-defense?" "Impudent," the enforcer reprimanded sternly. "You must recognize your position. You are merely a disciple of a supreme elder. Upon encountering the Holy Sun, you should bow in respect. Such disregard for your superiors will only make you a treacherous wretch, and I shall ensure your demise today to prevent future troubles." Xiao Yun's expression shifted. Uncle Fu interjected hastily, "Honorable enforcer, my young master possesses extraordinary talent. It is merely a matter of time before he forges the chaos body. If you were to cripple him today, how could our chaos sacred land ever rise again?" The enforcer scoffed dismissively. "Does the rise of our chaos sacred land truly hinge upon a mere child of the body refinement realm? What of Emperor Tian's unparalleled talent? Did he ever forge the chaos body? If you believe you can achieve it, you are merely dreaming." With that, the enforcer raised a hand, unleashing a tremendous pressure that instantly immobilized both Uncle Fu and Xiao Yun, rendering them powerless. Their faces paled as they realized their insignificance before the enforcer. akin to ants at the mercy of a giant. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yun, now you understand the consequences of offending the Holy Sun, do you not? Li Bufan stood beside the enforcer, a smug expression plastered across his face as he observed Xiao Yun, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Xiao Yun glared at Li Bufan and the enforcer beside him, vowing that if he survived this day, he would undoubtedly crush the enforcer in the future. Power. He craved power. In the realm of cultivation, the strong are revered. Only with invincible strength can one laugh proudly in the world, earning the respect of all. At this moment, Xiao Yun was filled with an insatiable desire for power. Humph. The enforcer seemed to sense the animosity in Xiao Yun's gaze, letting out a cold snort as his outstretched hand reached toward Xiao Yun. At that moment, Emperor Tian was engaged in battle with Dong Yutong above, entirely oblivious to the turmoil below. Just as despair settled over Xiao Yun and Fu Bo, a gentle sigh echoed from afar. In the next instant, Xiao Yun felt the pressure surrounding him dissipate, and he and Fu Bo were instantaneously transported back to the peak of the Imperial Mountain. Simultaneously, a familiar figure appeared before Xiao Yun, the master of the Chaos Sacred Land. Upon witnessing the arrival of this master, Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his life was momentarily spared. In the sky, the enforcer frowned upon seeing the master of the Chaos Sacred Land intervene to rescue Xiao Yun, stating solemnly, "Master, your skills are commendable. It seems you have stepped into the realm of a half-step saint. Truly a cause for celebration. However, even as the master, you cannot shield a disciple who disrespects authority and acts insolently." The master of the Chaos Sacred Land regarded the enforcer with a sigh, saying, "Dong Shenwang, this is merely a conflict between two juniors. It is unfortunate that Dong Yutong became involved, but there is no need for you to intervene as well. Is it truly the demeanor of a strong person to bully the weak? Let us put an end to this matter for my sake." Behind him, Fu Bo's expression changed drastically upon hearing the master's words. He hurriedly transmitted his thoughts to Xiao Yun, saying, "Young master, this individual is Dong Shenwang, the elder brother of Dong Yutong. He was once the second-ranked holy son of our Chaos Sacred Land and the greatest rival of our former master." Xiao Yun suddenly understood. Realizing why the enforcer had rushed to Li Bufan's aid upon his arrival, they were indeed part of the same family. Inwardly cursing, Xiao Yun vowed that once he grew stronger, he would suppress all these scoundrels. Chapter 42, The Prototype of Chaos in the Sky. Upon hearing the words of the master of the Chaos Holy Land, the enforcer's expression cleared, revealing his true countenance. "Humph, it is indeed this fellow." Fu Bo let out a cold snort and conveyed a message to Xiao Yun. The Eastern God King gazed at the master of the Chaos Holy Land atop the Imperial Peak, his demeanor frigid as he spoke solemnly, "Master, Xiao Yun has already violated the regulations of our Chaos Holy Land by acting against his superiors. I am merely executing my duty impartially and am not abusing my power. I implore you, do not tarnish my reputation." The master of the Chaos Holy Land furrowed his brow and replied, "Xiao Yun, after all, was once a son of God, causing the chaos bell to ring 9 times. Must we pursue him for such a trivial matter? If word of this gets out, outsiders may believe that our Chaos Holy Land cannot tolerate talent." The Eastern God King cast a cold glance at Xiao Yun and spoke in a low voice. "Months ago, in the illusionary demon tower, Xiao Yun injured Li Bufan. I spared him that time out of consideration for his past as a son of God. However, this time, Xiao Yun brazenly pursued Li Bufan and publicly slandered him, tarnishing his reputation. This is a severe affront to the dignity of the Son of God, and as the enforcer, I must uphold justice and righteousness." Hearing this, Xiao Yun coldly retorted, "What great authority the Son of God wields. Can he strike at ordinary disciples while we, the common disciples, are wronged for retaliating? Is this the way of the world?" The Eastern God King fixed a cold stare upon Xiao Yun, stating, "In the realm of cultivation, strength is revered. The Son of God represents immense potential and is destined to be the pillar of our Chaos Holy Land, thus deserving of special treatment. Had you not relinquished your title as Son of God, even if you had killed Li Bufan, it would not have been a grave offense. This is the code of our Chaos Holy Land." Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, felt an increasing sense of regret for having abandoned his identity as the Son of God. He immediately turned to the master of the Chaos Holy Land and inquired, "May I ask, Master, how can one become a son of God?" He realized that if he were to become the Son of God now, the Eastern God King would have no grounds to punish him further. The Eastern God King, clearly understanding Xiao Yun's intent, let out a cold laugh and mocked, "Now you comprehend the significance of identity? Alas, it is too late. In our Chaos Holy Land, there are only 3 methods to become a son of God. First, possess extraordinary talent and achieve great merit. Second, ring the chaos bell 6 times during the mountain opening ceremony. Third, possess a unique constitution. After speaking, the Eastern God King looked down at Xiao Yun with a sneer, adding, "Unfortunately, you cannot fulfill any of these criteria." The master of the Chaos Holy Land, upon hearing this, spoke sternly, "Eastern God King, Xiao Yun is about to enter the true dragon nest. With his talent, should he establish our Chaos Holy Land's prestige within, it would count as great merit, qualifying him for promotion to the position of Son of God." The Eastern God King coldly replied, "That is a matter for the future. As of now, he is not yet the Son of God and must bear the consequences of offending the Son of God. Who says I cannot become the Son of God now?" Xiao Yun bellowed, pointing at the Eastern God King with defiance. "Today, I shall show you that the position of Son of God is something I, Xiao Yun, can claim if I desire." With that, Xiao Yun immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate the chaos scripture. His actions instantly left those around him utterly perplexed. However, it did not take long for some to surmise Xiao Yun's intentions. "I understand now. Xiao Yun seeks to cultivate the chaos scripture to forge a chaos body, thereby acquiring a unique constitution that would elevate him to the status of a holy son. Fool! How could the chaos body be so easily forged? Yet, if he could create a prototype of the chaos body, it would still be classified as a third-tier royal body, sufficient for him to become a holy son. To achieve the prototype of the chaos body, one must cultivate the chaos scripture to the perfection of its 36th layer. In the past, Emperor Tian spent 2 centuries to succeed. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat in a mere moment? Xiao Yun must have lost his mind. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the crowd. By now, the area was teeming with onlookers, including disciples and elders from the Chaos Sacred Land. And even some senior elders had come to witness the spectacle. After all, who would want to miss the commotion caused by the appearance of a law enforcer and the master of the Chaos Sacred Land? How absurd. In the sky, the Eastern God King faltered momentarily, but soon regarded Xiao Yun below with a derisive expression, mocking, "Does he truly believe that the chaos scripture can be mastered so easily? Relying on it to forge the prototype of the chaos body in such a brief span is a sign of madness." The master of the Chaos Sacred Land, observing Xiao Yun in a meditative state, sighed inwardly, feeling that Xiao Yun was cornered and somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, the master advocated for Xiao Yun. Addressing the Eastern God King, given the circumstances, why not grant Xiao Yun a bit of time? Surely, this is not too much to ask. The Eastern God King, unconvinced that Xiao Yun could achieve the prototype of the chaos body in a short time, scoffed and feigned generosity, saying, "Very well. I shall grant him 1 week's time to see if he can indeed forge the prototype of the chaos body." The Eastern God King harbored no concerns about Xiao Yun overturning the situation. He understood the formidable challenges posed by the cultivation of the chaos scripture. What remarkable talent did Emperor Tian possess? He was subdued by it. Yet, it took Emperor Tian 200 years to forge the prototype of the chaos body, a feat that had already surpassed previous records. Thus, the Eastern God King firmly believed that Xiao Yun could not accomplish this in such a short time. It was an endeavor destined for failure. In the cosmos, there exists profound truth that eludes the senses. All that can be comprehended belongs to the primal energy. Without energy, truth cannot manifest, and without truth, energy cannot be directed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had entered a state of profound enlightenment, losing all sense of self as he began to comprehend the chaos scripture. At this moment, he was indifferent to whether he could break through to the gathering Qi realm or gain entry to the true dragon's nest. After all, with his life hanging by a thread, what did he care for the true dragon's nest? As Xiao Yun delved into this state of enlightenment, he grasped more than half of the 10th layer of the chaos scripture. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him like rivers converging into the sea. The onlookers outside erupted in astonished gasps. Xiao Yun has surprisingly broken through to the 10th layer, demonstrating an impressive level of comprehension. Yet, what is so remarkable about this? He had already attained the 9th layer a year ago, so it is likely that he could have transcended to the 10th layer long before now. Unfortunately, to forge the chaos body prototype, he must cultivate the chaos sutra to the 36th layer, and he is still quite far from that goal. Achieving the chaos body prototype within a week is an endeavor beyond even the gods. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Uncle Fu, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "This is problematic. The young master still needs to venture to the true dragon nest. If he breaks through to the Qi gathering realm now, he will be unable to go to the true dragon nest." Hearing this, the master of the Chaos Sacred Land chuckled and replied, "Not to worry. I can suppress his cultivation, preventing him from advancing to the Qi-gathering realm. With that, the master waved his hand, and a golden barrier enveloped Xiao Yun, shielding him from the surrounding influx of spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Fu breathed a sigh of relief. In the sky, the Eastern Divine King snorted dismissively. It's only the 10th layer. He is still far from the 36th layer. This fellow wishes to forge the Chaos Body prototype? It is nothing but a pipe dream. Beside him, Li Bufan wore a cold smile, convinced that Xiao Yun was doomed. The prospect of achieving the Chaos Body prototype within a week is utterly unattainable. Even those emperors, at Xiao Yun's age, could not have accomplished such a feat. Chapter 43, the convergence of three flowers and the great opportunity to surprise. Cultivating the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra required 2 instances of enlightenment. At this moment, Xiao Yun remained undisturbed by the clamor of the outside world. Immersed in his state of comprehension as he practiced the Chaos Sutra, he had not anticipated that while the first 9 layers required only 1 instance of enlightenment to master, the 10th layer demanded 2. It was evident that the difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra increased significantly with each subsequent layer, necessitating an ever greater number of insights. Xiao Yun suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He had initially believed that with just 108 instances of enlightenment, he could cultivate the Chaos Sutra to its 108th layer. However, it now appeared that his assumptions were overly naive. Nevertheless, he mused, if he could forge the Chaos Body prototype, he would be comparable to a 3rd-tier royal body, sufficient to ascend as a holy son. Fortunately, he only needed to forge the Chaos Body prototype without the immediate necessity of completing the Chaos Body itself. Xiao Yun had previously heard from Emperor Tian that merely cultivating the Chaos Sutra to the 36th layer would suffice for the Chaos Body prototype. Presently, he still had over 140 instances of enlightenment remaining. Determined, Xiao Yun expended another instance of enlightenment to continue his practice of the Chaos Sutra. Layer 10, Layer 12, Layer 14. As time passed, he drew ever closer to achieving the Chaos Body prototype. In this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun resonated with the Chaos Tao, finding the cultivation of the Chaos Sutra as effortless as eating and drinking, akin to having the answers during an examination, remarkably swift. Boom! As Xiao Yun broke through layer after layer of the Chaos Sutra, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, akin to a flood breaching its banks, rushing toward him in a relentless tide. However, a golden barrier enveloped his body, preventing this spiritual energy from entering. Otherwise, he might have instantaneously ascended to the gathering Qi realm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How terrifying! Just how many layers had he broken through to attract such a torrent of spiritual energy? When Elder Emperor Tian had mentioned his daily breakthroughs of 9 layers, could it truly be the case? To attract such an abundance of spiritual energy, he certainly had transcended the mere 10th layer. As the crowd marveled, the influx of spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Yun intensified. Not far away, the Eastern God King wore an exceedingly grim expression, having not anticipated Xiao Yun's formidable comprehension, which allowed him to break through several layers in succession, far surpassing Emperor Tian's prowess. Li Bufan was equally astounded, whispering beside him, Master, could it be that Xiao Yun is truly capable of forging the Chaos Body prototype? The Eastern God King snorted coldly and transmitted, rest assured, even with his exceptional comprehension, it is impossible for him to cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 36th layer within a week. Upon hearing these words from the Eastern God King, Li Bufan finally felt reassured. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to surge toward Xiao Yun, accumulating around him due to the barrier's protection. This resulted in an ever-increasing abundance of spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Yun, nearly transforming into a liquid state, leaving many distant observers utterly astonished. Such an extraordinarily dense concentration of spiritual energy surpassed even the most revered cultivation locations of the saints. To immerse oneself in this aura would undoubtedly facilitate rapid advancement in one's cultivation, an esteemed elder remarked, which prompted Fu Bo to take notice, his eyes glinting with urgency. He quickly addressed Shi Chunyu beside him, saying, Miss Shi, you must hurry to the side of the young master to cultivate. This spiritual energy is of no use to him, but you can certainly utilize it to enhance your own abilities. Shi Chunyu was momentarily taken aback but soon regained her composure, swiftly making her way to sit cross-legged beside Xiao Yun, commencing her cultivation and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Indeed, while Xiao Yun had no need for this energy, she could benefit from it. After all, it was better to utilize it than to let it go to waste. Observing Shi Chunyu entering a state of cultivation, Fu Bo turned to Lin Xiaoya with a smile, saying, Xiaoya, if you do not enter the true dragon nest, now presents a splendid opportunity for you to break through to the Qi-gathering realm. Moreover, you might even seize this chance to reach the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, with a potential breakthrough to the divine bridge realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya felt an immense internal conflict. The prospect of instantly achieving the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, or even possibly breaking through to the divine bridge realm, was an irresistible temptation. If she were to cultivate on her own, it would likely take her over a decade to reach the divine bridge realm. Yet now there was a possibility to accomplish this in merely a few days, thus saving her a considerable amount of time. However, should she attain the Qi-gathering realm, it would mean she could no longer accompany Xiao Yun to the true dragon nest. What a perplexing dilemma. Suddenly, an exclamation echoed around them. Lin Xiaoya immediately focused intently on Shi Chunyu, who was seated cross-legged beside her senior brother. She could clearly sense that Shi Chunyu's aura had grown significantly stronger, indicating that she had indeed broken through to the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. How infuriating. This was her senior brother's opportunity, and it was certainly not meant for Shi Chunyu. Lin Xiaoya ground her teeth in frustration. At that moment, another thought struck her. After this event, the gap in cultivation between her and Shi Chunyu would only widen. This was utterly intolerable. Particularly, Xiao Yun's future cultivation pace would undoubtedly be swift. When he ventured out for experiences, he would surely take Shi Chunyu along rather than her, the burdensome novice. With this realization, Lin Xiaoya could no longer contain herself. She looked up at Fu Bo and declared, "Master, I shall not go to the true dragon nest." Without another word, she dashed over to the opposite side of Xiao Yun, sitting cross-legged and beginning to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom. Before long, Lin Xiaoya broke through to the Qi-gathering realm, and her cultivation continued to surge. After all, her lower foundation allowed her to advance much quicker than Shi Chunyu. With a beaming smile, Master Fu observed the scene before him, recognizing it as a remarkable opportunity. Not only would it aid Lin Xiaoya in elevating her cultivation, but it would also relieve the young master of an encumbrance upon entering the true dragon's nest, yielding a dual benefit. Haha. The master of the chaotic sacred land also smiled at this spectacle. For him, whether it was Shi Chunyu or Lin Xiaoya, both were disciples of the chaotic sacred land. Their strength directly contributed to the power of the sacred land itself. In the distance, the disciples of the chaotic sacred land gazed enviously at the breakthroughs achieved by Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya. Unfortunately, with the master of the chaotic sacred land standing guard for Xiao Yun, they dared not approach to seize the opportunity. Moreover, the imperial peak was protected by a formidable array, making it inaccessible to just anyone. They could only watch helplessly as the cultivation levels of Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya continued to soar. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, coalescing in an increasingly frenzied manner towards imperial peak. In the next moment, onlookers beheld three blossoms gradually taking shape above Xiao Yun's head, emanating an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy. My heavens! This is the three flowers gathering at the crown. Xiao Yun's chaos scripture has reached the 18th level. In a single day, 9 levels. I now truly believe in the words of Emperor Tian. Xiao Yun was indeed capable of advancing 9 levels in a day. Aided by divine fortune, it is utterly terrifying. How could his comprehension be so profound? Is he in a constant state of enlightenment? The surroundings erupted in astonished gasps. Even the master of the chaotic sacred land and the Eastern Divine King, not far away, stared at Xiao Yun in disbelief. 3 flowers gathering at the crown. The 18th level of the chaos scripture. This is simply astounding, and it has not even been a full day. Even those ancient emperors could hardly possess such terrifying enlightenment. Chapter 44. The 5 energies converge, a shattering revelation as Xiao Yun successfully reached the 18th layer of the chaos scripture. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested above his head, 3 flowers converging at the apex, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. However, envy soon arose towards Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. For the 3 flowers hovering above Xiao Yun could not be absorbed into his body, hindered by the seal meticulously laid by the sovereign of the chaos sacred land. Thus, these 3 blossoms seemed destined to waste away. Yet, would Uncle Fu allow such a waste to occur? Certainly not. Without delay, Uncle Fu took action, transferring the 3 flowers from above Xiao Yun's head into the bodies of Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya. Shi Chunyu, due to her superior cultivation, received 2 flowers, while Lin Xiaoya acquired 1. For them, these flowers represented a tremendous fortuity. Upon absorbing her flower, Lin Xiaoya's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, akin to a rocket ascending into the sky. Following the absorption of her two flowers, Xiao Yun also experienced a breakthrough. Advancing to the later stage of the divine bridge realm, the disciples of the chaos sacred land, observing from a distance, could only express their envy and jealousy. Their faces awash with longing. The sovereign of the chaos sacred land smiled faintly, remarking, "Indeed, this has benefited these two young ladies." Uncle Fu chuckled, reflecting that the saying, "When one achieves the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven," perfectly encapsulated the moment. Many chose to follow the talented for such rewards. In his own past, Uncle Fu had tasted this sweetness, having chosen to follow Emperor Tian early on. Each time Emperor Tian made progress in the chaos scripture, it brought benefits to his followers. It was through such opportunities that Uncle Fu reached the extraordinary realm. Without them, his innate talent would have never sufficed to attain such heights. Now, it was Lin Xiaya and Xiao Yun's turn to savor this fortune. Truly, two exceptionally fortunate young women. Uncle Fu couldn't help but feel envious of their good fortune. Xiao Yun's talent undoubtedly surpassed that of Emperor Tian, and with these two young ladies by his side, their future achievements would surely be remarkable. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun immersed himself in the chaos scripture, he encountered a troubling revelation. He discovered that progressing to the 19th layer would require the expenditure of 3 instances of enlightenment. This accumulation seemed daunting. It appeared that in order to forge the chaos body, he would need to amass several hundred moments of insight. Xiao Yun felt a sense of exasperation wash over him. He now comprehended the immense difficulty of cultivating the chaos scripture. No wonder no one had succeeded in all these years. The challenge was indeed formidable. Without the assistance of the system, he feared he might never even form the embryonic shape of the chaos body in his lifetime. Fortunately, he was grateful for the presence of the system. Next, Xiao Yun examined his system and discovered that he had 135 instances of enlightenment remaining. This number seemed to exceed his expectations. However, it quickly dawned upon him that his cultivation of the chaos scripture must have triggered some extraordinary phenomenon, inciting the astonishment of those around him and granting him additional opportunities for enlightenment. What a delightful surprise. I never anticipated that my cultivation would elicit such exclamations. Enhancing my moments of enlightenment. It seems that my endeavor to forge the chaos body prototype is destined for success. A look of confidence illuminated Xiao Yun's face. Meanwhile, outside, the night had fallen, and the stars shone brilliantly. Yet, the onlookers remained, captivated by Xiao Yun's remarkable pace of cultivation. Convinced that he might indeed succeed in manifesting the chaos body prototype, as Xiao Yun continued to practice the Chaos Sutra with newfound insights, the surrounding spiritual energy thickened, transforming into liquid form and streaming outward in all directions. This precious resource must not go to waste. Seeing this, Uncle Fu swiftly employed his mystical abilities to gather the liquefied spiritual energy and direct it towards Lin Xiaya and Xiao Yun. Consequently, both of them experienced a significant breakthrough in their cultivation. Lin Xiaya reached the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, poised to condense her mental energy and step into the divine bridge realm. Xiao Yun ascended to the peak of the divine bridge realm, her power greatly augmented. Uncle Fu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the high likelihood of Lin Xiaya advancing to the divine bridge realm, while Xiao Yun might at least attain completeness in that realm, potentially even breaking into the cave heaven realm. This opportunity was undeniably monumental for them, saving decades of cultivation time. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the void, and lightning crackled. Above Xiao Yun's head, resplendent yellow clouds began to coalesce, and someone counted. There were 5 clouds in total. An elder was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's the 5 Qi returning to origin. He has cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 27th layer. The crowd erupted in excitement. The convergence of 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies returning to origin was astonishing. He had broken through 18 layers of the Chaos Sutra in a single day. If this young man cannot master the Chaos Sutra and forge the Chaos body, it is likely that no one else in this world could achieve such a feat. With only 9 layers remaining, Xiao Yun was on the brink of manifesting the Chaos body prototype. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment as the onlookers expressed their amazement. Even the leader of the Chaos Sacred Land stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Xiao Yun with incredulity. In the distance, the Eastern Divine King wore an expression of utmost dismay, his countenance as dark as a turtle lurking in the ocean depths. Li Bufan was utterly dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Yun like a fool, whispering to himself, "Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely inconceivable." The scene before them left everyone in a state of shock. Who could have predicted that Xiao Yun would cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 27th layer in just one day? This was nothing short of a miraculous impossibility. Such extraordinary comprehension surely heralded the advent of the Chaos body. The rise of our Chaos sacred land now seems within reach. After a moment of contemplation, the Lord of the Chaos sacred land gazed, with eyes shimmering with brilliance, at Xiao Yun, who was seated in meditation. At that moment, he had made a resolute decision. Even if Xiao Yun ultimately failed to forge the Chaos body prototype, he would ensure Xiao Yun's safety, vowing never to allow the Eastern God King to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Xiao Yun's astonishing comprehension had profoundly moved the Lord of the Chaos sacred land. Although a year prior, Xiao Yun had also achieved remarkable heights, this was merely conveyed by Di Tian and not witnessed firsthand by the Lord himself, leaving him skeptical. However, this time, having witnessed Xiao Yun's extraordinary talent with his own eyes, he was convinced of his potential to master the Chaos scripture and to forge an unparalleled Chaos body that would echo through the ages. This revelation ignited in the Lord a sense of hope for the resurgence of the Chaos sacred land, a hope that resided within Xiao Yun himself. Chapter 45. The embryo of Chaos, Ascension to Holy Sun, yet another wave of great fortune. As the crowd gasped in awe, Uncle Fu gazed at the 5 resplendent yellow clouds coalescing above Xiao Yun's head, reflecting on the remarkable luck of Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu. These 5 clouds promised to elevate their powers significantly, undoubtedly surpassing the previous trio of blossoms. Once the 5 clouds had fully formed, Uncle Fu swiftly reached out to summon one of them, bestowing it upon Shi Chunyu. However, Lin Xiaya was not granted one. She found herself ensnared in the completion of the Qi-gathering realm, unable to condense her mental energy and thus incapable of progressing into the divine bridge realm. Consequently, she could no longer absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. On the other hand, after absorbing a cloud, Shi Chunyu ascended to the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, yet she too became trapped at a bottleneck. Uncle Fu had no choice but to seal away the remaining 4 clouds, watching over Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu while sighing, "Now it all depends on your own fortunes." The master of the Chaos Holy Land smiled and remarked, "Indeed, fate is a curious thing. Today, I shall lend them my assistance." With that, he began to chant a series of scriptures, curiously silent. Yet not far away, Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu found themselves enveloped in a radiant golden light. The great sound is often unheard. This is the holy sound. Uncle Fu, astonished, recognized the technique of the Chaos Holy Land's master, a method only attainable by saints. It resonated like the thunderous voice of a Buddha, capable of enlightening minds and offering profound clarity. In simpler terms, it bore effects akin to sudden enlightenment, albeit on a much lesser scale, perhaps only a fraction of true awakening. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to aid one in breaking through their current limitations. Moreover, the bottlenecks between the Qi-gathering realm and the divine bridge realm were not exceedingly challenging, with Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu's innate talents. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. The actions of the master of the Chaos Holy Land were simply a means to expedite their ascension. As the holy sound resonated, Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu felt their bodies tremble, as if thunder had struck within their minds, granting them a glimpse into the breaking of their barriers. Almost instantaneously, they began to assault their limitations, striving to transcend to the next realm. Among them, Lin Xiaya, possessing the lower cultivation level, experienced the fastest breakthrough, swiftly condensing her mental energy and stepping into the divine bridge realm. "Excellent!" Uncle Fu exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He waved his hand, sending a yellow cloud towards Lin Xiaya for her to absorb. With this, her cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Having just broken through to the early stage of the divine bridge realm, she immediately ascended to the mid-stage. Uncle Fu, naturally unwilling to withhold from his disciple, promptly sent another yellow cloud her way. Lin Xiaoya's cultivation continued to surge, reaching the late stage of the divine bridge realm. At last, Uncle Fu sent the remaining 2 yellow clouds together. Lin Xiaoya, unhesitant, absorbed both, catapulting her cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, matching Shi Chunyu's prowess. However, at this moment, Shi Chunyu finally transcended her limitations, stepping into a new realm, the realm of caverns. Suddenly, a black hole emerged behind her, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rapidly expanding in size. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoya found herself at a stalemate in the divine bridge realm, unable to break through in the short term, and thus she opened her eyes, relinquishing her cultivation efforts. The abundant spiritual energy around them now favored Shi Chunyu. aiding her in swiftly establishing her cavern space. Before long, Xiao Yun commenced the formation of her second cavern. Sister, she is truly remarkable, effortlessly entering the realm of caverns. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya had returned to Fu Bo's side. Observing Xiao Yun's significant advancement in cultivation, she felt little jealousy. Having already achieved perfection in the Divine Bridge realm, she was merely a step away from the realm of caverns. Comparatively, she felt as if she had soared to great heights, having reaped immense benefits that nearly catapulted her to success. Fu Bo chuckled, "You two girls are indeed fortunate. However, do not rejoice too soon. Your rapid elevation in cultivation is quite unstable. Henceforth, you must visit the illusory magic tower daily to spar with those phantoms, honing your combat experience and solidifying your cultivation." "Yes, master." Lin Xiaoyan nodded obediently, her face adorned with a smile. For she had reached the Divine Bridge realm and could now fly with her sword, an aspiration she had long awaited. Boom. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested above Xiao Yun's head. This time, it was neither the convergence of 3 flowers atop the head nor the 5 energies converging towards the origin, but rather a series of colorful light pillars reaching into the heavens, resembling celestial columns supporting the vast sky and cosmos. Golden lotus flowers began to emerge continuously from the earth, while waves of profound Tao sounds resonated through the void, echoing throughout the imperial peak. Above, in the night sky, countless stars cast their silvery light, illuminating the entire imperial peak with an unparalleled brilliance. It was as if a waterfall cascaded down 3,000 feet, reminiscent of the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Such a spectacle was utterly magnificent, leaving the onlookers in awe, their faces a canvas of shock. Yet soon, their astonishment deepened as they observed Xiao Yun, who was seated in meditation. His body began to levitate slowly, radiating a dazzling golden light, akin to a sun bursting forth with resplendent divine radiance. At that moment, the colorful light pillars behind him had increased to 30, resembling 30 celestial columns supporting the vast firmament. Even more astonishing was the continuous emanation of profound Tao sounds from these colorful pillars. Is that the sound of the Tao? Could those be projections of the Tao? Indeed, they must be projections of the Tao. I have witnessed the 300 projections of Emperor Tian's Tao before. With 30 Tao projections, has Xiao Yun already forged the embryonic form of the chaotic body? Gasp. The crowd gasped, many inhaling sharply, utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle. Xiao Yun has astonishingly forged the chaos body prototype, elevating his mastery of the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level. What an astounding revelation this is. Some of the esteemed elders, caught in sheer amazement, even inadvertently plucked their own beards in disbelief. In just a single day, Xiao Yun has managed to create the chaos body prototype. Nothing could possibly be more shocking than this. Should this news reach the cultivation realm, it would undoubtedly ignite a fervor throughout the entire community. Such remarkable comprehension is truly terrifying. The establishment of the chaos body is undoubtedly imminent. The sovereign of the chaos sacred land gazed in astonishment at Xiao Yun, who floated gracefully in midair, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Beside him, Uncle Fu wore a beaming smile, his joy evident. Meanwhile, not far away, the Eastern God King and Li Bufan wore expressions as dark as a storm-laden sky, their countenances shrouded in despair. They were acutely aware that they had failed. Xiao Yun had indeed forged the chaos body prototype and ascended to the status of a holy son. Indeed, in the very next moment, the sovereign of the chaos sacred land proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elder-s disciple Xiao Yun possesses extraordinary talent, having forged the chaos body prototype. Henceforth, he is elevated to the status of holy son." His resonant voice echoed throughout the entirety of the chaos sacred land. At this moment, all disciples of the chaos sacred land erupted in fervor. Chapter 46. Metamorphosis, 800,000 pounds of power upon mastering the 36th layer of the Chaotic Sutra. Xiao Yun felt as if celestial auspices descended from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Vibrant lotus flowers blossomed in splendid array, divine light filled the skies, and dragons soared while phoenixes danced, as purple mist wafted from the east. No less than 30 pathways manifested as projections behind him, illuminating the heavens and the earth with a kaleidoscope of divine hues, while 7-colored radiance cascaded throughout the chaotic sacred land. Numerous wondrous phenomena and mysterious portals emerged in succession. The sounds of the great Tao resonated, layer upon layer, akin to the profound admonishments of venerable Buddhist monks or the enlightening teachings of Taoist sages. echoing thunderously within Xiao Yun's heart. His expression was solemn and reverent, entranced as if he had encountered life-giving rain in a parched desert, instantly revitalized. The dust of his spirit was swept away in an instant, akin to a pure Bodhi mirror, untouched by the slightest impurity. In this moment, Xiao Yun's physical form underwent a complete transformation, evolving from an ordinary body to that of a royal physique. Having taken the initial steps towards the embryonic form of the chaotic body. Is this the embryonic form of the chaotic body? At this juncture, Xiao Yun ceased his cultivation. Turning his introspective gaze inward, he discovered that his flesh, organs, and bones had undergone qualitative changes, each radiating a resplendent glow, appearing extraordinarily sacred. Simultaneously, he sensed his body had grown stronger than ever before, with vital energy surging vibrantly, brimming with inexhaustible strength, an increase of at least 100,000 pounds. In total, Xiao Yun now possessed 800,000 pounds of strength, having stepped into the realm of the seven bands. Such an enhancement was entirely reasonable. Possessing a third-tier royal physique inherently granted an additional 100,000 pounds of power compared to an ordinary body. Xiao Yun felt exhilarated, armed with such combat prowess. Who could stand against him once he entered the true dragon nest? He could effortlessly sweep aside all formidable foes. Of course, he owed gratitude to the master of the chaotic sacred land for aiding him in suppressing his cultivation. Otherwise, he might have ascended directly to the cave heaven realm by now. For Xiao Yun, there was no urgency to advance to the cave heaven realm. What he sought was to reach the pinnacle of each stage, thereby establishing an unparalleled foundation. This was a shared choice among the most exceptional prodigies. For these prodigies, elevating their cultivation was not a challenge. Rather, they focused on forging the most formidable foundation, which would empower their ascension to the rank of emperor in the future. Without a robust foundation, the path to emperorhood would remain elusive. Xiao Yun's ambition was undoubtedly to become an emperor, hence he was not in haste to elevate his cultivation. With insights gained, his progression would be swift, as natural as water flowing smoothly. Elder Taishang's disciple, Xiao Yun, possessed extraordinary talent. Having forged the embryonic form of the chaotic body, and was thus elevated to the status of Holy Son. At this moment, Xiao Yun heard the voice of the master of the chaotic sacred land. He promptly opened his eyes, gazing at the master with respect, and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you for your protection, master." He understood that the master stood in solidarity with him, thus he held him in high esteem. The master of the chaotic sacred land greatly admired Xiao Yun, and, upon hearing his words, smiled and said, "There is no need for formalities, Holy Son. It brings me great joy to witness you forging the embryonic form of the chaotic body. This is a momentous occasion for our chaotic sacred land. I hope you will continue your diligent efforts to soon achieve the full chaotic body and lead our sacred land to prosperity." Xiao Yun's expression was solemn, his gaze resolute as he addressed the Holy Master. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall forge the chaos body." The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to gaze at the Eastern God King in the sky, stating calmly, "Now that Xiao Yun has become a Holy Son, according to our regulations, the competition among Holy Sons is permissible as long as it does not lead to infighting among the same sect. We shall not interfere." The Eastern God King's demeanor darkened, his voice icy as he remarked, "Di Tian has indeed acquired a commendable disciple. I hope he truly manages to create the chaos body." With that, the Eastern God King departed into the void. Li Bufan stood alone, feeling somewhat at a loss. He looked down at Xiao Yun, his heart heavy with sorrow. Xiao Yun had now ascended to the status of a Holy Son, placing him on equal footing with Li Bufan, and henceforth, he could no longer use his status to restrain Xiao Yun. Within the Chaos Holy Land, endowed with the power of the Chaos Bell, Xiao Yun's strength would undoubtedly surpass his own. It was evident that if he wished to avoid misfortune in the future, he must steer clear of Xiao Yun. This realization filled Li Bufan with great reluctance. At that moment, Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards Li Bufan, smiling as he asked the Holy Master, "My lord, does this mean that as long as I do not cripple Li Bufan's cultivation or take his life, I am free to strike him at will?" The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land, taken aback, replied after a pause, "As long as it does not endanger the life of a Holy Son or incapacitate their cultivation, we shall not intervene in the grievances between Holy Sons." With that, the Holy Master departed into the sky. Xiao Yun then cast a cold smile towards Li Bufan, clenching his fist as he declared, "Li Bufan, did you hear that? From now on, every time I see you, I shall strike." Before he could finish, Li Bufan had already fled into the sky at an astonishing speed. leaving Xiao Yun momentarily stunned. Alas, it seems I cannot yet confront this fellow, Xiao Yun thought with a hint of exasperation. Though he could harness the power of the Chaos Bell to defeat Li Bufan, he was still merely at the body refinement stage and lacked the ability to fly, his speed being no match for Li Bufan's. If Li Bufan truly wished to escape, Xiao Yun would be unable to pursue him. Humph. I shall settle the score upon my return from the true dragon nest. Once my cultivation has improved, Xiao Yun huffed, quickly dismissing Li Bufan from his mind. A mere Li Bufan was of little concern to him. Those he considered rivals must at least possess the supreme body. As for Li Bufan, he was still far from that mark. Brother, Xiao brother. At that moment, Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu approached him. Xiao Yun immediately noticed the significant increase in cultivation from Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya, and could not help but smile. Congratulations on your remarkable progress. This is all thanks to the opportunities bestowed upon us by Brother Xiao. Shi Chunyu beamed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her cultivation had surged tremendously, allowing her to break into the cave heaven realm, saving decades of arduous practice. Beside her, Lin Xiaoya joyfully remarked, Brother, I have now reached the perfected stage of the divine bridge, far surpassing you. Xiao Yun replied with a gentle smile, in that case, does that mean you can no longer accompany me to the true dragon nest? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya's expression fell immediately. Beside her, Uncle Fu chuckled and remarked, without her as a burden, young master, you would find more freedom within the dragon's nest. Indeed. Xiao Yun could not help but burst into hearty laughter at this. You all. Lin Xiaoya puffed her cheeks, stamped her foot, and glared at them with an air of displeasure. Just then, Di Tian descended from above, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he approached with an air of triumph. Upon seeing the beaming countenance of Di Tian, Xiao Yun surmised that his master had emerged victorious, and he promptly congratulated, Master, you are indeed formidable, able to defeat even those of the heavenly realm with ease. It is worth noting that Di Tian was merely at the transcendent stage. Typically, a practitioner of this level would be akin to a child when faced with a formidable opponent from the heavenly realm, easily vanquished. Yet, Di Tian's ability to surpass such formidable foes spoke volumes of his terrifying strength. Merely a waste at the initial stage of the heavenly realm, he mused. With my half-step chaos body, if I cannot conquer him, it would be a true insult to the supreme status of the chaos body as the foremost among the supreme bodies. Di Tian waved his hand dismissively, then gazed at Xiao Yun with a look of deep satisfaction, remarking, Disciple, you surpass me by far. You have forged the embryonic form of the chaos body so swiftly. In the future, you shall undoubtedly refine it into the true chaos body, unmatched across the world. Although he had been engaged in battle with Dong Yutang above, his spiritual sense allowed him to perceive all that transpired below. When the Eastern God King appeared to confront Xiao Yun, it was Di Tian who had sent a message for the master of the Chaos Sacred Land to arrive. Otherwise, would you think the master would have come so promptly? Fortunately, upon witnessing Xiao Yun's formation of the embryonic chaos body, Di Tian was filled with immense excitement. The more he observed his disciple, the more pleased he became, exhilarated by the thought that there was indeed a worthy successor to his legacy. Xiao Yun, unaware of all that his master had orchestrated, smiled and assured, Master, do not worry, I will surely forge the chaos body. He held a deep yearning for it. The chaos body, ranked first among the 10 supreme bodies, has been hailed throughout the ages as the most powerful unique physique across the myriad realms. Xiao Yun felt a surge of impatience within. Once he forged the chaos body, it would be his time to soar with the divine dragon, reigning supreme across the heavens. Chapter 47. Arrival at the true dragon's nest half a month later. At Emperor Peak, Xiao Yun and Di Tian prepared to embark on their journey to the true dragon's nest. Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu came to bid them farewell. Master, this is a spatial ring containing a wealth of beast meat, as well as mysterious iron flying knives and numerous spirit stones, Fu Bo said, presenting a spatial ring to Xiao Yun with a solemn expression. Xiao Yun nodded appreciatively, accepting the ring and expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya gazed at him wistfully. Senior brother, please take care. Xiao Yun smiled gently, ruffling Lin Xiaoya's hair with a confident demeanor. Do you still doubt my strength? Wishing you success, senior brother Xiao. Shi Chunyu softly offered her blessings. Xiao Yun returned her smile, and soon he and Di Tian soared into the skies, leaving Emperor Peak behind. Simultaneously, on the peaks of the chaotic sacred land, many gazes were directed towards Xiao Yun and his companion, as if they all knew the significance of their undertaking. After all, The opening of the true dragoness nest was a grand event in the cultivation world. Who was unaware of it? Senior brother Xiao is heading to the true dragoness nest. Over the years, many talented individuals who ventured to the true dragoness nest had suffered brutal ambushes from the primordial sacred land, leading to grievous casualties. It seemed that this time, senior brother Xiao might face peril. Humph! Senior brother Xiao has already reached the 7 restrictions realm, boasting a strength of 800,000 pounds, ranking 10th among the most powerful in the history of body refinement. He will surely conquer the true dragoness nest. Indeed, senior brother Xiao is formidable. But I have heard that the primordial sacred land has unleashed a supreme body, ranked 4th the time-space body. Its strength may surpass even that of senior brother Xiao. Let us hope that senior brother Xiao achieves victory and elevates the prestige of our chaotic sacred land. Numerous disciples from the chaotic sacred land offered their blessings to Xiao Yun, as his journey to the true dragoness nest represented their collective honor. Should Xiao Yun emerge victorious, it would reflect glory upon them all. Conversely, a defeat would invite ridicule during their future endeavors. Thus, aside from a select few fools, nearly everyone fervently wished for Xiao Yun's triumph, hoping he would return adorned with glory. So many are watching me. In the sky, Xiao Yun and Tian stood upon a billowing white cloud, acutely aware of the multitude of expectant gazes below. Xiao Yun felt a subtle weight of responsibility. This journey to the true dragon's nest bore significant implications. Tian sighed beside him. Our chaotic sacred land has remained silent for too long. To the extent that outside cultivators have forgotten we are one of the 6 great sacred lands of the Central Land. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's confidence surged. He clenched his fist resolutely, his gaze bright and determined. Then let me, Xiao Yun, show them that our chaotic sacred land still reigns supreme. Tian smiled subtly, pleased with Xiao Yun's confidence. As an unparalleled prodigy, such self-assurance was fitting. Only with unwavering belief in one's invincibility can one continue to be invincible. Otherwise, if one lacks confidence in oneself, how can one hope to defeat adversaries? Thus, every invincible genius possesses the conviction of with me, there is no defeat. Safe travels. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the ears of Xiao Yun and Tian. It was none other than the master of the chaos sacred land. Upon noticing him, both Xiao Yun and Tian hurriedly bowed in respect. The master of the chaos sacred land smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yun felt the expectation in the master's gaze, and a surge of ambition filled his heart, prompting him to proclaim loudly, "Today, I, Xiao Yun, shall venture to the true dragon nest and sweep away all talents, asserting the might of our chaos sacred land." His resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire chaos sacred land. Instantly, the master and many esteemed elders displayed gratified smiles. The disciples of the chaos sacred land were equally invigorated, silently wishing Xiao Yun well. After departing from the chaos sacred land, Tian hastened towards the true dragon nest. Several days later, they arrived at their destination. It was a vast canyon, enveloped by a golden barrier, within which clouds swirled and spiritual energy surged, obscuring any clear view of the scenery. One could only faintly sense an overwhelming dragon aura emanating from within, instilling a sense of awe. At the entrance of the canyon, a large bluestone platform was bustling with young figures, engaged in animated discussions and lively exchanges. Disciple, wait here for the opening of the true dragon nest while I go greet some old friends, Tian instructed before stepping into the air and departing. Xiao Yun, with keen eyes, noticed a young woman suddenly appearing amidst the clouds, leaving with his master. A clandestine affair, he thought, narrowing his eyes slightly. However, he felt little surprise. After all, Tian had once been the foremost disciple of the chaos sacred land, enjoying great prestige. It was entirely natural for him to have 1 or 2 confidants. Xiao Yun couldn't help but marvel at his master's enduring charm. Surely, you must be senior brother Xiao? At that moment, a young girl approached, her large, sparkling eyes gleaming with curiosity as she regarded Xiao Yun with interest. Xiao Yun was taken aback and then inquired, "May I ask your name, miss? How do you know me?" The young girl smiled brightly. "My name is Tang Yun, from the Mountain and Water sect. As for how I know senior brother Xiao, he, the beautiful lady who just left with your master is my mentor." With that, Tang Yun playfully winked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this girl was the disciple of his master's paramour, which made her his junior sister in a sense. Who could say if this girl's mentor might one day become his own master? He quickly adopted a courteous demeanor, smiling as he replied, "Ah, so it is junior sister Tang. I am honored." Tang Yunyun examined Xiao Yun with intrigue, her eyes shining with curiosity. My mentor often speaks of how senior brother Di Tian has taken on an extraordinary disciple who is destined to make a name across the nine heavens continent. Meeting you today, I can see that you are indeed remarkable. Junior sister Tang, you flatter me, Xiao Yun responded. However, I must note that you possess a radiant physique, indicating you have surely reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The two continued to engage in light-hearted banter, exchanging compliments. At that moment, a carriage came rushing from the distance, heading directly towards the position occupied by Tang Yunyun. Consequently, the coachman, driving the carriage, bellowed at her, "The Overlord's sect is here. You had better clear the way." In his view, anyone who heard the name Overlord sect would promptly yield. However, Tang Yunyun was not one to tolerate such insolence. With a cold snort, she leaped forward and struck downward with a palm, instantly slaying the spirited horse that pulled the carriage. The coachman gasped in shock as he crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, the carriage, shimmering with a green light, landed steadily. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing two formidable presences emanating from within the carriage, both surpassing Tang Yunyun's strength. They were likely geniuses who had ventured into forbidden realms, explaining their audacious demeanor. "You dare obstruct the carriage of the Overlord sect and even kill our horse? Are you tired of living?" The coachman rose, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Tang Yunyun. Tang Yunyun retorted with disdain, "The Overlord sect exudes such authority. Yet you have the audacity to act so brazenly after colliding with someone?" The coachman glared at her in fury. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, revealing a young girl clad in a resplendent red dress. She coldly regarded Tang Yunyun and inquired, "Did we collide with you?" Tang Yunyun was taken aback before responding with a haughty snort, "If it weren't for my formidable strength, you would have already run me over." "Then it appears we did not collide with you." The girl in red retorted coldly, and in an instant, her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the spot. This was dire. Xiao Yun's expression changed. However, by the time he contemplated intervening, it was already too late. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the air, and Xiao Yun immediately witnessed Tang Yunyun's cheek turn crimson, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she glared fiercely at the girl in red. Chapter 48. A slap in the face. Xiao Yun's gaze was icy. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to strike in this place, leaving him caught off guard and unable to intervene in time. At that moment, the girl in the red dress continued, "Our Overlord sect does not bully others, yet we shall not allow others to bully us. If we had collided, we would have offered our apologies. However, since there was no collision, the death of my horse demands a price in the form of your slap." Tang Yunyun covered her face, her eyes reddened with fury as she glared at the girl in red, exclaiming, "You are twisting the truth and being unreasonable." The girl in red regarded her with indifference, stating, "Our Overlord sect is known for its sense of justice. If you do not believe me, ask those around us if I truly collided with you just now." Upon hearing her words, the girl cast a cold glance over the crowd, and those around her instinctively shrank back from her frosty stare, leaving no one to support Tang Yunyun. How domineering the Overlord sect is! Xiao Yun stepped beside Tang Yunyun, his cold gaze fixed on the girl in red, his eyes gleaming with a sharp chill as he declared, "Apologize to her immediately and strike yourself. Or do not blame me for being discourteous." As Tang Yunyun was the disciple of his future master, Xiao Yun felt compelled to defend her. Moreover, the girl before him was utterly unreasonable and arrogant. "What are you, to speak to me in such a manner?" The girl in red scoffed upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, her icy gaze piercing through him. "Do you wish to be the hero saving the beauty? I fear you are merely a fool." Xiao Yun's stare grew colder still. "Strike yourself and apologize to her. I shall not repeat myself a third time. Such bravado. Then allow me to deliver the first slap, fulfilling your fantasy of a hero." The girl in red's brows furrowed, and with a disdainful huff, she transformed into a blur, charging towards Xiao Yun. In an instant, the girl appeared before Xiao Yun, delivering a fierce slap. Regardless of her beauty, a heart as venomous as hers was repulsive. Xiao Yun's voice was as frigid as ice. He had initially deemed it unworthy to strike a woman. However, given her brazen and arrogant demeanor, he would no longer hold back. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun propelled himself forward, seizing the girl's wrist with one hand while the other clasped her throat, causing her to tremble and become immobile. The crowd gasped in astonishment, evidently unprepared for Xiao Yun's formidable prowess. "This individual is incredible. He subdued Zhang Yakin in a single move." Indeed, Zhang Yakin of the Overlord sect was renowned, her brother Zhang Yunfei possessing the 5 elements divine body and being the foremost disciple of the sect. Having breached the first forbidden realm, She was acclaimed as one of the twin prodigies. Yet today, she had been bested by an unknown individual. As murmurs of speculation filled the air, the astonished gazes of the onlookers were fixed upon Xiao Yun, brimming with amazement. Zhang Yakin, subdued by Xiao Yun, now wore a grim expression. She had not anticipated such formidable prowess from him, clearly indicating he had at least entered the third bin realm. Nevertheless, Zhang Yakin remained undaunted. Fixing Xiao Yun with a cold glare as she commanded, "Release me at once." Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, "Since you are unwilling to slap yourself, I shall assist you in that regard, and subsequently, I shall set you free." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yakin's brows furrowed in anger. Her fierce gaze locked onto Xiao Yun as she shouted, "How dare you? What is there to fear?" Xiao Yun retorted, gripping Zhang Yakin's throat and hoisting her up effortlessly. He raised his right hand, preparing to strike. Zhang Yakin's pupils dilated, her face contorted with fury as she yelled at Xiao Yun, "My brother is Zhang Yunfei. If you lay a hand on me, he will not let you off easily." Xiao Yun replied with a cold laugh, "I'm afraid I do not know this person. Thus your threat holds no weight with me." His gaze was icy as he raised his hand. Zhang Yakin glared at him with venomous eyes. "Stop." At that moment, another individual from the carriage could no longer remain seated. With a delicate shout, she exited the vehicle. The crowd turned their attention towards her. Revealing a graceful figure emerging, she possessed an angelic visage and a devilish figure, akin to a divine lotus in bloom, her skin luminous, a beauty beyond compare. It was none other than Mu Qianxue. She was hailed as the most stunning beauty of the younger generation in the Central Lands, a celestial prodigy with an unparalleled constitution. It was rumored that she was betrothed to the one with the time-space body from the Taichu Holy Land. Excitement surged through the onlookers upon her appearance. The crowd erupted with fervor. Even Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, for her beauty rivaled that of Shi Chunyu. However, Xiao Yun was not a man swayed by mere looks. Regardless of her allure, he remained indifferent, still raising his hand to strike Zhang Yakin. Seeing Xiao Yun dare to make a move, Mu Qianxue could not help but exclaim, "You must not lay a hand on her." Xiao Yun halted, a sardonic smile spreading across his face as he regarded Mu Qianxue with disdain, asking coolly, "Why not?" Mu Qianxue met his gaze with crystalline clarity, a gentle smile blooming upon her lips, akin to a garden in full bloom. "Just give me this favor, will you?" Xiao Yun, with a detached demeanor, inquired. "Do we know each other?" Mu Qianxue paused momentarily, then responded with a radiant smile, "We did not know each other before, but now, since we are not acquainted." Xiao Yun interrupted her, coldly regarding her as he stated, "Why should I grant you this favor?" The surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence, followed by a cacophony of astonishment. How audacious to speak to Mu Qianxue in such a manner. It was the first time many had witnessed someone addressing her so disrespectfully. Was this young man employing a strategy of feigned indifference to capture Mu Qianxue's attention? Whispers filled the air as the crowd speculated. Mu Qianxue, too, found herself momentarily taken aback. As the foremost fairy of the younger generation in the Central Lands, gifted with exceptional talent and stunning beauty, wherever she went, who would not show her some measure of respect? Xiao Yun, however, paid no heed to the murmurs of the onlookers. He had already delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the force behind Xiao Yun's blow was immense, leaving Zhang Yakin's cheek swollen and knocking out 3 of her teeth, rendering the surrounding crowd momentarily speechless. Did this audacious fellow truly dare to strike? The atmosphere grew still, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The spectators were utterly astonished. After all, that was Zhang Yakin of the Overlord sect, whose brother was an unparalleled prodigy blessed with the 5 elements divine body. Mu Qianxue's gaze also became somewhat vacant, as it seemed she too had not anticipated that Xiao Yun would actually take action. "Get lost, and do not be so arrogant next time." After delivering the blow, Xiao Yun cast Zhang Yakin aside. Mu Qianxue hurriedly caught her, shielding her behind herself. Chapter 49. The Overlord sect. Zhang Yakin seethed with fury, her eyes ablaze with resentment as she glared at Xiao Yun from behind Mu Qianxue. "I will not let you escape. I swear that my brother will reduce you to ashes and shatter your remains into 1,000 pieces." She bellowed, her face contorted in rage. As a true disciple of the Overlord sect and a prodigy who had ventured into forbidden realms, Zhang Yakin was accustomed to being revered. Her brother, Zhang Yunfei, was a peerless genius endowed with the 5 elements divine body. With such illustrious backgrounds, few dared to provoke her. Yet today, she had been publicly slapped, an utter humiliation. Fuming, Zhang Yakin trembled with anger, her once fair visage now twisted into a monstrous grimace, her eyes fixated on Xiao Yun with venomous hatred. "Very well. I shall await your brother's arrival. By the way, I am Xiao Yun, Do ensure that your brother does not mistake his target, Xiao Yun retorted coldly, his gaze unyielding. Should they seek their demise, he would show them no mercy. Once inside the true dragon's nest, he would not hesitate to unleash carnage. Just you wait. Zhang Yakin shot him a venomous glare before swiftly retreating. Mu Qianxue, observing Xiao Yun, regarded him as though he were a mere specter. She sighed softly. You should not have struck. I intended to save you from this calamity. Alas, it seems fate has dictated otherwise. Realization dawned upon the onlookers, who admired Mu Qianxue's compassion. Referring to her as a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, truly embodying great benevolence. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes, astounded by the peculiar mindset of those around him. Facing Mu Qianxue, who exuded an air of sanctimonious pity, he scoffed. So, according to your reasoning, when someone strikes my friend, we are to remain passive and accept our fate. Mu Qianxue regarded him gently. I understand your indignation and anger, but you must realize that sometimes, taking a step back can lead to broader horizons. Apologies. But I am not one to retreat. Xiao Yun replied defiantly. Mu Qianxue shook her head, seemingly lamenting. Stubborn impulsiveness can lead to self-inflicted harm. Why pursue such a path? Perhaps my enemies will meet their demise at my hands. Xiao Yun shot back. Confidence is commendable, yet without commensurate strength, it merely serves to attract ridicule and invite shame. Mu Qianxue remarked with a calm demeanor. Xiao Yun sneered. How can you be so certain that I lack the strength to match? Gently brushing her hair, Mu Qianxue replied. While I cannot claim to know every genius across the realm, I am familiar with those of exceptional constitution within the younger generation of the Central Lands. Yet, among them, the name Xiao Yun does not ring a bell. Is a special constitution truly superior? Must a mundane body invariably succumb to such uniqueness? I refuse to believe it. Xiao Yun retorted. Mu Qianxue gazed at him, shaking her head. Ultimately, a mundane body remains just that, a mundane body, inherently inferior to those with special constitutions. This is a universally accepted truth in the cultivation world, not something you can dismiss with mere disbelief. Xiao Yun coldly asserted. That is merely a reflection of your narrow perspective and limited understanding. These words, however, incited the ire of the surrounding audience. What an arrogant fellow! Utterly presumptuous. How dare he claim that Mu Xinzi has a narrow perspective? It is truly outrageous. Once Zhang Yunfei arrives, I shall witness his downfall. It must be said. Mu Qianxue's entourage is quite substantial, rendering Xiao Yun the target of public scorn. Yet, Xiao Yun chose to dismiss the nameless bystanders, turning to Tang Yunyun and inquiring. Sister Tang, are you unharmed? Tang Yunyun glanced at the distant Mu Qianxue before whispering to Xiao Yun, Brother Xiao, I have brought you trouble. You should leave quickly. For Zhang Yunfei is formidable. Xiao Yun smiled slightly, responding, I must ultimately venture into the true dragon's nest. Even if I flee now, how shall I escape once inside? Tang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback, her face clouded with guilt as she lamented, It is all my fault. Xiao Yun shook his head with a smile, saying, You have done nothing wrong. How can you claim to have harmed me? Though she had erred not, you, however, have. Just then, a voice as frigid as ice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to behold a young man striding forth with an imposing presence. His jet-black hair flowed like ink. His visage was chiseled, long brows framing eyes that sparkled like stars, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Following closely behind him was Zhang Yakin, her demeanor radiating pride as she surveyed the crowd with disdain, akin to a haughty peacock. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Xiao Yun, her expression morphed into one of fury and venomous resentment. Zhang Yunfei had arrived, possessing the 5 elements divine body. Zhang Yunfei was reputed to rival the saints of the Holy Lands, second only to the time-space body of the Taichu Holy Land. The boy named Xiao Yun was doomed. Upon witnessing the formidable figure beside Zhang Yakin, astonishment swept through the onlookers. Young prodigies in the distance also turned their attention towards this gathering. Previously, they had dismissed Xiao Yun and Zhang Yakin, but now, with Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yunfei present, their interest was piqued. After all, both Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yunfei were among the most elite prodigies, undoubtedly ranking within the top 10 among these young cultivators. Who has dared to provoke Zhang Yunfei? This is intriguing. Someone has audaciously angered him. Could it be a scion from one of the Holy Lands? A spectacle awaits. A throng of talented individuals surged towards the scene. All renowned figures, prompting the nameless onlookers to part ways. In the midst of the gathering, Zhang Yunfei's gaze crackled with intensity, his cold eyes fixed upon Xiao Yun. As he advanced, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. He did not need to intentionally unleash his formidable power. This aura emanated naturally from him. Only a true, unparalleled prodigy can cultivate such an invincible presence. At this moment, the surrounding air became exceedingly oppressive, as if the very space had solidified. And a terrifying aura surged forth, reminiscent of being crushed beneath a colossal mountain. Zhang Yunfei's formidable presence moved the young prodigies who had rushed over, their faces reflecting shock and astonishment. Yet, when they turned to gaze at Xiao Yun, their expressions morphed into disbelief. For they could not fathom how this seemingly ordinary mortal dared to offend Zhang Yunfei. Do you now regret your actions? Suddenly, Mu Qianxue sighed softly beside him, her eyes fixed on Xiao Yun, as if she sought to uncover shock, fear, despair, and regret within his gaze. She had encountered many such individuals before. However, this time, she had misjudged him. For in Xiao Yun's eyes, there was not a trace of fear or regret. He remained as calm and confident as ever. This demeanor she had only witnessed in those unparalleled geniuses. Zhang Yunfei, the five elements divine body. Is he truly formidable? Xiao Yun cast a detached glance at Mu Qianxue, then turned his gaze back to Zhang Yunfei, coldly asserting, I do not perceive you as strong. Chapter 50. A stunning revelation. I do not believe you possess any strength. How audacious could this individual be, to dare claim that Zhang Yunfei lacks prowess? Does he consider himself to be the embodiment of space-time from the primordial sacred land? I have encountered many arrogant souls, yet none have matched the sheer hubris of this one. In terms of arrogance, I, Zhang San, would bestow upon him the title of the most conceited in the realm of cultivation. As Xiao Yun's words resonated, a cacophony erupted around them. His declarations were undeniably brash. Who is Zhang Yunfei? He is the foremost true disciple of the Overlord sect, possessing a second-tier divine body. The five elements divine body, with combat prowess in the body refinement realm rivaling that of the unparalleled prodigies from the sacred lands. Who would dare to disregard his standing? And who is the Xiao Yun? The gathered crowd buzzed with speculation, yet none recognized the genius known as Xiao Yun. Thus, he was merely an unknown figure. Xiao Yun? I have not heard of you. An obscure individual daring to act so arrogantly is truly absurd. Zhang Yunfei remarked with a calm demeanor. He was undeniably formidable, standing there like an immovable mountain, exuding an overwhelming pressure upon those around him. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unperturbed, coldly fixating on Zhang Yunfei, taunting, when it comes to arrogance, who can rival your Overlord sect? As for you, Zhang Yunfei, I do not recognize you either. Does that not imply you are just another nameless wretch? The onlookers were rendered speechless. Xiao Yun's audacity was astonishing, openly challenging Zhang Yunfei with such disdain. Had he mistaken himself for a prodigious genius from the sacred lands? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Zhang Yunfei couldn't help but sneer, his formidable aura suddenly surging like a tempest, forcing the surrounding spectators to retreat in alarm. Conversely, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming dominance bearing down upon him. Do you not recognize me? Excellent, but from this day forth, I shall be indelibly etched in your memory. Zhang Yunfei's gaze was as frigid as ice, his eyes sharp as blades. An intense aura of impending doom enveloped the atmosphere, bearing down on Xiao Yun. In that moment, an extreme, intangible chill froze the very space around them, suffocatingly cold, as if time itself was about to come to a halt. Forgive me. My heart is only for beautiful women. I harbor no interest in men. Please, do not indulge in self-deception. Xiao Yun retreated a step, casting a look of disdain towards Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened. You must be mistaken. I merely intend to teach you a lesson that you will never forget. Who on earth is interested in you? The surrounding spectators were at a loss for words. The previously tense atmosphere had been shattered by this audacious youth. Tang Yun could not contain her laughter, hastily covering her mouth. Mu Qianxue shot a peculiar glance at Xiao Yun. Boom. Zhang Yunfei's scalp tingled with fury, his patience finally fraying. He unleashed a punch, aimed squarely at Xiao Yun. This punch appeared ordinary, lacking in speed and power, yet it emanated a formidable sense of oppression, akin to a mountain descending from the heavens, instilling a suffocating sensation. At that moment, the talented individuals opposite Zhang Yunfei displayed expressions of astonishment. For under the force of Zhang Yunfei's punch, they felt as though their bodies were ensnared, unable to evade. Xiao Yun experienced a similar sensation. His expression turned grave as he recognized the formidable strength of Zhang Yunfei, far surpassing that of the Jia Yulong he had previously defeated. However, Xiao Yun was undaunted and raised his fist to retaliate. In contrast to Zhang Yunfei's seemingly mundane strike, Xiao Yun's fist radiated an overwhelming dominance. For he employed the 9 turns overbearing fist, a technique of extraordinary might. With a thunderous boom, as Xiao Yun unleashed his punch, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. and a golden light burst forth from his fist, resembling waves of golden sea crashing toward Zhang Yunfei. This punch possessed unparalleled momentum and an imposing aura, rendering it seemingly unstoppable. Onlookers gasped in surprise, clearly taken aback by Xiao Yun's formidable prowess. After all, they were all exceptionally gifted individuals and could discern the exceptional nature of Xiao Yun's punch. Just then, the fists of Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei collided, producing a sound akin to a thunderclap, as the surrounding spiritual energy erupted in a dazzling display of light, illuminating the entire platform. In this clash, neither party emerged victorious, leading them to continue their fierce exchange. The two combatants' fists collided relentlessly in the void, engaging in a battle of sheer strength, with neither willing to yield. The intensity of the combat stirred the crowd into a frenzy. The spectators were left in shock, while Zhang Yunfei's strength was anticipated. This individual named Xiao Yun was an enigma. How could he possess such terrifying power? They were not oblivious, and it was evident that Xiao Yun's capabilities were formidable, though they remained uncertain of the depths he had reached in his cultivation. How could this be possible? The previously self-satisfied Zhang Yakin now wore a changed expression, her smile frozen in disbelief. She had thought that with her elder brother's intervention, Xiao Yun would surely be defeated in a single blow. Yet now, her brother found himself unable to subdue Xiao Yun. Who exactly was he? This person was nowhere to be found among the great holy lands. Mu Qianxue's eyes also reflected her confusion. She had not anticipated Xiao Yun's strength to be so formidable. The ground trembled violently as everyone hastily retreated, fissures cracking the earth beneath them. The battle between Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei was intensely fierce, their punches clashing like two mountains colliding. The terrifying power radiated outward, creating tumultuous waves and a golden storm that engulfed the arena. Suddenly, Zhang Yunfei bellowed, and a dazzling multicolored halo erupted from him. As he unleashed a punch, it descended from the sky, bearing down on Xiao Yun with extraordinary force. Instantly, the earth fractured, and the void quaked, exuding an unparalleled might. This is the Five Elements Divine Fist, reputed to be a superlative martial technique composed of the quintessence of 5 elite combat arts, its potency far surpassing that of ordinary super techniques. In the arena, a prodigy immediately recognized this move, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Others extolled, Zhang Yunfei truly deserves to be hailed as an unparalleled genius possessing the 5 elements divine body. The cultivation of the 5 elements divine fist is exceedingly arduous, and only he could master it. The synergy between the 5 elements divine fist and Zhang Yunfei's divine body could unleash a force comparable to ultimate combat techniques. The onlookers understood that a decisive outcome was imminent. With Zhang Yunfei revealing the 5 elements divine fist, it was certain he would vanquish this lad named Xiao Yun. Boom. In the face of Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine fist, Xiao Yun dared not be careless. He channeled the 9 turns overbearing fist to its utmost. A formidable force erupting forth, shattering everything in its path. An unstoppable force. Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine fist was, astonishingly, repelled by Xiao Yun, causing him to stagger backward. The spectators, as if witnessing a ghost, widened their eyes in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine fist was actually defeated head-on by someone? Chapter 51. Creating a new realm. Zhang Yunfei unleashed his formidable 5 elements divine fist, yet astonishingly, he was repelled head-on by his opponent. Who is this individual? How can he possess such extraordinary strength? This person is undoubtedly not a nameless figure. The spectators surrounding the battlefield gasped in awe, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment at the prowess displayed by Xiao Yun. Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yakin also bore expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated Xiao Yun's remarkable strength, which took them by surprise. The battle intensified, with both sides exerting their utmost power. At that moment, Xiao Yun resembled an invincible war deity, wielding his terrifying luminous fists. His blood surged with vigor, akin to golden flames engulfing him, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Though Zhang Yunfei was formidable, this only ignited Xiao Yun's fighting spirit, fueling his resolve to grow stronger with each clash. Boom! Xiao Yun fully activated the 9 turns overlord fist, and his fist erupted with dazzling golden light, radiant as the sun and exuding an aura of fearsome might. This brilliance coalesced into 9 radiant fists, merging into one, and instantly detonated from Xiao Yun's hand, reminiscent of a sun's explosion. In an instant, the brilliance surged forth with tremendous momentum, unleashing powerful shockwaves that crashed towards Zhang Yunfei. His expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming pressure, Xiao Yun's strength was insurmountable, completely overpowering him with raw might. This realization filled Zhang Yunfei with resentment and fury. Who is Zhang Yunfei? He is the foremost disciple of the Overlord sect. If the Overlord sect is a sacred ground, then he is the scion of that sanctum. Moreover, he possesses the 5 elements divine body, a powerful second-tier special physique, surpassed only by the supreme bodies. Such a resplendent background naturally fostered Zhang Yunfei's prideful character. He could not bear the thought of being defeated by this unnamed individual. He would not allow it. Oh. Open. 5 elements domain. In his fury, Zhang Yunfei bellowed, his entire being erupting with rage. Suddenly, a 5-colored light domain enveloped him, extending towards Xiao Yun like a vast expanse. As the 5-colored domain encroached upon Xiao Yun, he immediately felt his body stiffen, as if the surrounding space had been compressed, significantly slowing his speed. What is this? Xiao Yun's expression shifted, astonishment washing over him. He sensed that this 5-colored domain was not fully formed yet. Otherwise, its power would be even more formidable. It is the 5 elements domain. Legends say that those with the 5 elements divine body inherently possess the 5 elements domain, a remarkably potent domain. It is said that only cultivators at the spirit conjuring realm can forge such domains. To think that Zhang Yunfei could create one at the body refinement realm is truly terrifying. This is merely the embryonic form of a domain, yet it is undeniably terrifying. After all, in the realm of body refinement, only Zhang Yunfei has managed to forge such a nascent domain. The crowd around him gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yakin, having regained her confidence, proudly lifted her chin, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun, and declared with immense satisfaction, once my brother's 5 elements domain manifests, who among the 6 great sacred lands can possibly rival him? Aside from those extraordinary prodigies, no one dared to counter her, for Zhang Yunfei was indeed formidable, his reputation preceding him. Boom. With the enhancement of the 5 elements domain, Zhang Yunfei became a terrifying force, unleashing a barrage of punches that crashed down like a cataclysm, seemingly intent on engulfing Xiao Yun. To compel me to utilize the 5 elements domain, you have indeed made a name for yourself today, Zhang Yunfei remarked arrogantly. His confidence restored as he gazed at Xiao Yun. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Xiao Yun's surface, coalescing into a massive bell that enveloped him entirely. Rumble. Zhang Yunfei's fist pounded relentlessly against the golden bell, yet it proved impervious to his assaults, inflicting no harm upon Xiao Yun whatsoever. How is this possible? Zhang Yunfei's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. Outside the fray, Zhang Yakin's smile froze. Disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Xiao Yun. Beside her, Mu Qianshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization as she exclaimed, "This is the Golden Bell Shield, a divine ability from the Chaos Sacred Land." Could it be that he hails from the Chaos Sacred Land? The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Chaos Sacred Land, the most ancient of the sacred lands in the Central Plains, had gradually declined over the years. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. And the name of the sacred land still commanded respect. No wonder this individual is so powerful. It turns out he is a genius from the Chaos Sacred Land. Understanding dawned upon the onlookers. As the saying goes, a renowned master produces exceptional disciples. Being a talent nurtured by the Chaos Sacred Land is indeed extraordinary. Although the Chaos Sacred Land has fallen into decline, it remains incomparable to ordinary sect disciples, given its profound heritage. Zhang Yakin's expression darkened. She had not anticipated offending someone from a sacred land, and a twinge of regret stirred within her. However, she quickly recalled something and scoffed derisively. The Chaos Sacred Land currently ranks at the bottom among the 6 great sacred lands and has long since fallen from grace. What is there to be proud of, Indeed, the Chaos Sacred Land had experienced decline in recent years, having not sent anyone to the true dragon nest for several generations. Previous disciples from the Chaos Sacred Land seemed to have perished within the true dragon nest, suffering severe losses, which is why they had refrained from sending participants in recent years. In the last exchange meeting of the 6 great sacred lands, a holy son from the Chaos Sacred Land was defeated by a disciple from the Sacred King sect, marking their complete downfall. The Sacred King sect's influence has been surging, and it is said that this generation has produced a divine physique that rivals even the time-space physique of the primordial sacred land. Should he attain the path of the Emperor in the future, the Sacred King sect may very well replace the Chaos Sacred Land. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Xiao Yun discerned the murmurs echoing around him. Instantly, his countenance turned frigid, and his fist grew increasingly fierce. Resembling a humanoid dragon rampaging through Zhang Yunfei's elemental domain, with unparalleled ferocity. The onlookers derided their chaos holy land, questioning its decline. Was the chaos holy land truly in a state of decay? If that were the case, then let me, Xiao Yun, carve out a new realm. With a low roar, he ceased to suppress his power, and torrents of formidable energy surged forth from within him, amplifying the might of his 9-turn overbearing fist. Boom! With a tremendous force, Xiao Yun unleashed a barrage of radiant punches, merging them into a singularly potent assault directed towards the front, akin to celestial brilliance piercing the heavens. Upon contact, Zhang Yunfei's form trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 52. Follow me. And one day you shall be crowned king. As he beheld the furious transformation of Xiao Yun before him, Zhang Yunfei was struck with astonishment. For he discerned that Xiao Yun's strength had significantly surged, rendering him seemingly unstoppable. In truth, Xiao Yun had been suppressing his power during their combat. Otherwise, with his current strength of 800,000 pounds, a single punch would have devastated Zhang Yunfei. After such an extensive battle, Xiao Yun had ascertained that Zhang Yunfei's power was merely 400,000 pounds, a mere half of his own. His curiosity regarding the capabilities of the 5 elements divine body had prompted him to prolong the engagement with Zhang Yunfei. However, upon hearing the derisive jeers from the onlookers, Xiao Yun resolved to end this farce without further delay. Crack! Suddenly, amidst the stunned and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yun shattered the embryonic form of Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements domain with a single punch. His formidable figure surged forth, imbued with an invincible momentum and an overwhelming aura that seemed to dominate the very heavens. It must be said, the ferocity of Xiao Yun's punch was terrifying. The 9 turns overlord fist had been pushed to its zenith, a resplendent luminous fist coalescing as if it had summoned the tumultuous waves of the ocean, crashing relentlessly upon Zhang Yunfei. Under the weight of such a fearsome punch, the ground trembled as if 1,000 steeds were galloping, the once solid bluestone surface cracking under the residual force of Xiao Yun's might. Puff! Zhang Yunfei coughed up blood, his arms quaking violently, his palms ruptured. He was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, his complexion turning ashen. He had been defeated, and not just defeated, but vanquished in a direct confrontation. His 5 elements domain obliterated, a complete and utter rout. Never before had Zhang Yunfei faced such a humiliating defeat. A potent mix of resentment surged within him, and in his emotional turmoil, he could not help but spew another mouthful of blood. Hiss! The once invincible Zhang Yunfei, bearer of the 5 elements divine body, had been bested. The onlookers held their breath, a profound silence enveloping the crowd until, moments later, a chorus of gasps filled the air. All eyes turned toward Xiao Yun, the disciple of the chaotic sacred land, who had displayed such formidable prowess. It seemed that after years of silence, the chaotic sacred land had finally unveiled a remarkable genius. Yet, speculation lingered. Did this individual possess a unique physique? Brother! Zhang Yakin exclaimed, rushing forward to assist Zhang Yunfei. He wiped the blood from his lips, casting a resentful glance towards Xiao Yun in the distance. The humiliation of being publicly defeated weighed heavily on him. After all, he had never before tasted the bitterness of defeat. This was, of course, partly due to the fact that he had never engaged in combat with the unparalleled prodigies of the sacred lands. Though arrogant, Zhang Yunfei was not foolish enough to challenge those extraordinary beings. He had not anticipated that a seemingly fallen disciple from the chaotic sacred land could bring about his downfall. Was this the true depth of the sacred lands? Even in its decline, the chaotic sacred land remained beyond the reach of their sections. A sense of despondency began to seep into Zhang Yunfei's heart. Such formidable strength! He had at least entered the realm of the 4 bands, perhaps even the 5 bands. Not far away, Mu Qianxue gazed at the imposing Xiao Yun in the arena, her beautiful eyes finally reflecting a hint of seriousness. Brother Xiao, it seems you are indeed formidable, just as our master has said, she mused. Tang Yunyun approached, her face alight with excitement as she looked at Xiao Yun, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Throughout history, who among young maidens has not admired a hero, especially one who stands up for her? From the moment Xiao Yun decisively defeated Zhang Yunfei, his towering image had been indelibly etched in Tang Yunyun's mind, impossible to erase. Zhang Yunfei is hardly worthy of mention, Xiao Yun remarked with a slight smile directed at Tang Yunyun. Nearby, Zhang Yunfei's face flushed with rage at the remark, unable to suppress another spurt of blood. Brother, we must seek Master S help to heal your wounds. Zhang Yakin, witnessing her brother's defeat at Xiao Yun's hands, dared not linger any longer and hurriedly assisted him away, fearing Xiao Yun might seek retribution. In truth, Xiao Yun had no regard for them. His gaze was fixed on Mu Qianxue, a cold smirk playing on his lips. It appears I did not suffer grievous injury. Rather, my adversary has met his demise. Mu Qianxue was momentarily at a loss for words. This fellow was remarkably petty. Recalling her previous remarks. However, once she learned of Xiao Yun's origins from the chaos sacred land, her demeanor shifted. Her expression turned indifferent as she spoke with a frigid tone. I acknowledge your strength, which surpasses my expectations. Yet, past disciples of the chaos sacred land have perished within the true dragon's nest. I hope you tread carefully. With that, Mu Qianxue gracefully turned and departed. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, calling after her retreating figure with a cold scoff. I am aware of your betrothal to that time-space entity from the primordial sacred land. However, I advise you to annul the engagement soon, lest you find yourself a widow prematurely. Upon the utterance of his words, an uproar erupted around him. It was clear to all but the foolish the implications of Xiao Yun's statement. After all, Mu Qianxue's engagement was with the time-space entity of the primordial sacred land. And to render her a widow would require the death of that very entity. Such audacious words were nothing short of reckless. The onlookers were stunned. Perceiving Xiao Yun's bravado as suicidal, daring to challenge the time-space entity of the primordial sacred land after merely defeating Zhang Yunfei. This was indeed a brazen act. Though the time-space entity was still young and merely at the refinement stage, their exceptional talent had already manifested an aura of supremacy, destined to be invincible in the future. While Xiao Yun had shone brightly in his battle against Zhang Yunfei in the eyes of the crowd, he was still vastly outmatched compared to the time-space entity of the primordial sacred land. It was known that Zhang Yunfei could not withstand a single strike from that entity. Whereas Xiao Yun had fought with Zhang Yunfei for an extended duration, the outcome being painfully clear. Arrogance. Even Mu Qianxue, with her ethereal elegance, was incensed at this moment. Unable to contain herself, she let out a cold huff, dismissing Xiao Yun entirely as she turned and walked away. Xiao Yun let out a cold smile. Since the individual before him was the fiancée of the time-space entity, she was undoubtedly his adversary. He would not show mercy to an enemy, no matter how captivating their appearance. Boom. Shortly after Mu Qianxue departed, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing down with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. As onlookers gazed upon this being, they were struck by his radiant golden aura, as if his body were forged from pure gold, his hair shimmering in golden hues, exuding an overwhelming brilliance. I observed your performance from above. You are quite impressive. Join me and become my foremost general. When I sweep across the lands and become invincible, I shall crown you as a king, ruling over your domain, proclaimed the golden figure, casting a commanding gaze upon Xiao Yun, his tone brooking no dissent, his eyes piercing and formidable. How arrogant! Someone muttered in astonishment. Nearby, another seemed to recognize the figure and exclaimed, That's the holy body. The ancient holy body. He is Zhao Wujing of the ancient holy land. With the emergence of the ancient holy body, the atmosphere instantly erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 53. This must be madness. The ancient sacred body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies, revered as the embodiment of a saint, possessing an unparalleled and invincible majesty. This is truly an extraordinary prodigy. In comparison to Zhao Wuji, Zhang Yunfei pales significantly. Instantly, the atmosphere grew fervent, as more and more individuals flocked to this location, eager to behold the magnificent presence of the ancient sacred body. Yet, under Zhao Wuji's gaze, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed by the arrogance of these prodigies. They still dared to attempt to subjugate him, exhibiting an audacity that surpassed even that of Zhang Yunfei moments prior. Xiao Yun's expression hardened, and he spoke with a chilling tone. Who are you? What do you think you are? Do you believe you are worthy of subjugating me? The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Xiao Yun's audacity to confront the ancient sacred body, their faces reflecting astonishment. Some could not contain their thoughts and spoke up. Xiao Yun, to be a follower of the ancient sacred body would not tarnish your reputation. In the future, when Zhao Shengzi reigns supreme, you could stand beside him, dominating your own realm and bringing glory to your lineage. Wouldn't that be delightful? Indeed, another added. The ancient sacred body is invincible, and the ascension to becoming a great emperor is not beyond possibility. To follow such a being is a stroke of fortune you might only encounter once in a lifetime. We would be fortunate to even have the opportunity to follow the ancient sacred body. Why aren't you satisfied? This is an immense opportunity. Should you let it slip away, you will surely regret it when the ancient sacred body rules over the world. The crowd continued to express their opinions fervently. Xiao Yun's expression darkened further. How dare these imbeciles belittle him so? What nonsense was this ancient sacred body? He could easily defeat 100 of them single-handedly. However, he chose not to retort, as there were too many onlookers, and he deemed it unnecessary to engage in a debate with a throng of fools. When he swept through the true dragon nest, no one would dare to underestimate him again. I am Xiao Wuji, the bearer of the ancient sacred body, the holy son of the ancient sacred land. Although you hail from the chaotic sacred land, which has seen better days, following me will not tarnish your identity. Xiao Wuji proclaimed with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance, as if it were an honor for Xiao Yun to accompany him. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes at the audacity of this man. With a darkened expression, he scoffed, Xiao Wuji, I have not heard of you. What significance does the ancient sacred body hold? When our chaotic body emerges, who would dare to contend against it? The onlookers felt Xiao Yun's arrogance was excessive, and one could not help but admonish him. Xiao Yun, you are being overly arrogant. The ancient sacred body is one of the top 10 supreme bodies, not inferior to the chaotic body. Moreover, has your chaotic sacred land produced a second chaotic body in all these years? Xiao Wuji waved his hand dismissively, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Xiao Yun with a smile. All prodigies are inherently unruly. If you were to follow me on the spot, it would only belittle you in my eyes. You may enter the true dragon nest first, and when I sweep through it, you may then decide whether to follow me. Xiao Yun's expression turned pitch black. This arrogant fool was insufferably presumptuous. He coldly retorted, You think you can sweep through the true dragon nest? I could suppress you with a single hand. Excellent. The more rebellious you are, the more I admire you. This indicates your remarkable talent. You could undoubtedly become my foremost warrior, Xiao Wuji remarked with a look of appreciation, unfazed by the defiance. Xiao Yun, however, scoffed, his expression darkening with exasperation. What a lunatic! He was utterly at a loss for words, realizing that this man's arrogance was deeply entrenched. Engaging in further discussion seemed futile. It would be better to wait until they entered the true dragon's nest to teach him a lesson. At that moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in Xiao Yun's mind, the familiar sound of the system. New task, defeat a genius with a unique physique to earn 3 comprehension opportunities. Eliminate a genius with a unique physique for 10 opportunities. Subdue a genius with a unique physique for 20 opportunities. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yun's spirits soared. It had been quite some time since a task was issued, resulting in a stagnation of his comprehension opportunities. After forming the initial shape of the chaos body, his opportunities dwindled to a mere 78. Although he recently defeated Zhang Yunfei and garnered 2 rounds of applause, he now held a total of 84 opportunities. While this number seemed substantial, Xiao Yun was acutely aware that it was far from sufficient for cultivating the Chaos Sutra. For the cultivation from the 27th to the 36th layer, each layer required 4 opportunities. He projected that ascending from the 36th to the 45th layer would necessitate 5 opportunities per layer. As he continued to advance, the requirement for comprehension opportunities would increase exponentially. Thus, Xiao Yun estimated that without several hundred opportunities, achieving the chaos body would be impossible. Consequently, he found himself in desperate need of these opportunities, making the system's task fortuitously timed. To eliminate a genius with a unique physique for 10 opportunities? Delightful. Subduing one for 20 opportunities posed a significant challenge, as super geniuses often harbored an unwavering belief in their invincibility, making it exceedingly difficult to compel their submission. Xiao Yun contemplated this internally. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuji observed Xiao Yun's silence, mistakenly interpreting it as deep consideration regarding whether to follow him. He offered a gentle smile, saying, Take your time to consider. As the saying goes, when one ascends, their companions rise alongside them. Should you choose to follow me, once I attain the status of a great emperor, the Chaos Holy Land shall once again soar due to your efforts. Xiao Wuji exuded confidence, as if his ascension to the great emperor was assured. His eyes shone like 2 radiant golden suns, their intense brilliance almost blinding. The aura of Zhao Xingzi was becoming increasingly formidable. Fool, that is the aura of supremacy, unique to the supreme body. It is said that the ancient holy body possesses extraordinary combat prowess, growing stronger with each battle, a true embodiment of martial might, the onlookers praised. Individuals like Xiao Wuji, unparalleled prodigies, invariably captured the attention of all, drawing collective admiration wherever they went. Xiao Yun, with a sullen expression, lifted his gaze. He had been preoccupied with checking the system and had momentarily overlooked Xiao Wuji. The incessant references to becoming a great emperor and the notion of subduing him were simply intolerable. To speak candidly, Xiao Yun had just harbored an inclination to deliver a thorough thrashing to him. However, Upon receiving the task from the system, Xiao Yun's resolve abruptly shifted. For he aspired to subdue Zhao Wuji, the embodiment of the ancient sacred body. Firstly, conquering this ancient sacred entity would grant him the reward of 20 instances of enlightenment. Secondly, merely vanquishing Zhao Wuji would not provide Xiao Yun with the satisfaction he sought. Yet, if he were to successfully claim Zhao Wuji as his follower, having an ancient sacred body in his retinue would undoubtedly bestow upon him immense prestige and fulfill his desire for retribution. Contemplating this, Xiao Yun involuntarily smiled. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun's smile, Zhao Wuji mistakenly assumed his agreement, and with a slight nod, he remarked, "Since you are in accord, you may proceed into the true dragon's nest. Should you encounter any peril, simply invoke my name." With that, Zhao Wuji departed, wearing a satisfied expression. Xiao Yun, gazing at Zhao Wuji's receding figure, clenched his teeth in fury, vowing that once he entered the true dragon's nest, he would compel this individual to kneel before him, weeping as he became his follower. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Yun would indeed follow Zhao Wuji. His future undoubtedly promised a resounding reputation, destined to illuminate an entire era. One cannot deny the extraordinary fortune of Xiao Yun. To be valued by Zhao Wuji was indeed a stroke of serendipity. Surrounding individuals engaged in fervent discussion. With a grim countenance, Xiao Yun grasped Tang Yunyun and swiftly exited the vicinity. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might succumb to the impulse of unleashing a violent rampage. For now, he would endure, and once he entered the true dragon's nest, he would make it abundantly clear why the flowers bloomed so vividly, as he trampled upon the so-called ancient sacred body and the temporal body beneath his feet. Chapter 54. A flourishing era of exceptional talents. After Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun departed, they made their way towards the entrance of the canyon. For once the true dragon's nest was unlocked, they wished to enter at the earliest opportunity. "Brother Xiao, do you truly intend to follow that ancient sacred body?" Tang Yunyun inquired, her expression brimming with curiosity as she trailed alongside him. Xiao Yun's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched as he declared, "I shall subdue him and make him my follower." Tang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback. To subdue an ancient sacred body? Should this sentiment circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a fervor throughout the cultivation world. Yet, it was likely that the practitioners would mock Xiao Yun for his overreaching ambition. Although Tang Yunyun found his aspirations somewhat fanciful, she nonetheless encouraged him, saying, "Keep striving. I believe you, Brother Xiao will surely succeed." Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed, as if she had inadvertently confessed her feelings. "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yunyun, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Undoubtedly, after his junior sister Lin Xiaya, he had garnered yet another little admirer. Alas, possessing good looks and remarkable talent made him quite the magnet for attention from the fairer sex. Xiao Yun felt a sense of helplessness. His sole ambition was to attain the path of the great emperor, with no intention of indulging in a harem. As they continued onward, upon reaching the canyon's entrance, they discovered numerous edifices, a marvel of pavilions adorned with intricate carvings and bridges over flowing streams, all constructed on either side of the canyon's mouth. At this moment, a multitude of individuals had already gathered in anticipation. Among them was the audacious ancient sacred body, Zhao Wuji, who stood within a pavilion, surveying the crowd below. He radiated a brilliant golden light, dazzling all who beheld him. Many cultivators cast reverent glances towards Zhao Wuji, the ancient sacred body of the sacred land, whose mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to a mountain pressing upon their chests. This era was indeed resplendent. Not only had the temporal body emerged, but also the ancient sacred body. One could hardly overlook the divine king body from the holy king sect or the overlord body from the overlord sacred land. Four supreme bodies coexisting in one epoch was an unprecedented phenomenon. It was destined to be a magnificent age. And to be born in such a time was both a sorrow and a fortune. Surrounding individuals murmured in contemplation, sighing deeply. Tang Yunyun lamented, "To exist alongside these extraordinary prodigies, we are bound to play the role of mere supporting characters. How tragic. Yet, witnessing their rivalry is indeed a fortunate experience." Beside her, Xiao Yun's gaze shone with unwavering confidence, his heart brimming with an indomitable spirit. No matter the ancient sacred body, the temporal body, the divine king body, or the overlord body, he vowed to vanquish them all. In this era, who dares to claim invincibility in my presence? What nonsense about prodigies and young sovereigns. I shall slay those who presume to hold dominion over the world. Xiao Yun's eyes radiated an unwavering resolve. On the path to becoming the future great emperor, He intended to sweep across the 8 desolations, shaking the heavens and the earth, establishing himself as the supreme ruler of the world, invincible across the realms. The divine king body has arrived. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the distance. Among the throngs of people, a young lad strode forth, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, his eyes shimmering with an air of defiance as if he were destined to ascend above the masses and gaze down upon the myriad realms. Akin to a divine sovereign descending to the mortal plane. Upon sighting him, Xiao Yun could not deny the formidable strength he possessed, akin to Zhao Wuji. Both shrouded in enigma. Yet, he remained confident in his ability to subdue him. Behold, the eminent Lu Nanshan of the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land and Yi Wuqing of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land have also arrived. One, a natural sword body, the other, a natural blade body, destined to be each other as formidable adversaries. The question of which is superior, sword or blade, shall undoubtedly be settled by their hands. From afar, exclamations of awe began to swell. Xiao Yun raised his gaze to see 2 youths approaching from the distance, one with sword energy soaring to the heavens, the other wielding an imposing blade momentum, both extraordinary talents in their own right. While the natural sword and blade bodies may not be supreme physiques, they rank among the second-tier divine bodies, comparable to Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine body. However, these 2 hail from sacred lands, and given their profound heritage, their prowess surpasses that of Zhang Yunfei. The celestial tyrant body has also made its entrance. It is said that a year prior, Zhao Wuji challenged the physical cultivators of the tyrant heaven sacred land, sweeping through them until he met Wu Gang, the celestial tyrant body, resulting in a stalemate. This time, during the True Dragon Nest expedition, another confrontation is inevitable. The ancient sacred body and the celestial tyrant body are sworn enemies, and their future battles are destined to be numerous. Suddenly, the murmurs grew louder as another supreme body had arrived. Xiao Yun scrutinized the formidable celestial tyrant body. The youth named Wu Gang, who exuded an overwhelming aura in his black and gold battle robe, his violet hair billowing in the wind, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth advancing forth, radiating an awe-inspiring, terrifying presence. The crowd parted, wary of inciting the wrath of such a powerful entity. Zhao Wuji, during this True Dragon Nest expedition, I shall surely bring you to your demise. Wu Gang lifted his gaze to Zhao Wuji atop the pavilion, his eyes emitting 2 fearsome beams of light, his expression sharp and intimidating. From the pavilion, Zhao Wuji looked down upon Wu Gang, his gaze intensifying like that of a solar deity, instilling an almost palpable dread. Enjoy your final moments, Wu Gang, Zhao Wuji remarked coldly. The atmosphere surged with excitement. The animosity between these 2 was palpable, and it appeared that this True Dragon Nest expedition would inevitably result in a decisive outcome. Perhaps, it is indeed possible that one supreme body may fall, a monumental event within the cultivation realm. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor. The successive appearances of these youthful prodigies ignited an even greater fighting spirit within him. In life, one should not fear the strength of their foes, but rather the absence of worthy adversaries. With an unwavering belief in his invincibility, Xiao Yun stood unafraid of any formidable opponent. Suddenly, from a nearby pavilion, a figure materialized, seemingly appearing out of thin air, leaving those around in a state of astonishment. The individual donned a pristine white garment, his visage adorned with a gentle smile, radiating an aura of brilliance. He was enveloped in a silvery divine light, reminiscent of a sage achieving enlightenment beneath the moonlight, exuding an air of extraordinary transcendence. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted, for he had just sensed a formidable presence drawing near, yet he could not fathom how this person had entered the pavilion, as the speed was astoundingly swift, an incomprehensible 100-fold faster than himself, akin to instantaneous teleportation, evoking a sense of terror. Such velocity brought to mind a singular figure. Li Qingdi, the temporal entity of the Taichu Holy Land, had finally arrived. It was said that he was not originally named Li Qingdi, but adopted this title after joining the Taichu Holy Land. Clearly, he was resolute in his pursuit of attaining the status of a great emperor. Xiao Yun was not alone in discerning this identity. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around him, the fervor surpassing that of the earlier appearances of several supreme entities. Xiao Yun scrutinized Li Qingdi within the pavilion, knowing that this was his most formidable adversary within the True Dragon Nest, the only opponent capable of engaging him in battle. Chapter 55. The Opening of the True Dragon's Nest. Arrival of rivals. As Li Qingdi made his appearance, the cultivators present on the platform erupted in excitement. with an ever-growing throng converging to behold the extraordinary grace of the temporal body. It is undeniable that even the likes of the ancient sacred body, the celestial overlord body, and the divine king body appeared somewhat diminished in his presence. The title of the fourth-ranked supreme body carried tremendous weight. Moreover, not only did Li Qingdi possess a formidable temporal body, but his innate talents were also remarkably strong. The combination of these attributes rendered him truly formidable. Among the crowd, many young women gazed at Li Qingdi, their beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. In terms of both talent and appearance, he was undoubtedly among the finest, epitomizing the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of all female cultivators. Xiao Yun felt a surge of discontent towards this individual, silently resolving, how dare he flaunt himself before me? Once we enter the true dragon's nest, I shall ensure he emerges humbled. Xiao Shixiang, Li Qingdi is exceptionally powerful. Should you encounter him within the true dragon's nest, exercise utmost caution, reminded Tang Yun at his side. Though Li Qingdi was indeed impressive, Xiao Yun's preconceived notions had already been firmly established in Tang Yun's mind. With a slight smile, Xiao Yun replied, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly remain unrivaled in this era. His eyes sparkled with a commanding confidence that left Tang Yun momentarily spellbound, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. At that moment, the crowd continued to swell, with discussions buzzing incessantly, all centered around Li Qingdi. This provided Xiao Yun with a wealth of information about him. He learned that Li Qingdi had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, capable of effortlessly defeating cultivators at the Gathering Qi stage of the Taichu sacred land. What is the Gathering Qi stage, anyway? I have heard that Li Qingdi has vanquished the projections of the strongest body refinement cultivators throughout the ages in the Taichu sacred land, securing his position as the most formidable in their history, surpassing even their ancestral figures. Indeed, I have heard that as well. It is said that even the fossilized remains of the Taichu sacred land were stirred, leading to Li Qingdi being proclaimed a quasi-son of God by them on the spot. Had it not been for his relatively lower cultivation level and the existence of another son of God in the Taichu sacred land, he might have already claimed that title for himself. Li Qingdi's radiance was so brilliant that he had become the focal point of the entire gathering. Even the extraordinary talents of the ancient sacred body, the celestial overlord body, and the divine king body, who stood not far away, turned their attention towards him, their expressions marked by an unprecedented gravity. Clearly, it was not only Xiao Yun who regarded Li Qingdi as a formidable rival. These exceptional prodigies also acknowledged him as their greatest opponent. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed within the canyon, akin to divine thunder exploding in the heavens, silencing all discussions among the crowd. Following this, an overwhelming dragon might surged forth like tumultuous waves from the ocean, sweeping across the entire expanse and causing every individual present to tremble with trepidation. Even Li Qingdi, Zhao Wuji, and other extraordinary prodigies could not help but feel a shudder within their hearts. Xiao Yun, too, was taken aback, sensing an unprecedented wave of terror. This is the roar of the true dragon, a sound that heralds the imminent opening of the true dragon's nest, a voice murmured among the onlookers. At that moment, Xiao Yun was struck with a profound realization. It was no wonder the sound was so terrifying. Such a single roar possessed an overwhelming presence, indicative of the true dragon's formidable power, rivaling that of an emperor. However, this must be the remnant of the true dragon before its ascension. For if the true dragon were to roar in person, even a sage would surely perish, reduced to mere blood rain. The true dragon's nest is opening. Let us hasten inside. If I can acquire any treasures, I shall ascend to the realm of body refinement, exclaimed one eager soul. What is the realm of body refinement compared to my ultimate goal of entering the forbidden domain? The true dragon's nest appears but once a century. We cannot afford to miss this grand opportunity. Let us proceed. As the echo of the dragon's roar faded, a golden barrier at the entrance of the valley finally revealed an opening, prompting the crowd to surge forward. Among them, Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji, the extraordinary prodigies, swiftly transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing into the entrance. Come, Sister Tang, allow me to guide you through the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun beckoned, taking Tang Yun by the hand and leading her inside. A blush adorned Tang Yun's cheeks as she followed closely behind Xiao Yun. Unbeknownst to him, a few faces in the crowd were coldly fixated on his retreating figure. Among them were two familiar figures, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong from the Taichu sacred land, who had once clashed with Xiao Yun in the Chaos sacred land. Was that the Xiao Yun from the Chaos sacred land? A young man asked with a scornful gaze. Jie Yulong nodded. Indeed, he is formidable, I have heard he recently defeated Zhang Yunfei and has likely grown even stronger since. What is Zhang Yunfei? Although he possesses the 5 elements divine body, he is not a disciple of a sacred land and lacks its foundational strength. His potential remains largely untapped. The young man scoffed, then arrogantly proclaimed, I possess the longevity body, with a strength of 550,000 pounds. Zhang Yunfei is insignificant in my presence. Eliminating a mere mortal like Xiao Yun would be as effortless as butchering a dog. Brother Zhou speaks wisely. Compared to him, Zhang Yunfei is nothing. Xiao Yun shall surely be no match for you. Fu Miaodong gazed at the young man with adoration, her eyes brimming with admiration. Let us also enter the true dragon's nest, following Xiao Yun, and ensure that the chaos sacred land returns empty-handed once more. With that, the young man led Jia Yulong, Fu Miaodong, and several other talented youths from the Taichu sacred land into the true dragon's nest. Within the true dragon's nest, towering ancient trees and abundant spiritual herbs flourished. However, the vastness of the space, coupled with the lush vegetation, meant that many cultivators were quickly dispersed upon entry. Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyan journeyed deeper into the nest without a clear direction, driven by the knowledge that the most valuable treasures lay at its core. As Emperor Tian had once advised, of course, that area was likely to harbor the remnants of the true dragon, posing significant danger, yet Xiao Yun was unperturbed. For he was eager to capture a dragon to serve as his future steed. Whoosh! Suddenly, 9 formidable auras surged forth from behind, capturing the attention of Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyan. In the next instant, 9 youthful figures materialized before them, each gazing at them with a chilling intensity. Brother Xiao. Tang Yunyan's expression turned grave, as if faced with a formidable adversary, for she sensed that the strength of these individuals far surpassed her own. However, Xiao Yun recognized Jia Yulong and Fu Miaodong among them. With an icy demeanor, he remarked, Jia Yulong, it has been a while. After our last encounter, where you were defeated by me, have you come seeking assistance this time? Xiao Yun, today marks your demise. Do not blame me. Instead, blame your decision to join the chaos sacred land. Jia Yulong replied, his gaze as frigid as the depths of winter, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. The Taichu sacred land and the chaos sacred land have long been archrivals, and in past encounters within the true dragon nest, disciples from the 2 great sacred lands have inevitably faced life and death struggles. This time would prove no exception. Chapter 56. Come here. I shall cut you down. What arrogance. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yun cast a disdainful glance at the opposing Jia Yulong, retorting with scorn, is it merely because of you? You are nothing but a defeated foe, daring to behave so brazenly before me. Though I may not be your match, our Taichu Holy Land is teeming with exceptional talents, any one of whom could easily bring about your demise. Jia Yulong responded coldly. Xiao Yun scoffed, who might that be? Is it the one known as the temporal body? I shall slay him shortly. Xiao Yun, your arrogance knows no bounds. Jia Yulong's gaze turned icy as he spoke, referring to the temporal body, Li Qingdi, who was not only a prodigy of their Taichu Holy Land but also an object of his admiration. Standing beside them, Fu Miaodong glared at Xiao Yun with venomous eyes, admonishing, why waste words on him? Let us surround and annihilate him. Xiao Yun regarded her with a chilling stare, his voice laced with disdain. Slaying you would be as simple as butchering a dog. You, a mere mortal, dare to speak such nonsense? The chaotic Holy Land has truly fallen into decadence. A young man at the forefront remarked, shaking his head dismissively at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun turned to him with a cold snort. And who might you be? The young man's expression darkened. Who am I? Is that how you describe a person? That term is only fit for beasts. Zhou Feiyu's face turned ashen, his cold eyes fixed on Xiao Yun as he spoke in a chilling tone. Remember, my name is Zhou Feiyu. When you meet Yama in the afterlife, do not forget who it was that sent you there. Xiao Yun continued to regard him with indifference, beckoning him forward with a dismissive gesture. A mere fish dares to be insolent before me? Come here, and I shall slay you now, brewing fish head soup for my meal. Impudent! You are exceedingly arrogant. Young man, to address Brother Zhou in such a manner. Brother Zhou, this boy is but one individual. There is no need for you to intervene. Together, we can easily dispatch him. The remaining 6 disciples of the Taichu Holy Land were incensed by Xiao Yun's haughtiness, clamoring in unison. Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, surveying them with utter disdain. Come at me all at once. I shall send you on your way. By the heavens, this boy is too audacious. Everyone, let us attack together and slay him. One disciple of the Taichu Holy Land could no longer contain his fury. Brandishing a sharp sword, he charged towards Xiao Yun, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the land with a chilling frost, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. It must be noted that those hailing from the Taichu Holy Land, who could venture into the true dragon's nest, were indeed the elite of their faction. Each individual among them had already stepped into the forbidden realm, their cultivation surpassing that of Xiao Yun and Fu Miaodong. Young man, I shall not hesitate to inform you that I rank 8th among the physical cultivators in the Taichu Holy Land. And that is more than sufficient to sweep aside your chaotic Holy Land. The assailant was exceedingly arrogant, disregarding Xiao Yun entirely as he unleashed a wave of sword energy, aiming directly at Xiao Yun's brow, seeking to strike him down in a single blow. Crack! Xiao Yun extended his hand, effortlessly catching the incoming sword. The overwhelming power of his physique surging forth as he easily snapped the blade in two, causing the assailant's pupils to constrict in shock. Merely a second-tier forbidden realm. Not much stronger than Xiao Yun. What gives you the confidence to believe you can kill me? Xiao Yun cast a frigid glance at him, and, without waiting for a response, unleashed a powerful punch. Stop! Zhou Feiyu bellowed from a distance. It was only after a moment of shock that Xiao Yun heeded his words. His master, Emperor Tian, had previously stated that within the true dragon nest, one could kill without fear of igniting a war between the two sacred lands. Thus, Xiao Yun struck mercilessly, channeling all his strength to obliterate the 8th-ranked disciple of the Taichu sacred land with a single blow. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the void crimson. In the distance, Xiao Yulong and Fu Miaodong were both taken aback. Their senior brother, who surpassed them in strength, had been unable to withstand even a single punch from Xiao Yun. The disparity was indeed staggering. You all retreat. This person is beyond your capacity to contend with. He has already stepped into the realm of the 4 restrictions. Zhou Feiyu waved his hand and stepped forward, his gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent. The sight of a junior brother being slain before him without the chance to intervene was a profound humiliation. Furthermore, should this incident spread, he would face reprimand from the higher-ups of the Taichu sacred land. Thus, a tempest of rage surged within Zhou Feiyu as he glared coldly at Xiao Yun. His voice chillingly grave. Xiao Yun, in light of our shared status as disciples of the sacred land, I shall grant you a moment for your last words. Otherwise, once I make my move, you shall have no further opportunity to speak. Xiao Yun beckoned him with his finger, retorting icily, Come here. I can scarcely wait to sever you. Very well, Zhou Feiyu replied, a bitter smile manifesting from his fury. His entire being radiated with a tumultuous vitality, akin to a blazing golden flame, transforming him into a resplendent golden sun. A formidable aura surged forth from him. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. With that, Zhou Feiyu launched himself forward at incredible speed, rivaling even Xiao Yulong, who was known for his lightning agility. Kill. Eternal life. Zhou Feiyu roared, summoning a tremendous force as he descended upon Xiao Yun with a palm strike aimed to suppress him. The blazing hand emitted a terrifying power, akin to a mountain crashing down from the heavens, shattering the void with overwhelming ferocity. To perish beneath my eternal life palm is a privilege in itself, Zhou Feiyu declared with arrogance, envisioning the scene of Xiao Yun's demise beneath his grip. Boom! As Zhou Feiyu charged toward him, Xiao Yun emitted a cold snort, unleashing his full combat prowess. Brilliant golden light gathered around him, enveloping him like a suit of golden armor, rendering him a figure of divine might. 9 turns overbearing fist. With a similar roar, Xiao Yun struck forth, 9 golden fist shadows converging into a colossal solar radiance that erupted from his fist. Rumbling. Instantly, a deluge of power surged forth like tumultuous waves in a vast ocean, advancing inexorably. This terrifying force obliterated Zhou Feiyu's eternal life palm, and its residual shockwaves sent him reeling backward, crashing into a towering ancient tree that splintered under the impact. How could this be possible? This is absolutely impossible. Am I seeing things? Zhou Shixiong's strength is actually inferior to his? The 7 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, who were watching from a distance, all widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed this astonishing scene. It was truly shocking. Zhou Feiyu, possessing a long life body and a strength of 550,000 pounds, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Yun. Just how powerful is Xiao Yun? Xiao Yulong and Fu Miaodong looked ashen, realizing they had gravely underestimated Xiao Yun's might. This was nothing short of a calamity for them. After all, this time they were not merely sparring. It was a fight to the death. Xiao Yun would undoubtedly show no mercy. Chapter 57. The Annihilation of the 9 from Taichu the Longevity Body? Merely this. Xiao Yun's gaze swept disdainfully over the 8 disciples of the Taichu sacred land before him, his expression replete with contempt. He radiated golden light, resembling a golden war god. With his long black hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, surrounded by divine brilliance that engulfed him entirely. You are far too weak. I have no interest in wasting any more time with you. Come forth and meet your demise. Standing in the center, Xiao Yun looked down upon Zhou Feiyu and the others, akin to a lofty deity, his presence unparalleled, scornful of all beings. Zhou Feiyu and his companions were grim expressions. As disciples of the Taichu sacred land, they had never been so belittled. Kill. Everyone, attack together and surround this man. They shouted in unison. A mere individual, no matter how formidable, dared to be so arrogant? The disciples of the Taichu sacred land, incensed by Xiao Yun's bravado, surged forward to attack. Zhou Feiyu joined the fray. With nothing left to say, they resolved to besiege him, unconcerned about the disparity in numbers, as they were alone in this arena. Longevity Palm, Golden Wave Fist, Hengshan Seal. The 8 disciples encircled Xiao Yun, each unleashing their most formidable techniques, launching a barrage of terrifying assaults directed towards him. How dare you, despicable Taichu disciples, resort to such cowardice? Nearby, Tang Yunyun, witnessing this scene, was filled with righteous fury and engaged with one of them, Fu Miaodong. You, a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, dare to obstruct me? You are courting death. Fu Miaodong sneered disdainfully at Tang Yunyun, then melded her being with her sword and charged at her. Tang Yunyun's pupils constricted in horror. The opponent's strength was terrifying, surpassing her expectations. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver flying dagger pierced through the air, striking Fu Miaodong directly in the forehead, causing her head to explode instantaneously, leaving behind a headless corpse. Junior Sister Fu. Jie Yulong exclaimed in terror at the sight, his eyes turning crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yun. The dagger that had just claimed Fu Miaodong's life was indeed launched by Xiao Yun. Unfortunately, the speed of the flying dagger was too swift for Jie Yulong to intercept. Forget about that woman. Let us first eliminate Xiao Yun. Zhou Feiyu bellowed. To him, Tang Yunyun was merely a practitioner of the body refinement realm. And once they dispatched Xiao Yun, defeating her would be effortless. I will kill you. Jie Yulong, consumed by rage, charged at Xiao Yun, his eyes ablaze, resembling a madman. Fu Miaodong had been his partner, and to see her decapitated by Xiao Yun was an affront he could not endure. The other disciples of the Taichu sacred land were equally incensed, unleashing their full power as they surged toward Xiao Yun. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from Xiao Yun, as the blood within him surged like boiling magma, rolling incessantly and coiling toward the heavens, transforming into a crimson river that flowed endlessly above. You pitiful fools, today marks the anniversary of your demise next year. At that moment, Xiao Yun unleashed his full combat prowess, delivering a punch that sent Zhou Feiyu flying. Then, with a single powerful strike, he dispatched an approaching disciple of the Taichu sacred land. Blood gushed forth as the lifeless body plummeted to the ground, leaving the remaining disciples of the Taichu sacred land utterly horrified, their hearts gripped by terror. Xiao Yun had already slain 3 of them. His overwhelming strength was undeniable. Xiao Yun, prepare to accompany Sister Fu to the netherworld. Suddenly, a loud roar pierced the air, and it was Jie Yulong charging forward. Instead of defending against Xiao Yun's assault, he unleashed his most formidable technique, desperately attempting to take Xiao Yun down with him. His lightning speed reached its zenith, rendering him almost invisible, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Clearly, the death of Fu Miaodong had inflicted immense emotional turmoil upon Jie Yulong, propelling him to unleash an extraordinary level of power. Courageous, but ultimately, you are far too weak. Xiao Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Jie Yulong before extending his hand. His palm shimmered with an ethereal glow, resembling a flawless jade sculpture. As bloodlust surged within him, his speed became unfathomable. Crack! Xiao Yun seemed to seize a bolt of lightning, capturing the incredibly swift Jie Yulong. With his other hand, he struck downwards, akin to a divine blade, carving a graceful arc that radiated an unparalleled sharpness, cleaving Jie Yulong's body cleanly in two. Jie Yulong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet before he could utter his final words, he met a gruesome fate. His body was bisected by Xiao Yun's strike, blood spraying forth and staining the sky, rendering the scene grotesquely bloody and terrifying. The few disciples of the Taichu sacred land who rushed forward turned pale, their fear causing them to halt in their tracks, unable to continue their assault on Xiao Yun. His display of power was simply monstrous. Not only was he extraordinarily strong, but his strikes were merciless, each one resulting in death without a hint of mercy. Xiao Yun, you are utterly ruthless. As a fellow disciple of the sacred land, how can you so brutally slaughter our Taichu sacred land disciples? Zhou Feiyu exclaimed, his eyes twitching at the sight of Jie Yulong's severed body, directing an enraged shout towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun retrieved a jade cloth from his pocket, wiping the blood from his hands while casting a cold, disdainful gaze at Zhou Feiyu. With a mocking smile, he retorted, "Your Taichu sacred land has slaughtered our disciples of the Chaos sacred land for 5 consecutive generations in the true dragon nest, yet you dare to accuse me of cruelty? How laughable." Zhou Feiyu, incensed, replied, "It is one thing to kill, but why desecrate their bodies? You are nothing short of a demon. What face do you have to call yourself a disciple of the sacred land?" Xiao Yun snorted derisively, "Killing is killing. Why must one leave behind intact corpses? Are you engaging in art? A bunch of fools, come forth and meet your demise." Xiao Yun understood the brutality of the cultivation world all too well. Thus, his strikes were exceedingly ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. Otherwise, he would face endless troubles. Just like the individuals before him, despite their current inability to match Xiao Yun. Many possessed unique physiques. Should they grow stronger in the future, they could very well become a source of significant headache for him. Therefore, Xiao Yun was determined to eradicate them completely, preemptively eliminating potential threats. Kill. With nothing more to say, Xiao Yun, unwilling to squander any time, charged directly towards Zhou Feiyu, brandishing his blazing light fist and delivering a fierce blow. 5 consecutive sessions of the True Dragon Nest expedition. The disciples of the Chaos Holy Land had been utterly annihilated by those of the Primordial Holy Land, instilling such fear that the Chaos Holy Land dared not send forth its disciples again. This humiliation, Xiao Yun was determined to erase today. The Chaos Holy Land may have fallen, but I, Xiao Yun, shall once again uphold a sky of my own, forging a new realm. In this session of the True Dragon Nest, I shall ensure that all of you from the Primordial Holy Land are buried here. What utter nonsense about the body of time and space. You shall all eventually become the souls beneath my fist." Xiao Yun's voice was chilling to the bone. His gaze as sharp as a blade, resembling a harbinger of death, relentlessly cornering Zhou Feiyu and striking terror into the hearts of the remaining disciples of the Primordial Holy Land. Chapter 58, The Display of Chaos. The shock of Zhou Feiyu arrogance. Xiao Yun, your hubris knows no bounds. Senior brother Li possesses the body of time and space, rendering him invincible among his peers. You will inevitably meet your demise at his hands. Zhou Feiyu, while struggling to fend off Xiao Yun's relentless assault, bellowed in fury. Despite witnessing Xiao Yun's formidable strength, he remained unconvinced that Xiao Yun could rival Li Qingdi. After all, Zhou Feiyu had personally experienced the depth of Li Qingdi's power. Particularly, Li Qingdi's speed was so astonishing that it left no room for counteraction. No practitioner of the same cultivation level could match his velocity. Faced with such terrifying swiftness, anyone who encountered Li Qingdi was doomed to one fate, defeat. Invincible among peers? Does he truly believe himself worthy? Xiao Yun scoffed disdainfully, his fists growing ever more ferocious, relentlessly battering Zhou Feiyu until blood spewed forth and ribs shattered. With a cough, Zhou Feiyu was sent flying, realizing that even senior brother Zhou was no match for him. The remaining disciples of the Taichu sacred land, witnessing Zhou Feiyu's dire state, felt a surge of dread. They had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Yet, as long as Zhou Feiyu still breathed, they dared not flee. The crime of abandoning a fellow disciple would surely spell their doom. Even if they returned to the Taichu sacred land. Kill. Xiao Yun paid no heed to their fears, unleashing the full might of the divine windstep. Darting through the void. With a swing of his golden fist, he sent another disciple of the Taichu sacred land reeling, blood gushing forth. Senior brother Wang. The others gasped in astonishment. He was the second strongest after Zhou Feiyu, ranked third in the Taichu sacred land's physical cultivation realm. Yet he could not withstand even a single blow from Xiao Yun. You are all pathetically weak. Xiao Yun's countenance was rife with disdain, his flesh radiating golden light. His blood surging like a tempest, akin to an ocean of gold enveloping him. An overwhelming force coalesced in his fists, exuding an aura of invincibility. With a resounding impact, yet another disciple from the Taichu sacred land was obliterated. Only 4 remained in the arena. Xiao Yun stood like an indomitable war god, casting his disdainful gaze upon the remaining disciples, intent on annihilating them all. At this moment, Zhou Feiyu finally comprehended that he and his companions were no match for Xiao Yun. Remaining here would surely lead to their total annihilation. He bellowed desperately, "Run! Everyone scatter! We must inform Senior Brother Li. He will avenge us." With that, Zhou Feiyu charged at Xiao Yun, determined to sacrifice himself to buy time for the others to escape. It must be said, even Xiao Yun was taken aback. He regarded the bloodied Zhou Feiyu with a glimmer of admiration, "That you are my enemy. Your bravery in holding the rear is commendable. I shall grant you the opportunity to leave behind your final words. Xiao Yun, I never expected a mere mortal body to possess such combat prowess. No wonder your chaos sacred land dared to send you into the true dragon nest. However, a mortal body is ultimately just that, a mortal body. You will never comprehend the true terror of a supreme body. Senior Brotherly will surely avenge me. Zhou Feiyu declared with a fierce voice. Xiao Yun's expression turned icy as he replied, Is this your final farewell? Regrettably. Although I wish to witness the moment when you behold the demise of Emperor Li at my hands, I am averse to complications. Thus, it would be best for you to depart this world first. In a few days, Emperor Li shall join you in reunion. You, of all people, aspire to slay Senior Brotherly? Once you encounter him, you will fully comprehend the vast chasm that separates you from him. I, Zhou Feiyu, shall await you below. With a thunderous cry, Zhou Feiyu charged towards Xiao Yun with the fervor of a moth drawn to a flame. Kill. Xiao Yun refrained from further discourse, instead manifesting his most formidable presence, no longer concealing his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Xiao Yun, 30 vibrant celestial pillars emerged, a projection of the Great Path, exuding an inscrutable divine power, rendering Xiao Yun akin to an invincible deity of war. This extraordinary phenomenon left the remaining disciples of the Taichu sacred land in awe, including Zhou Feiyu, who gazed at the 30-colored pillars with disbelief. Is this a projection of the Great Path? How could he possess such an extraordinary manifestation? Only a chaos body is capable of such an anomaly. The disciples of the Taichu sacred land were engulfed in shock and confusion. Yet Zhou Feiyu recalled something, his expression shifting to one of incredulity as he stared at Xiao Yun, his pupils constricting in horror. You have actually cultivated the Chaos Sutra, advancing to the 36th layer, forging the embryonic form of the chaos body. A tempest of emotion surged within him, utterly astounded. The Chaos Sutra is renowned as the most arduous cultivation method across the heavens and earth. Aside from the Chaos Emperor, who possesses an innate chaos body, no other has successfully mastered this unparalleled technique. Yet, how old is Xiao Yun? Not even 20. To have cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 36th layer and forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, what an astonishing level of comprehension. What prodigious talent. The esteemed Elder Wan Yangui was mistaken. We were all mistaken. Staring at Xiao Yun, who now radiated an aura of terrifying grandeur, Zhou Feiyu could not help but smile bitterly. When Elder Wan Yangui returned from your chaos sacred land, he remarked that you merely had a modicum of insight. Having relied on the insight pills to master a few superlative combat skills, thus achieving notable strength. However, due to the side effects of the insight pills, we at the Taichu sacred land dismissed you, believing you to be but a pawn orchestrated by the chaos sacred land to contend against our own talents. Little did we anticipate that you had cultivated the Chaos Sutra and possessed such formidable insight. No wonder the rumors circulated that during the Chaos Sacred Land's initiation of disciples, the Chaos Bell rang 9 times. Zhou Feiyu, with a bitter smile, regarded the approaching Xiao Yun, a dawning realization lighting his eyes. That individual must be you. Indeed, it is no surprise that you possess such unparalleled talent, given the 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell. I concede my defeat without regret. Is this your last words? Xiao Yun approached Zhou Feiyu, his gaze icy, his form radiating golden light, as the 30 celestial pillars soared toward the heavens, embodying the essence of an invincible war deity. His might unfathomable. As the words fell, Xiao Yun unleashed an overwhelming and invincible force, effortlessly engulfing the figure of Zhou Feiyu before him. Even if you have cultivated the Chaos Sutra, even if you have forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, you ultimately have not achieved the true chaos body. You remain no match for Senior Brotherly. After Zhou Feiyu's voice faded, his body was torn to shreds by that frenzied power, transforming into a mist of blood that stained the heavens and the earth. Senior Brother Zhou. The remaining 3 disciples of the Taichu sacred land gasped in horror. The demise of Zhou Feiyu left them feeling utterly chilled. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, with no one able to intervene or avert the calamity. Flee. The 3 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, already paralyzed with fear, turned to escape in disarray. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without even glancing at them, Xiao Yun sent forth 3 silver flying knives that swiftly claimed the lives of the 3. Thus, all 9 prodigies of the Taichu sacred land met their tragic end at the hands of Xiao Yun. In utter annihilation. Chapter 59. 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. After vanquishing the 9 disciples of the Taichu holy land, Xiao Yun's formidable aura gradually diminished. The ethereal projections of the Tao behind him dissipating, and the resplendent golden light retreating back into his corporeal form, ceasing its radiant flow. Not far away, Tang Yun gazed at Xiao Yun with a pallid visage, her body rigid and trembling, rendered momentarily speechless by the gruesome scene before her. The carnage was overwhelming, shattered corpses, severed limbs, blood, and entrails strewn about, reminiscent of a veritable hellscape. In this realm of slaughter, Xiao Yun stood as the harbinger of death, instilling a profound sense of reverence and fear. Even though Xiao Yun's demeanor had reverted to an innocuous facade, adorned with a smile devoid of malice, he still evoked trepidation in Tang Yun. After surveying the battlefield, he collected the spatial rings from the fallen disciples, then approached Tang Yun, inquiring with a cool detachment. "What is it? Do you find me cruel?" His gaze was somewhat aloof, piercing as it scrutinized her. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yun shook her head and replied softly, "No, they sought to kill you. Senior brother Xiao, it is only just that you defended yourself. Let us continue our journey," Xiao Yun said, his cold demeanor evaporating as he regained his cheerful countenance, leading Tang Yun onward. Thankfully, Tang Yun was not of the same ilk as Mu Qianxue, the kind-hearted maiden. Otherwise, even if she were a disciple of his future master, he would have kept his distance, disinclined to engage further. As they traveled, Xiao Yun perused his system. Among the 9 disciples he had slain from the Taichu Holy Land, 6 possessed extraordinary physiques, granting him a total of 60 opportunities for enlightenment. This was exceedingly gratifying. Xiao Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Should he encounter more gifted individuals with unique constitutions, he might very well forge a chaotic body in one fell swoop. After an hour's journey, they stumbled upon some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Before him stood a small tree radiating with prismatic light, adorned with several luscious red fruits known as the Millennium Vermilion fruit, which could enhance one's cultivation. "Senior brother Xiao, look. There's a 10,000-year-old ginseng. It's running away." Tang Yun's astonished voice broke through the stillness. Turning to investigate, Xiao Yun beheld an elder ginseng scurrying away on its roots, moving faster than a human could run. However, being a cultivator at the extreme body refinement stage, Tang Yun swiftly grasped the fleeing ginseng. A 10,000-year-old ginseng. This is truly a sentient being, Xiao Yun marveled, recognizing the rarity of such treasures, which were seldom found even in their holy land, accessible only to the favored sons. Indeed, this place was a veritable treasure trove. Xiao Yun promptly stowed away the Millennium Vermilion fruit and, alongside Tang Yun, continued their quest for more treasures. As they delved deeper into the true dragon's nest, their bounties multiplied, smiles illuminating both their faces. "Senior brother Xiao, our harvest this time is monumental. Once we emerge, I fear I shall soon step into the divine bridge realm." Tang Yun appeared exceedingly joyous, akin to a cheerful lark, chattering incessantly beside Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun shared in her happiness, he felt a certain dissatisfaction. After all, he had ascended to the status of the son of the Chaos Sacred Land, fully entitled to acquire treasures that would enhance his cultivation. His purpose for entering the true dragon nest was singular: to obtain a treasure that would facilitate the transformation of his physical body and another that would extend his lifespan. The former aimed to elevate his physical prowess to an extraordinary limit of 100,000 pounds, while the latter was intended as a gift for his esteemed yet unassuming master, for without it, she would meet her demise in a mere century. Thus, Xiao Yun found his current gains unsatisfactory and said to Tang Yun, "Let us hasten our pace and swiftly journey towards the heart of the true dragon nest." Tang Yun nodded and followed closely behind him. They quickened their pace, continuing to gather the heavenly materials and earthly treasures they encountered along the way. Soon, they delved deeper into the periphery of the true dragon nest's core. "Xiao, come quickly and take a look. Is this not the legendary 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma?" Tang Yun exclaimed with delight beside a green vine. Hearing her words, Xiao Yun's expression shifted instantly. He transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing at her side in an instant. Gazing intently at the verdant vine, he beheld a massive Ganoderma growing upon it. This Ganoderma was unlike any ordinary variety, as it shimmered with a crystalline quality, translucent and radiant, adorned with 8 golden leaves, while the 9th leaf had already begun to coalesce. During his time in the Chaos Sacred Land, Xiao Yun had perused numerous tomes regarding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After all, one must be knowledgeable about these treasures when venturing into the true dragon nest. Therefore, he was well acquainted with the treasures of the cultivation world. Almost at first glance, he recognized the Ganoderma as indeed the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, a legendary supreme artifact. Most importantly, it was a treasure capable of facilitating the transformation of one's physical body. Xiao Yun's countenance brightened as he exclaimed, "It is indeed the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Although it is not yet fully mature, it will reach that state in a matter of days. This treasure can induce a profound transformation in one's physique." Tang Yun, hearing this, also radiated joy, saying with a smile, "Xiao Xiang, you are already formidable. If you refine this nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, your strength will ascend even further." While she had discovered the Ganoderma first, she was acutely aware that without Xiao Yun accompanying her, she would never have reached this point, let alone obtained the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Thus, Tang Yun graciously allowed him to claim it. Xiao Yun, however, was not one to be modest. He would not relinquish such a treasure. Moreover, he had already assisted her in acquiring numerous treasures along their journey, so he felt no obligation to her. "Sister Tang is truly my lucky star. Had it not been for your discovery, I would have never encountered this nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma." Xiao Yun smiled and nodded at Tang Yun, then spoke. "You should rest for a while. I will guard here until this nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma fully matures." Upon hearing this, Tang Yun nodded and then sat cross-legged nearby. Calming her mind, Xiao Yun stood vigil beside the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance. As the precious herb approached maturity, he was resolute in preventing any interference. However, as fate would have it, after an hour of watch, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the thicket before him, heralding the rapid approach of a figure. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed instantly, glinting like blades as they pierced through the foliage. Regardless of the intruder's identity, anyone daring to seize his nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma would meet a grim fate. "Ha ha ha, my grand opportunity has arrived. I have encountered the legendary nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. With this treasure in hand, Yiwuchen would no longer be my rival. Even the time-space entity from the Taichu sacred land would find me a formidable opponent." Before the figure emerged, a voice echoed through the air. A tall silhouette stepped forth from the jungle, bearing a battle blade upon his back. His long, flowing hair danced without wind, exuding a fierce blade intent that swept towards Xiao Yun. It was Lu Nanshan, the holy son of the heavenly blade sacred land. Endowed with a natural affinity for the blade, Xiao Yun recognized him at a glance. Chapter 60, I do not wield a blade, yet possess invincible power as night descended. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the forest in an ethereal mist, rendering the surroundings hazy. Upon a vibrant vine, the ninth golden leaf of the nine-leaf heavenly Ganoderma began to coalesce, emanating a gentle golden glow that appeared profoundly sacred. Not far away, Lu Nanshan fixated intently on this precious treasure, his gaze brimming with unabashed greed. He exclaimed with fervor, "To encounter a treasure capable of transforming the physical form is indeed a monumental stroke of fortune." Upon uttering these words, Lu Nanshan finally noticed Xiao Yun beside him, his expression morphing into one of disdain. "Leave at once. For the sake of your assistance in locating the nine-leaf heavenly Ganoderma, I shall spare your life today, as I find myself in a good mood." His tone was undeniably domineering, as if he were granting Xiao Yun a favor, imbued with an air of irrefutable authority. Nonetheless, as the holy son of the heavenly blade sacred land, endowed with an innate blade physique, Lu Nanshan certainly had the credentials to be imperious. Neither Zhang Yunfei of the tyrant sect nor Zhou Feiyu of the primordial holy land could remotely compare to him. Unfortunately for Lu Nanshan, he had encountered Xiao Yun today. Gazing upon the arrogant and imperious Lu Nanshan, Xiao Yun's hand shimmered with light as a black iron battle blade materialized within his grasp. As he caressed the weapon, he regarded Lu Nanshan with an indifferent expression and remarked, "An innate blade physique, is it? I too wield a blade. Let us see whether your sword excels, or if mine surpasses." As the words left his lips, Xiao Yun's gaze transformed into something piercing, sharp as a blade's edge. A torrent of overwhelming blade intent surged forth from him, seemingly slicing through the very fabric of the surrounding space. In that moment, Xiao Yun resembled a divine sword, exuding an unparalleled brilliance. Lu Nanshan furrowed his brow, yet his countenance remained one of contempt as he arrogantly retorted, "To dare draw a blade before one who possesses an innate blade physique, I must say you are exceedingly foolish." Lu Nanshan regarded Xiao Yun with indifference, for in his eyes, there were only a handful of worthy adversaries: the time-space body, Li Qingdi; the primordial sacred body, Zhao Wujin; the celestial overlord body, Wu Gang; the divine king body, Jiang Haoran; and his arch-rival, the innate sword body, Yi Wuchen. Aside from these figures, he dismissed everyone else. The likes of Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei were no match for him, and Xiao Yun, whom he had never encountered, was merely an unknown entity in his eyes. not worthy of his consideration. Innate blade physique, you say? As Lu Nanshan's arrogant words reached his ears, Xiao Yun remained unperturbed, continuing to caress his black iron blade. He spoke slowly. This blade has accompanied my master for decades. Forged from a millennium of black iron, it weighs 360,000 pounds. My master once wielded it to sweep through foes of the same rank. Today, to slay you, an innate blade physique would not tarnish its legacy. With that, Xiao Yun rose, gripping his blade with resolute determination, his gaze sharp and imposing, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. The 36,000 gene black iron war blade rested in his grasp. Feeling as light as a feather, devoid of any discernible weight. This was due to Xiao Yun's strength, which had reached an astonishing 80,000 gene, enabling him to wield the blade with effortless mastery. A millennium of black iron? 36,000 gene? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's declaration, Lu Nanshan reacted as though he had heard a jest, his face contorted with derision. Are you jesting? Do you truly believe you can lift a 36,000 gene blade? Do you take me for a fool? Do you think mere bravado can intimidate me? Intimidate you? No, I intend to kill you. Xiao Yun's gaze was icy as he lifted the black iron warblade. He had not forgotten the system's mission. Eliminating a genius with a special physique would grant him 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Since Lu Nanshan had brazenly come to challenge him, Xiao Yun would show no mercy. What audacity! A nameless wretch dares to be arrogant before me. It is nothing short of seeking death. Lu Nanshan, incensed, radiated an overwhelming aura, akin to a king reigning supreme, capable of laying waste to millions in his fury. Just by observing his presence, it was clear that Lu Nanshan was immensely powerful, far surpassing Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun remained undaunted. Wielding the black iron war blade, he was prepared to unleash his full might. Even Zhou Feiyu had not compelled him to draw the blade, underscoring the significance he placed on this encounter with Lu Nanshan. Kill. Lu Nanshan ceased his verbal sparring and immediately swung his blade towards Xiao Yun, the force of his strike overwhelming the atmosphere. To Xiao Yun, this attack appeared rather ordinary. Yet it was executed with remarkable precision, as if severing all techniques and maneuvers in its path. All evasions and clever tactics were rendered futile by this single stroke. What seemed to be a simple blow effectively obliterated Xiao Yun's avenues for retreat and evasion, ensnaring his very essence in the blade's momentum. Akin to descending into an inescapable illusion. Such a natural talent for the blade. Xiao Yun could not help but commend Lu Nanshan. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he acknowledged that he was indeed not Lu Nanshan's equal, with a natural affinity for the blade. Lu Nanshan's achievements in the art of swordsmanship were undoubtedly unmatched among his peers. However, Xiao Yun was not merely a practitioner of sword techniques. His core strength lay in raw power. No matter how formidable your techniques, my overwhelming strength suffices. Regardless of your moves, I shall cleave through all opposition with a single strike, unyielding and unstoppable. Swish. Xiao Yun swung the black iron war blade towards Lu Nanshan, executing a straightforward slash without employing any combat techniques, appearing reckless in its simplicity. Lu Nanshan's eyes flickered with scorn as he remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess? In our sacred land of heavenly blades, even a mere body refinement practitioner surpasses your blade skills." I concede. Xiao Yun nodded slightly, then in one fluid motion, he brought the blade crashing down. His immense power erupted like a tempest, swirling towards the heavens. Lu Nanshan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he sensed the terrifying pressure bearing down upon him, akin to a mountain colliding with his very being. I am unskilled with a blade, yet I possess formidable strength, a power that transcends all. Regardless of your techniques, I shall cleave through them with a single strike. I firmly believe that sheer force can conquer all skill. As Xiao Yun's blade descended upon Lu Nanshan, it sent the long knife from his grasp flying, the residual force causing Lu Nanshan to spew blood and be violently propelled backward. In the face of such absolute power, Lu Nanshan was actually forced to retreat by Xiao Yun's strike. Were onlookers to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in awe, for it was nothing short of staggering. Lu Nanshan, a natural talent wielding the essence of the blade, is no ordinary foe, but rather a true prodigy of unparalleled prowess. Xiao Yun is truly astounding. Once he refines the 9-leaf celestial ginseng, he may indeed have the ability to slay that being of time and space. Not far away, Tang Yunyun observed this clash, her heart surging with tumultuous waves, her expression one of shock. A peerless prodigy had been grievously wounded by Xiao Yun's single strike. What an extraordinary display of strength. Chapter 61. The mightiest blade proves inadequate. With a resounding thud, Lu Nanshan crashed into a large tree, quickly regaining his footing. Yet he could not suppress the spurt of fresh blood that escaped his lips. His eyes, wide with disbelief, were fixed on the figure of Xiao Yun before him as he exclaimed, "Your blade truly weighs 36,000 jin." Regret gnawed at him. He had underestimated Xiao Yun, failing to realize that the weapon was forged from ancient profound iron, weighing an astonishing 36,000 jin. Had he known, he would never have engaged Xiao Yun in such a reckless confrontation. Indeed, it was akin to courting death. "Who are you, exactly?" Lu Nanshan swiftly retrieved a medicinal pill, swallowing it hastily as he attempted to recuperate while casting a wary gaze at Xiao Yun. A nameless individual cannot possibly possess such strength. "Pray, reveal your identity. Are you attempting to buy time to heal?" Xiao Yun replied with a mocking glint in his eyes. Lu Nanshan's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, he did harbor such intentions. He had been careless and was now gravely injured. Continuing the fight against Xiao Yun would surely place him at a disadvantage. Yet, he had not anticipated that Xiao Yun would see through his ploy. "Even if I allow you to recover, I remain unafraid. However, I am not foolish enough to grant you that luxury. In the realm of cultivation, one must seize the opportunity to strike when the foe is weak." With that, Xiao Yun raised his ancient iron blade once more, charging at Lu Nanshan. To think of restoring Lu Nanshan's strength for a fair duel? Xiao Yun was no fool. In the midst of a life-and-death struggle, notions of fairness were irrelevant. The objective was to vanquish the opponent. "Kill," Xiao Yun bellowed, unleashing the technique known as 10,000 blades returning to the sea. Instantly, countless blade shadows coalesced, resembling a torrential downpour, enveloping Lu Nanshan in a vast net. This technique had long been refined to the pinnacle of martial prowess through his insight system, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. It was precisely because of this technique that the emperor had gifted the ancient iron blade to Xiao Yun. Though he had predominantly fought with his fists, it was with the blade that he truly reached his zenith. After all, how could bare hands rival the sharpness of a sword? Moreover, Xiao Yun's weapon was exceptional. Forged entirely from ancient profound iron, weighing 36,000 jin, a force to be reckoned with. Wielding such a blade allowed him to unleash extraordinary power. Damn it! Lu Nanshan's countenance paled. His injuries had not fully mended, and he could only harness 70% of his combat capabilities. Engaging in battle now was exceedingly disadvantageous. Yet, with Xiao Yun determined to press the attack without allowing him time to recuperate, Lu Nanshan had no choice but to confront him with blade in hand. This time, however, Lu Nanshan exhibited greater wisdom. Aware that his strength paled in comparison to Xiao Yun's, he refrained from a direct clash, instead opting to employ agility to evade and deftly redirect Xiao Yun's immense force. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, Lu Nanshan intoned, executing a diagonal slash that unleashed an inexplicable force, diverting the trajectory of Xiao Yun's ancient iron blade, allowing him to slip past the attack. Xiao Yun's expression shifted slightly. The swordsmanship of Lu Nanshan was remarkably exquisite, adeptly utilizing force against force to neutralize his formidable strength. "Kill." Lu Nanshan would not let such an opportunity slip away. As a seasoned warrior with vast combat experience, he immediately merged with his blade, his essence and spirit coalescing and ascending. In that moment, Xiao Yun sensed a faint aura of danger. In the state of unity with his sword, Lu Nanshan's power surged immensely, far surpassing his previous strength. Boom! Lu Nanshan's blade surged forth like an avalanche or tsunami, the blade vibrating and radiating a fierce white light, rendering it dazzlingly brilliant. This strike possessed an unparalleled momentum, akin to an invincible sword sweeping across the realm, shattering mountains and rivers with its might. Before such a fierce and overwhelming aura, anyone would feel their mind shaken and their soul tremble. "This is my strongest strike, originally intended for Yi Wuchen. But today I shall use it to slay you," Lu Nanshan proclaimed loudly, his gaze sharp and brimming with confidence in his attack. This strike encapsulated all his power, merging his essence and spirit into one, a terrifying blow that transcended all limits. The natural strength of the sword body was perfectly manifested in this single strike. It was an invincible blow, a blade capable of annihilating all. This strike was relentless and unstoppable, charging forth with an unstoppable force. As Xiao Yun beheld the blade rushing towards him, he felt his body stiffen, as if his very soul were on the verge of shattering, unable to move an inch. Lu Nanshan's strike not only contained immense power, but, more crucially, it carried the impact of his spirit and essence. This was the most formidable sword, a fusion of material and spiritual assault. Indeed, one should never underestimate the heroes of the world. In his astonishment, Xiao Yun couldn't help but reflect on Lu Nanshan's extraordinary prowess, which surpassed his imagination. Faced with this attack, for the first time, Xiao Yun felt the looming threat of death. Unlike the earlier foes, Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei, none could instill such a sense of peril. Yet Lu Nanshan had achieved this, a testament to his overwhelming strength, truly a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. You are strong. I shall use my utmost power to vanquish you. As a mark of respect, without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Yun revealed the embryonic form of the chaos body, with 30 colorful celestial pillars reaching skyward. The terrifying aura of the great Tao projections instantly dispersed Lu Nanshan's spiritual assault. What? Lu Nanshan stared in shock at the 30 great Tao projections behind Xiao Yun. As the scion of the sacred land, he immediately recognized their significance. The embryonic form of the chaos body, 30 great Tao projections. Lu Nanshan gazed at Xiao Yun in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are from the chaos sacred land and have cultivated the chaos scripture?" "Correct, but alas, there is no reward." After manifesting the embryonic form of the chaos body, Xiao Yun swiftly employed the formidable defensive techniques of the Golden Bell Shield in the Taiji Divine Palm. Boom. Meanwhile, Lu Nanshan's most formidable strike collided fiercely with the Golden Shield enveloping Xiao Yun. This potent defensive technique, known as the Golden Bell Shield, unleashed an extraordinary resilience at that moment, staunchly resisting the force of Lu Nanshan's most powerful blow. Shatter! Lu Nanshan's eyes blazed with determination as he bellowed, fully aware that failure to slay Xiao Yun with this strike would seal his fate. For such a formidable attack could never be executed a second time. It was a matter of either the enemy's demise or his own. Such was the sheer dominance of this blow, deserving of its title as the strongest strike. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Nanshan incessantly roared, striving to breach the golden shield surrounding Xiao Yun, fully committing himself to the fray. The searing light of his blade continued to hammer against the golden barrier, causing it to tremble incessantly. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a fissure finally appeared in the golden shield, eliciting a glimmer of exhilaration in Lu Nanshan's eyes. However, his elation was short-lived. As the golden belt shield shattered, a colossal Taiji diagram surged forth, sending both Lu Nanshan and his weapon sprawling through the air. No! Lu Nanshan cried out in agony, hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, his face a mask of despair. Chapter 62. The maturity of the Lingji. What a truly formidable strike. Xiao Yun gazed at Lu Nanshan, who had been sent flying by the Taiji diagram, and a flicker of astonishment gleamed in his eyes. Lu Nanshan's previous blow, the pinnacle of his power, had been nothing short of breathtaking. Akin to a celestial being's annihilating slash, leaving Xiao Yun profoundly shaken. Were it not for his superior strength and the fact that he had refined the Golden Bell Shield and Taiji Divine Palm to their ultimate realms, he might have found himself at a disadvantage against Lu Nanshan. Despite both being second-tier divine bodies, Lu Nanshan surpassed Zhang Yunfei and Zhou Feiyu by a significant margin. Such a formidable opponent had only been encountered by Xiao Yun within the illusory Demon Tower, ranking among the top 20 strongest in the annals of physical cultivation history. Alas, such an individual had crossed paths with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, merciless towards his adversaries, merely reflected on the situation before resuming his onslaught against Lu Nanshan. Boom! Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth and swung his blade in a desperate attempt to fend off Xiao Yun's assault. However, severely wounded as he was, he stood no chance against Xiao Yun and was forced to spit blood from the force of a single strike, driven to the brink of despair. Xiao Yun was somewhat taken aback. Lu Nanshan's strength had diminished significantly. It appeared that the earlier ultimate strike bore considerable repercussions. With a smile, Xiao Yun addressed Lu Nanshan, who wore a grim expression, and then, through clenched teeth, Lu Nanshan implored, "Spare my life, and I shall assist you in dealing with Emperor Li Cheng." He was begging for mercy. This brought Lu Nanshan an immense sense of humiliation, an affront that felt like the greatest disgrace. Yet, he truly did not wish to perish here. Gifted with an innate blade body, he was a peerless prodigy of the heavenly blade sacred land. Possessing the potential to become an emperor, his brilliant life was just beginning, and he did not wish for it to end prematurely. Moreover, Lu Nanshan believed that, given time, he would undoubtedly defeat Xiao Yun, redeeming the disgrace of this day. The moment Lu Nanshan finished speaking, Xiao Yun's blade struck him, sending him hurtling backward. Blood spilling from his mouth, Xiao Yun continued his relentless assault, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "If my strength were inferior to yours, I would have already fallen to your blade. Now that you have lost, you wish to beg for mercy? Do you think this is a game? Apologies. But this is a harsh cultivation realm. Since you have lost, only death awaits you. As for Emperor Li Cheng, I shall slay him myself, and have no need for the assistance of a defeated foe like you." Driven to the edge by Xiao Yun, Lu Nanshan felt a surge of fear and shouted desperately, "You underestimate Emperor Li Qing. The supreme body possesses terrifying power beyond your imagination. I concede your strength. But I must inform you that when I sparred with Emperor Li Qing, I nearly fell to his single strike, and that was merely a sparring match." Xiao Yun was shaken by Lu Nanshan's words, yet he continued to swing his blade toward him, scoffing, "Since Emperor Li Qing is so formidable, I have even less need for your assistance, considering you could not withstand even one of his blows." The ferocity of Xiao Yun's blade intensified, and his overwhelming might forced Lu Nanshan to cough up blood and retreat further. Lu Nanshan sensed his own limits approaching and bellowed at Xiao Yun, "You madman. If you kill me, our heavenly blade sacred land will not let you go. My grandfather is." This was Lu Nanshan's final utterance. Before Lu Nanshan could finish speaking, Xiao Yun's mysterious iron battle blade had already shattered Lu Nanshan's internal organs. Lu Nanshan's corpse remained intact, his eyes still wide open. Yet within him lay nothing but a mass of crushed flesh. The overwhelming power of Xiao Yun, amplified by the mysterious iron blade, had decisively slain this unparalleled prodigy. Blessed with a natural affinity for blades, this marked Xiao Yun's first kill of an extraordinary genius, the first son of a sacred land, and granted him an additional 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Upon checking his system, a wave of joy washed over Xiao Yun. The demise of a gifted individual with a unique physique rewarded him with 10 opportunities for comprehension. For this reason alone, Xiao Yun would not have spared Lu Nanshan. Thus, any pleas for mercy were in vain. After Xiao Yun removed Lu Nanshan's spatial ring, he returned to his place beside the 9-leaf celestial herb, awaiting its maturation. Not far away, Tang Yun noticed that Xiao Yun had concluded his battle and hurried over to start digging a pit nearby. Xiao Yun, momentarily taken aback, looked at Tang Yun with confusion and inquired, "Junior sister Tang, what are you doing?" With a serious expression, Tang Yun replied, "Senior brother Xiao, we cannot allow others to know that you have killed Lu Nanshan, for it would invite trouble." Xiao Yun felt warmth in his heart but shook his head, saying, "Junior sister Tang, you are overreacting. My master has said that within the true dragon nest, we may fight among ourselves, and the various sects will not hold grudges because of it." Tang Yun cast Xiao Yun a peculiar glance and asked, "Senior brother Xiao, you must not be aware of Lu Nanshan's true identity, are you?" Confused, Xiao Yun responded, "Isn't he the son of the heavenly blade sacred land? Could there be another special identity?" Tang Yun nodded and then, with a grave expression, stated, "The current divine son of the heavenly blade sacred land, known as the dominant blade, Lu Tiandu, is his grandfather." Xiao Yun was taken aback. He had heard of the dominant blade Lu Tiandu from Emperor Tian, as they were contemporaries in the realm of extraordinary prodigies. Emperor Tian had mentioned that Lu Tiandu was immensely powerful, already a half-step sage, and should he attain full sainthood, he would become the new lord of the heavenly blade sacred land. No wonder Lu Nanshan had mentioned his grandfather just before his demise. Xiao Yun recalled Lu Nanshan's final words. However, he felt no fear. After all, he was the son of the chaos sacred land. No matter how formidable Lu Tiandu was, could he truly come to the chaos sacred land to kill him? Curiously, Xiao Yun asked, "Junior sister Tang, given that Lu Tiandu is from the same era as my master, he must be at least 1,000 years old. How could he possibly have such a young grandson?" Tang Yun chuckled wryly and explained, "Once we cultivators step into the extraordinary realm, our lifespans extend to 1,000 years. Hence, before entering the extraordinary realm, we generally do not take spouses. After all, if your partner fails to achieve that realm, would you not be sorrowful for a millennium?" Xiao Yun suddenly understood, realizing that cultivators tend to marry later in life. Tang Yun continued, "Moreover, individuals like Lu Tiandu, being unparalleled prodigies, are solely focused on the pursuit of becoming a great emperor. They typically do not engage in romantic entanglements. It is only upon encountering a celestial maiden of equal strength that one may find oneself moved, which explains the delay in marriage." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Were he in the same position, he too would make such a choice. After all, the lifespan of a cultivator increases in tandem with their prowess. If one's partner fails to transcend into the extraordinary realm, their existence may be limited to mere centuries, leaving one to endure solitude for millennia. Consequently, cultivators seek companions who are of a similar standing. This notion of suitable match transcends mere social status. It pertains to cultivation level and potential. A prodigy like Xiao Yun is destined for sanctity, and it is certain that he might even attain the status of a quasi-emperor with a lifespan extending into thousands. perhaps even tens of thousands of years. With such an extensive lifespan, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly refrain from considering women with mere centuries of life. He must seek a woman capable of achieving sanctity. However, that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Xiao Yun's gaze was captivated by the nine-leafed celestial Ganoderma before him. The ninth leaf had fully coalesced, radiating a gentle golden light and exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorated the surrounding flora, prompting rapid growth and the blooming of myriad flowers. Without a doubt, this nine-leafed celestial Ganoderma had reached complete maturity. Chapter 63. The Successful Transformation, 900,000 Gene of Strength finally matured. Xiao Yun's face was instantly filled with excitement. Once he refined this nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma, his strength would increase by an additional 100,000 gene. At that moment, possessing 900,000 gene of strength, would he still need to fear the Emperor Li Qing? Brother Xiao, hurry and harvest it. I have heard from our master that if the nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma is not harvested in time, it will gradually dissipate into the cosmos, reminded Tang Yun anxiously. Xiao Yun smiled gently. Do not worry, it will take a week for it to slowly disappear. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun immediately took action and plucked the nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma, cradling it in his palm. This magnificent fungus was as large as a human head, crystal clear, adorned with 9 golden leaves that radiated a splendid glow. Brother Xiao, quickly refine the nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma. I will guard you, Tang Yun declared, beginning to patrol the vicinity. Should anyone approach, she would raise an alarm to alert Xiao Yun. Seated cross-legged, Xiao Yun commenced the consumption of the nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma. Despite its considerable size, it melted upon entry, offering a refreshing taste that invigorated his very being. Soon, Xiao Yun felt a surge of overwhelming life essence coursing through his body, nurturing his flesh and causing his skin to emit a radiant glow. Truly, it was a treasure. He began to circulate his cultivation technique, drawing upon the vast life energy with all his might, enveloped in a myriad of radiant colors. As if the forest itself had been illuminated by his luminous form, akin to daylight. Streams of verdant life energy began to emerge from Xiao Yun's pores, swirling around him and encasing his entire being. In that moment, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, an unparalleled comfort as his organs, flesh, and bones seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, continuously enhancing. The life force of the nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma was immense, even after half a day. Xiao Yun had not fully absorbed it. By midnight, his body continued to glow and evolve, growing ever stronger. An hour later, as he finally absorbed all the life energy from the nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma, a golden divine flame surged forth from his body, beginning to engulf his flesh, as though he were being reforged. Despite the agony, Xiao Yun understood that this was a crucial moment of transformation. For a mortal body to catch up to those of extraordinary constitution, it must endure rigorous trials. The roaring divine flame seared his flesh, obliterating the old body while forging a new one. Had he not absorbed the vast life energy of the nine-leaf heaven Ganoderma, his flesh would have been consumed by the divine flame long ago. With the aid of the immense life energy, Xiao Yun's body withstood the trial of the divine flame, elevating his life essence and allowing his form to evolve to a higher plane. Golden light gradually emanated from his flesh and bones, even radiating outward, merging him with the golden divine flame. The following morning, the dawn light enveloped the entire forest, and the nearby leaves and flowers glistened with dew, refracting a crystalline brilliance akin to exquisite, transparent water pearls. A gentle breeze carried the freshness of the air. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, discovering that his physique had grown even stronger than before, with a slight increase in height. Within him surged an immensely powerful force, akin to the roaring Yangtze River, yearning to burst forth. Each of his cells seemed to harbor potent energy, and his body felt as though it had undergone rigorous tempering. This was a rebirth through fire, reminiscent of the immortal phoenix's nirvana, marking a successful transformation of Xiao Yun's physical form. The last time such a change occurred was when he forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. At this moment, he possessed a strength of 900,000 gene, nearing the limit of 1 million gene. With such power, who could stand against me in this true dragon nest? A brilliant light sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes, filled with confidence and exceptional charisma. Suddenly, Tang Yun sensed that Xiao Yun had completed his training and hurriedly flew over from a distance. Xiao Yun smiled at her, expressing gratitude. Thank you, junior sister Tang, for safeguarding me. You're too modest, senior brother Xiao. By the way, how do you feel now? Tang Yun replied, her eyes wide with curiosity as she scrutinized him, eager to understand the changes he had undergone. However, Xiao Yun had concealed all his aura, rendering it impossible for Tang Yun to discern anything with her current abilities. I feel unprecedentedly well. Xiao Yun grinned in response, then waved his hand. Let us proceed to the core of the true dragon nest. Tang Yun nodded, and together they set off once more towards the heart of the true dragon nest. In less than half a day, they arrived at the core, where faint sounds of commotion reached their ears, piquing their interest. Senior brother Xiao, it seems there are many people over there. Should we go take a look? Tang Yun inquired after listening intently. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment. It would be prudent to investigate. Who knows what treasures might be there for us to seize? Tang Yun, somewhat speechless, noted her senior brother's confidence. Nevertheless, since the treasures within the true dragon nest were unclaimed, Xiao Yun's strength indeed made it feasible to appropriate them. The principle of survival here was that the strong prevailed while the weak fell prey. In the lush, verdant forest, a crystal-clear river flowed into the distance. Bordered by a small tree, about the height of a person, yet with a robust trunk exuding an air of ancient timelessness. This small tree boasted an abundance of leaves, interspersed with numerous white flowers. Curiously, it bore only a single fruit, golden and radiant, emanating a soft golden glow that rendered it exceptionally eye-catching. This golden fruit was evidently extraordinary. In the distance, several young cultivators gazed at the fruit with expressions of greed, yet none dared to approach and pluck it. In the vicinity of the diminutive tree stood three figures, each poised in opposition to one another: the time and space body, Li Qingdi; the divine king body, Zhang Haoran; and the primordial saint body, Zhao Wuji. With these three unparalleled prodigies present, who would dare to seize the treasures before them? The trio formed a triangular formation. Encircling the small tree at its heart, any who dared to advance a single step would face the wrath of the other two. Each of their faces bore an expression of grave seriousness and vigilance. Heavens! That is the Bodhi tree, the legendary divine tree. It is said that the Bodhi tree blossoms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit in the same span, with flowers falling and fruits ripening. The fruit, known as the Bodhi fruit, grants instantaneous enlightenment to those who consume it, making it one of the 10 most extraordinary treasures in the world. Even sages and those on the verge of becoming emperors would be driven to madness for it. If this treasure were to be taken away, it could be exchanged for a holy weapon. With Li Qingdi, Zhang Haoran, and Zhao Wuji present, it remains uncertain who among them will claim the Bodhi fruit. As Xiao Yun and Tang Yun hurriedly approached, they overheard the surrounding crowd buzzing with speculation. Chapter 64. The Three Extraordinary Prodigies: the Bodhi Tree? The Bodhi Fruit? As Xiao Yun listened to the discussions around him, he couldn't help but glance towards the river ahead. Indeed, he spotted a small tree adorned with a golden fruit, roughly the size of a fist, its radiant golden hue dazzling to behold. However, what captivated Xiao Yun's gaze even more were the three unparalleled prodigies standing nearby: Li Qingdi, Zhang Haoran, and Zhao Wuji. The unexpected gathering of these three extraordinary talents took Xiao Yun by surprise. Yet, he soon felt a surge of excitement. He had been searching for Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji for quite some time, and now he finally had the chance to confront them. The thought of eliminating Li Qingdi and subduing Zhao Wuji crossed his mind. This was his intended course of action. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. After all, Xiao Yun's ambitions were undeniably audacious. Was it truly so simple to slay Li Qingdi, the embodiment of time and space? He was already recognized as the strongest in the true dragon nest. And then there was Zhao Wuji, the ancient holy body, whose strength was formidable as well, possessing a supreme physique that, while perhaps slightly inferior to Li Qingdi's, was still immensely powerful. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun remained brimming with confidence. Having just undergone a transformation, his strength had surged to an astonishing 900,000 pounds, placing him firmly at the pinnacle among his peers. Brother Xiao, this is the Bodhi fruit. Once consumed, it can instantly induce a state of enlightenment, making it one of the 10 rarest treasures in the world. It will be of tremendous benefit to you, came the excited voice of Tang Yun from beside him. Xiao Yun then scrutinized the golden fruit and the small tree once more, and indeed, they bore a resemblance to the Bodhi tree and Bodhi fruit described in the texts. However, his interest was somewhat diminished, as he still had 154 opportunities for enlightenment at his disposal. With the enlightenment system at his command, such moments held little value for him, far less than the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, which had the potential to catalyze a transformation of his physical form. Brother Xiao, this Bodhi fruit is exceedingly precious. Li Qingdi and the others will undoubtedly vie fiercely for it, so you must exercise caution. This fruit can enable them to enter a state of enlightenment, which will aid them in comprehending a superlative combat technique, thereby enhancing their strength by 100,000 pounds. Tang Yun warned gravely. Of course, consuming this fruit at the refinement stage would be a waste. It's more likely they will await a breakthrough at the heavenly realm bottleneck. At that moment, they can leverage the state of enlightenment to achieve sainthood in one fell swoop. As Tang Yun's words sank in, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, while the Bodhi fruit might hold little value for him, it would certainly be beneficial for his revered master. His master had been trapped in the transcendental realm for many years. With the Bodhi fruit, he could surely break through the bottleneck and ascend to the heavenly realm. Once he reached the heavenly realm, his lifespan would increase by a millennium. What more treasures would he need to extend his life? Xiao Yun pondered fervently within himself. He had merely considered his own interests, for one endowed with an enlightenment system. The Bodhi fruit held little value in his eyes. However, for Emperor Tian, its worth was immeasurable. The reason Emperor Tian remained ensnared in the extraordinary realm was due to his inability to transcend to the next level of the Chaos Sutra. Yet, with the assistance of this Bodhi fruit, he could swiftly break through. At that juncture, Emperor Tian would shatter his bottleneck and ascend to the celestial realm. A formidable being in the celestial realm not only augments one's lifespan by a millennium, but also possesses considerably greater power. Once Emperor Tian attained such a status, Xiao Yun would no longer need to fret over his potential downfall. Moreover, a more powerful Emperor Tian would serve as a substantial support during Xiao Yun's earlier, weaker days. Contemplating this, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with determination as he fixated on the Bodhi fruit before him, his gaze radiating an unwavering resolve. This Bodhi fruit shall be mine. He murmured softly, yet his eyes brimmed with confidence. Almost instantaneously, he resolved to seize the Bodhi fruit and present it to his master, aiding him in becoming a formidable entity in the celestial realm. Sister Tang, please wait here for a moment. I shall go and procure the Bodhi fruit. Xiao Yun then whispered to Tang Yun. Tang Yun nodded, aware that her presence would only encumber Xiao Yun, especially given the overwhelming prowess of Li Qingdi and his companions, far beyond the capabilities of Zhou Feiyu. Nonetheless, Tang Yun cautioned, Brother Xiao, do exercise caution. Furthermore, the Bodhi fruit has yet to ripen. It will only reach full maturity once all the blossoms have fallen from the Bodhi tree. Xiao Yun acknowledged her words, recalling the records in their Chaos Holy Land scriptures which corroborated that the Bodhi fruit would not fully mature until all the flowers had fallen. This was also the reason why Li Qingdi and his companions had refrained from taking action thus far. The Bodhi fruit remained unripe, and should they engage in battle and inadvertently destroy it with the aftermath, the loss would be unbearable. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun approached the Bodhi tree, his emergence from the crowd rendering him conspicuous. Instantly, he attracted the attention of all present, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Eyes converged upon Xiao Yun. Who is that fellow? Is he courting death? How dare he approach the Bodhi tree? Humph, with 3 unparalleled prodigies present, he still dares to covet the Bodhi fruit. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. I believe I recognize him. His name is Xiao Yun, a disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. He previously defeated Zhang Yunfei outside. Oh, the Chaos Holy Land has sent someone. Do they not fear being utterly annihilated by the primordial Holy Land? How could a mere Zhang Yunfei possibly compare to 3 unparalleled prodigies? Even hailing from the Chaos Holy Land, he cannot stand against Li Qingdi and the others. The Chaos Holy Land has truly fallen. Not only do their disciples lack strength, but they seem to lack sense as well. A cacophony of discussions arose from behind. Xiao Yun's ears perked up, and with a flick of his wrist, 5 silver throwing knives materialized in his hand, instantly shooting forth like streaks of silver meteors, darting into the crowd. With a series of 5 anguished cries, 5 young cultivators collapsed amidst the crowd, each with a silver flying dagger embedded in their foreheads. A wave of horror swept through the onlookers, who instinctively turned their gazes towards Xiao Yun, retreating in trepidation. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at them and spoke in a chilling tone. One may indulge in reckless feasting, but one must not utter reckless words, lest one invites death. His voice was as frigid as winter's snow, penetrating to the bone, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. The crowd shuddered involuntarily, falling silent, no longer daring to speak of Xiao Yun. With a disdainful snort, he turned and continued towards the Bodhi tree, unrestrained within the true dragon's nest. Any who dared to act presumptuously would be dealt with swiftly. Concurrently, Xiao Yun's decisive action caught the attention of Li Qingdi and his 2 companions. These 3 extraordinary prodigies directed their piercing gazes towards Xiao Yun, their eyes radiating an intimidating aura. Xiao Yun met their stares with equal intensity, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an unparalleled might that heralded the awakening of his formidable prowess. Chapter 65, The Maturation of the Bodhi Fruit. Emperor Li Qing scrutinized the figure of Xiao Yun before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had previously overheard the murmurs around him, thus aware that Xiao Yun hailed from the chaos sacred land. In other words, this individual was the same Xiao Yun who had once vanquished the lightning body, Jie Yulong, as mentioned by the esteemed elder Wan Yongwei. This revelation piqued Emperor Li Cheng's curiosity. Prior to entering, the higher-ups of the Taichu sacred land had issued a stern mandate to Zhou Feiyu and his companions, commanding them to eliminate the Xiao Yun and ensure that the chaos sacred land returned in disgrace once more. However, as for Emperor Li Cheng, he had not received any specific orders from the Taichu sacred land's upper echelons. To them, a mere mortal like Xiao Yun was not deemed a worthy adversary for Zhou Feiyu and the others, rendering Li Cheng's involvement unnecessary. Upon learning that Xiao Yun was merely a mortal, Li Cheng dismissed him from his mind. Given that they had been in the true dragon nest for some time, logically, Zhou Feiyu and his group should have already dispatched Xiao Yun. Yet, how could this individual be standing before him? A trace of doubt flickered in Li Cheng's eyes. Could it be that Zhou Feiyu and his incompetent companions had failed to even locate him? As Li Cheng assessed Xiao Yun, nearby, Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wujie also cast their gazes upon him. Zhao Wujie immediately recognized Xiao Yun and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Xiao Yun, I did not expect to see you here. I trust your journey has been free of peril?" His tone bore an unexpected note of concern, astonishing those nearby. Only a select few were privy to the fact that Xiao Yun had aligned himself with Zhao Wujie. Naturally, Zhao Wujie regarded Xiao Yun as one of his followers, which explained his evident concern. After all, this was the valiant champion he had handpicked. What a lunatic! Xiao Yun shot a glare at Zhao Wujie, contemplating that had it not been for Emperor Li Cheng's presence, he would have already struck him across the face. Nonetheless, he recognized that his primary adversary at present was Emperor Li Cheng. Once the threat was neutralized, he would deal with Zhao Wujie in due course. As he approached the Bodhi tree, Xiao Yun carefully observed Emperor Li Cheng, speculating on his strength. "Halt!" Jiang Haoran finally spoke, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Xiao Yun, disdain radiating from his expression. "This place is not for just anyone to trespass. Be gone at once. You lack the qualifications to contend for the Bodhi fruit with us. And who might you be to bark before me?" Xiao Yun retorted coldly, fixing Jiang Haoran with a steely glare. "Impudent!" Jiang Haoran, taken aback by the audacity of a nameless individual, seethed with fury and was poised to strike. "Who is the truly impudent one here?" Zhao Wujie interjected, casting a frosty glance at Jiang Haoran. "This is my follower, my foremost general. I brought him here. Do you dare to challenge my authority?" Jiang Haoran's countenance darkened, but he chose not to speak further. Though he too was an unparalleled prodigy, Zhao Wujie was a disciple of the sacred land. While their sacred king sect boasted considerable prestige, rivaling the sacred lands, in terms of foundational depth, they ultimately fell short. However, Jiang Haoran cast a deep glance at Xiao Yun, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, clearly marking this individual for future reckoning. Xiao Yun, undeterred, paid no heed to Jiang Haoran, his gaze fixated on Li Qingdi before him, his eyes flickering as he endeavored to gauge the emperor's strength. Li Qingdi regarded Xiao Yun with indifference, inquiring coolly, "You are fortunate. It seems you have not encountered Zhou Feiyu and his ilk." Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. And though he managed a casual smile, it dawned on him that Li Qingdi believed his survival was due to evading Zhou Feiyu. Little did the emperor know that Zhou Feiyu and his companions had already been decisively slain by Xiao Yun. After all, such news was profoundly shocking. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun looked at Li Qingdi and remarked with a chilling smile, "My fortune has always been splendid. For instance, this Bodhi fruit, which appears yet to ripen, seems to be awaiting my arrival." A derisive snort escaped Jiang Haoran's lips as he regarded Xiao Yun with open scorn, clearly deeming him excessively arrogant to claim the Bodhi fruit as his own, as if the three unparalleled prodigies were mere decorations. Zhao Wujie, however, remained unfazed. With arms crossed and eyes gleaming with intensity, he regarded Xiao Yun with admiration, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of my top general, your formidable presence is undeniable. I can already envision the day you and I sweep across the world." Xiao Yun chose to ignore this eccentricity. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the Bodhi fruit before him, noting that only 3 blossoms remained on the Bodhi tree, nearing maturity. He resolved not to act until the fruit had fully ripened. Otherwise, with three exceptional prodigies present, any one of them could effortlessly obliterate the Bodhi fruit. Patiently, Xiao Yun focused on the three blossoms atop the Bodhi tree, awaiting their descent. The other three prodigies also waited with composure, dismissing Xiao Yun. For aside from his victory over Zhang Yunfei, he had little else to boast of in terms of achievements. Had Xiao Yun been a prodigy of a special physique, hailing from the chaotic sacred land, perhaps he might have garnered the attention of Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji. Yet, as a mere mortal, he was overlooked by them. The chasm between mortal and supreme physiques was simply too vast. As time passed incrementally, two blossoms eventually fell from the Bodhi tree, merging into the earth and transforming into intangible spiritual energy, nourishing the tree. The Bodhi tree emitted a soft radiance, and the fruits grew increasingly resplendent, their golden brilliance dazzling, accompanied by a captivating fragrance. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense as all present held their breath, for they understood that the Bodhi fruit was on the verge of ripening. Only one blossom remained. Once it fell, the Bodhi fruit would be ready for harvest. At that moment, the gazes of Li Chengdi and his companions sharpened, akin to swords, fixating intently on the Bodhi fruit while simultaneously remaining vigilant of one another. Xiao Yun, in contrast, was rendered invisible to their scrutiny. Xiao Yun found great delight in this situation. His gaze lingered on the Bodhi fruit for a moment before sweeping over Li Chengdi and his companions, contemplating whom to target first. At present, it was evident that Li Chengdi possessed the greatest strength and speed. If he were in the shoes of Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, he would undoubtedly ally with them to confront Li Chengdi first. As Xiao Yun pondered, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. He had resolved on his target, Li Chengdi. Eliminating him was paramount. His swiftness was remarkable, and if he were to seize the Bodhi fruit, no one would be able to pursue him should he attempt to flee. A silver light flashed in Xiao Yun's hand as he retrieved a silver flying dagger, gripping it tightly in his palm. At that moment, the last flower on the Bodhi tree fell, and boundless golden light converged, rendering the Bodhi fruit as radiant as the sun. The three extraordinary prodigies present immediately narrowed their pupils, their eyes ablaze with brilliant divine light. Chapter 66. The Clash of Extraordinary Beings at Long Last. The Bodhi fruit has ripened. The onlookers in the distance widened their eyes in anticipation, for they were well aware that the three unparalleled prodigies were about to engage in a battle, and none wished to miss such a spectacular scene. Near the Bodhi tree, the three extraordinary figures, Li Chengdi, Zhao Wuji, and Jiang Haoren, sprang into action at the very moment. Whoosh! It must be said that Li Chengdi, possessing the body of time and space, moved with astonishing speed, akin to instantaneous teleportation, as he almost instantaneously appeared before the Bodhi tree and reached out to pluck the Bodhi fruit. Stop! Insolence! Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji exclaimed in unison, launching their attacks toward Li Chengdi. Should he dare to seize the fruit, they were prepared to unleash their fury upon him. This was a classic case of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. At that very moment, a silver flying dagger had already been dispatched, soaring forth before Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren could strike. The dagger sliced through the void, leaving behind an elusive trajectory, and instantly struck the back of Li Chengdi's hand as he reached for the Bodhi fruit. Li Chengdi furrowed his brow, turning to glance at Xiao Yun, a flicker of surprise illuminating his features, as if he had not anticipated such a maneuver from him. Moreover, the force carried by the dagger was immensely powerful, sending his hand reeling and causing a trickle of blood to flow. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yun was equally astonished. He had distinctly felt that his dagger, upon making contact with Li Chengdi's hand, had abruptly slowed down, significantly diminishing the force he had exerted upon it. Otherwise, with his terrifying strength of 900,000 pounds, he could have obliterated Li Chengdi's hand entirely. It was a manifestation of time deceleration. He could manipulate the flow of time even at the physical refinement stage. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave as he stowed away his previous nonchalance, now regarding Li Chengdi with utmost vigilance. The prowess of Li Chengdi had surpassed his expectations. However, Li Chengdi was not in an advantageous position at that moment. Although he had thwarted Xiao Yun's flying dagger, he was concurrently subjected to a combined assault from Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. The strength of these two prodigies was formidable, as they too possessed the supreme body. A joint strike from two supreme bodies compelled even Li Chengdi to take it seriously. He was forced to abandon his pursuit of the Bodhi fruit and instead faced Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. Silver radiance emanated from Li Chengdi's form, coalescing into a resplendent moon that floated behind him, pure and divine, nearly the same size as he was, enveloping him in brilliance and splendor. It must be remarked that Li Chengdi's strength was extraordinary. Standing before the Bodhi tree, he resembled a celestial deity, his entire being aglow with luminescence. The silver moon swirling around him, a tempest reminiscent of the ocean's surging waves sweeping outward in all directions. Boom! The combined strike of Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji was intercepted by Li Chengdi, who merely took half a step back, remaining steadfast before the Bodhi tree, exuding an aura of unmatched power. The spectators in the distance were left utterly astonished, a phenomenon akin to the emergence of the bright moon upon the sea. The vision of Emperor Li Qing was, in truth, the luminous moon rising over the sea, a manifestation of extraordinary potency. Emperor Li Qing displayed remarkable strength, effortlessly withstanding the combined attack of two unparalleled prodigies. The onlookers were left in awe. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yun had stealthily positioned himself behind Emperor Li Qing while the latter contended with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. Perhaps Emperor Li Qing had sensed Xiao Yun's presence, but he regarded him with disdain. In his eyes, Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran were his foremost adversaries. Thus, even upon realizing Xiao Yun's approach, he paid him little heed. Merely setting up a layer of defense behind him, he continued to channel his vision, the moon rising over the sea, directing it towards the advancing Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, who had once again joined forces. War God Fist, Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice reverberating through the heavens. With an aura as fierce as a tempest, golden flames flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a devastating punch, imbued with an overwhelming force. Behind him, the manifestation of an unparalleled battle god emerged, surging forth in concert with his strike. Ruler of the world, Jiang Haoran thrust his palm towards Emperor Li Qing. A scene of deities and worship materializing behind him, a vision both awe-inspiring and terrifying. He resembled a true god king, seated high above the 9 heavens, reigning over myriad realms. As countless deities bowed in reverence, both prodigies unleashed their most formidable assaults, their combined might utterly formidable. A profound gravity settled in Emperor Li Qing's gaze. He dared not underestimate them, and promptly summoned his own vision to confront their onslaught. With a resounding crash, the ocean roared as waves surged relentlessly. A resplendent moon slowly ascended, resembling a divine scimitar, poised to cleave through Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran with overwhelming brilliance. Simultaneously, the attacks from Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran cascaded toward him. In an instant, the area was bathed in dazzling light, a spectacle of brilliance. The sound of explosions echoed, a continuous rumble filling the air. Impudence. Suddenly, amidst the radiance, Emperor Li Qing's furious voice rang out. The crowd turned their gaze in shock, for they beheld Xiao Yun recklessly charging towards Emperor Li Qing, wielding a black battle knife, striking fiercely at the emperor's back. This moment coincided perfectly with the fierce confrontation between Emperor Li Qing, Zhao Wuji, and Jiang Haoran, showcasing Xiao Yun's impeccable timing. Most of Emperor Li Qing's strength was dedicated to fending off Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, leaving scant power to counter Xiao Yun. However, being an extraordinary prodigy himself, Emperor Li Qing did not regard Xiao Yun as a threat, casually swatting at him as one would a fly, entirely dismissive of any danger he posed. Yet, he failed to notice the sinister smile curling at the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth. Dare to underestimate me? Humph, this is your own folly. Xiao Yun's gaze was frigid, a chilling smile upon his lips. The dark iron battle blade in his hand was raised high, and an immense force surged within him, akin to the mighty Yangtze River or a torrential torrent, pouring into the dark iron blade. In that instant, the black blade seemed to come alive, emanating a sinister, obsidian glow. As it sliced through the void, it appeared to create a dark abyss, devouring all surrounding light. Suddenly, a profound sense of danger surged within Emperor Li Qing, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the dark iron blade in Xiao Yun's grasp. Had he realized the peril? Alas, it was too late. With a thunderous laugh, Xiao Yun unleashed the terrifying power of 900,000 pounds, which surged forth with the dark iron blade, descending upon Emperor Li Qing with unstoppable might. Chapter 67. The victor Xiao Yun's strike was overwhelmingly powerful. When his force of 900,000 pounds erupted, Emperor Li Qing was the first to bear the brunt, feeling the terrifying intent to kill emanating from it. How is this possible? A wave of horror washed over Emperor Li Qing's heart. He never anticipated Xiao Yun's strength to be so formidable. At this moment, attempting to summon power for defense was already too late. In a desperate rush, Emperor Li Qing could only muster a fraction of his strength to execute his ultimate skill. Time slow. Space solidification. Emperor Li Qing roared, pushing the body of time and space to its limits, unleashing a forbidden technique of both time and space. The surrounding space froze, attempting to fend off the invasion of the mysterious iron sword. However, Xiao Yun's strength was simply too immense. The minuscule spatial energy that Emperor Li Cheng had summoned was utterly insufficient to withstand the assault of 900,000 pounds. Even the subsequent application of time slow proved futile, for Xiao Yun was too close, and the iron sword had already descended upon him. His ultimate technique was executed far too late. Indeed, Xiao Yun had seized the perfect moment to strike. In that frantic moment, Emperor Li Cheng had not even had time to mobilize his own manifestation. Xiao Yun's inherent power was already colossal, and now, with a full frontal assault against a hasty defense, the outcome was inevitable. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass echoed as the fabric of space seemed to fracture. Emperor Li Cheng's solidified space could not withstand Xiao Yun's iron sword. The obsidian blade tore through layers of void, aiming for his chest. In that instant, Emperor Li Cheng felt an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. The full force of 900,000 pounds erupted, and the dreadful might of the iron sword reached its zenith. The terrifying energy surged forth like a monstrous wave, relentlessly crashing towards Emperor Li Cheng. His palm imprint was instantly torn apart, and the overwhelming force swept him away like a withered leaf in a storm. Puff! As he was propelled backward, Emperor Li Cheng coughed up blood, his face ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yun beside the Bodhi tree, a tumult of emotions raging within him. He was utterly astounded. Only upon experiencing Xiao Yun's strike did he comprehend the sheer terror of the young man's power. Even without an ambush, Xiao Yun could pose a grave threat to him. Is this what the elder of many sons referred to as an ordinary mortal? Emperor Li Cheng could not help but curse inwardly. If Wan Yonghui were before him now, claiming Xiao Yun was merely an ordinary being, he would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. Have you ever encountered a mortal with 900,000 pounds of strength in the body refinement realm? Emperor Li Cheng felt utterly betrayed by Wan Yonghui. Had he been a bit more vigilant towards Xiao Yun, he wouldn't be in such dire straits now. Heavens, what have I witnessed? I was actually struck by that fellow's sword and sent flying, bloodied. Is this disciple of the chaotic sacred land named Xiao Yun truly this formidable? How can this be? Emperor Li Cheng was grievously wounded by Xiao Yun's single blow. Not far away, among the onlookers, a wave of gasps arose. Many drew sharp breaths, their eyes wide, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Even Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran were momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that Xiao Yun could indeed inflict harm upon Emperor Li Cheng. With their discerning eyes, they could naturally perceive the severity of Emperor Li Cheng's injuries. Merely observing his pallid complexion revealed that he had suffered a significant setback. This left both Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran in disbelief. Just how formidable was Emperor Li Cheng? Moments ago, their combined efforts had failed to subdue him, and he had even gained the upper hand. This clearly illustrated the extent of his power. Yet, this unparalleled prodigy had been severely wounded by Xiao Yun, an obscure individual. Although there were suspicions of a sneak attack, it nonetheless underscored Xiao Yun's considerable strength, after all. If an ordinary person were in his place, even if Emperor Li Cheng stood still and allowed them to strike, they would likely still be unable to injure him. The temporal body? It seemed rather overrated. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Xiao Yun plucked a Bodhi fruit from the Bodhi tree and chuckled. Indeed, this Bodhi fruit is now mine. From a distance, Emperor Li Cheng consumed a medicinal pill, quietly recuperating from his injuries. Unable to prevent Xiao Yun from taking the Bodhi fruit, forced to watch helplessly as his expression darkened significantly, losing the earlier composure he had maintained. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran, having been recently hurled away by Emperor Li Cheng, were also unable to stop Xiao Yun from claiming the Bodhi fruit. Thus, Xiao Yun emerged as the undeniable victor. However, Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran positioned themselves before Xiao Yun, clearly unwilling to relinquish such a precious treasure as the Bodhi fruit. In the distance, Emperor Li Cheng lay in wait, silently nursing his wounds. Kid, I never imagined you could injure Emperor Li Cheng, but after all, it was merely a sneak attack. Hand over the Bodhi fruit, and I might spare your life. Zhang Haoran glared coldly at Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun had wounded Emperor Li Cheng, he still did not believe that Xiao Yun surpassed him in strength. This was a common understanding in the cultivation world. The notion of special physiques was deeply ingrained, and no one believed that an ordinary body like Xiao Yun's could defeat a genius with a special constitution. Of course, if Xiao Yun were to exhibit the embryonic form of the chaos body, the situation would be different. Only Emperor Li Cheng, nursing his wounds from a distance, understood the true terror of Xiao Yun, yet he was not foolish enough to alert Zhang Haoran and Zhao Wuji. allowing them to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xiao Yun, so he could reap the benefits later. Why not? At this moment, Zhao Wuji looked at Xiao Yun, an expression of surprise in his eyes as he smiled and said, Xiao Yun, you have truly exceeded my expectations. I am increasingly impressed by you. Hand over the Bodhi fruit, and in the future, when I ascend to the rank of emperor, you may serve as my envoy, overseeing the myriad realms. Second only to me. What say you? Xiao Yun glanced at Zhao Wuji, then at Jiang Haoran, before beckoning them with a finger, coldly stating, come here, kneel, and submit to me. Today, I may spare your lives. Such words were undeniably arrogant, directly provoking two unparalleled prodigies, a clear sign of recklessness. Yet, after witnessing Xiao Yun's earlier feat of severely wounding Emperor Li Qing, the onlookers from afar dared not mock him. They remained fixated on the unfolding scene. Jiang Haoran, upon hearing the brazen words of Xiao Yun, could not help but snort disdainfully. You are utterly oblivious to your impending doom. It seems imperative to enlighten you today. Your chaos sacred land has long since fallen from grace. What are you barking about? Come forth, and I shall sever you this very moment. Xiao Yun regarded him with a chilling gaze, his tone laced with contempt. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Haoran launched an attack aimed at Xiao Yun, unleashing a golden palm imprint that instantly enveloped the sky, seeking to engulf Xiao Yun entirely. Boom! Xiao Yun responded with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. The previously tranquil space was suddenly saturated with a surging energy that erupted from his fists. With a single punch, 9 radiant fists soared forth, their might sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Jiang Haoran's attacking palm imprint was shattered to pieces by Xiao Yun's powerful strike, and the formidable force surged through the remnants, crashing down upon Jiang Haoran with the might of a torrential wave. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Haoran was repeatedly forced back, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Xiao Yun across the way, disbelief etched in his eyes. The power of his opponent was astonishingly far beyond his own, reaching an astonishing weight of 900,000 pounds. Chapter 68, Defeating the Divine King Body. Gaining renown in battle heavens. As the crowd watched Jiang Haoran being forcefully repelled by Xiao Yun, an uproar erupted, a wave of astonishment sweeping through the onlookers. They could now ascertain that Xiao Yun possessed unparalleled strength, rivaling that of extraordinary prodigies. This dark horse had finally revealed its magnificent brilliance. In the arena, Jiang Haoran's expression darkened as he gazed at Xiao Yun. He spoke in a low voice, I underestimated you. I did not expect such a prodigy to emerge from the chaos sacred land. No wonder they dared to send someone here. It is now my turn to strike. Xiao Yun replied coldly, unleashing the 9 turned overlord fist. 9 radiant fists coalesced into a singular, astonishing blow that surged towards Jiang Haoran. Do you think I will cower? Jiang Haoran bellowed. In front of so many witnesses, he refused to retreat, for that would be a disgrace. After all, he was a supreme body, while Xiao Yun was merely a mortal. Should a supreme body evade the attack of a mere mortal? Would that not diminish the dignity of the supreme body? With all his might, Jiang Haoran activated his divine king body, resembling a sovereign deity ruling over the world. Every strike he delivered exuded immense power, akin to the heavens themselves crashing down. An endless radiance erupted from his palm, engulfing the arena in a deluge of light, like a torrential flood roaring forth with tremendous force. In that moment, Jiang Haoran's presence radiated an unmatched aura, his body shimmering with brilliance, a divine light illuminating the space around him. Observers in the distance marveled at the formidable strength of the divine king body, rightfully ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, his countenance composed as he retaliated with a single punch. Golden light intertwined, resembling golden lightning that tore through the heavens, an overwhelming force unleashed. Boom! The two engaged in an unrelenting clash, shaking the very ground beneath them, uprooting trees that shattered in midair. The terrifying power surged forth, leaving the surrounding terrain in disarray, countless trees collapsing to the earth. Enormous fissures, resembling a spider's web, spread across the land, extending into the distance. Kill. Each of Jiang Haoran's strikes carried a dreadful might, akin to the wrath of a divine king, capable of laying waste to millions. However, Xiao Yun's fists proved even more formidable. His strength, equivalent to 900,000 pounds, erupted with terrifying ferocity, effortlessly sweeping away Jiang Haoran's palm strikes. Boom! The 9 radiant fists transformed into dazzling beams of light, forcing Jiang Haoran to retreat repeatedly. The overwhelming power caused blood to spill from his lips, his complexion turning pale. The spectators were left in shock. Jiang Haoran had fallen into a disadvantage, wounded by Xiao Yun. He was clearly not a match for him. It was evident to all that Xiao Yun had secured absolute dominance. The Divine King body is nothing special, Xiao Yun scoffed as scorching fistlight surged forth, engulfing Jiang Haoran. The terrifying force continued to batter him, causing him to spew blood relentlessly. Not far away, Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wuji wore grave expressions, their countenances heavy with seriousness. The prowess of Xiao Yun rendered them unable to underestimate him any longer. In stark contrast, Jiang Haoran seethed with fury. The humiliation of being outmatched by a mere mortal was unbearable. You are far too arrogant. Today, I shall demonstrate the absolute chasm that lies between a mortal body and a divine king body, the annihilation of the gods. Jiang Haoran roared, and behind him, the magnificent vision of the Hall of Gods emerged. Countless ethereal deities surged forth alongside him, as if the celestial beings themselves had descended to obliterate the world. Is it merely an apparition? Do I lack one? Xiao Yun scoffed, his shoulder-length black hair swirling as if caught in a tempest. Behind him, 30 radiant pillars of light ascended to the heavens, exuding an extraordinary might. The manifestation of the great Tao elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. What is that? It is the projection of the great Tao. He has actually cultivated the legendary chaos scripture, and has even forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. The realization that he had manifested the embryonic chaos body stunned the crowd. How old could he be? Yet, he had already achieved such a formidable feat. Even the foremost holy son of the chaos sacred land, Tian, had not reached such terrifying heights at this age. Whispers of disbelief spread among the spectators. Each person struck by the brilliance of the chaos body, revered as the supreme body across the myriad realms. Even Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wuji, not far off, stared wide-eyed, their faces painted with shock. The chaos body from the chaos sacred land bore an immense reputation. It was said that the legendary Chaos Emperor was a figure of unspeakable terror, the mightiest sovereign among the myriad realms throughout history. This had woven the myth of the chaos body, universally acknowledged as the supreme form. So it is. What mere mortal body can compare? Utter nonsense. Li Cheng cursed silently, lamenting the foolishness of Wan Yongwei. This fool had brought disgrace upon himself, a distinguished elder attempting to probe the depths of the chaos sacred land, yet failing to discern that Xiao Yun had cultivated the chaos scripture and forged the embryonic chaos body. He was nothing short of a waste of space. Little did he expect that after years of silence, the chaos sacred land would produce another audacious individual daring to cultivate the chaos scripture, explaining why they dared to disregard him. Not far off, Zhao Wuji gazed at the imposing figure of Xiao Yun before finally relinquishing his desire to subjugate him. In the realm of cultivation, it was common knowledge that those who practiced the chaos scripture were deemed madmen. How could one hope to bend such individuals to their will? It was utterly impossible. The previous generation's Tian was renowned for battling against the supreme bodies and the dual-eyed warriors. He had never once conceded defeat. Naturally, no one could defeat Tian, who had already forged a half-step chaos body, standing unrivaled among his peers. And now, the chaos sacred land had given rise to another, Xiao Yun. What astonished everyone was Xiao Yun's tender age, not yet 20. He had already manifested the embryonic form of the chaos body. With such profound comprehension, it was certain that he would eventually forge a half-step chaos body. If fortune favors, it may indeed forge an unparalleled chaos body across the myriad realms. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, the battle within the arena had already determined its victor. Upon unleashing the embryonic form of the chaos body, Xiao Yun, with his formidable strength of 900,000 pounds, swiftly shattered Jiang Haoran's manifestation, sending him hurtling back, blood spewing forth. This time, Jiang Haoran sustained grievous injuries, collapsing to the ground and persistently coughing up blood, in a state far worse than that of the previously injured Li Chengdi. Kill. Xiao Yun showed no mercy, advancing relentlessly toward Jiang Haoran, unwilling to leave behind a formidable adversary for the future. Yet, at that moment, a golden figure interposed itself before Xiao Yun, radiating a terrifying aura that compelled him to halt. This individual was Zhao Wuji, a peerless prodigy endowed with the ancient sacred body. Chapter 69, The Defeat of the Ancient Sacred Body. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow as he gazed at Zhao Wuji before him. He had intended to eliminate Jiang Haoran first, and then deal with Zhao Wuji, but to his surprise, this fellow had come rushing in, seemingly eager for his own demise. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with fervor as he declared, "It is rare to encounter a chaos body in the cultivation world, and today, fate has granted me this opportunity." Though you have yet to fully forge your chaos body, you are still worthy of my effort. Undoubtedly, he was a battle fanatic, a martial arts enthusiast. Indeed, Zhao Wuji was remarkably combative. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge all the practitioners of the body refinement realm at the Batian sacred land single-handedly. During the body refinement realm, cultivators typically remained within their sects, diligently honing their skills and seldom ventured out. It was only upon reaching the divine bridge realm, acquiring the ability to fly with swords, that one would embark on excursions for experience. This clearly illustrated that Zhao Wuji was a true martial zealot, born for battle. However, such individuals are also exceedingly formidable, for their combat experience is vast, and they fight with unrelenting fervor, born to contend and willing to perish in battle. The ancient sacred body, often referred to as the battle sacred body, is not a mere jest. Among the top 10 supreme bodies, the ancient sacred body holds a unique position. It can be feeble, yet it may also be immensely powerful. In its weaker state, the ancient sacred body ranks among the lowest of the supreme bodies, perhaps even inferior to certain second-tier divine bodies. Conversely, when formidable, the ancient sacred body can challenge the chaos body. In the primordial era, a fully realized ancient sacred body once confronted the Chaos Emperor. Although ultimately vanquished, this battle solidified the ancient sacred body's legendary reputation. Following this, the lineage of the ancient sacred body sought to challenge the chaos body in order to redeem the disgrace of their previous defeat. Regrettably, since the Chaos Emperor, no second chaos body has emerged. Thus, when Zhao Wuji finally glimpsed a nascent chaos body, how could he not be stirred? The battle fervor within him had been ignited. To duel with a chaos body is my lifelong aspiration, Zhao Wuji proclaimed as he advanced toward Xiao Yun, his form radiating a brilliant golden light, resembling a sun infused within him, rendering him resplendent and dazzling. Moreover, behind Zhao Wuji loomed a colossal golden figure, akin to a war god from ancient times, traversing the vast river of time to wage war across the heavens and earth, exuding an overwhelming divine might and battle intent. Boom! As Zhao Wuji stepped forward, an immense force caused the ground to tremble beneath him, creating a terrifying spectacle of upheaval. It was as if the very earth had been shattered by a stride. And with a deafening roar, Zhao Wuji's fist had already appeared before Xiao Yun. These were golden fists, seemingly forged from gold, glowing with radiant brilliance, akin to a sun, dazzling in their luminosity. War God Fist! Zhao Wuji bellowed, unleashing a torrent of power from his fists, surging forth like a mighty river toward Xiao Yun. The golden war god behind him followed suit, delivering a punch that bore an overwhelming might, instilling sheer terror in all who beheld it. 9 turns overbearing fist. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh as he unleashed the formidable power of the 9-turn overlord fist, erupting with a staggering force of 900,000 pounds. His punch was terrifying, akin to a thunderbolt striking down, like a colossal axe cleaving through mountains, or a waterfall cascading with relentless vigor, pouring forth with boundless might. This overwhelming aura was so potent and domineering that no one could withstand its ferocity under the impact of Xiao Yun's fist. Even the very heavens and spirits would be compelled to submit. In an instant, Xiao Yun elevated his spirit to its zenith, enveloping the entire realm with his fist might, rendering Zhao Wuji incapable of evasion. Yet, Zhao Wuji had no intention of retreating. His heart surged with indomitable battle fervor. Kill! Kill! They both roared in unison, engaging in a fierce clash reminiscent of 2 primordial behemoths locked in a ferocious struggle, a scene both intense and harrowing. The visceral nature of their combat was striking, leaving onlookers in awe. Meanwhile, the injured celestial king Jiang Haoran seized the opportunity to flee into the distance, vanishing into the thicket. He understood all too well that remaining would spell his doom. The risk of being slain by Xiao Yun was far too great, so he wisely chose to escape. Xiao Yun noticed Jiang Haoran's retreat, but regrettably found himself unable to pursue. Zhao Wuji was not an adversary to be swiftly dispatched. With Jiang Haoran gone, he turned his attention to subduing Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun regarded Zhao Wuji with a frigid gaze and summoned the 30 colorful celestial pillars behind him, which erupted with a terrifying energy, igniting his fist with renewed intensity. As Xiao Yun activated this celestial phenomenon, Zhao Wuji sensed the dire turn of events. He had already called upon his own manifestation but still found himself outmatched by Xiao Yun. Now, with Xiao Yun unleashing an even greater force, how could he hope to withstand it? As anticipated, the moment Xiao Yun's manifestation appeared, the cataclysmic punch shattered the very fabric of existence, surging forth with unparalleled might, as if it would obliterate the world itself. In that instant, Zhao Wuji felt utterly isolated. Everything around him faded away, even the sky and earth vanished, plunging him into an abyss of darkness, with only a singular fist looming ominously, hurtling towards him. In this realm of obscurity, Xiao Yun emerged as an invincible deity of war, an unrivaled sovereign, a supreme ruler whose gaze struck fear into all. With a resounding boom, as Xiao Yun's fist ascended, Zhao Wuji felt his arms tremble violently, his palms splitting apart, and his body was hurled like a tree uprooted from the ground, ejected like a projectile. As he soared backward, Zhao Wuji coughed up blood, his face as pale as parchment. It was evident that in this direct confrontation, he was no match for Xiao Yun and had been decisively defeated. Just then, at that very moment, the distant Li Qingdi, who had been recuperating, vanished as if teleported into thin air. Yet, Xiao Yun sensed a potent wave of danger approaching from behind him. Attempting to ambush me? He scoffed internally. Having anticipated such a move, Li Qingdi underestimated him gravely. Xiao Yun had been on guard against Emperor Li Cheng, for this individual possessed strength surpassing even that of Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran. Indeed, Xiao Yun's intuition proved correct at this critical moment. Emperor Li Qing launched a surprise attack from behind. The speed of his approach was astonishing, swifter than lightning, akin to teleportation. However, just as Emperor Li Cheng neared Xiao Yun, a blinding radiance erupted from the surroundings, resembling a domain that enveloped the entire land, encompassing both Xiao Yun and Emperor Li Qing within its grasp. It was a formation. Someone nearby exclaimed in astonishment. Emperor Li Qing was equally taken aback, for he realized that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified, significantly hampering his velocity. Moreover, countless silver flying daggers shot forth from all directions, surrounding Emperor Li Qing completely. I have been waiting for you to fall into my trap. Xiao Yun smirked coldly as he fixed his gaze upon Emperor Li Qing, who was ensnared within the formation. Chapter 70. Suppressing the body of space and time with a resounding crash. As Emperor Li's speed diminished and the silver flying daggers constrained him, Xiao Yun effortlessly fended off Emperor Li's assault, forcing him to retreat. After all, a force of 900,000 pounds is no trifling matter, undeniably surpassing that of Emperor Li. Moreover, Emperor Li's injuries had only partially healed, with merely half of his strength restored. Even in the face of Emperor Li at his peak, Xiao Yun harbored no fear, how much less so against a diminished version of him. Under the relentless barrage of Xiao Yun's 9 transformations dominating fist, Emperor Li found himself continuously pushed back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. It was evident that in terms of strength, Xiao Yun held an unequivocal advantage. When did you set up this formation? Emperor Li inquired. His countenance darkened as he defended against Xiao Yun's strikes while retreating swiftly. At this moment, within the formation, his speed had been severely hampered, and there were not merely 1 but 2 formations in play, capable of disturbing the very fabric of space, rendering him unable to harness the power of space. Clearly, Xiao Yun had prepared in advance, specifically arranging 2 formations to counter him. Hiki, while you were engaged in battle with Zhang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, I was already setting up the formations, Xiao Yun replied with a smug smile, his golden fists relentlessly pounding against Emperor Li, compelling him to retreat further. From the very beginning, Xiao Yun had been exceedingly cautious of Emperor Li, knowing that his master, Emperor Tian, had equipped him with numerous tactics aimed specifically at this adversary. Thus, while Emperor Li fought Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran, Xiao Yun discreetly laid the groundwork for the formations. In critical locations, he simply placed a few spirit stones. As long as he remained subtle, they would be difficult to detect. Moreover, cultivators at the body refinement stage typically do not delve into formations, as they scarcely have time to master formidable combat techniques, let alone waste time studying formations. Consequently, no one anticipated that Xiao Yun would be proficient in them. At that time, while Emperor Li and his companions were preoccupied with battle and underestimated Xiao Yun, they failed to notice his actions. Subsequently, after severely injuring Emperor Li, he had no time to pay heed to Xiao Yun while healing. Seizing the opportunity during his engagements with Zhang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, Xiao Yun successfully established 2 formations, the Chaos Space Formation and the Dragon Lock Formation. Both were relatively simple to set up, aptly named for their functions. The most formidable formation, the 8 Gates Locking Formation, was too complex to implement, so Xiao Yun opted not to use it. Nevertheless, the combination of the Chaos Space Formation and the Dragon Lock Formation, along with Xiao Yun's prowess, sufficed to contend with Emperor Li. The Chaos Space Formation could disrupt the spatial realm, limiting Emperor Li's spatial abilities, while the Dragon Lock Formation could diminish his speed. Thus, Emperor Li's velocity had markedly diminished, no longer posing a threat to Xiao Yun. It appears you have been plotting against me all along. My injuries are not without reason. Emperor Li's expression was grim. Yet he conceded defeat with a sense of respect. His adversary had been scheming for him even before entering the true dragon nest, while he himself had remained oblivious. Yet, he completely disregarded Xiao Yun, showing not the slightest bit of concern. This stark contrast makes Li Chengdi's defeat all the more justifiable. He chuckled, remarking that the renowned Wan Yangui had praised him as a being of time and space, which naturally warranted some attention. With a grin, Xiao Yun unleashed a powerful punch, sending Li Chengdi reeling and spitting blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Chengdi cursed Wan Yangui yet again in his heart. That fool not only failed to gauge the enemy's strength, but also inadvertently exposed his own vulnerabilities. This time, Li Chengdi truly found himself severely betrayed by Wan Yangui. It was a formation, 2 formations, in fact. When had Xiao Yun set these up? It appeared that Li Chengdi was about to be ensnared by Xiao Yun. Who would have anticipated that Xiao Yun possessed such capabilities? How formidable was his comprehension? Not only had he mastered numerous supreme combat techniques, but he was also adept in formations, and he was barely 20. This particular formation was specifically designed to counteract Li Chengdi's time-space body, indicating that the Chaos Holy Land had prepared thoroughly for this day. The Taichu Holy Land had undoubtedly been outmaneuvered. The Chaos Holy Land, despite its decline, radiated brilliant splendor, remaining one of the oldest sanctuaries. Meanwhile, outside, discussions were rife. It was evident to all that with the aid of the formations, Xiao Yun had decisively gained the upper hand, forcing Li Chengdi into a retreat. Li Chengdi's once pristine garments were now drenched in blood, showing the severity of his injuries as he struggled increasingly against Xiao Yun. The onlookers were astounded. That was a time-space body. Yet today it was on the verge of being defeated by a mere mortal. However, Xiao Yun could no longer be classified as an ordinary body. He had already cultivated the embryonic form of the chaos body, equivalent to a third-tier royal body. Yet, for a royal body to vanquish a supreme body was nothing short of miraculous. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yun had created that miracle. After today, the name Xiao Yun would surely resonate throughout the cultivation realm. Many expressed their sentiments, nodding in agreement. Xiao Yun had consecutively defeated Jiang Haoran, Zhao Wuji, and now Li Chengdi. If he did not attain fame after this, it would be as if the entire cultivation world were blind. Within the formations, while Li Chengdi defended against Xiao Yun's ferocious assaults, he pondered possible escape strategies. However, after much deliberation, he could not find an opportune moment to flee. Xiao Yun's onslaught was relentless, and he occasionally struck with flying daggers, preventing any chance of escape. The 2 formations enveloping the area, though relatively simple, boasted formidable defensive capabilities that Li Chengdi could not dismantle instantaneously. Unless someone outside attacked the formations, there would be no chance for Li Chengdi to escape. But who would dare assault these formations now? Others lacked the ability or the courage. Only Zhao Wuji could accomplish such a feat. Thus, Li Chengdi bellowed, "Zhao Wuji, break the formations quickly, or else I perish, and you shall not fare well either." Although the formations cloaked the area, they were merely 2 simple formations and could not prevent Li Chengdi's voice from reaching outside. Consequently, Zhao Wuji, who was outside recuperating, immediately heard Li Chengdi's call. Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered, as if he were contemplating whether to intervene and rescue Emperor Li Cheng. In truth, his most prudent course of action would be to seize the opportunity to flee the scene, thereby rendering Xiao Yun incapable of threatening him, let alone taking his life. Thus, there was no necessity for him to save Emperor Li Cheng. Rather, he could utilize Xiao Yun's strength to eliminate this potential adversary. Nevertheless, in the end, Zhao Wuji chose to act. He was reluctant to retreat in disgrace, for such a scenario would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, Zhao Wuji believed that Xiao Yun was the more formidable opponent, destined to be his greatest rival in the future. Therefore, it would be wise to seize this chance to join forces with Emperor Li Cheng in vanquishing Xiao Yun. With determination, Zhao Wuji made his decision and immediately sprang into action. He unleashed the God of War fist, his hands gripping the invincible fist seal, radiating a dazzling and intense light as he struck fiercely at the formation before him. Within the formation, Xiao Yun's countenance turned cold to the bone as he declared, "Zhao Wuji, you are courting death." Chapter 71, 1 against 2, Invincible Among Equals. Boom. The formation was ultimately shattered by Zhao Wuji. After all, these were merely 2 rudimentary arrays, their defensive capabilities insufficient to withstand the onslaught of such a prodigious talent. Whoosh! As the formation collapsed, Xiao Yun immediately lost sight of Emperor Li Cheng's figure. Without the constraints of the formation, Emperor Li Cheng could now harness the power of space. Employing the ability to shorten distances, combined with an acceleration of time, granting him a terrifying swiftness, Xiao Yun could scarcely perceive Emperor Li Cheng's silhouette, only sensing his rapid approach from behind. Golden Bell Shield, Tai Chi Divine Palm. Without a moment's hesitation, as the formation was breached, Xiao Yun promptly unleashed these two defensive techniques. Instantly, a Tai Chi diagram enveloped his form, while a golden bell encased him, providing layered protection for his body. Boom! Simultaneously, Emperor Li Cheng struck the golden bell with a powerful palm, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that radiated golden light, resonating like thunder. However, Emperor Li Cheng could not breach Xiao Yun's golden bell shield, for Xiao Yun now possessed a strength of 900,000 jin, rendering the shield remarkably resilient. Moreover, having endured prolonged engagement with Xiao Yun, Emperor Li Cheng was already grievously wounded, his capacity to exert power severely limited. War God Fist. Zhao Wujin surged in from another direction, flanking Xiao Yun alongside Emperor Li Cheng. Spectators in the distance gasped in astonishment. Two of the most exceptional geniuses were besieging Xiao Yun, a scenario they could scarcely have imagined. In those earlier days, Xiao Yun had been but a nameless figure. Who could have foreseen him facing two such illustrious talents? In the arena, while fending off both Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wujin's assaults, Xiao Yun's expression remained cold and detached, his voice chillingly resolute. Very well. Do you believe that without the formation, I am powerless against you? Today, I shall slay you both. What nonsense about the temporal spatial body and the ancient sacred body. Before me, Xiao Yun, they are nothing but refuse. Xiao Yun's tone was undeniably domineering, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. Yet, he possessed the confidence to back it up, with his formidable strength of 900,000 jin. Coupled with the embryonic form of the chaos body, his prowess had already surpassed that of Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wujin. Kill. Xiao Yun unleashed the ninefold tyrant fist. Thrusting his fist forward with tremendous force, the momentum soaring skyward like a range of undulating mountains stretching for thousands of miles, connecting heaven and earth in a magnificent display. Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wujin felt as if a celestial dragon was hurtling toward them, the overwhelming aura rendering them breathless. The terrifying force poured forth like a deluge from the Milky Way, threatening to topple the very heavens and earth. Despite their utmost efforts to withstand the assault, they were as fragile as a leaf adrift on the ocean, instantly capsized by the towering waves of Xiao Yun's might. Puff, puff. Both men were sent flying backward, spitting blood, unable to resist the sheer power of Xiao Yun's strike. Such terrifying strength had transcended their limits. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as two extraordinary prodigies fell to Xiao Yun, a disciple from the chaos sacred land, rendering him virtually invincible among his peers. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun struck decisively yet did not relent in his assault. The very void trembled, and resonant sound waves cleaved through the sky, causing the towering trees around him to sway and shatter. The force of his roar was formidable beyond compare. Xiao Yun pursued Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji with an intensity magnified many-fold from before, resembling an unparalleled war deity. His fists swept across the battlefield, driving both Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi into a retreat. War God's fist, I am the war god. Zhao Wuji, consumed by madness, refused to accept defeat. With a furious shout, he fused with the ethereal manifestation behind him, transforming into a golden war deity, charging at Xiao Yun with a mighty punch. Space reigns. Time is revered. Behold as I shatter the fabric of time and space. Li Chengdi, too, fought with desperation, channeling the utmost limits of temporal and spatial power into his palm strike, which appeared to transcend the continuum of time. Imbued with unparalleled might as it hurtled toward Xiao Yun, the desperate clash of these two extraordinary prodigies unleashed a cataclysmic force, causing the surrounding ancient trees to explode and the earth to fracture, resembling a vast network of spiderwebs. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist, enveloped in golden radiance, his entire being shimmering with divine brilliance akin to donning a golden battle robe, exuding an overwhelming aura. As his fist struck, the void quivered, and the terrifying force drained the surrounding spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth. His golden fist surged forward, unstoppable and omnipotent, like towering mountains exerting immense pressure. Boom! The battleground erupted in a cacophony of terrifying sound, deafening all who were distant spectators. A dazzling light shot skyward, igniting the heavens like a conflagration, illuminating the area as if it were midday. Xiao Yun displayed his unmatched power, with 30 grand avenues projecting behind him, amplifying his presence as he struck, moving with the swiftness of lightning, relentlessly closing in on Zhao Wuji, akin to chasing the stars and the moon. With a thunderous impact, Xiao Yun swung his golden fist, unleashing a radiant brilliance that struck fiercely at Zhao Wuji's chest. The immense force seemed to warp space itself, rendering Xiao Yun's form slightly indistinct. With a powerful roar, Zhao Wuji raised both fists to brace himself. Their fists collided with a deafening crash, unleashing a storm of divine light that sent Zhao Wuji reeling, blood spewing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingdi lunged forward, delivering a palm strike that shattered the very fabric of space, slowing the flow of time around them and rendering Xiao Yun's movement sluggish. With another resounding roar, Xiao Yun unleashed a terrifying sound wave that struck Li Qingdi, causing him to stagger. This is the super battle technique Dragon Might, which has been perfected to its ultimate realm by Xiao Yun. When it suddenly erupted, it caught Emperor Li off guard. After all, sound wave attacks are exceedingly rare, and few have managed to master them. Under the tremendous impact of Dragon Might, Emperor Li's figure faltered, providing Xiao Yun with the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch. With no other choice, Emperor Li had to confront Xiao Yun head-on, swinging his fist to counter the attack. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding metallic clang, producing a brilliant burst of light that enveloped them both in a golden radiance, resembling two divine warriors engaged in fierce combat. Subsequently, the onlookers witnessed Emperor Li spitting blood as he was sent flying, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment. Chapter 72. Subduing the primal sacred body, Xiao Yun faced two opponents simultaneously and emerged victorious, defeating both Emperor Li Qing and Zhao Wuji. This time, he did not rely on formations. His triumph stemmed entirely from his own formidable combat prowess, leaving all present in utter astonishment. The arena fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, as everyone appeared to be rendered speechless, unable to utter a single sound. The sheer shock of the moment left them at a loss for words. Emperor Li Qing, renowned for possessing the fourth-ranked supreme body, the temporal body, a name that resonated throughout history, had been defeated by Xiao Yun, who had only just begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body. The reputation of the chaos body once again struck a chord with the crowd. After a lengthy pause, someone finally remarked, "The chaos body truly deserves its title as the foremost supreme body. Even in its nascent form, it exhibits such overwhelming strength." This statement, however, was somewhat misleading. Xiao Yun's might was not solely derived from the embryonic chaos body. His profound insight was the true source of his extraordinary abilities. The combat techniques he employed were all superlative, and he had refined them to the ultimate realm of martial prowess. What an extraordinary level of comprehension. It was no wonder he managed to cultivate the embryonic form of the chaos body in such a short span of time. Indeed, Xiao Yun's aptitude was remarkable. With such insight, I genuinely believe he could forge a complete chaos body, perhaps becoming the second Chaos Emperor in history. Once the chaos body reaches fruition, it would be virtually invincible, sweeping across the 8 desolations. Are we destined to witness the birth of a second Chaos Emperor in this era? It is said that upon achieving mastery, the chaos body can rival the great emperors, while the primal sacred body is shackled by limitations, making it nearly impossible to attain the status of emperor. However, the chaos body is different. Its path to emperorhood is comparatively less arduous. Once the chaos body ascends to emperorhood, it would undoubtedly be the mightiest among emperors. Throughout history, the Chaos Emperor has ranked among the top 10 of all emperors, with only a few exceptionally gifted heavenly emperors and divine monarchs able to stand alongside him, highlighting the terror of the chaos body. Should Xiao Yun succeed in forging a true chaos body, it is likely that the chaos sacred land will reclaim its former glory, once again becoming the preeminent sanctum. As the crowd engaged in fervent discourse, the battle between Xiao Yun and the two adversaries drew to a close. Severely wounded by Xiao Yun's successive onslaughts, both Li Qing and Zhao Wuji found themselves increasingly outmatched. They promptly decided to retreat in opposite directions, evidently fearing for their lives. Having only recently entered the realm of cultivation, with boundless potential ahead of them, they were unwilling to perish here. It would be an utter waste. Xiao Yun cast a glance in the direction of Li Qing's escape, but chose not to pursue him. Instead, he chased after Zhao Wuji. Although Li Qing was gravely injured, his speed still surpassed that of Xiao Yun, leaving him with no choice but to let him go. He resolved to find ways to enhance his own speed in the future, lest he find himself at a disadvantage against Li Qing. With that thought in mind, He signaled to Tang Yunyun amidst the crowd before pursuing Zhao Wuji, who, being considerably slower and severely wounded, was no match for Xiao Yun. Ultimately, Xiao Yun had already perfected the divine wind step to the pinnacle of martial prowess. In terms of speed, few in the same tier could rival him, save for Emperor Li Cheng. Furthermore, Zhao Wuji was already injured. Before long, Zhao Wuji found himself cornered by Xiao Yun. Boom! Amidst a dense forest. A single punch from Xiao Yun sent Zhao Wuji hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided with tree after tree, staining the ground crimson. With a cold expression, Xiao Yun approached, his face etched with murderous intent, proclaiming, "Look at the mess you've made. Not only did you allow Jiang Haoran to escape, but you also let Emperor Li Cheng slip away. If I do not end your life today, my heart's rage shall remain unquenched." Killing Jiang Haoran and Emperor Li Cheng would grant him 20 opportunities for enlightenment, which Zhao Wuji had squandered. How could Xiao Yun not feel wrath? Moreover, eliminating these two formidable foes would rid him of future threats, particularly Emperor Li Cheng, who was undeniably terrifying. Although Xiao Yun had triumphed over him this time, it was crucial to remember that Emperor Li Cheng had yet to fully mature. His mastery over the powers of time and space was still in its infancy. Once he grew stronger, his temporal and spatial abilities would be unparalleled. In contrast, while Jiang Haoran's divine physique was also formidable, Xiao Yun did not regard it with the same concern. Kill me if you must, but I, Zhao Wuji, live for battle and shall die for it. In 18 years, I shall rise again as a hero. Zhao Wuji roared, his blood surging, radiating golden light as he summoned his final strength to charge at Xiao Yun. It must be said that the primordial sacred body was indeed a warrior's physique, particularly when faced with a martial enthusiast like Zhao Wuji, which amplified its power. However, it was unfortunate that Xiao Yun's strength far surpassed that of Zhao Wuji. Bang! Once more, Xiao Yun sent Zhao Wuji flying, stepping onto his chest, causing Zhao Wuji's eyes to blaze crimson with rage. If you wish to kill me, do so. Why must you humiliate me? Is this the nobility of your chaos body? Xiao Yun gazed coldly at Zhao Wuji beneath his foot, sneering, I have suddenly changed my mind. I want you to become my follower, to accompany me in conquering the heavens and earth, to oversee the myriad realms as my foremost general. Huh? This sentiment sounded eerily familiar. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, his face flushed with anger and trembling in fury. For these were precisely the words he had once spoken to Xiao Yun. At that time, Zhao Wuji had underestimated Xiao Yun's potential, believing him merely talented enough to recruit. Now, the roles had reversed, with Xiao Yun seeking to claim him as a subordinate. What a humiliation it was, an undeniable slap in the face. Fuming, Zhao Wuji's face turned a deep shade of red as he roared at Xiao Yun. You're delusional. Throughout history, there have only been primordial sacred bodies that perish in battle, never one that submits. If you wish to kill me, go ahead. To think I would bow to you is pure folly. Xiao Yun chuckled coldly. Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Beware of the law of unexpected turns. Die. Zhao Wuji let out a furious roar, igniting the ancient sacred blood within him, unleashing a resurgence of his peak combat prowess. He forcefully repelled Xiao Yun's foot and delivered a devastating punch directed at him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes, and he remarked with admiration, truly worthy of the ancient sacred body, the unparalleled warrior of the realm. The better you perform, the more I appreciate you. Surrender to me, and join me in conquering the myriad realms. In the future, you too shall reign supreme and be immortalized in history. What is there to lose? With that, Xiao Yun clashed fists with Zhao Wuji once more, sending him flying again. Even with Zhao Wuji restored to his pinnacle, he remained no match for Xiao Yun. Bastard! Zhao Wuji thundered in rage upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, for they echoed the very sentiments he once expressed to Xiao Yun. This ironic twist was a source of profound humiliation for Zhao Wuji. Chapter 73, The Gentleman's Agreement. Within the depths of the forest, the battle raged on. However, it was merely Xiao Yun delivering a relentless beating to Zhao Wuji, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Zhao Wuji was no match for Xiao Yun. His peak power, fueled by the burning of ancient sacred blood, could not be sustained for long before he reverted to his original state. Thereafter, the fight became overwhelmingly one-sided, with Xiao Yun pummeling Zhao Wuji to the ground time and again, rendering him quite pitiful. Consider this well, Xiao Yun proclaimed, as the saying goes, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with them. Should you choose to follow me, once I achieve the status of a great emperor, your ancient sacred land will soar once more due to your allegiance. I understand that geniuses often possess a wild spirit. If you agree too readily, I may regard you with less esteem. The more you resist, the more I relish it, as it demonstrates your indomitable will. You could undoubtedly serve as my foremost general. Become my follower, and when I ascend to become a great emperor, you shall be my envoy, traversing the myriad realms, standing above countless others. What joy would that not bring? As Xiao Yun spoke, he continued to rain blows upon Zhao Wuji, transforming him into a visage akin to that of a pig. Zhao Wuji could endure the physical pain, yet he found himself unable to withstand the torment to his spirit. For the words Xiao Yun uttered mirrored those he had once directed at Xiao Yun. How ironic it was. He sought to recruit Xiao Yun as his chief general, only for Xiao Yun to now attempt to enlist him in the same role, a swift slap in the face indeed. With eyes aflame and face contorted in fury, Zhao Wuji bellowed, I, Zhao Wuji, shall battle heaven and earth. I shall never bow to anyone. There exists only the ancient sacred body that fights to the death, never one that submits. Boom. A punch from Xiao Yun struck Zhao Wuji once more, causing him to spew blood. This time, his injuries were too severe, rendering him incapable of rising from the ground. Yet, Zhao Wuji's eyes still sparkled with fierce battle intent and unyielding will. Clearly, subjugating a prodigious talent such as Zhao Wuji was nearly impossible. Xiao Yun understood this well. Individuals of such extraordinary caliber would never yield to another. Were he in Zhao Wuji's position, he too would prefer to perish in battle rather than serve under someone else. Geniuses possess their own pride, and particularly these unparalleled prodigies. Endowed with an invincible spirit, remain staunch and unyielding, refusing to be easily subdued. Perhaps another attempt was warranted. If it failed, he would have no choice but to end Zhao Wuji's life. Such thoughts coursed through Xiao Yun's mind. He then crouched before the nearly breathless Zhao Wuji and spoke solemnly, let us make a gentleman's agreement. I shall not submit to you. So you would do well to abandon such thoughts and grant me a swift end, lest I regard you, a chaotic being, with disdain. Zhao Wuji retorted coldly. You best listen to what I have to say first. Zhao Wuji remained silent, his expression one of derision as he gazed at Xiao Yun. To be made to submit? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He would rather die in battle than lower himself to another. Xiao Yun, unfazed, continued, let us establish a pact. Whoever proves stronger shall take the lead. Thus, since I have defeated you, you shall become my follower. One day, should you triumph over me, I shall willingly become your follower. What say you? Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort, remaining silent. With a teasing smile, Xiao Yun goaded him further. Do you truly believe that you will always be superior to me? Bear in mind, I have only just begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body. Whether I can fully cultivate it in the future remains uncertain. You have succumbed to me now, yet do you lack the confidence to defeat me in due course? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. He would never concede that he would fall short of Xiao Yun in the future. In truth, he held firm in his belief that Xiao Yun would never surpass him. After all, Xiao Yun had yet to genuinely forge the chaos body. His current strength stemmed merely from his extensive training in several superlative combat techniques, which he had elevated to their utmost pinnacle. However, as they ascend through several more cultivation realms, the balance of power may very well shift. Zhao Wuji harbored great confidence in his ancient holy body. Not only was Xiao Yun merely at the embryonic stage of the chaos body, but even a fully realized chaos body would not intimidate him. In the primordial era, ancestors of their ancient holy body had once challenged the Chaos Emperor. Observing Zhao Wuji's silence, Xiao Yun continued, contemplate this. I can assure you, for every realm I conquer, you shall have the opportunity to challenge me. Should you prevail, I shall become your follower in return. Yet, if you remain unable to defeat me, what grievance could there be in being my follower? I shall never be defeated by you in the future. Zhao Wuji roared in response. Xiao Yun smiled gently, declaring, then let us establish this gentleman's agreement. I swear by the path of chaos, and you may rest assured. Do you truly dare to swear by the path of chaos? Zhao Wuji inquired, astonished and incredulous as he regarded Xiao Yun. It was crucial to note that Xiao Yun aimed to forge the chaos body, destined to tread the path of chaos. Should he swear an oath, any breach would preclude him from attaining the rank of emperor in the future. Indeed, upon your agreement, I shall immediately swear to the path of chaos, Xiao Yun replied with a confident smile, assured in his ability to remain superior to Zhao Wuji, thus eliminating any need to violate his oath. It would be absurd, with the aid of the comprehension system, if he could not defeat Zhao Wuji. It would be an affront to his identity as a transmigrator, and a further insult to the system itself. Very well, if you swear, I shall agree. Zhao Wuji mused for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. He was confident that, in time, he would surely surpass Xiao Yun. Moreover, whether Xiao Yun could genuinely forge the true chaos body remained uncertain. As they ascended to greater heights, his ancient holy body would only grow stronger. Thus, Zhao Wuji brimmed with confidence in his future. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun finally smiled and promptly swore to the path of chaos. Once Zhao Wuji had confirmed that there were no issues with Xiao Yun's oath, he solemnly stated, "Very well, I shall temporarily assume the role of your follower. Once we exit the true dragon nest, I will proclaim it to the world." Zhao Wuji, however, did not anticipate that he had previously declared he would never become a follower of Xiao Yun. Yet here he was, relishing the prospect. Xiao Yun nodded, convinced that Zhao Wuji would not deceive him. After all, a person unafraid of death has little reason to resort to deception. Consequently, Xiao Yun assisted Zhao Wuji to his feet, allowing him to recuperate nearby. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun examined his system. Indeed, upon subduing Zhao Wuji, his system had granted him an additional 20 opportunities for epiphany. This served to confirm that Zhao Wuji was truthful. Otherwise, the system would not have rewarded Xiao Yun with such an abundance of opportunities. What a remarkable gain this was. With a countenance filled with joy, Xiao Yun scrutinized the system. In addition to the 20 opportunities gained from subduing Zhao Wuji, he had previously earned 3 opportunities each for defeating Jiang Haoran and Li Qingdi, as well as 3 more for overcoming Zhao Wuji, totaling 9. Furthermore, during the battles, Xiao Yun had elicited several waves of astonishment, which awarded him an additional 9 opportunities for insight. In total, he had acquired 38 opportunities for epiphany, bringing his cumulative count to 192. He was now a step closer to forging the chaotic body. One cannot help but wonder how Xiao Yun could contain his delight. Chapter 74. Journey to the core. In addition to acquiring a significant number of insights, the most substantial gain for Xiao Yun this time was the allegiance of Zhao Wuji, a figure embodying the ancient sacred body. Once he reaches a perfected state, he will be capable of challenging emperors, undoubtedly a formidable warrior. Furthermore, he also obtained the Bodhi fruit, a treasure that could assist his master, Emperor Tian, in overcoming his bottleneck and entering the celestial realm, thereby greatly enhancing both his power and longevity. It can be said that since entering the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun has largely accomplished his objectives. Now, he is left with a singular goal: to find a treasure that could facilitate the metamorphosis of his physical form, elevating his strength to the limit of 1 million pounds. Upon achieving this task, his venture into the true dragon's nest would be deemed a resounding success. Of course, should the opportunity arise, he would also take the chance to eliminate Emperor Li Cheng and Jiang Haoran. Otherwise, once he departs from the true dragon's nest, the likelihood of encountering them again would diminish significantly. After all, if he were to slay Emperor Li Cheng outside, it would undoubtedly provoke a conflict between the primordial sacred land and the chaotic sacred land, a burden far beyond Xiao Yun's current capacity to bear. Thus, the true dragon's nest presents his sole opportunity to confront them. First and foremost, he must locate the treasure, while simultaneously hoping to encounter his adversaries. Xiao Yun mused that discovering the item capable of transforming his physical form takes precedence over vanquishing Emperor Li Cheng and the others, as this is pivotal in establishing his supreme foundation, greatly aiding his future path to becoming an emperor. As he calmed his body and awaited Zhao Wuji's recovery, Xiao Yun couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing recuperative abilities of the ancient sacred body. He witnessed firsthand how, after swallowing several medicinal pills, Zhao Wuji's injuries healed at an astonishing rate, the swelling on his head vanished, and his wounds returned to pristine condition. A powerful aura and a surge of vitality emanated from Zhao Wuji, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow, resplendent and dazzling. Indeed, the ancient sacred body deserves its reputation as a combatant's physique. Xiao Yun reflected. What defines a combatant's physique? It is one that grows stronger with each battle, possessing an extraordinary capacity for recovery. This is the essence of a warrior's body. In this regard, the ancient sacred body holds an absolute advantage, with the celestial titan body following closely. Thus, they are natural rivals, both being warriors at heart. As of now, he is yet to encounter the celestial titan body. The thought of subduing him is quite appealing. Xiao Yun suddenly recalled the celestial titan body belonging to Wu Gang. If he could also bring Wu Gang under his banner, he would stride forth accompanied by both an ancient sacred body and a celestial titan body, an utterly formidable sight. Merely imagining it filled him with exhilaration. However, Subduing the celestial titan body is no simple feat. Xiao Yun remained uncertain whether the method he used with Zhao Wuji would be effective. After all, to his knowledge, the lineage of the celestial titan body is notoriously domineering and fierce, each member akin to a madman, reminiscent of the scions from the anime he had watched in his past life. If the ancient sacred body is the embodiment of a battle fanatic, the celestial titan body represents the essence of a battle maniac, a true demon. While they share similarities, they are distinctly different in nature. Xiao Yun could only wait until he encountered the celestial dominator again to attempt another approach. Senior brother Xiao. Not long after, Tang Yun finally caught up with them, albeit slowly, having taken quite a while to reach Xiao Yun and the others. Observing the breathless Tang Yun, Xiao Yun smiled and suggested, Sister Tang, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. At that moment, Tang Yun noticed Zhao Wuji, who was recuperating nearby, and her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment as she inquired, Senior brother Xiao, he. In her perception, Xiao Yun should have eliminated Zhao Wuji. Why had he allowed him to remain? Fear not, he is now my follower, one of our own, Xiao Yun replied with a reassuring smile. Nearby, Zhao Wuji opened his eyes briefly to glance at Tang Yun before closing them once more, clearly regarding her as a mere waste unworthy of his attention. Tang Yun was left in a state of shock, her mind swirling with disbelief. Zhao Wuji had become Xiao Yun's follower? Xiao Yun had subdued Zhao Wuji? The notion seemed preposterous. Had the world gone mad? Had the sun risen in the west? The formidable ancient sacred body would willingly submit to another? Even if Xiao Yun was powerful, such a feat seemed unattainable. After all, while it is easy to take a life, coaxing someone to willingly yield to you is an entirely different matter, one that seemed impossible, especially for a prodigy like Zhao Wuji, whose pride was as formidable as his indomitable will. If he refused to bow even to the heavens, how could he possibly submit to another? However, witnessing Zhao Wuji's silence in response to Xiao Yun's words compelled Tang Yun to reconsider, even if the revelation was overwhelmingly staggering. After a moment of contemplation, she finally exclaimed, Senior brother Xiao is truly remarkable. Xiao Yun smiled gently and advised, let us rest for now. We must venture to the heart of the true dragon's nest soon. At that moment, they had just begun to penetrate the core of the true dragon's nest. Yet there remained a considerable distance to the innermost sanctum. Thus far, they had yet to encounter any true dragon remnants. Tang Yun nodded and settled down beside them to recuperate. The long journey had drained her energy significantly. Fortunately, they all carried provisions and medicinal pills, allowing them to sustain themselves with relative ease. Half a day later, as dawn broke the following morning, Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, his golden irises radiating brilliance akin to two resplendent lanterns. Are you ready? Xiao Yun, having sensed Zhao Wuji's movement, inquired as he opened his eyes. Zhao Wuji replied coldly, Ready. Where do we head next? Although he was now officially Xiao Yun's follower, it did not imply he would treat him with any semblance of respect. Xiao Yun, however, remained unfazed. As long as Zhao Wuji complied with his orders, that was sufficient. He stated, We shall proceed to the core of the true dragon's nest to seek treasures that can facilitate the transformation of our physical forms, and perhaps capture a few true dragon remnants as mounts. Zhao Wuji glanced at Xiao Yun, somewhat astonished, and remarked, With your innate talent, did the chaotic sacred land not bestow upon you treasures for physical transformation? Is it true that your sacred land of chaos has fallen so far as to lack even such treasures? He remarked with a hint of mockery. Indeed, the sacred land of chaos had experienced a swift decline in recent years, particularly after the departure of Emperor Tian, leaving no remarkable talents in its wake. I am but an ordinary mortal, not a supreme being like you. It is only natural that the sacred land of chaos would not regard me highly. Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Zhao Wuji, however, wore a grim expression, feeling insulted by Xiao Yun's words. If you are merely an ordinary mortal, then does it not imply that I, a being of the ancient sacred lineage, have been bested by someone of your stature? What a disgrace. Zhao Wuji preferred to believe he had been defeated by a being of chaos. Such a narrative would preserve some semblance of honor. Let us not squander any more time. Xiao Yun urged, awakening Tang Yun before leading Zhao Wuji towards the core of the true dragon nest. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Zhao Wuji followed Xiao Yun like a devoted acolyte. Chapter 75. Encounter with the true dragon's heir. Above the platform outside the true dragon's nest, towering figures stood upon billowing white clouds, exuding immense power. Their bodies shimmered with divine radiance, and their presence was overwhelmingly formidable, resembling deities surveying the earth from on high. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the esteemed elders of the talented disciples within the true dragon's nest. At this moment, 5 days had elapsed since the group of prodigies entered the true dragon's nest. Traditionally, the nest is only open for 7 days. On the 7th day, all must depart, lest they become ensnared within its confines and fall victim to its lethal formations. Thus, by the 5th day, several individuals had already withdrawn, emerging from the canyon's entrance. Instantly, their mentors greeted them, expressing concern for their disciples' well-being and inquiring about the circumstances within the nest. As a result, astonishing news began to circulate. The time-space body, Li Qingdi, was invincible, carving a path straight to the heart of the true dragon's nest. The ancient sacred body, Xiao Wuji, and the Songtian overlord body, Wu Gang, clashed upon entry, neither able to best the other. Ultimately, their duel ended in stalemate, as they both hesitated in light of the watching Li Qingdi and Jiang Haoren. Meanwhile, Lu Nanshan and Yi Wuchen engaged in a sword duel that also concluded without a victor. As these revelations spread, the powerful figures in the sky remained captivated. Wan Yanghui, the Grand Elder of the Taichu sacred land, stroked his beard with a smug expression, directing a mocking gaze at Ditian. Ditian, it appears there are no reports from your chaos sacred land. Could it be your disciple has perished within? I believe your disciple's name is something like Xiao. Indeed, a nameless individual like him would likely go unnoticed even in death. On a cloud, Ditian stood alongside a young woman named Elxianwan, the Grand Elder of the Shanshui sect and mentor to Tang Yuyun. Hearing Wan Yanghui's derisive remarks, Ditian replied with a cold scoff, "Do not rejoice too soon. Be wary of the perils that accompany excessive mirth." He had faith in his disciple, for Xiao Yun possessed an extraordinary strength of 800,000 pounds, coupled with numerous ultimate combat techniques, ensuring his dominance within the true dragon's nest. Ditian, do not feign confidence. I am well aware of your disciple's capabilities. Wan Yanghui retorted, his expression laden with scorn. He is merely a pawn of your chaos sacred land, possessing some insight and enhanced by the insightful spirit pill to elevate his cultivation, learning a few superlative combat skills. Yet, such superficiality cannot contend with true genius. Your plans will inevitably end in failure. Ditian was left speechless. His disciple had utilized the insightful spirit pill. Xiao Yun could master a superlative combat technique to perfection in mere moments. He had no need for such a flawed elixir. With a cold smile, Ditian regarded Wan Yanghui, aware that the latter had misjudged Xiao Yun. If that were the case, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land would surely face a significant setback. It appeared to validate the words of Emperor Tian, for in the next instant, a gasp echoed from the platform below. The 9 esteemed disciples of the Taichu sacred land, including Zhou Feiyu and Xia Yulong, had been mercilessly slain by a mysterious powerhouse. Eyewitnesses reported seeing their lifeless bodies, and the scene was nothing short of a bloodbath, with Xia Yulong's form gruesomely severed in two, rendering the area akin to a hellish battlefield. As this shocking news spread, it left several formidable beings in the sky utterly astonished. While the earlier tidings could be dismissed after all, those prodigies had only just entered the true dragon's nest and would naturally engage in friendly sparring. As it would be foolish to resort to lethal combat immediately, the revelation of this massacre truly rattled everyone. Zhou Feiyu and his companions had been slain, and outside the core of the true dragon's nest, no less. In an instant, a powerful figure descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura that oppressed all present. He was Wan Yanghui, the esteemed elder of the Taichu sacred land. At that moment, his hair stood on end, and his eyes emitted beams of astonishing light. His presence as deep and vast as the ocean, striking fear into the hearts of those around him. He fixed his gaze upon one of the young men and thundered, "Speak. How did Zhou Feiyu and the others meet their demise? Were you an eyewitness? Who is responsible for their deaths?" The young man, merely a disciple of an ordinary sect, found himself unable to withstand Wan Yanghui's imposing demeanor and instinctively cowered behind his master. Even his master dared not confront Wan Yanghui, hastily whispering, "You must convey all that you have seen and heard to Elder Wan. He is a senior and will not stoop to your level." Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Wan Yanghui tempered his formidable aura, adopting a gentler tone. "Fear not, young one. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters." With that, he presented the young man with a fine spiritual treasure, calming the boy enough to recount his observations. In the skies, powerful divine senses probed the scene, revealing the collective concern for the situation surrounding the Taichu sacred land. After all, Zhou Feiyu and his companions were no mere nobodies. Their demise outside the core of the true dragon's nest was indeed astonishing. With a smile, Emperor Tian turned to the side and remarked to Xiao Yun. I had just advised him to be cautious, lest he revel too much in joy, and look, trouble has arrived in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yun offered a delicate smile, her gaze tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Emperor Tian, chuckling, observed the young man below, already surmising, without needing the boy's words, that it must have been his own disciple behind this chaos. After all, no one else, despite possessing such strength, would dare to provoke the Taichu sacred land in such a manner. Only Xiao Yun would act so recklessly. On the platform below, the young man began to recount. Upon entering the true dragon's nest, I merely sought treasures in a random direction. However, before long, I sensed intense fluctuations of battle ahead. Realizing that there were many formidable beings present, each stronger than myself, I was terrified and chose to remain hidden, not daring to venture closer. We eagerly inquired. And what happened next? The youth continued. Later, once the presence ahead had completely vanished, I cautiously approached to investigate, only to discover senior brother Zhou lying in a pool of blood, along with the other 8 brothers from the Taichu sacred land. With that, the youth opened his spatial ring and retrieved the bodies of Zhou Feiyu and the others, an acrid stench of blood immediately assaulting the senses. The onlookers were struck by the sight of numerous severed limbs and 8 heads, their eyes wide open, faces contorted in despair. There were a total of 9 corpses. Yet only a few remained intact. Others were either cleaved in 2 or had their skulls shattered, presenting a horrifying spectacle. Seeing this gruesome scene, Wanong Hui's pupils constricted, and he roared with profound grief and fury, Feiyu, Yulong. Who could have done this to them? I shall rend their flesh to pieces. Wanong Hui was utterly consumed by madness, as he recognized that these 9 individuals were ranked 2nd to 10th in the physical cultivation realm of their Taichu sacred land. Essentially, apart from Emperor Li Qing, all those who had ventured into the true dragon nest were nearly annihilated. How could Wanong Hui not be furious? For so many years, the Taichu sacred land had never suffered such disgrace within the true dragon nest. Although the Emperor Tian of Ur had caused them considerable losses, it was inconceivable that so many prodigies would perish. Wanong Hui was completely deranged, his hair standing on end, rage radiating from him, his gaze piercing. The youth, frightened, hurriedly hid behind his master, trembling as he spoke. Elder, I do not know who did this, but judging by the scene, it appears that senior brother Zhou and the others were besieging someone, for I only found 2 unfamiliar footprints at the site, one of which stood at a distance, seemingly observing the battle. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter shock. Zhou Feiyu and the others were besieging someone, and they were defeated so tragically? Who could that person be? A peerless prodigy? Wanong Hui's eyes shimmered with divine light, his aura formidable and imposing, as he swept his furious gaze across the members of the other 5 sacred lands in the sky, scoffing. Very well. Only those few exceptional prodigies could manage to slay Zhou Feiyu and the others in such a manner. In an instant, his suspicion fell upon Zhang Haoran, Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, Lu Nanshan, Yi Wuchen, and the like, for none other than them could single-handedly defeat Zhou Feiyu and his comrades. The assembled crowd shared this sentiment. Even the elders from Zhang Haoran and Zhao Wuji's sects held the same belief. Among them, a senior elder from the ancient sacred land spoke solemnly. Wanong Hui, I lament the deaths of Zhou Feiyu and his companions. However, our 6 sacred lands have long established an agreement within the true dragon nest. We are free to engage in combat, and no one may harbor hatred against the other for it. If one is outmatched, they have no one to blame but themselves. Can your Taichu sacred land not bear to lose? Wanong Hui retorted coldly, Rest assured, I shall not target mere juniors for now. However, do not rejoice too soon. Our Taichu sacred land still has Emperor Li Cheng within, and he will undoubtedly avenge Zhou Feiyu and the others. After speaking, Wan Yangui ascended to the heights once more, his gaze firmly fixed on the entrance of the canyon, fervently hoping to soon receive favorable news regarding their Taichu sacred land. Within the dragoness nest, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Tang Yunyun and Zhao Wujing, had journeyed for 2 days and finally reached the innermost core of the dragoness nest. The duration of their travels was not due to a lack of speed, but rather because they encountered numerous celestial treasures along the way, necessitating stops for collection, which delayed their progress. Regrettably, despite Xiao Yun's successful gathering of many celestial materials, none possessed the power to catalyze a transformation in his physical form. Frustrated, He pondered whether there existed another treasure akin to the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Observing the dense jungle before him, he snorted in anger. Zhao Wujing, already aware of Xiao Yun's acquisition of a nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, felt a pang of envy but retorted mockingly. Do you think treasures like the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma are as common as cabbages? Dream on if you expect to find another. Encountering even one of such caliber in the dragoness nest is already an immense stroke of luck. Senior brother, there's a treasure here. Suddenly, a delighted exclamation from Tang Yuyan echoed nearby. Xiao Yun burst into laughter, turning to Zhao Wujing and saying, "It is not merely my luck. It is my junior sister's fortune. Look how elated she is. She must have discovered something of great value, or she wouldn't be so animated. Don't celebrate too soon. I refuse to believe another nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma could possibly appear," Zhao Wujing huffed, following suit. Moments later, they arrived beside Tang Yuyan. Before them, beside the entrance of a cave, enormous emerald green vines sprawled, adorned with clusters of ruby-red fruits that glistened enticingly, appearing exceptionally alluring. Xiao Yun instantly recognized the fruits and exclaimed in delight, "It's the legendary dragon saliva fruit." Zhao Wujing, though somewhat surprised, soon chuckled with schadenfreude. While the dragon saliva fruit holds considerable value, it merely extends one's lifespan by a decade. For beings of our caliber, it is but a triviality. With our extraordinary talents, attaining sainthood is inevitable. A few thousand years of life will render 10 years insignificant. Indeed, Xiao Yun had no need for the dragon saliva fruit himself, yet he felt a surge of joy, for it could be gifted to old Master Fu. The elder's lifespan had reached its limit, and unlike Di Tian, he lacked the innate gifts to break through his constraints. Thus, the dragon saliva fruit would be far more suitable for him than a Bodhi fruit. Ignoring Zhao Wujing's sarcastic remarks, Xiao Yun promptly collected the dragon saliva fruits, 30 in total, a bountiful haul. Tang Yunyun interjected, "Senior brother Xiao, each person can only consume 10 dragon saliva fruits. Any more would be ineffective." "I am aware." Xiao Yun nodded, understanding that 10 fruits equated to a century of lifespan, though not an extensive duration. It would provide ample time for him to grow stronger. When the time comes and his strength has grown formidable, venturing into some forbidden lands may indeed assist Fu Bo in procuring superior treasures. Tang Yunyun did not contest with Xiao Yun over the dragon saliva fruits. She was quite discerning, willingly yielding such invaluable treasures to him upon encountering them. As for Zhao Wuji, he exhibited no interest whatsoever in the dragon's saliva fruits. Roar. Just as Xiao Yun completed the gathering of the fruits, a series of furious roars erupted from the adjacent cave, accompanied by 2 immensely powerful auras that emanated from within, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes glinting with intensity. It is indeed a lineage of true dragons. It is said that where dragons' saliva fruits are found, true dragons are also present, and this proves to be the case. Tang, quickly retreat. Xiao Yun bellowed, positioning himself alongside Zhao Wuji. Like Zhao Wuji, although he was aware of the presence of true dragon remnants within the cave, neither of them faltered. Instead, their fighting spirit soared. What was their purpose in the true dragon's nest? Aside from seeking treasures, they yearned for the opportunity to engage in combat with formidable opponents. For it was through such trials that they could grow stronger. The true dragon remnants not only possessed extraordinary innate abilities but also considerable strength. Each one comparable to a peerless monster, precisely the kind of adversary Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji had longed for. "There are 2 true dragon remnants," Zhao Wuji declared solemnly, already sensing the 2 powerful auras surging forth from the cave, perfect for capturing and taming his mounts. Xiao Yun grinned widely. Zhao Wuji's gaze flickered with intrigue. To have true dragon remnants as mounts would indeed be a magnificent sight. Furthermore, once these remnants matured, they could evolve into combat companions, a rare opportunity indeed. Roar. Simultaneously, the 2 true dragon remnants burst forth from the cave, appearing before Xiao Yun and his companions like colossal beings, exuding an intensely terrifying aura. Is this a dragon? Xiao Yun pondered, somewhat perplexed as he gazed upon the massive creatures. He had envisioned true dragon remnants resembling the Eastern divine dragons from the myths of his previous life. Yet the 2 before him bore a striking resemblance to legendary tyrannosaurs rather than the serpentine forms he had imagined. Their bodies, though not excessively large, standing merely twice the height of a person, were covered in a dense array of black and golden scales, appearing as if forged from steel. Radiating a resplendent glow, evoking the presence of ancient beasts, their blood surging and boiling, their roars reverberating like thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld them. One was a juvenile black dragon, and the other, a juvenile golden dragon. Xiao Wuji, riveted by the sight of the true dragon remnants, exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Indeed! They are true dragon remnants. They possess an exceedingly rich lineage of true dragon blood, yet they are still in their youth. Only when they reach maturity will they evolve into true divine dragons, soaring through the skies." "Ah, I see." Xiao Yun nodded, recalling tales of the 9 offspring of dragons, each possessing distinct traits. Perhaps it was only upon reaching adulthood that these 2 true dragon remnants would transform into the Eastern divine dragons he had envisioned. Roar! Roar! As Xiao Yun conversed with Xiao Wuji, 2 draconic relics charged towards them with a furious roar, one emanating a dark hue and the other a splendid golden light. These majestic beings carried with them an overwhelming aura of bloodshed and ferocity, an oppressive malevolence that assailed their senses. Xiao Yun bellowed, "You confront the black dragon, while I shall face the golden one." With that declaration, he advanced towards the golden dragon, while Xiao Wuji steeled himself against the black dragon. Xiao Yun had discerned that the golden dragon possessed slightly greater power, thus piquing his curiosity. A thunderous clash erupted, fierce and unrelenting. Tang Yunyun had retreated far from the fray, daunted by the sheer terror of the battle, recognizing it was beyond her capability to intervene. The might of the 2 draconic relics was formidable, each rivaling the unparalleled strength of Xiao Wuji, and perhaps even surpassing it. With a staggering force of 800,000 pounds. These draconic relics were indeed formidable. Xiao Yun let out a resounding war cry, his eyes ignited with fervent combat spirit. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiao Wuji found himself unable to utter a word. The black dragon before him exuded a power subtly greater than his own, forcing him to focus entirely on the confrontation. Chapter 76. Defeating the golden dragon. The prowess of the draconic relics was astonishing. The black dragon that Xiao Wuji faced possessed a strength of 700,000 pounds, while the golden dragon confronting Xiao Yun boasted an even more impressive 800,000 pounds. It was worth noting that during Xiao Yun's time in the True Dragon Nest, the most formidable opponent he had encountered was Emperor Li Cheng, who, despite being a being of space-time, wielded merely 700,000 pounds of strength. Conversely, Xiao Wuji and Zhang Haoran only commanded 600,000 pounds. Thus, to encounter 2 draconic relics, one with 700,000 pounds and the other with 800,000 pounds, was truly remarkable. The innate talent of the draconic bloodline was awe-inspiring. Indeed, they were worthy descendants of the divine 5-clawed golden dragon. Such powerful steeds are deserving of my prowess, Xiao Yun proclaimed with fervor, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. The greater the strength of the golden dragon, the more he found himself captivated. Roaring in fury, the golden dragon seemed to comprehend Xiao Yun's sentiments. Its vicious eyes glinted with bloodlust as it opened its cavernous maw, revealing jagged fangs, and lunged at Xiao Yun with terrifying intent. "Come forth," Xiao Yun shouted, launching himself towards the creature, delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch aimed directly at the golden dragon's head. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy. Towering trees around them toppled. Leaves scattered into the air like confetti, swept away by a forceful gust, while rocks were sent flying in every direction. Xiao Yun's strength, a staggering 900,000 pounds, collided with the golden dragon's 800,000 pounds, akin to the clash of heaven and earth, the sound reverberating like thunder across the skies, creating a scene of breathtaking magnitude. In response, the golden dragon let out a resounding roar, its body staggering backward as it shook its head, disoriented and reeling from the impact. A tooth dislodged amidst its evident distress. As for Xiao Yun, he continued to charge towards the golden dragon with unwavering enthusiasm, exclaiming with exhilaration, "What a thrill! The only one capable of clashing with me in terms of power, apart from Emperor Li Qing, is you. Let us engage in a fierce battle today." Filled with excitement, Xiao Yun relished the rare opportunity to confront a worthy adversary. His heart surged with an indomitable fighting spirit, igniting a fervor akin to a dormant volcano finally erupting with molten lava. Boom! Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 turns Overlord Fist, employing the divine wind step. As he swung his blazing light-infused fists, transforming into streaks of lightning, relentlessly assaulting the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon bellowed in fury, feeling an unprecedented rage. Since its emergence, it had always been one of the mightiest among the true dragon remnants. When had it ever been defeated? Although this human appeared formidable, the golden dragon remained undeterred. Its eyes radiated an unprecedented battle intent, and its entire form exuded a scorching golden light, resembling a golden meteor hurtling towards Xiao Yun. Boom! Xiao Yun's fist shimmered brilliantly, akin to a streak of lightning, as he continuously struck the golden dragon's body. In retaliation, the golden dragon utilized its formidable head and massive claws to attack Xiao Yun with relentless ferocity. Their clash was intensely fierce as radiant light engulfed the surroundings, and terrifying power surged forth, fracturing the earth beneath them as if bringing about apocalyptic devastation. Xiao Yun was astounded by the sheer ferocity of the golden dragon. Although it may not match his strength, its physical prowess and defensive capabilities were formidable. Such strength was to be expected. Beasts of the demonic variety naturally possess greater physical might than humans, and the true dragon lineage is revered among them as divine beasts. Thus, one could only fathom the extraordinary resilience of this true dragon remnant. Despite their ongoing battle, Xiao Yun had only succeeded in dislodging a single tooth and a few scales from the golden dragon without inflicting any significant damage. Its defenses were overwhelmingly robust, coupled with a terrifying recovery ability. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun remained undaunted, continuing to wield the nine turns overlord fist, relentlessly striking the golden dragon before him. As the remnants of their battle surged outward, the surrounding flora and stones were obliterated, leaving behind a desolate landscape of shattered earth. Roar! The golden dragon was driven to a frenzy, feeling humiliated by Xiao Yun's relentless suppression. Unable to contain its rage, it unleashed a terrifying dragon's might. Its roar akin to thunder, shaking the very essence of souls. Sensing the overwhelming sonic assault, Xiao Yun could not help but scoff. Is that all you can do with your dragon's might? With that, he let out a mighty roar of his own, invoking dragon's might. As an overwhelming wave of sound reverberated through the skies, causing the fabric of reality to tremble, golden ripples surged skyward, resembling the tumultuous waves of a raging sea. As the clash of their powerful sound waves resulted in the explosive shattering of towering trees in their vicinity. Even Tang Yunyun, observing from afar, could not withstand the terrifying sounds and promptly covered her ears, retreating in haste. Kill. The battle reached a fever pitch as Xiao Yun unleashed his full power. Behind him, 30 vibrant pillars of light emerged, showcasing the might of the great Tao's projection. His fists, encased in a searing brilliance akin to 2 radiant stars, struck forcefully against the golden dragon before him. Roar! The golden dragon, too, summoned its full strength, raising its colossal claws. Each descent was accompanied by a cataclysmic force, crashing against Xiao Yun's fists and producing a terrifying cacophony as an overwhelming power surged forth, creating a scene of sheer horror. However, the golden dragon ultimately succumbed to Xiao Yun's might, its claws shattered by a single blow, golden blood gushing forth and igniting the surrounding grass into flames. Kill! Xiao Yun roared, relentlessly pursuing his foe. At this juncture, his blood boiled with fervor, his eyes radiating like cold lightning, filled with an intense brilliance. With a formidable presence, he thrust his fist directly at the golden dragon. Crack! The dragon's chest caved in from Xiao Yun's ferocious strike, leaving it grievously wounded, emitting a beastly howl of agony. Submit to me. Xiao Yun leapt onto the dragon's back, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows upon its head, causing it to bleed profusely. Roar! The golden dragon bellowed in fury, humiliated by being ridden by a mere human who demanded its submission. It thrashed violently, attempting to throw Xiao Yun off its back. However, the severely injured dragon was no match for Xiao Yun, who continued to pummel it, leaving it dazed and bloodied, its injuries worsening by the moment. Submit, or perish. Xiao Yun shouted fiercely, continuing his assault until the golden dragon was forced to the ground, unable to rise again. Chapter 77, Dragon Flesh. 1,000,000 limits, submission or death. Xiao Yun relentlessly struck the golden dragon beneath him, his expression impassive, his voice chilling to the bone, devoid of any emotion. Regardless of whether the dragon was a divine beast or not, it remained a mere animal. Attempting to reason with such creatures was futile, and only through force could one compel submission. However, it was evident that the golden dragon was exceedingly proud. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, it roared defiantly, its eyes blazing with an indomitable spirit, showing no inclination to yield. Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy. Did this true dragon offspring look down upon him, believing him unworthy of its submission? Clearly, it had not yet tasted the harsh realities of the world. Observing the golden dragon prostrate on the ground, he unleashed his fiery fists once more, pummeling it ruthlessly. The dragon lay there, unable to lift its head, breath faint, yet its eyes remained filled with defiance and fury. It seemed to convey to Xiao Yun, To surrender is impossible, even at the cost of my life. Sighing, Xiao Yun coldly addressed the golden dragon. In that case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he delivered a devastating blow that caved in the dragon's skull. The golden dragon's eyes widened in shock, releasing a mournful cry before its gaze faded into lifelessness. Nearby, the black dragon, embroiled in a fierce battle with Zhao Wuji, sensed the demise of its golden counterpart. Enraged, it roared in anguish, shaking off Zhao Wuji and lunging toward Xiao Yun. You refused the chance to survive, then embrace death. Xiao Yun scoffed, swinging his blazing fists towards the black dragon. He felt no remorse for slaying the golden dragon. Had he been weaker, it would have been his life extinguished. According to the records within the cultivation world, no true dragon offspring spared the lives of defeated human cultivators. Rather, all who fell before them were subsequently devoured. Thus, Xiao Yun struck without mercy, forcing the black dragon to retreat, bloodied and battered. His fiery fists rained down upon the black dragon, eliciting pitiful wails of agony. The black dragon was inferior in strength to the golden dragon and, having battled Zhao Wuji for an extended period, was already wounded and exhausted, making it no match for Xiao Yun, who dominated the fight. How dare you? That was my opponent. Zhao Wuji approached, eyes ablaze with fury directed at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun retorted with a hint of scorn, "You have wasted too much time." With that, he finally delivered a punch that sent the black dragon crashing to the ground. He no longer sought to tame it, for he had seen the depth of hatred in its eyes. Submission was clearly out of the question. Thus, Xiao Yun ended the black dragon's life. Zhao Wuji watched in anguish, indignantly chastising Xiao Yun. "You are truly wasteful. These are two true dragon offspring. Once they mature, they would reach the sage level. You discard such mounts and even kill them." Xiao Yun replied coolly, "They are far too proud, unwilling to submit. Should I keep them as enemies?" Zhao Wuji fell silent. Since he refused to submit, death was indeed warranted. Yet, he felt a pang of regret, as such a steed was exceedingly rare, regrettably impossible to tame. "Xiao Senior Brother, the corpses of these two true dragon progenitors are treasures. We must not let them go to waste," said Tang Yun, hastening over upon witnessing the demise of the two true dragons. Xiao Yun chuckled, as the saying goes, "Donkey meat is found on the ground, while dragon meat is found in the heavens. I have tasted donkey meat, but dragon meat remains uncharted territory for me. Today, we are in for a treat. Let us feast on roasted dragon meat." At his words, both Zhao Wuji and Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. Though they had sampled numerous spirit beasts, dragon meat had eluded them until now. However, Tang Yun voiced her unease. "Xiao Senior Brother, this is the lair of the true dragon. If we dine on dragon meat here, could it provoke the true dragon and breach the array?" Zhao Wuji's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. "Rest assured, that true dragon has already ascended to the celestial realm. We shall be unharmed," Xiao Yun replied, dismissing their concerns, and promptly urged Zhao Wuji to gather dry firewood. He himself retrieved the grilling equipment from his spatial ring, having prepared it in advance. "Xiao Senior Brother, I shall find some mushrooms and wild vegetables, as well as spiritual fruits, to brew a soup with the dragon bones," Tang Yun declared before bustling off. As evening descended, the three gathered around the campfire, savoring dragon bone soup and feasting on roasted dragon meat, reveling in the delightful experience. "Ah, it's so hot." After consuming a dragon leg, Tang Yun felt a wave of warmth envelop her, steam rising from her body, and her blood surged fervently within her. "Remarkable. This dragon meat harbors immense vitality and energy." Xiao Yun also sensed a profound transformation within himself. He realized that the dragon meat was akin to the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, both beginning to elevate his physical form, instigating a metamorphosis. However, it was evident that mere morsels of dragon meat could not induce such a transformation on their own. Xiao Yun quickly seized another dragon leg, devouring it ravenously, and remarked to Tang Yun, "Sister Tang, if you eat a bit more, you may trigger a metamorphosis in your physique, enhancing your strength by 100,000 pounds. Indeed, Tang Yun recognized the beneficial changes occurring within her body and eagerly resumed her feast of dragon meat, accompanied by dragon bone soup. Nearby, Zhao Wuji watched with envy, exclaiming, "I have heard that true dragon blood can catalyze a metamorphosis in the physique. These true dragon progenitors contain such blood, and it seems it truly can facilitate your transformation." Though envious, he felt powerless, for as a supreme body, his physique had already reached its pinnacle, leaving no room for further enhancement. Zhao Wuji now sought to augment his strength solely through the mastery of supreme combat techniques or by evolving them to the ultimate realm. Thus, For Zhao Wuji and Li Qingdi, their quest in the true dragon lair was to seek treasures like the Bodhi fruit that could enhance their comprehension. Otherwise, they could effortlessly acquire other treasures given their esteemed status in their respective sanctuaries. I can no longer partake. I sense my physique is on the verge of transformation. After consuming approximately one-third of the black dragon, Tang Yunyun's body began to emanate a scorching aura, her blood vitality surging with an intensity akin to molten lava, sweeping outward in all directions. The temperature in the surroundings rose, a consequence of Tang Yunyun's overwhelming blood energy, while boundless natural spiritual essence surged in from all sides, nourishing her flesh and initiating a process of transformation and evolution. Hastily, Tang Yunyun sat cross-legged, holding her breath and focusing her mind, embarking on the metamorphosis of her physical form. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, having consumed an entire golden dragon, experienced a drastic transformation as well. His vigorous blood energy surged forth, akin to boiling magma, seemingly intent on scorching the very sky above him. At that moment, Xiao Yun's body radiated with divine light, resembling an eternal furnace in fervent combustion, casting a resplendent glow that illuminated the surroundings. Boundless vitality erupted from the flesh of the golden dragon, filling Xiao Yun's being with pure energy, continuously refining his essence and nourishing his flesh and bones. Streams of refined energy flowed through his meridians in synchrony with his breathing rhythm as he practiced his cultivation techniques, exuding boundless vitality that nourished his flesh, organs, and bones, prompting a transformation in his physical form. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Wujing's pupils constricted in shock, realizing this rascal has undergone yet another metamorphosis, and after this transformation, his physical body now possesses a staggering strength of 1,000,000 pounds, reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. Chapter 78. Ignorance of Mortality. Observing the transformation of Xiao Yun's corporeal form, Zhao Wuji appeared utterly resigned. He understood that at his current level of physical cultivation, he could never hope to defeat Xiao Yun. Even upon entering the Qi gathering realm, he would still find himself outmatched. With a formidable strength of 1,000,000 genes, Xiao Yun, upon stepping into the Qi gathering realm, could potentially reach an astounding 5,000,000 genes. In contrast, Zhao Wuji, upon entering the same realm, would only possess a maximum of 3,000,000 genes, leaving him at a staggering 2,000,000 genes behind his opponent. The prospect of victory seemed utterly unattainable. He would undoubtedly be ruthlessly defeated by Xiao Yun. It appeared that Zhao Wuji's only hope of overcoming Xiao Yun lay in advancing to the Divine Bridge realm or the Celestial Cave realm, where perhaps a chance might present itself. With this thought, he began to wander nearby, serving as a protector for Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun. Having established a gentleman's agreement with Xiao Yun, he felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities as a follower. Zhao Wuji was a man of his word, unwavering in his commitment. As time passed, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth began to converge towards Xiao Yun, assisting both him and Tang Yunyun in their physical metamorphosis. Enveloped in a resplendent glow, Xiao Yun felt his internal organs, flesh, and bones radiating a fierce golden light. Every cell within his body shimmered with this golden luminescence, causing him to burn ever brighter, resembling a golden sun illuminating the surrounding forest. During this process, Xiao Yun could distinctly sense the solidification of his flesh and the fortification of his bones. The surging power within him had surpassed 900,000 genes, finally reaching the pinnacle of the physical cultivation realm, rivaling that of his ancestral master. Excitement coursed through him as he realized he had accomplished his goal, achieving the limits of physical cultivation, comparable to the once mighty Chaos Emperor. This meant he had attained a foundational prowess akin to that of the Chaos Emperor. Once he forged the true Chaos body, ascending to the realm of the Chaos Emperor in the future would not be an impossibility. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Enlightenment system, the likelihood of surpassing the Chaos Emperor was significantly high. From this day forth, across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, I shall vanquish all adversaries. Starting today, the name Xiao Yun will echo throughout the myriad realms. Rising to his feet, his gaze burned with an intense brilliance, radiating an awe-inspiring light, his entire being enveloped in a dazzling halo that was difficult to behold. His body resembled a furnace, exuding an intense glow, with each cell bursting forth with divine radiance, points of light appearing in droves, akin to countless celestial beings chanting in unison, their brilliance breathtaking. Has the transformation been completed? Zhao Wuji approached from a distance, his eyes glimmering with golden light as he scrutinized Xiao Yun before him, immediately sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. The current Xiao Yun exuded an even greater sense of threat than before, a clear indication that his strength had significantly increased. Truly, he was a monster. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but murmur inwardly. It seemed the label of monster had shifted from others to himself. Ah, how delightful. Senior brother Xiao, I have stepped into the forbidden realm. Beside me, Tang Yunyun has also undergone a transformation, breaking through to the body refinement stage and entering a forbidden domain. Her lovely face flushed with excitement. For given her innate talent, it seemed improbable that she would access this forbidden realm. However, with the aid of dragon meat, her physical form has undergone a metamorphosis, transcending the pinnacle of body refinement. Deeply grateful, Tang Yunyun gazed at Xiao Yun, aware that without his assistance, she would never have reached this core area of the true dragon nest, nor would she have tasted the dragon meat. Her eyes, shimmering with brilliance, were filled with an alluring intensity. Unable to endure her fervent gaze, Xiao Yun awkwardly turned away and said to Zhao Wuji, "Let us split up to search for Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoran. If you find them, signal me immediately." Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted at this, and he looked at Xiao Yun in shock. "Do you intend to kill them here?" Xiao Yun smirked. "Since we have enmity, it is only prudent to eliminate them beforehand. Are we to wait for them to grow stronger? I did not expect you to fear their potential growth." Zhao Wuji retorted mockingly. Xiao Yun shook his head. "This is not fear, merely a desire to avoid complications." Zhao Wuji said no more, simply inquiring, "If I find them, how shall I signal you?" "It is simple. Set fire to a tree, and naturally, smoke will rise. If I am nearby, I shall see it. If far away, then it matters not," Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Zhao Wuji nodded and then strode away. Xiao Yun turned to Tang Yunyun and said, "Let us proceed." Tang Yunyun nodded, but after walking with Xiao Yun for a while, she looked astonished and exclaimed, "Senior brother Xiao, are we not searching for Li Chengdi and the others? Yet you are heading back." Xiao Yun coldly chuckled. "The true dragon nest is vast. Who knows if we can find them? It is wiser to return and guard the entrance. We need not fear they will not come." Tang Yunyun was taken aback by his words, to guard the entrance. A single man could hold back 1,000. How imposing. Only Xiao Yun could dare to do such a thing. Xiao Yun's objective was straightforward, to firmly secure the entrance of the true dragon nest. Sooner or later, Li Chengdi and his companions would emerge, and they would have to pass through him. With the formation set at the entrance and his current strength, defeating Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoran would be unequivocally achievable. Xiao Yun exuded confidence. His power within the true dragon nest was unrivaled, and with the formation limiting Li Chengdi's speed, it would be effortless to vanquish him. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun hurried toward the entrance of the true dragon nest. Along the way, Xiao Yun noticed many others hastening back, as it was already the 6th day, and soon it would be too late to exit. Particularly those of weaker abilities would not foolishly wait until the 7th day. Should any unforeseen events occur then, their fates would be sealed. Thus, many had already departed from the entrance of the true dragon nest by the 5th and 6th days. Only those few extraordinary talents, possessing unwavering confidence in themselves, would remain until the 7th day. Suddenly, as Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun hurried along their path, a figure leaped down from a nearby tree. He exuded an overwhelming dominance, stomping his foot upon the ground, causing the earth to fracture. A massive chasm spreading toward Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun, obstructing their advance. "Brother Xiao," Tang Yunyun gasped, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately, Xiao Yun caught her and swiftly took refuge behind a large boulder. Upon landing, Xiao Yun raised his gaze forward, his eyes sharp as daggers. "Who dares to act so recklessly before him? Are you the Xiao Yun who defeated Zhang Yunfei, the one from the chaotic sacred land?" The newcomer's eyes blazed with intensity, his gaze both fearsome and piercing. Recognizing the individual, Xiao Yun snorted coldly. "So it is you, the celestial tyrant. What brings you here?" The newcomer was indeed Wu Gang, the celestial tyrant. Wu Gang looked at Xiao Yun, a grin spreading across his face, and spoke with a chilling tone. "I have heard that Zhao Wuji intends to recruit you as his foremost general. I shall not allow that to come to fruition. You should come with me and become my chief general. Together, we shall slay Zhao Wuji and dominate the world, instilling fear across the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Wu Gang radiated confidence, his demeanor exceedingly domineering, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Meanwhile, Tang Yunyun instinctively retreated, regarding Wu Gang with a hint of sympathy. She understood that yet another fool had arrived, daring to attempt to recruit Brother Xiao, unaware that Zhao Wuji had already been subdued by him. Chapter 79. The invincible Xiao Yun. In a secluded forest, The audacious and arrogant Wu Gang stood before Xiao Yun, whose countenance had long since darkened. His gaze sharp as a blade. Fixating intently on Wu Gang, he spoke in an icy tone that pierced to the bone. "You foolish creature dare to be arrogant before me? Utterly preposterous." His mood soured further. Having just reached the pinnacle of body refinement, he believed himself invincible within this true dragon nest. Yet, to his astonishment, someone dared to act recklessly in his presence. Such blatant disregard for life. "How audacious to refuse me. You have become expendable." Wu Gang's expression instantly turned cold, his violet hair billowing without wind. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from his dark eyes, freezing the very air around him. Wu Gang regarded Xiao Yun with disdain, for the chaotic sacred land had languished for many years. And the only notable achievement attributed to Xiao Yun was his victory over Zhang Yunfei. As for Xiao Yun's triumph over Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren, Wu Gang was oblivious. The vastness of the true dragon nest made it improbable for him to encounter witnesses to those events. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Xiao Yun scoffed, his face a mask of derision. "It seems news of my battles with Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren has yet to reach you." Arrogant words. Wu Gang dismissed Xiao Yun's claims with a contemptuous sneer. Stepping forward with an air of superiority, he declared coldly, "I am not like Zhao Wujing. Since you dare to refuse, prepare to meet your demise." With that, a blinding purple light erupted from Wu Gang, akin to a tempest at sea, propelling him towards Xiao Yun in an instant. He launched a devastating punch aimed squarely at Xiao Yun's head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Wu Gang harbored great confidence, believing that within the true dragon nest, only a few unparalleled prodigies could withstand his might. After all, Xiao Yun had merely defeated Zhang Yunfei. What strength could he possibly possess? Kill. As Wu Gang's fist hurtled towards him, Xiao Yun displayed no hesitation, raising his own fist to meet the oncoming attack. His expression was frigid, tinged with disdain. Convinced that Wu Gang was courting death, the two fists collided with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the cataclysmic thunder of a heavenly tribulation. Wu Gang's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld his own arm bending unnaturally. His punch had failed to withstand the overwhelming force of Xiao Yun, who had utterly overpowered him. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed in Wu Gang's ears, a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his body, eliciting a harrowing scream from his lips. "Ah!" Wu Gang wailed, retreating swiftly while dragging his twisted, powerless arm. His heart surged with tumultuous waves of shock as he gazed at Xiao Yun, disbelief etched across his face. In a single blow, his arm had been shattered by Xiao Yun. The sheer magnitude of that power was unlike anything he had ever encountered. How could a mere individual at the body refinement stage possess such terrifying strength? A staggering force of 1 million pounds, exceeding his own by 40,000 pounds, nearly doubling the disparity, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Has this fool finally learned the painful lesson of his folly? Xiao Yun spoke coldly, advancing with purpose. He employed the divine wind steps, his speed akin to lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Gang, and unleashed a fist enveloped in blazing radiance. Striking fiercely at Wu Gang. Boom. Wu Gang attempted to block with one hand, yet was forced to retreat step by step, eventually spitting blood as he was sent flying. His other hand trembled uncontrollably, and he could not suppress a gasp of cold air. One of his arms had been shattered, the excruciating pain causing him to break into a sweat. Now, with only one arm remaining, he was no match for Xiao Yun's overwhelming power. Wu Gang was no fool. He turned to flee into the distance. Trying to escape now? It's too late. Xiao Yun scoffed, his feet dancing with the divine wind steps, transforming into a streak of lightning and quickly catching up to Wu Gang. In terms of speed, aside from Li Chengdi, Xiao Yun feared no peer of his rank. Boom. Xiao Yun struck again, sending Wu Gang hurtling backward, blood spewing forth, his once majestic purple hair now disheveled and chaotic. Following this, Xiao Yun stepped forward, forcefully pinning Wu Gang to the ground. This humiliation ignited a furious blaze within Wu Gang's crimson eyes, his face contorted with rage. "Ah!" Wu Gang bellowed to the heavens, his expression a mix of disbelief and resentment. He was the celestial overlord body, an unparalleled prodigy. The scion of a sacred land, how could he endure such oppression? Even in the face of Li Chengdi, the so-called number one among his peers, Wu Gang felt no fear. He believed he could ensure his own safety, if not triumph. Yet this Xiao Yun rendered him utterly powerless, surpassing his wildest imaginings. It was unfathomable that such an extraordinary talent remained obscure until now. Damn that chaos sacred land for concealing this individual. preparing for a grand revelation at the true dragon nest. That fool Zhao Wuji, intent on subjugating him. How terribly he had miscalculated. Wu Gang seethed inwardly. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life, allowing you to join me in conquering the world and sweeping through the myriad realms, Xiao Yun stated coldly. His foot planted upon Wu Gang's chest. Wu Gang glared fiercely at Xiao Yun, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. No one has ever dared to insult the celestial overlord body. As his words fell, a brilliant light erupted from within him, reminiscent of a slumbering volcano awakening, expelling centuries of accumulated might. Terrifying power surged forth from Wu Gang, transforming into a torrential blaze that rushed towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's heart raced in alarm, and he swiftly retreated before delivering a powerful punch forward. Bang! Wu Gang retaliated with a punch of his own. A frenzied expression on his face. His once purple hair now bled crimson, a torrent of blood energy swirling toward the heavens, exuding a formidable aura that dominated the very cosmos. The fists of the two individuals collided with tremendous force, producing a sound akin to thunder that reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding trees to explode one after another. The ground fissured, creating a network of cracks that stretched out like a spider's web into the distance. Following this tremendous impact, both Xiao Yun and Wu Gang found themselves retreating. Xiao Yun stumbled back only 3 steps, while Wu Gang was forced to retreat a dozen paces. Though Xiao Yun maintained the upper hand, both he and the distant observer, Tang Yun, wore expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. How could Wu Gang, who was seemingly inferior, suddenly unleash such extraordinary power? Tang Yun's face was a portrait of confusion. Xiao Yun too was engulfed in uncertainty. His gaze, sharp as a blade, remained fixed on Wu Gang before realization struck him. So this is it. You have actually detonated your celestial dominance body. What remarkable audacity. Even Zhao Wuji lacks such resolve. It is no wonder they say that those of the celestial dominance lineage are all warriors driven by madness. Chapter 8. The turmoil outside Xiao Yun was utterly astounded. He never anticipated that Wu Gang would act with such decisiveness, opting to self-destruct his celestial tyrant body. What sheer madness. This was akin to Xiao Yun detonating his own chaos body. Who possesses such audacity? Were it Xiao Yun in that position, he too would lack the resolve. After all, for an extraordinary prodigy, a unique physique serves as the foundation for their strength, a harbinger of their potential to evolve into a superlative powerhouse. Yet now, Wu Gang had obliterated his own celestial tyrant body, personally annihilating this supreme form, truly insane. From this moment forth, Wu Gang was no longer the celestial tyrant. He had transformed from an unparalleled prodigy into an ordinary individual. Xiao Yun, I shall remember everything that transpired today. One day, I shall return it 100-fold. Wu Gang's combat prowess surged dramatically, nearing the limit of 1 million pounds of strength. However, he refrained from continuing the battle with Xiao Yun. Instead, he unleashed a fierce retort before swiftly fleeing, his speed akin to lightning. Wu Gang understood that the power gained from the self-destruction of his celestial tyrant body was fleeting, lasting at most for an hour, and could not possibly vanquish Xiao Yun, who also possessed a strength of 1 million pounds. Remaining to confront Xiao Yun would ultimately lead to his own demise. Therefore, Wu Gang decisively retreated towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. Xiao Yun longed to pursue, but realized that Wu Gang's speed exceeded his own. He immediately discerned that Wu Gang had employed some secret technique with significant side effects to enhance his velocity. Very well, I shall spare your life. After all, you will merely be a cripple from this point forward. Xiao Yun shook his head, opting not to chase further, and instead resumed his journey with Tang Yun. Tang Yun, her face alight with curiosity, inquired, Senior brother Xiao, how did Wu Gang become so powerful all of a sudden? Xiao Yun replied with a cold smirk. He self-destructed his celestial tyrant body. From this day forth, he is no longer an unparalleled prodigy, without the celestial tyrant body. His talents are comparable to those of ordinary geniuses. Any special physique prodigy would surpass him effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's eyes widened with realization, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Wu Gang truly possesses great audacity. The celestial tyrant body is one of the top 10 supreme physiques. Countless individuals yearn for such a special constitution, yet he destroyed it without a moment's hesitation. What incredible resolve! Xiao Yun scoffed. It was merely to preserve his own life. Nevertheless, it matters not. Deprived of the celestial tyrant body, his potential is now severely diminished, and even the likelihood of achieving sanctity is minimal. Tang Yun nodded in agreement. Although Wu Gang had salvaged his life this time, the sacrifice was immense. He had fallen from an extraordinary prodigy to an ordinary genius, akin to plummeting from the heavens to the earth. For someone like Wu Gang, such a fate could be more unbearable than death itself. At the entrance of the true dragon nest, several young cultivators arrived in succession, beginning to depart the nest. It was already the afternoon of the 6th day. With the 7th day approaching, many dared not linger within any longer. Brother Wang, how were your gains this time? Brother Zhang, I have discovered a millennium snow Ganoderma. Ha! The prospect of stepping into the divine bridge realm is within reach. I have also found a celestial fruit, which will aid me in opening another cave heaven in the future. Heh. I must say, the true dragon nest is indeed a treasure trove, brimming with countless precious artifacts. It is a pity that our strength is limited to merely wandering outside. I have heard that the treasures in the core area are even more abundant. As for the core area, do not even think about it. I have heard that 7 or 8 true dragon remnants have appeared there, and many talented individuals have perished within. I wonder if anyone will manage to capture a true dragon remnant this time. As the crowd made their way toward the exit, discussions erupted. Just then a roar. Suddenly, a ferocious beast roar reverberated from nearby, shaking the void and startling the crowd, causing their ears to ring. They turned to look. Not far away, a young boy was seen walking alongside a crimson true dragon remnant, leaving everyone dumbfounded. My heavens, someone has truly tamed a true dragon remnant. That is Zhang Haoran. Truly, he is a prodigious genius with the body of a divine king, having succeeded in taming a true dragon remnant. He is bound to surpass Li Qingdi now. What is Li Qingdi compared to him? Have you not heard? Both Li Qingdi and Zhang Haoran were defeated by Xiao Yun from the Chaos Sacred Land in the core area. Is that so? Who is Xiao Yun to be that formidable? The crowd was abuzz with excitement and speculation. Zhang Haoran furrowed his brow. It seemed he had heard the name Xiao Yun before, and his expression darkened slightly. After all, he had been humiliated in his last encounter with Xiao Yun. However, upon seeing the true dragon remnant beside him, Zhang Haoran's face brightened with a smile. Xiao Yun, Li Qingdi, you surely did not expect me to tame a true dragon remnant, did you? Humph. Once this true dragon remnant matures, together we shall sweep across the world. Who can rival me? Zhang Haoran's eyes sparkled with confidence. Possessing the body of a divine king, and now having acquired a true dragon remnant of boundless potential. Who could stand against him when they join forces? Even Xiao Yun and Li Qingdi would have to concede defeat. Filled with self-assurance, Zhang Haoran left the true dragon nest, grinning alongside the true dragon remnant. Outside the true dragon nest, as young cultivators emerged, the atmosphere was already bustling with excitement and chatter. It is Zhang Haoran. He has actually brought out a true dragon remnant, truly the body of a divine king. Upon Zhang Haoran's emergence, an uproar ensued. After all, he had brought out a true dragon remnant, which was incredibly eye-catching and captivated the attention of everyone present. An elder from the Sacred King's sect descended with a hearty laugh, gazing at Zhang Haoran with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are a peerless talent of our Sacred King's sect. Zhang Haoran, your performance this time has been commendable. Upon your return, you will undoubtedly become the divine offspring of our Sacred Wang sect, receiving the full support of our entire sect." Thank you, Elder. Zhang Haoran's face was filled with excitement. He possesses extraordinary talent and is highly regarded by the Sacred Wang sect. Now, with the acquisition of a true dragon's heritage, it is almost certain that he is the future of the Sacred Wang sect. Thus, one can easily imagine how much attention the sect will bestow upon him, nurturing him as if he were the future emperor. Zhang Haoran, rest assured, although our Sacred Wang sect is not yet a sacred land, we will consolidate all our strength to cultivate you, ensuring that you surpass other unparalleled prodigies. The Supreme Elder of the Sacred Wang sect wore a confident expression. In the sky, numerous powerful figures cast envious and jealous glances, realizing that the Sacred Wang sect was on the brink of great prosperity, having not only the Divine King's body, but also a true dragon heritage. At that moment, Wan Yanghui from the Taichu Sacred Land spoke up. Congratulations, young Jiang, on subduing a true dragon heritage. May I inquire if you encountered our Li Qingdi from the Taichu Sacred Land within the true dragon's lair? Has he found the culprit behind the deaths of Zhou Feiyu and others? Zhang Haoran looked at Wan Yanghui, astonished, and replied, Zhou Feiyu and the others are dead? I'm sorry, I was unaware of this matter. However, I did encounter Li Qingdi in the core area. He was trapped by Xiao Yun's formation, and I do not know whether he is alive or dead. What? Wan Yanghui's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. The powerful figures in the sky widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had just heard something of monumental significance. A storm of turmoil instantly swept across the scene. Chapter 81. The storm provoked by Xiao Yun. After Jiang Haoran's words spread, they immediately ignited a tempest, sweeping across the entire sky. Waves of divine consciousness probed from above. As those nearby cast astonished glances towards this unfolding scene. Xiao Yun has imprisoned Emperor Li Cheng? Who is Xiao Yun? Can anyone enlighten me on the identity of Xiao Yun? Where did he emerge from? It seems Xiao Yun is a disciple of the chaotic sacred land. Or perhaps a student of Emperor Tian. How could a mere mortal body possibly confine Emperor Li Cheng? Gasps of disbelief echoed around, and the prominent figures in the sky displayed expressions of incredulity. Only Emperor Tian wore a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Beside him, Xian remarked with a smile, "Your disciple is truly remarkable. He has managed to suppress a being of time and space." Emperor Tian responded with a slight smile. "What is this in the grand scheme? He is destined to ascend to the throne of the emperor." Xian cast a surprised glance at Emperor Tian. Having followed him for several centuries, she was well aware of his pride and arrogance. Yet now, he held such high regard for a young junior. It was evident that this young man, named Xiao Yun, possessed extraordinary strength. How could this be? Below, Wanyang Hui, upon hearing Jiang Haoran's words, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Jiang Xianshi, are you attempting to deceive me? Emperor Li Qing is a being of time and space, a prodigy of immense talent. If you claim that several unparalleled geniuses had confined him, I might believe it to some extent. But who is Xiao Yun? He is merely a mortal, a pawn easily sacrificed by the chaotic sacred land. How could he possibly imprison Emperor Li Cheng?" Jiang Haoran, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, looking perplexedly at Wanyang Hui. He questioned, "Senior, why do you regard Xiao Yun as a pawn that can be easily sacrificed by the chaotic sacred land? I have battled him. His strength has reached an astonishing 900,000 pounds, nearing the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. I am no match for him. How could such a person be merely a disposable piece?" "What?" As Jiang Haoran's words fell, gasps erupted anew around them. The Grand Elder of the Holy King sect hastily interjected, "Jiang Haoran, you two have fought against Xiao Yun?" Jiang Haoran nodded. Realizing that the fact he had been defeated by Xiao Yun could not be concealed, given the numerous witnesses present. Thus, he opted for honesty, stating with a wry smile, "I do not know where Xiao Yun came from. At that moment, I was engaged in a fierce contest for the Bodhi fruit alongside Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wujin when he suddenly charged in, striking Emperor Li Cheng with a devastating blow. Afterward, he injured me as well. Ultimately, I witnessed Emperor Li Cheng attempt a sneak attack, only to be ensnared by Xiao Yun's formation, allowing me to escape. Beyond that, I am unaware of what transpired." The crowd was astounded. They learned that Xiao Yun had indeed delivered a serious blow to Emperor Li Cheng, and that he possessed an unfathomable strength of 900,000 pounds in the body refinement realm. Such power was utterly terrifying and beyond belief. How could anyone in the body refinement realm wield such extraordinary might? Wanyang Hui, with a somber expression, remarked, "Jiang Xianzi, you claim that Xiao Yun possesses a strength of 900,000 pounds? How can someone at the body refinement stage be so formidable? Even Emperor Li has only 700,000 pounds of strength, and you, if I recall correctly, are around 600,000 pounds, right?" Jiang Haoran responded with a wry smile, "Senior, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I was defeated by him, and it is hardly a matter of pride. I have no reason to lie. Furthermore, there were many witnesses present. Surely some have come forward by now." He then glanced towards the surrounding young cultivators. In the crowd, several young cultivators nodded affirmatively. "I can attest to this. Xiao Yun is indeed remarkable. He has cultivated the chaos scripture of the chaos sacred land and has forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, showcasing immense strength. Indeed, I can corroborate this. I was there. Xiao Yun single-handedly defeated both Emperor Li and Zhao Wuji. Even when they joined forces, they were no match for him. I witnessed him vanquish them both. Emperor Li managed to escape due to his speed, while Xiao Yun pursued Zhao Wuji." The young cultivators around continued to speak, clearly confirming the events that transpired during the battle. Upon hearing their words, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, each individual's eyes brimming with astonishment. Soon, a wave of fervor swept through the crowd. Wanyang Hui's countenance darkened. Disbelief etched in his features as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. How could Xiao Yun be so powerful? How had he misjudged him so severely? Regret seeped into Wanyang Hui's heart. Had he not miscalculated? their Taichu sacred land would not have suffered such significant losses, nearly losing Emperor Li in the process. Thankfully, Emperor Li had ultimately escaped. Raising his gaze towards the sky, Wan Yonghui addressed Emperor Tian coldly. Emperor Tian, the chaos sacred land has concealed its strength remarkably well. Even I was misled. Emperor Tian looked down upon Wan Yonghui, a mocking smile gracing his lips. It is you who are blind to the truth, underestimating my disciple. Who else can be blamed? Wan Yonghui's anger flared, his fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. Emperor Tian, do not be too complacent. Although Xiao Yun is formidable at the body refinement stage, he cultivates the chaos scripture and will inevitably face a bottleneck, just like you, unable to ascend to the celestial realm. Emperor Tian merely chuckled coldly, confidence in his disciple unwavering due to his terrifying comprehension. Yet, he refrained from offering explanations. Allowing others to believe that Xiao Yun could not forge the chaos body, it would ensure Xiao Yun's safe growth. Otherwise, there might be those within the Tai Chu sacred land who would covertly target him, a scenario Emperor Tian wished to avoid. Observing Emperor Tian's silence, Wan Yonghui scoffed. A temporary defeat is inconsequential. As long as the time and space body remains intact, Emperor Li will eventually surpass Xiao Yun and redeem the humiliation. Emperor Tian, our ancient sacred land bears no grudge against your chaos sacred land, but your disciple appears excessively ruthless, remarked an elder from the ancient sacred body. His expression somewhat grim as he addressed Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I recall you previously stating that our 6 sacred lands had an agreement. Within the true dragon's nest, we may engage in battle freely, but we must not carry our grievances beyond its confines. Have you forgotten so swiftly? The elder of the ancestral ancient sacred body was momentarily rendered speechless. For those words had been uttered by him to Wan Yonghui, and now they were being turned back upon him, leaving him with an unspoken bitterness. At that moment, a gasp resonated from the entrance of the canyon. It was the celestial titan emerging. Wu Gang was drenched in blood, his breath faint and labored, indicating that his injuries were indeed grave. Who could have inflicted such harm upon him, leaving him in this pitiful state? At the canyon's entrance, Wu Gang was being supported by a young cultivator as he staggered out of the true dragon's nest. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breath shallow and weak. Devoid of the unparalleled grandeur once embodied by the celestial titan, even his once vibrant purple hair had turned to a somber black. Chapter 82. Blocked at the entrance, Wu Gang was in a pitiful state, and it was evident to all present that his injuries were grave. It appeared as though his physical form had collapsed. There was no trace of power emanating from him, resembling an ordinary mortal. The crowd was taken aback. Was this truly the once proud and formidable celestial overlord? How could such an unparalleled prodigy have fallen to this condition? Wu Gang, exclaimed a venerable elder from the Supreme Heaven sect, who immediately descended from the sky, swiftly appearing before Wu Gang to assess his condition. As he examined him, he inquired of a nearby young cultivator, Noble nephew, I am grateful for your assistance in bringing Wu Gang here. What transpired? Who inflicted these injuries upon him? The young cultivator promptly replied, Senior, I encountered Wu Gang on the road. He was lying on the ground, unconscious, with barely a breath remaining. The elder of the Supreme Heaven sect did not respond, for he had already discerned the severity of Wu Gang's plight. His pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted in disbelief. What on earth happened? Wu Gang actually self-destructed his celestial overlord form. Who could have compelled him to resort to such a desperate measure? Upon hearing this, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, their exclamations filling the air. This area erupted with commotion. Not far away, Wan Yonghui felt a strange sense of relief upon learning that Wu Gang had self-destructed his celestial overlord form. Perhaps it was the shared misfortune that lightened his mood. Above the clouds, Di Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, suspecting that this was likely the doing of his own disciple. Indeed, with the elder's assistance, Wu Gang finally regained his senses, his face contorted with fury as he roared, Xiao Yun, I shall not let you go unpunished. After uttering this, he fainted once more. However, the crowd had already grasped the situation. Wu Gang had undoubtedly encountered Xiao Yun, who had nearly brought him to his demise. It was only through the self-destruction of his celestial overlord form that he had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, even if he had survived, without the celestial overlord form, Wu Gang was rendered powerless, no longer able to contend for the position of emperor against Zhang Haoran and Xiao Yun in the future. The elder of the Supreme Heaven sect was filled with sorrow and indignation. They had finally produced a celestial overlord, only to see it destroyed in such a manner. The hatred he felt was profound. However, this was a battle within the true dragon nest, and according to the agreement among the 6 great sects, grievances from within could not be brought outside. At least on the surface, they had no justification. Very well. The elder of the Supreme Heaven sect grasped Wu Gang and cast a cold glance at Dtion in the sky, stating icily, Dtion, you and your chaos sect will have your day. The tides will turn. We shall meet again at the next true dragon nest. With that, he took to the skies, carrying Wu Gang with him. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, their faces a canvas of shock. They could not help but be astonished. Xiao Yun had defeated Emperor Li Qing, Zhang Haoran, and Zhao Wujin, and now he had forced Wu Gang to self-destruct his celestial overlord form. This individual was undeniably formidable. Just a short time ago, Xiao Yun had been an unknown. He had transformed into an extraordinary dark horse. Many formidable figures from various prominent sects are fervently hoping that their disciples do not provoke the ominous presence of Xiao Yun. This Xiao Yun is extraordinarily powerful, having decisively swept through the true dragon nest, leaving no challengers in his wake. High above in the clouds, Emperor Tian gazes down with a smile, his face radiating pride. Beside him, Xian remarks, this young man possesses an invincible might at such a tender age, surpassing even your prowess in your youth. It is truly unfathomable to consider the heights he may reach in the future. He is destined to attain the status of a great emperor. Emperor Tian's voice resonates with conviction, his eyes sparkling with assurance as he firmly believes that his disciple Xiao Yun will achieve the great emperor's path, sweeping across the realms and reigning supreme over all worlds. Xian smiles gently, saying, it seems the chaos sacred land is finally on the verge of rising. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's gaze is filled with anticipation. Xiao Yun's performance has exceeded all his expectations. Now, he merely hopes for Xiao Yun to grow swiftly, as his own lifespan is dwindling. He harbors uncertainty about witnessing the day when Xiao Yun will dominate the world. If I could witness it, I would have no regrets in death. Emperor Tian muses inwardly, sighing quietly. He believes this hope may be difficult to fulfill, considering he has less than a century left to live. Even with Xiao Yun's exceptional talents, it is implausible for him to ascend to the great emperor's status within such a brief span. Indeed, achieving sainthood within a century is a formidable challenge. In the annals of the 9 heavens continent, the youngest saint was already 200 years old. Therefore, reaching the great emperor's path in a century is virtually impossible. At the entrance of the true dragon nest, Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun have both arrived. Xiao Yun looks at the entrance and tells Tang Yunyun, Sister Tang, you should exit first. I will remain here alone. Take care, Brother Xiao. I wish you victory in the successful defeat of Emperor Li Qing, Tang Yunyun replies, nodding. She understands that her limited strength would only hinder Xiao Yun, so it is better for her to wait outside for his good news. After watching Tang Yunyun leave the true dragon nest, Xiao Yun retrieves spirit stones from his spatial ring and begins to set up formations at the entrance. This time, he meticulously arranges the Chaos Array, the Dragon Lock Array, and the 8-Gate Sealing Array. With these 3 formations in place, Emperor Li Qing is undoubtedly doomed. Xiao Yun declares confidently. At that moment, a group of young cultivators approaches, preparing to exit the true dragon nest when they suddenly spot Xiao Yun setting up formations, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Who is that? What is he doing? It looks like Xiao Yun, the one who previously defeated Emperor Li Qing, Zhang Haoran, and Zhao Wujing. Is he arranging formations? Even as we are about to leave, he continues to prepare? I see now. He is lying in wait to ambush Emperor Li Cheng and his companions. Goodness, this fellow is ruthless. He intends to leave no chance for them. The nearby young cultivators are left in shock, having discerned Xiao Yun's intentions, their minds racing with astonishment. Xiao Yun cast a glance at them and coldly scoffed. If you wish to depart, do so swiftly, lest I take your lives as well. At the utterance of these words, the young cultivators turned pale with fear. Let us go, quickly, they exclaimed, rushing towards the exit of the true dragon nest. They were acutely aware of Xiao Yun's formidable prowess. Even those who were previously unaware had heard tales of his victory over Emperor Li Qing, and none dared linger any longer, hastily fleeing the confines of the nest. Outside the true dragon nest, Lu Xianwan waved her hand upon seeing Tang Yunyun emerge, beckoning her to ascend to the clouds of Emperor Tian. Master, Uncle Master. Tang Yunyun promptly saluted Lu Xianwan and Emperor Tian. With a smile, Emperor Tian inquired, how is Xiao Yun? Is he not with you? Tang Yunyun replied hastily. Senior brother has been by my side the entire time. He is currently at the entrance, setting up formations to prepare for the annihilation of Emperor Li Qing and Zhang Haoran within the true dragon nest. Humph. A cold snort resonated from a nearby cloud. Tang Yunyun turned to see an elderly man accompanied by Zhang Haoran. You actually emerged. Tang Yun exclaimed in surprise, for Jiang Haoran, a prodigious talent, had not waited until the 7th day to exit. Jiang Haoran's face darkened, a hint of trepidation evident. Had he not tamed a remnant of a true dragon, he would have indeed remained until the 7th day. At that point, he would have found himself cornered by Xiao Yun at the entrance. A fate certainly leading to his demise. How utterly ridiculous. Nearby, Wan Yonghui had overheard Tang Yun's remarks, his face contorted with rage, while a sense of dread filled his heart. Chapter 83. This place is your grave, the entrance to the true dragon's nest. After meticulously arranging 3 formations, Xiao Yun settled into a meditative posture within the protective circle, adjusting his mental state as he awaited the arrival of Emperor Li Qing and his companions. Occasionally, when someone approached, he would bark at them to hasten their departure. In recent days, his name began to resonate throughout the true dragon's nest, dissuading anyone from foolishly provoking him. In truth, following his victory over Zhang Yunfei, only a handful of unparalleled prodigies dared to challenge him. Thus, Xiao Yun continued to wait until the afternoon of the 7th day. At that moment, a youth bearing a long sword approached the entrance of the true dragon's nest. Upon seeing Xiao Yun seated in meditation, he momentarily paused, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. Concurrently, Xiao Yun sensed a formidable sword intent emanating from the young man. He slightly opened his eyes and recognized the identity of the individual before him. Yi Wuchen of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, a natural-born sword body. Xiao Yun chose to close his eyes again, ignoring the young man. He was not a bloodthirsty killer. As long as one did not provoke him, he would remain indifferent. Yi Wuchen, for his part, did not exhibit the same arrogance as Wu Gang, likely influenced by the rumors he had heard. Just the day before, he had overheard several young cultivators discussing Xiao Yun, claiming that he had defeated Emperor Li Qing, as well as Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, and was already exuding the aura of the foremost individual within the true dragon's nest. Initially skeptical, Yi Wuchen later confirmed the facts through inquiries, leading him to refrain from any foolish provocation. With an indifferent expression, Yi Wuchen approached the entrance of the true dragon's nest. As he neared, he distinctly sensed the fluctuations of the formations and turned to Xiao Yun, astonished. You have set up formations here. Are you planning to ambush Emperor Li Qing? He was no fool. The presence of formations and the blocking of the exit clearly indicated an intention to kill. As for the target, undoubtedly, it was Emperor Li Qing. The enmity between the Taichu sacred land and the Chaos sacred land was common knowledge. What does it concern you? Xiao Yun opened his eyes briefly, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Wuchen before closing them once more. Yi Wuchen's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of cold intent flickering in his eyes. Had anyone else spoken to him in such a manner, he would have already struck with his sword. However, reflecting on the fact that even Emperor Li Qing had fallen before Xiao Yun, he felt uncertain about his ability to contend with him. Moreover, with the formations Xiao Yun had established, engaging in battle here would undoubtedly be ill-fated. Taking a deep breath, Yi Wuchen regarded Xiao Yun solemnly. I did not anticipate that the Chaos sacred land would produce a figure such as you. Xiao Yun, I shall remember you. On the path of the Emperor, we shall meet again, and I will seek to learn your esteemed techniques. With that, Yi Wuchen turned and departed from the true dragon's nest. Xiao Yun paid Yi Wuchen no mind. Although the latter possessed commendable talent, he still paled in comparison to Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, and Jiang Haoran. Thus, Xiao Yun did not perceive Yi Wuchen as a threat. The only individual capable of posing a genuine challenge to him was Emperor Li Qing, whose speed was utterly unfathomable. He could not possibly set up formations every time he encountered Emperor Li Qing. Such opportunities are rare indeed. Therefore, Xiao Yun resolved to eliminate Emperor Li Qing once and for all, to prevent future calamities. Soon, as the sun began its descent, 2 familiar figures approached from the distance. One of them was none other than Emperor Li Qing, clad in a pristine white robe that billowed gracefully in the breeze, resembling a celestial being stepping forth from a painting, exuding an extraordinary presence. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful young woman, akin to a fairy from a scroll. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her long ebony hair cascading down to her waist, ethereal and enchanting. She was none other than Mu Qianxue, the esteemed maiden of the Su Nu sect, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Central Lands. It must be said that this pair of young souls walking together resembled a perfect match of golden boy and jade maiden. However, the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant, for they had spotted Xiao Yun blocking their exit. Xiao Yun, Emperor Li Qing's gaze was sharp and piercing. Since his emergence, he had never faced defeat in the body-refining realm, not even against the projection of the ancestor left behind in the Taichu Holy Land. Yet, He had uniquely fallen to Xiao Yun. Even when joining forces with Zhao Wujing, he found himself outmatched, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon him. This fellow. Mu Qianque's beautiful eyes were fixated on Xiao Yun, her heart filled with disbelief. Although Xiao Yun had surprised her by defeating Zhang Yunfei, she still regarded him as inferior to the unparalleled prodigies, especially when compared to Emperor Li Cheng. However, upon learning of Emperor Li Cheng's defeat at Xiao Yun's hands, Mu Qianque felt as if she were trapped in a dream, unable to comprehend how someone could triumph over Emperor Li Cheng in the body-refining realm. Mu Qianque felt that everything was surreal. She had always believed Emperor Li Cheng to be invincible, at least within his realm. Emperor Li Cheng, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. This place shall be your grave. Not far away, upon witnessing Emperor Li Cheng's arrival, Xiao Yun's eyes emitted two piercing beams of light. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, chilling to the bone, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. You are too arrogant, Xiao Yun. Emperor Li Cheng retorted coldly, his white robe flowing like a serene moon, standing there with an extraordinary aura, as if enveloped by an endless halo of divinity. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Mu Qianque could not restrain herself and exclaimed, Xiao Yun, as disciples of the Holy Lands, why must you pursue such ruthlessness? We competed in the true dragon nest for treasures, and that was one thing, but now that we are all leaving, why do you still obstruct us? Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at Mu Qianque and replied nonchalantly, in previous sessions of the true dragon nest, the Taichu Holy Land has always sought to annihilate our Chaos Holy Land. Where were you then? Mu Qianque's lips moved as if to respond. However, Xiao Yun did not wait for her to speak and continued coldly, do not tell me you were not yet born at that time. If you could not intervene then, you cannot do so now. Today, I will ensure that all from the Taichu Holy Land perish within the true dragon nest. Having spoken, Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards Emperor Li Cheng and coldly declared, I shall not hesitate to reveal that it was I who slew Zhou Feiyu and his companions, leaving none to escape. Once I have dispatched you as well, every disciple of the Taichu sacred land who ventured into the true dragon's lair will meet their demise. Upon hearing this, both Emperor Li Cheng and Mu Qianque altered their expressions dramatically. Subsequently, Emperor Li Cheng let out a furious roar, his hair billowing wildly, a palpable aura of menace surging forth from him as he glared fiercely at Xiao Yun and vowed, Xiao Yun, if I do not end your life today, I shall no longer be known as Li Cheng. Mu Qianque, too, spoke icily, this man is ruthless, a merciless killer who has succumbed to madness. If we fail to eradicate him today, he will surely pose a threat to the entire cultivation realm in the future. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with a fierce light as he coldly retorted to Mu Qianque, you think I shy away from ruthlessly trampling upon delicate flowers? This very ground shall become your grave. With that, Xiao Yun rose to his feet, an immense force erupting from within him, surging forth like a tidal wave towards Emperor Li Cheng and Mu Qianque. Chapter 84, The array is destroyed. Xiao Yun's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a tempest heralding the arrival of a cataclysmic judgment, instantly saturating the entire realm with an oppressive force that stirred within Mu Qianque an urge to kneel. The might of this individual was truly terrifying. Mu Qianque's expression shifted. For the first time, she felt the full extent of Xiao Yun's formidable presence. It was a stark contrast to the Xiao Yun who had fought Zhang Yunfei, almost as if they were two entirely different beings. The disparity between the two was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. It was evident that Xiao Yun had concealed his strength at that time. Otherwise, Zhang Yunfei would have been unable to withstand the might of a single punch from him. No wonder he had been so arrogant. Dismissing Zhang Yunfei with such contempt, he had possessed ample confidence and a solid foundation. With a cold demeanor, Mu Qianque thought to herself that someone like Xiao Yun could not possibly be a righteous cultivator. He was more akin to a great demon. After all, a true righteous cultivator would be forthright, possessing no need to hide their capabilities. Only those with ulterior motives would deliberately shroud their powers. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, had he been aware of Mu Qianque's thoughts, he would have found further confirmation that she was the very embodiment of a hypocritical saint, a type he loathed above all. Xiao Yun, prepare to meet your demise. Meanwhile, Emperor Li was striding towards Xiao Yun with deliberate steps, although his pace appeared leisurely, resembling that of an ordinary mortal. To the eyes of cultivators, it was akin to the slow crawl of an ant. However, Emperor Li's body transcended layers of space, materializing from one point to another in an instant. His form flickered several times, and in the blink of an eye, he was nearly upon Xiao Yun. Spatial compression. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed, filled with trepidation regarding Emperor Li's speed. The latter's spatial abilities allowed him to traverse distances with ease, akin to a diminished version of instantaneous teleportation. Additionally, Emperor Li's mastery over time accelerated his own speed, while his ability to decelerate time could hinder the movements of his foes. Undoubtedly, the powers of time and space were among the most formidable forces in existence. Possessing these two dread powers, Emperor Li's swiftness was unparalleled, rendering him invincible among his peers. This was merely in the realm of body refinement. Emperor Li's current limitations in cultivation meant his manipulation of time and space was not yet fully realized. Should his strength grow in the future, he could potentially teleport, crossing vast distances in the blink of an eye, making the prospect of defeating him exceedingly daunting. Xiao Yun's gaze was razor-sharp as he fixated on Emperor Li's approach, preparing to activate the array. This time, he was determined to eliminate this formidable adversary. For he recognized that Emperor Li would undoubtedly become one of his most formidable rivals in the future. Although Xiao Yun harbored immense confidence in his abilities, he preferred to avoid complications. Why prolong a confrontation when he could swiftly and effortlessly neutralize his enemy? Thus, Xiao Yun provocatively taunted Emperor Li. "I can hardly wait to reunite you with Zhou Feiyu and the others." These words undeniably provoked Emperor Li, igniting a furious blaze within him. As the sole survivor of the Taichu Sacred Lands contingent, this was an immense humiliation. Roar! Emperor Li Qing roared in fury, quickening his pace to step into Xiao Yun's formation. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, fully prepared for the imminent activation of the array. However, at that critical moment, Emperor Li Qing abruptly halted, stopping just before the formation Xiao Yun had set, a mere step away from crossing its threshold. Yet, in this pivotal instant, he ceased his advance. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened as he intently observed Emperor Li Qing, who smirked mockingly, his lips curling into a derisive smile. "Xiao Yun, do you truly believe I would fall for your tricks again? Knowing your mastery of formations, I have long been on guard against you." With that, Emperor Li Qing took a step back, refusing to enter Xiao Yun's array. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he coldly remarked, "You have seen through me." Emperor Li Qing, with a chilling smile, replied, "Previously, I underestimated you, which led me into your trap. But now, I regard you as my greatest adversary. How could I possibly be fooled again?" Indeed, after their last encounter, Emperor Li Qing had come to view Xiao Yun as his most formidable opponent. Thus, when faced with Xiao Yun once more, he was devoid of any carelessness. Earlier, upon witnessing Xiao Yun block the exit of the true dragon's nest, Emperor Li Qing had immediately surmised that Xiao Yun had set a formation in that location. Since Xiao Yun had arrived there beforehand, he undoubtedly had ample time to prepare his array. Moreover, aware of Emperor Li Qing's swiftness, Xiao Yun would likely resort to employing formations against him again. Therefore, without the need for cautious probing, Emperor Li Qing could infer that a formation awaited him ahead. The reality confirmed his suspicions. Gazing at the retreating Emperor Li Qing, Xiao Yun coldly asserted, "Even if you know, what can you do? Unless you wish to remain trapped here." "Xiao Yun, you underestimate me," retorted Emperor Li Qing with a cold laugh. Then, in a flash, he appeared at a distance. Xiao Yun's pupils contracted again, for he recognized that the spot was precisely where he had concealed the spirit stones to establish his array. With a thunderous impact, Emperor Li Qing struck the ground, shattering it and pulverizing the hidden spirit stones. Instantly, the Huankong array Xiao Yun had constructed lost a crucial component. Its power significantly diminished and on the verge of collapse. Swiftly, Emperor Li Qing continued to dart around, obliterating all the spirit stones buried by Xiao Yun in the soil. In an instant, both the Huankong array and the locking dragon array were completely annihilated by Emperor Li Qing. Yet he did not cease. His eyes gleamed with determination as he sought out the spirit stones hidden beneath the earth, intent on dismantling the 8 gates locking array. At this moment, Xiao Yun's expression darkened like turbulent waters, and he shouted at Emperor Li Qing, "How did you discover the location of my hidden spirit stones? Do you also understand formations?" As Emperor Li Qing annihilated the spiritual stones hidden within the earth, he coldly remarked to Xiao Yun, "Though I lack knowledge of formations, your mere mastery of the body refinement realm renders your array incapable of fully concealing the fluctuations of the stone's spiritual energy, let alone integrating them with the earth's veins. With a mere manipulation of spatial power, I can discern everything with clarity." Upon finishing his words, a silvery divine light emanated from his eyes, and his body flickered several times, obliterating the concealed spiritual stones one by one. In an instant, the entire 8 gates locking formation was shattered. The 3 formations painstakingly arranged by Xiao Yun were reduced to nothing in a heartbeat. With a darkened expression, Xiao Yun refrained from intervening against Emperor Li Qing, for it would have been futile. The Emperor's speed was far beyond his reach. Moreover, with the array already exposed, there was no longer any means to contend with Li Qing. Without the aid of formations, how do you intend to challenge me now, Xiao Yun? After dismantling the formations, Emperor Li Qing cast a sharp gaze toward Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with confidence. Do you truly believe I am solely reliant on formations to confront you? What a jest. I merely sought to ease the battle with their assistance. Do you really think I cannot contend with you? Xiao Yun coldly regarded the emperor before unleashing a formidable wave of power. Such arrogance. Before Li Qing could finish his taunt, he had already surged behind Xiao Yun, delivering a crushing palm strike, the blazing silver light immediately engulfing Xiao Yun. Chapter 85. The Flying Dagger and the Golden Bell Shield. As Xiao Yun observed Emperor Li's imminent strike, he promptly activated the Golden Bell Shield, fully aware that his speed could not match that of Emperor Li. Thus, he resorted to a defensive technique to withstand the impending assault. Boom! In an instant, a radiant hand descended upon him with the force of a great mountain, crashing against Xiao Yun's form and sending tremors through his golden shield, reminiscent of tumultuous waves rising in the ocean. Xiao Yun was taken aback. Indeed, Emperor Li's speed was extraordinarily rapid. By the time Xiao Yun had completed the activation of his shield, the attack had already arrived. However, this time, it seemed that Emperor Li's offensive strength had intensified. Xiao Yun cast a surprised glance at Emperor Li, who, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "How has your Golden Bell Shield grown stronger than before? I now possess a strength of 800,000 G. It should be impossible for me to fail in breaking your defense." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun understood. He fixed his gaze on Emperor Li and retorted with a cold smirk. "So, you have increased your strength by 100,000 G. No wonder you dare to boast about defeating me. However, it is unfortunate for you, as I too have augmented my strength by 100,000 G." Reaching the pinnacle of physical refinement, Emperor Li's countenance shifted drastically, his eyes brimming with shock and incredulity. The limit of 1,000,000 Gene in physical refinement was a level never attained by their ancestral masters of the primordial sacred land, a realm scarcely imagined. Throughout countless ages, only one individual had achieved such a feat, the Chaos Emperor of the Chaos Sacred Land, who swept across the heavens and realms, an invincible force. Now, Xiao Yun had reached this extraordinary realm. Could he truly forge a chaos body and become the second Chaos Emperor? The turmoil within Emperor Li's heart intensified, prompting him to regard Xiao Yun with heightened seriousness. This individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable adversary on his path to imperial ascendance. Both Xiao Yun and Emperor Li harbored the intent to eliminate one another preemptively, their eyes filled with unparalleled killing intent, akin to the emergence of a legendary blade, showcasing its razor-sharp edge. Kill. Kill. The two engaged without further ado, having perceived the boiling murderous intent in each other's gaze. They saw no need for idle chatter and charged forth to do battle. The ground trembled, though Xiao Yun's speed paled in comparison to Emperor Li's. His Golden Bell Shield provided formidable protection, instilling him with courage. After all, it was inconceivable for Emperor Li to breach his defenses instantaneously. Moreover, he possessed the Taiji Divine Palm, a defensive technique that would allow him to establish protection even if the Golden Bell Shield were shattered. As for Emperor Li, he relied on his unmatched speed, maneuvering with agility from all directions to assault Xiao Yun, securing an absolute advantage. The clash between them was fiercely intense. Emperor Li's strikes were both powerful and rapid, relentlessly pounding against Xiao Yun's Golden Bell Shield. Like a torrential downpour, the rain enveloped the entire sky and blanketed the earth, leaving Xiao Yun with no place to seek refuge. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unmoved amidst the chaos, erecting his most formidable defense while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Although he seldom managed to land an attack on Emperor Li Qing, the moment he did, his unparalleled strength would send the emperor flying. Thus, while it may appear that Emperor Li Qing held the upper hand, in reality, he had already suffered considerable losses. This exemplifies the absolute disparity in power. Even invincible speed cannot alter the outcome unless Emperor Li Qing can breach Xiao Yun's defenses, relying on his unmatched swiftness to vanquish him. Alas, Xiao Yun had prepared for Emperor Li Qing's extraordinary speed long before, during the time in the chaotic sacred land. His master, Emperor Tian, had guided him in the defensive super techniques of the Golden Bell Shield and Taiji Divine Palm, which he had now evolved to the pinnacle of battle skills, rendering his defensive capabilities among the strongest at his level. Even the chaotic emperor's defensive prowess in the body-refining realm paled in comparison to Xiao Yun's. Moreover, Xiao Yun possessed a trump card, the Little Li Flying Dagger. In a flash, seizing an opportunity, a silver dagger unexpectedly shot from Xiao Yun's hand, darting towards Emperor Li Cheng like a bolt of lightning, tracing a trajectory akin to a shooting star, elusive and unpredictable. In that instant, a jolt of intense danger surged within Emperor Li Cheng's heart. The dagger hurtled towards him, aimed directly at his head, moving with the speed of lightning and the ferocity of thunder. In the next moment, the dagger grazed the crown of his head, its blade shimmering with a cold brilliance, reminiscent of an icy glare. A chill ran down Emperor Li Cheng's spine, although he narrowly evaded the lethal strike at the critical moment. A few strands of hair were severed from his forehead, leaving him deeply unsettled. Humph! Witnessing Emperor Li Cheng narrowly escape, Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. That opportunity had been hard-won, and seizing it again would likely prove difficult. After all, Emperor Li Cheng was no fool. Aware of the dagger's lethal potential, he would surely remain vigilant and prepared. Naturally, Xiao Yun did not expect a single dagger to slay Emperor Li Cheng. Otherwise, the temporal body would be far too weak. Xiao Yun had his own strategies. As he continued to unleash a torrent of daggers, resembling a deluge that engulfed the entire realm, submerging Emperor Li Cheng. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A multitude of daggers surged forth, leaving Emperor Li Cheng with no avenue for escape. However, his speed remained astonishingly swift. Like a spatial sprite, he flickered across the ground, evading each dagger aimed at him. Yet, the sheer volume of daggers forced Emperor Li Cheng to retreat continuously, preventing him from closing in on Xiao Yun. Consequently, while Emperor Li Cheng could not strike at Xiao Yun, the latter found himself equally unable to attack the emperor. Xiao Yun, I shall no longer indulge you in this game. At the next Sacred Land Exchange Conference, I will publicly defeat you, proving that the temporal body surpasses the chaotic body. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Emperor Li Cheng realized that he could not contend with Xiao Yun, and thus chose not to squander any more time with him. After all, this was already the 7th day. Who could say when the formation of the true dragon's nest would close? Should it unexpectedly seal shut, they would all be doomed. Consequently, Emperor Li Cheng swiftly moved to Mu Qianxue's side, taking her along as they darted towards the entrance of the true dragon's nest. Do you wish to depart? Xiao Yun observed their retreating figures, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he scoffed. Did I grant you permission to leave? With that, a flurry of silver flying daggers was unleashed towards Mu Qianxue, causing her to pale in shock. Witnessing this, Emperor Li Cheng could not help but roar in fury. Xiao Yun, you have gone too far. This is a battle between you and me. Why must you involve others? Xiao Yun replied with a chilling laugh. A battle? Do you think this is merely a game? Apologies, but I am not here to engage in a duel. I am here to eliminate you. With that declaration, the onslaught of flying daggers aimed at Mu Qianxue intensified. Emperor Li Cheng hurriedly grabbed Mu Qianxue to evade the assault, but burdened by an encumbrance, his speed diminished significantly. Ultimately, one of the daggers struck true, piercing through his shoulder and erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 86. Despicable Threats. Xiao Yun, you are utterly despicable. Li Qingdi, enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, gritted his teeth and hurled his words of fury at Xiao Yun. Beside him, Mu Qianxue also glared at Xiao Yun with indignation, exclaiming, Xiao Yun, you have completely succumbed to darkness. There is no redemption for you. A being like you will inevitably become a scourge upon our Jiuxiu continent, bringing calamity and suffering to countless lives. You wretched woman, seeking death. Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy. He had long desired to eliminate this saintly harlot. He swiftly unleashed a flurry of flying daggers, engulfing both Li Qingdi and Mu Qianxue. Run! Leave this place at once. Li Qingdi shouted, positioning himself in front of Mu Qianxue, shielding her from the deadly projectiles and commanding her to flee quickly. Your Majesty. Mu Qianxue gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion as she looked at Li Qingdi. It is said that only through the trials of life and death can true love be forged. This time, Mu Qianxue was profoundly moved. From this moment on, her heart would belong solely to Li Qingdi, with no room for anyone else. Since your bond is so deep, then let us descend into hell together, to keep each other company. Xiao Yun scoffed, suddenly feeling as though he had become the ultimate villain. However, the realm of cultivation is merciless. It is either you slay me, or I slay you, leaving no room for mercy. Moreover, showing leniency to one's enemies is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Xiao Yun would not commit such a blunder. He intensified the barrage of flying daggers, which felt like an unrelenting storm. During his time in the chaotic Sacred Land, Uncle Fu had crafted 100,000 flying daggers for him. After entering the true dragon nest, he had scarcely utilized them, leaving him with tens of thousands still remaining. Now, he had only released a few thousand. Hurry, let us go. Li Qingdi stood resolutely before Mu Qianxue, urging her to escape the true dragon nest. Aware that her presence would only hinder Li Chengdi, Mu Qianxue stifled her heartache and sprinted towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. As she glanced back at Xiao Yun, her eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. Xiao Yun, you great demon, you will eventually face the wrath of all. Xiao Yun smirked coldly. Demon? By the time I ascend to the status of an emperor, your grave will be overgrown with 3 feet of grass. You, a demon of your caliber, will never attain the path of the emperor. Only Li Chengdi can achieve that pinnacle, and you are destined to be his stepping stone. Mu Qianxue shot Xiao Yun a venomous glare before turning to dash toward the entrance of the true dragon nest. Boom. At that moment, a massive formation surged forth, ensnaring Mu Qianxue and preventing her escape from the true dragon nest. What? Li Chengdi exclaimed in shock, his expression swiftly morphing into one of fury as he glared at Xiao Yun. You actually have another formation. Xiao Yun chuckled coldly. That superficial formation was merely a fade for you. This dragon-locking formation is my true trump card. With that, Xiao Yun continued launching flying daggers at Li Chengdi while racing towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. Li Chengdi, should you dare to disrupt the formation, I shall eliminate Mu Qianxue first. As Xiao Yun stepped into the formation, he cast a mocking glance at Emperor Li Cheng. The expression on Emperor Li Cheng's face shifted. Although he could indeed disrupt Xiao Yun's formation from the outside, by the time he succeeded, it was likely that Mu Qianxue would already have met her demise at Xiao Yun's hands. The disparity in strength between Mu Qianxue and Xiao Yun was insurmountable. Thus, gritting his teeth, Emperor Li Cheng promptly followed Xiao Yun into the formation, intent on preventing him from slaying Mu Qianxue. Excellent. Upon witnessing Emperor Li Cheng enter the formation, Xiao Yun erupted into laughter and launched a powerful punch at him. His movements were as swift as thunder, his figure as quick as lightning. While Emperor Li Cheng found his speed considerably diminished by the formation, under Xiao Yun's relentless pursuit, he appeared constrained, retreating under Xiao Yun's formidable assault. Kill! Xiao Yun roared, unleashing the full might of the 9 turns overbearing fist. The force of 1,000,000 pounds erupted forth, akin to a volcanic explosion, unleashing searing energy that enveloped the very heavens and earth. With a swish, Xiao Yun advanced like a comet, delivering a devastating blow to Emperor Li Cheng's chest. His blazing fist radiated a golden brilliance, and the terrifying power surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. At a critical moment, Emperor Li Cheng sidestepped to the left and met the incoming strike with his palm. The collision of fist and palm erupted in a thunderous explosion, casting forth radiant light that enveloped both combatants, as if they were 2 divine warriors engaged in a fierce battle. After an intense exchange, as they quickly separated, Emperor Li Cheng felt a tingling numbness in his arms, his hands trembling violently, astonished by Xiao Yun's terrifying strength. The sheer force of 1,000,000 pounds was unparalleled in the realm of body refinement. Had he not reached a strength of 800,000 pounds, augmented by the powers of the time-space body, he would have been defeated by Xiao Yun's single blow. Adjusting his combat strategy, Emperor Li Cheng no longer dared to confront Xiao Yun head-on. Instead, he maximized the capabilities of his time-space body, deftly evading Xiao Yun's onslaught. Weaving through the formation in search of an opportunity to escape, he was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for Xiao Yun. Remaining any longer would surely spell his doom. Fortunately, at this juncture, Mu Qianxue had exited the formation through the entrance of the true dragon nest, alleviating any lingering concerns for Emperor Li Cheng. However, the situation was increasingly unfavorable for him, as the locking dragon formation severely restricted his speed, rendering him incapable of evading Xiao Yun any longer. As time passed, his injuries worsened, and his combat prowess steadily diminished. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun remained vigorous and spirited, his mental state at its zenith. In a battle like this, I could fight for days and nights without fatigue, Xiao Yun declared confidently, his eyes radiating brilliance. With blood surging powerfully within him, akin to a humanoid dragon of unmatched might. On the opposite side, Emperor Li Cheng was already gasping for breath, his arms trembling violently, with wounds from thrown daggers on his shoulders bleeding profusely, rendering him increasingly feeble. The scales of victory had undoubtedly tipped in favor of Xiao Yun. The downfall of Emperor Li Cheng was merely a matter of time. Xiao Yun afforded him no opportunity to delay, leaping forward with great ferocity to strike at Emperor Li Cheng. A terrifying force surged forth, causing the very void to tremble with a resonant sound. Boom! Gritting his teeth, Emperor Li Cheng met the attack with an outstretched palm, unleashing a blazing silver radiance. He summoned all his strength to counter Xiao Yun's fist. Bang! Under the weight of Xiao Yun's formidable power, Emperor Li Cheng ultimately could not withstand the assault. He felt a numbing sensation in his arms as he was violently propelled backward by an overwhelming force, blood spurting from his mouth. "Embrace your demise, Emperor Li Cheng," Xiao Yun bellowed, wielding his radiant fist with determination, relentlessly pursuing his adversary. The color drained from Emperor Li Cheng's face, but then, as if steeling himself for a decisive stand, he clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing crimson as he roared, "Xiao Yun, you have forced my hand. Today, even if it leads to our mutual destruction, I shall slay you." As he spoke, a surge of crimson flames enveloped his body, a torrent of fervent blood energy erupting from within him, akin to a volcano set ablaze. Chapter 87. The burning body of time and space. Xiao Yun's gaze was fixed intently on Li Qingdi before him, for he observed that Li Qingdi's power was steadily escalating at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, his strength surged by a staggering 100,000 jin, reaching a total of 900,000 jin, and he continued to grow stronger. Had he detonated the body of time and space? A glimmer of insight sparked in Xiao Yun's eyes, having witnessed Wu Gang's self-detonation of the Tsangtian overlord body. He immediately suspected that Li Qingdi had similarly unleashed the power of his time and space body. However, upon noticing the flames enveloping Li Qingdi's form, an unsettling feeling crept into Xiao Yun's mind. Wu Gang's explosion had resulted in an instantaneous increase of 400,000 jin, achieving the limit of 1 million jin. Yet, before him, Li Qingdi had only augmented his power by 100,000 jin, and the subsequent rate of increase had begun to wane. It seemed that it would take some time for him to reach the 1 million jin threshold, lacking the ferocity exhibited by Wu Gang. "Xiao Yun, you have forced me to ignite the body of time and space. If I do not slay you today, I shall never rest." At that moment, Li Qingdi transformed into a streak of silver lightning, charging towards Xiao Yun with unparalleled speed, unimpeded even by the locking dragon array. For in this instant, Li Qingdi's strength had soared to 1 million jin, attaining the pinnacle of physical refinement, akin to Xiao Yun. With such formidable power, even the array could no longer restrain him, as it was merely the most rudimentary formation. Boom! Li Qingdi struck out with a powerful palm, launching a direct assault, confidence radiating from him as he embraced his newfound strength. Sharing the same weight of 1 million jin, his time and space body was a supreme form, while Xiao Yun's chaotic body was still in its embryonic stage, rendering him inferior in the same realm. Bang! Xiao Yun slightly shifted his stance, his hands executing the 9 turns overlord fist in retaliation. Simultaneously, he exerted force from his waist, unleashing a tremendous power akin to a volcanic eruption, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, propelling his fist forward in a mighty blow. Boom! The deafening clash resounded as Xiao Yun's fist collided with Li Qingdi's palm, the two forces of 1 million jin erupting in a cataclysmic display. It was as if two monumental mountains had collided, their overwhelming might radiating outward, fracturing the earth beneath them and sending the surrounding terrain into chaotic upheaval. Meanwhile, the 30 projections of the behind Xiao Yun surged forward, infused with immense authority, bearing down upon Li Qingdi. Yet, behind Li Qingdi, a vast blue ocean unfurled, within which a resplendent moon ascended slowly, casting a silver luminescence that enveloped the entire realm, rendering Xiao Yun's projections unable to advance further. Only the embryonic form of the chaotic body. When you truly master the chaotic body, will you be able to contend with my manifestation? Li Qingdi sneered, his eyes brimming with confidence. As his words echoed, the radiant moon behind him transformed into a silver divine blade, wielding an unparalleled sharpness, and descended upon Xiao Yun with lethal intent. Boom! Xiao Yun's projection of the Tao was struck by the divine blade, trembling violently, as if on the verge of collapse. In that moment, the luminous phenomenon of the sea moon, conjured by Emperor Li Qing, suppressed Xiao Yun's Tao projection. Clearly, in this extraordinary manifestation, Xiao Yun, merely an embryonic chaos body, was significantly inferior to Emperor Li Qing. However, Xiao Yun remained undeterred. He unleashed the Golden Bell Shield, leveraging its formidable defensive capabilities to counteract myriad changes, charging towards Emperor Li Qing. In response, Emperor Li Qing advanced as well, and both moved with the swiftness of lightning, almost simultaneously appearing before one another. They exchanged blows, palms and fists, each strike growing more intense. Boom! Amidst the fierce melee, Xiao Yun was struck directly for the first time, sent flying, although he emerged unscathed. With even his golden shield intact, this marked the inaugural occasion he was propelled backwards by a peer. A cold light radiated from Xiao Yun's eyes, akin to a frigid blade, as he fixated on Emperor Li Qing. Excellent. To encounter an equally matched adversary fills me with exhilaration. My blood begins to surge. With that, Xiao Yun charged at Emperor Li Qing once more. In that moment, his eyes brimmed with an overwhelming battle spirit, no longer viewing Emperor Li Qing as an enemy. He regarded him as a worthy and respected rival. Xiao Yun held a profound respect for the strong, for they merited admiration. This respect only intensified his fervor for battle. He howled towards the heavens, his blood boiling like molten lava, surging within him. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath them bore witness to their relentless clashes. As their formidable energies collided, echoing with thunderous sounds, the terrain had been utterly ravaged by the overwhelming force unleashed. Even the Dragon Lock formation Xiao Yun had previously established lay in ruins. The fierce battle between these two extraordinary prodigies, both at the pinnacle of physical refinement, was more terrifying than that of chi-gathering cultivators, resembling two young true dragons locked in fierce combat. Boom. Xiao Yun fought with unrestrained fervor, his flowing black hair dancing wildly, each strand radiating a magnificent divine glow. His punches grew increasingly ferocious as beams of light converged from all directions. Striking towards Emperor Li Qing. Time slowed. Time accelerated. Emperor Li Qing, well aware of Xiao Yun's nine-shift overlord fist, dared not underestimate him for a moment. He immediately activated the time-space body, perfectly harnessing the powers of time. Freed from the constraints of formations, his speed surged, allowing him to strike first. Delivering a powerful palm strike aimed at Xiao Yun's back. "I've been waiting for you." Xiao Yun, without turning, launched his fist backward as if wielding a spear, the tremendous force causing the void to tremble as it collided violently with Emperor Li Qing's palm. Bang! In the midst of their fierce confrontation, both were sent reeling. Although Xiao Yun was propelled further back, yet he did not abandon his assault. During his backward flight, he unleashed a flurry of silver flying knives from his hands. The silver daggers whirred through the air like a relentless downpour, incessantly obstructing Li Qingdi's evasive maneuvers, forcing him to retreat and preventing any further approach towards Xiao Yun. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Li Qingdi, Xiao Yun sneered, "Your power is but a fleeting illusion. Once the time elapses, it shall wane. Moreover, the longer this drags on, the more your temporal body shall be consumed." Li Qingdi's expression shifted dramatically, and he could no longer afford to pursue Xiao Yun. Instead, he dashed toward the entrance of the true dragon's nest, desperate to escape. Should his temporal body be entirely incinerated, he would share the same fate as Wu Gang. Forever stripped of his extraordinary potential, with even the prospect of attaining sanctity rendered exceedingly slim. This was not the outcome Li Qingdi desired. In a swift flurry, before he could reach the entrance to the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun's daggers surged forth in a synchronized assault, compelling Li Qingdi to retreat yet again. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun positioned himself at the entrance of the true dragon's nest, coldly addressing Li Qingdi, hoping to escape. "It shall not be so simple. Today, your demise is assured." Chapter 88. The human stick. Li Qingdi. Xiao Yun stood at the entrance of the true dragon nest, unleashing a flurry of silver flying daggers, denying Li Qingdi any opportunity to approach and forcing him to retreat swiftly. "Li Qingdi, I possess an abundance of flying daggers. I am eager to see how long you can endure." Xiao Yun's face bore a chilling smirk. His strength, weighing 1,000,000 pounds, was genuinely cultivated through relentless training. Whereas Li Qingdi's power stemmed from the burning of his temporal body, a power still frail and unable to sustain itself for long. Moreover, should his temporal body be destroyed, he would be reduced to an ordinary genius, devoid of the qualifications to contend with Xiao Yun ever again. Naturally, with Xiao Yun blocking the entrance. Once Li Qingdi's temporal body burned out, death awaited him. He was not as fortunate as Wu Gang, who managed to escape. "Xiao Yun." Li Qingdi gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Xiao Yun. The searing flames enveloping him blazed intensely, and a silvery brilliance radiated, resembling a colossal full moon rising from the ocean, bearing down upon Xiao Yun. Boom! Xiao Yun unleashed his full power, executing the 9 transformations Overlord Fist, while his golden shield reached its zenith. He was the embodiment of offense and defense, striving to thwart Li Qingdi's advance. Simultaneously, silver daggers, shining with fierce light, surged towards Li Qingdi. Swoosh! A silver dagger left a crimson mark on Li Qingdi's arm. In his frantic sprint, he could not evade all of Xiao Yun's daggers. Had Li Qingdi chosen to retreat, he would have evaded injury, yet he pressed forward toward the entrance of the true dragon nest, acutely aware of the urgency of time. If he did not escape swiftly, his temporal body would burn out, sealing his fate. Thus, despite his wounds, Li Qingdi surged ahead at full speed, charging toward the entrance. Boom. Xiao Yun swung one fist while launching daggers with the other, persistently resisting Li Qingdi's approach. Swish. The silver daggers carved wounds upon Li Qingdi's body, blood flowing forth and staining his pristine robe crimson. Die Xiao Yun. In a sudden frenzy, Li Qingdi braced himself against one of Xiao Yun's strikes, closing the distance with blinding speed, and struck fiercely against Xiao Yun's golden shield. Puff. Before the palm even landed, Li Qingdi coughed up blood, clearly having employed a forbidden technique that bore severe repercussions. Nonetheless, the force of his strike shattered Xiao Yun's golden barrier, fracturing even his Tai Chi diagram, causing Xiao Yun to stagger backward. Kill. Li Qingdi was utterly consumed by madness. Disregarding his own injuries, he roared and charged at Xiao Yun, accompanied by the moonlit phenomenon behind him. Bang! In a flash, Xiao Yun could not evade in time and was struck squarely in the chest by Li Qingdi's fierce punch. Puff! The impact sent Xiao Yun reeling, blood spurting from his mouth, his expression darkening. This marked the first time he had been wounded since entering the true dragon nest. However, Xiao Yun, having endured rigorous training within the illusory demon tower and having battled countless former prodigies from the chaotic sacred land, possessed an abundance of combat experience. At this critical juncture, a black battle knife materialized in his grasp, slicing upward diagonally and severing Emperor Li Qing's left arm. A piercing scream escaped from Emperor Li Qing. His visage contorted in agony, revealing a ghastly expression. The loss of his left arm inflicted excruciating pain upon him and exacerbated his already severe injuries. Nevertheless, Emperor Li Qing was a formidable adversary. He understood that retreat was not an option. Should he falter, his significantly weakened state would render him incapable of contending with Xiao Yun. Thus, gritting his teeth, he advanced relentlessly, landing a punch that injured Xiao Yun in the process, allowing him to surge past Xiao Yun towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. With a chilling glare, Xiao Yun forcefully hurled the Xian iron battle knife, which soared through the air like a shooting star. Instantly, the black knife, weighing an astonishing 360,000 pounds, propelled by Xiao Yun's immense strength of 1,000,000 pounds, struck with terrifying velocity towards Emperor Li Qing's legs. There was no obstruction. The Xian iron battle knife cleaved through Emperor Li Qing's legs, blood gushing forth as severed limbs were flung away, the intensity of the pain contorting his face into a mask of torment. Xiao Yun watched as Emperor Li Qing let out a heart-wrenching wail, his once elegant demeanor shattered. With his left arm severed and his legs incapacitated, he was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, Emperor Li Qing was extraordinary. Drawing upon his indomitable will, he clawed at the ground with his remaining right hand, using the resultant force to propel his battered body towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. Truly, he was a tenacious survivor. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yun could not help but admire Emperor Li Qing's resilience. However, he did not relent. Instead, he unleashed 5 silver flying knives. This was his sole recourse, a desperate measure born of necessity. Given the distance between them, he could not reach Emperor Li Qing in time to prevent his escape from the true dragon nest, and could only rely on these knives to eliminate him. Fortunately, by this time, Emperor Li Qing had exhausted his strength, his time-space body no longer burning with energy, leaving him with barely a breath of life. Thus, he was unable to evade the 5 flying knives, which struck him with unerring accuracy. As Emperor Li Qing's broken form soared into the entrance of the true dragon nest, Xiao Yun discerned that one of his flying knives had pierced the heart of Emperor Li Qing, while another had struck a rather sensitive area. Xiao Yun believed that Emperor Li Qing was doomed, utterly unable to preserve even that which was most personal. How lamentable! Outside the true dragon nest, the fervor ignited by Tang Yunyun's words had reached a fever pitch, with all eyes fixated intently on the entrance. They were acutely aware that Xiao Yun was standing guard at the threshold, poised to confront Emperor Li Qing. The impending clash between these two extraordinary talents promised to be a cataclysmic spectacle, and they were eager to discover who would emerge alive. As Mu Qianxue stumbled out in a state of disarray, a multitude of gazes converged upon her, fixated intently on her figure. Miss Mu, what is the current state of the emperor? In an instant, Wan Yanghui from the Taichu sacred land approached her with urgency. A supreme elder from the Su Nu sect also hurriedly flew over. The eyes of those present were all drawn to Mu Qianxue, their ears perked with anticipation, eager to discern the circumstances within. Upon seeing Wan Yanghui, Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes flared with indignation as she exclaimed, "Xiao Yun has gone mad. He is a great demon, using me to threaten the emperor. In his attempt to rescue me, the emperor is now trapped inside." A chilling voice reverberated through the air, causing Mu Qianxue to tremble and her complexion to pale. Wan Yanghui turned sharply to glare at Di Tian, rebuking him with fury. Di Tian, How dare you bully a junior with your superior power? The cold snort that had just echoed was indeed emitted by Tion himself. With an impassive expression and icy gaze, he retorted, "The bloodshed within the dragon's nest is a matter mutually agreed upon by our 6 great sacred lands. The enmity within must not be dragged into the outside world. Do not presume that your youth grants you the liberty to slander the son of the chaos sacred land. Should this happen again, I shall personally see to your demise." Mu Qianxue's face turned ashen with fear, and the supreme elder from the Su Nu sect dared not retort. For even in its decline, the chaos sacred land surpassed their sect in strength. Wang Yonghui shot a fierce glare at Tion before hastily turning back to Mu Qianxue, asking, "Miss Mu, what is the current strength of Emperor Li? Is he unable to defeat Xiao Yun?" In a grave tone, Mu Qianxue replied, "Though the Emperor has amassed a strength of 800,000 genes, Xiao Yun has not only forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, but also possesses a strength of 1,000,000 gene. Reaching the peak of the body refinement realm, the Emperor has fallen into his formation while attempting to save me." Upon hearing her words, Wang Yonghui's face turned a ghastly white. The surrounding crowd, upon digesting this information, erupted into an uproar. Chapter 89. Wishing you sisters happiness and joy. 1,000,000 pounds of strength, the pinnacle of body refinement. The surrounding crowd was instantly struck with immense shock. The realm of body refinement could indeed possess such formidable power? Their understanding had been profoundly reshaped. Among the geniuses in the crowd, there was an unmistakable sense of shame on their faces. They had stepped into forbidden territory, boasting a power of 200,000 pounds. And yet they felt pathetically inferior compared to Xiao Yun. This individual would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary on the path of the Emperor. Yi Wuchen from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with apprehension, already viewing Xiao Yun as his greatest rival. Similarly, Jiang Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful for having left the true dragon nest a step ahead. Otherwise, he might have perished at Xiao Yun's hands. As for Zhang Yunfei, who had previously been defeated by Xiao Yun, he now experienced an unexpected sense of ease. Perceiving that losing to such an extraordinary prodigy was not a disgrace, but rather an honor. Incredible, 1,000,000 pounds of strength. If he were to step into the Qi-gathering realm, would he not reach 500,000 pounds of power, rendering him invincible? It was astounding that such a powerful prodigy had emerged from the Chaos Sacred Land in this generation. In the past, Emperor Tian had also cultivated the Chaos Sutra. Yet he had only achieved 30,000 pounds of strength, a far cry from his disciple. This individual might indeed forge a chaos body in the future. Was the Chaos Sacred Land on the verge of resurgence? In the skies, the elder experts were similarly awestruck. 1,000,000 pounds of strength, the apex of body refinement. Even with their millennia of experience, this was the first time they had witnessed such a feat. In fact, throughout the history of the Nine Heavens continent. Aside from the Chaos Emperor, Xiao Yun was the only one to have reached this level in body refinement. My disciple possesses the potential of an emperor, ha ha ha. On a white cloud in the sky, Emperor Tian stroked his beard with a proud expression, his heart brimming with excitement. Beside him, Elskin smiled and congratulated. Your disciple is truly remarkable. He will surely surpass you in the future. Indeed, Emperor Tian was filled with confidence in Xiao Yun. While they rejoiced above, Wang Yonghui and others below wore expressions as grim as if they had lost their parents. Xiao Yun's overwhelming strength implied peril for Li Qingdi. At the very least, Li Qingdi might be forced to self-destruct his temporal body like Wu Gang to escape calamity. However, such an outcome would represent a tremendous loss for the Taichu Sacred Land. After all, the Taichu Sacred Land had finally produced a supreme body, ranked 4th, possessing unparalleled potential for achieving enlightenment as an emperor. Wang Yonghui's heart bled at the thought. If Li Qingdi's temporal body were truly destroyed, he could scarcely fathom how to explain this to the higher-ups of the Taichu Sacred Land. He might even have to take his own life in atonement. After all, it was he who initially ventured into the chaotic Sacred Land, only to return claiming that Xiao Yun was merely a mortal vessel, a pawn easily sacrificed by the chaotic Sacred Land, unworthy of concern. His folly was astounding. Should something befall the Emperor Li Qing this time, it is likely that the higher-ups of the Taichu Sacred Land will demand the sacrifice of Wang Yonghui as well. Curse Xiao Yun. Curse the chaotic Sacred Land. Curse the Emperor Tian. Wang Yonghui silently cursed, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the true dragon nest, fervently hoping for a miracle. Others also concentrated their attention on the entrance, now convinced that Xiao Yun was destined to triumph. The sole question was whether he could successfully slay Emperor Li Qing. Time trickled by, the atmosphere around them profoundly silent. as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone awaited the outcome of the battle within. Suddenly, a bloodied figure, reduced to half its form, burst forth from the true dragon nest's entrance, crashing violently to the ground. Neither dead nor alive, Mu Qianxue and Wan Yonghui, quick to discern, immediately recognized him as Emperor Li Qing and exclaimed, "The Emperor!" They rushed toward him. The surrounding onlookers turned their gazes toward Emperor Li Qing. The sight chilled their hearts, for the Emperor was in a grievous state. Not only was his left arm severed, but his legs had also been cut off, leaving only his upper body, shrouded in a blood-stained robe, his long hair in disarray, and his body a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. It was unfathomable what horrors he had endured to end up in such a wretched condition. Furthermore, 5 silver flying daggers were embedded in him, one in his left cheek, one in his right arm, one piercing his heart, another in his abdomen, and the last, well, in a rather compromising location. The sight sent chills down their spines. Xiao Yun was indeed ruthless, every strike lethal, offering the Emperor no chance of survival. A being of such stature, the unparalleled prodigy of the Taichu sacred land, had met such a fate. Emperor Wan Yonghui, upon seeing Li Qing's pitiful state, could not help but weep bitterly, his heart aching. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to assess the Emperor's condition. He was unconcerned about the severed limbs, for the cultivation world was replete with treasures that could restore the Emperor's arms and legs. His worry lay with the silver dagger embedded in the Emperor's chest, as it directly pierced his heart. "Senior, is the Emperor going to be all right?" Beside him, Mu Qianxue's eyes were red with anguish. Her heart filled with hatred for Xiao Yun. If Emperor Li Qing were to perish, she vowed to exact vengeance. Ah, is this not the unparalleled prodigy of the Taichu sacred land, Emperor Li Qing? How could he be in such a dire state? Who could have done this? I, Xiao Yun, would gladly call him the strongest genius of our generation. At that moment, a voice dripping with sarcasm reached their ears. The crowd turned to see Xiao Yun leisurely emerging from the true dragon nest, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he regarded the fallen, unconscious Emperor Li Qing. Di Tian, Lu Xianwan, and Tang Yunyun suddenly descended from the heavens, landing beside Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun." Mu Qianxue glared at him with palpable fury. Xiao Yun, however, paid her no mind. His gaze was fixed on Wan Yonghui, who was treating Li Qingdi. He turned to Di Tian beside him and inquired, "Master, does this brotherly still have hope?" Di Tian narrowed his eyes at Li Qingdi and replied slowly, "It's hard to say. The final dagger is plunged into his heart, which is exceedingly fatal. He is barely clinging to life now, and Wan Yonghui is currently employing his original power to heal him." Sighing, Xiao Yun remarked, "Who would have thought that brotherly, so young, would meet such a fate? It is truly a great loss for our cultivation realm." Mu Qianxue could no longer contain herself. She glared at Xiao Yun and retorted angrily, "Xiao Yun, do not feign compassion here. Isn't this all you're doing?" Xiao Yun, hearing her words, replied earnestly, "Fairy Mu, how can you casually slander others? Which of your eyes witnessed me slaying Li Qingdi? I am but an ordinary mortal, as everyone knows. How could I possess the strength to kill a being of time and space?" Mu Qianxue was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by anger. "You dare call yourself a mortal? Have you no shame? What of it?" Xiao Yun dismissed her indignation, then noticed a dagger protruding from Li Qingdi's lower body and exclaimed, "Oh dear, this dagger is actually lodged in brother Li SM. Let us keep it harmonious. Master, can that part be saved? Otherwise, would not Fairy Mu be destined for a life of solitude?" Di Tian struggled to suppress his laughter. His gaze fixed on Li Qingdi as he pondered, "I must say, this dagger is rather exceptionally remarkable." It was perfectly timed to strike, just as Li Qingdi relinquished his time and space form, triggering a backlash. "I fear that part will be difficult to restore, likely requiring his time and space form to reach a minor completion and attain sainthood before full recovery." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun could not help but exclaim loudly, "Heavens! Does this mean brotherly will become sisterly?" The bystanders exchanged peculiar glances, their lips twitching as they stifled laughter. Mu Qianxue, incensed, nearly spat blood. She pointed at Xiao Yun, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Xiao Yun, you are utterly despicable, you great fiend." Xiao Yun regarded her with feigned sympathy and softly consoled. "Fairy Mu, do not be too disheartened. I, too, am a man, and I understand that men are seldom virtuous, they merely covet your body. True love exists only between women, so you and Sister Li will surely find happiness together." Xiao Yun. Mu Qianxue glared at him, shaking with rage, unable to suppress another spurt of blood. With a smile, Xiao Yun remarked, "Fairy Mu, why is your body trembling? Do you perhaps agree with what I've said and are just overwhelmed with emotion? Haha, do not thank me. When you and Sister Li tie the knot, do send me an invitation." I shall certainly attend the wedding feast. Allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for your everlasting happiness and joy." Mu Qianxue's crimson eyes filled with fury, and in her rage, she spat out a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Qianxue. The Grand Elder of the Su Nu sect shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yun, then hastily lifted Mu Qianxue into the air, swiftly departing from the scene. Xiao Yun paid them no heed. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Li Qingdi. No, Li's sister. He pondered whether this Li's sister could survive. Alas. He sincerely wished for her recovery, envisioning a splendid future where she and Mu Qianxue could soar together in harmony. How delightful that would be, Xiao Yun mused, contemplating his own capacity for compassion, even towards his adversaries, who in the world could claim such benevolence. After today, I, Xiao Yun, shall be known as the Holy Son of Benevolence. Xiao Yun murmured to himself. Beside him, Tang Yuyun clearly caught wind of his muttering and could not suppress a chuckle. Di Tian and L Xianwan also struggled to stifle their laughter, being elder figures who still wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Haraha. Indeed, even esteemed elders have their moments of weakness. Among the surrounding crowd, many could not hold back their laughter, quickly covering their mouths in an attempt to stifle their amusement. Feeling quite uncomfortable in the process. Chapter 90. The follower on the platform outside the dragon's nest. All eyes were fixated on Sister Li. At that moment, Wanyang Hui was fervently channeling his primordial power, enveloping both himself and Sister Li in a hazy white light. The onlookers could distinctly observe Sister Li's injuries rapidly mending, her aura gradually strengthening. However, Wanyang Hui's condition was rather grim. His once lustrous black hair had begun to turn white, and the vibrant hue of his face faded into a pallid visage, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Li Qingdi had managed to preserve his life. Yet, Wanyang Hui had suffered greatly, expending over 90% of his primordial energy, and even if he survived this ordeal, he would be left with only a few years of life remaining. A formidable figure of the celestial realm was poised to fall before our very eyes. Alas, there was little to be done. Li Qingdi possessed a body of time and space, with the potential to attain the status of a great emperor in the future. And Wanyang Hui was merely safeguarding the hope of their Taichu, Holy Land's prosperity. This time, Li Qingdi had burnt through his body of time and space. It would likely take a considerable duration for him to recover, requiring numerous heavenly materials and treasures for assistance. Fortunately, there was no cause for concern, as the Taichu Holy Land was vast and affluent. Surrounding individuals were engaged in animated discussions. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, surprised that Sister Li had managed to survive. This was indeed unexpected. One could not deny that she was akin to an indomitable cockroach. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, confident in his abilities. He believed he would defeat